Chapter 1. The imperial edict of marriage arrives tomorrow. In the 14th year of the Great Zhou, during the early spring season, a sudden spring rain had wilted the flowers in the courtyard. Delicate petals lay scattered across the ground, a stark contrast to the once meticulously tended garden, now exuding an air of desolation and neglect. Liu Qingyi sat gracefully in the pavilion of the courtyard, her slender, fair hands clasped tightly together. The teacup before her had been replaced time and again, yet she remained waiting for a visitor who never arrived. "Miss, be careful not to catch a chill," sighed her maid, Xiang, from behind her. "The master has been in the palace for 3 hours now, and there has been no news. It seems this must be a misunderstanding." Liu Qingyi remained silent, her beautifully adorned features still gazing longingly at the entrance, her eyes veiled with a hint of sorrow. 3 months prior, the emperor had unexpectedly summoned her father after court, inquiring about her age, implying an intention to arrange her marriage. Ordinarily, reaching the age for marriage is a commonplace affair, and receiving a betrothal from the emperor himself would be considered a great honor. However, the unfortunate twist lay in the fact that the emperor wished for her to wed the heir of the Huai'an Prince. Who, one might wonder, is the Huai'an Prince? This tale traces back to the time when the emperor was still a young prince. Unrecognized as a legitimate heir, free from the burdens of succession, he delighted in gallivanting with scholars, reveling in the beauty of spring. However, his carefree exploits led him inadvertently to a military camp one fateful day. The camp was engaged in rigorous training, and upon seeing an outsider, the commander mistook him for a rebel intruder. Without hesitation, he seized the young prince, only to discover his true identity. As one of royal blood, the prince was not accustomed to such indignities, and a confrontation ensued between the two, resulting in a bitter enmity that only intensified over time. Just as their rivalry seemed destined to escalate, the late emperor passed away unexpectedly. The death of the emperor, while not entirely surprising, bore the shocking revelation that he had bequeathed the throne to a prince he had never favored during his lifetime now. Known as Emperor Longan, this sudden shift plunged the court into chaos. While the ministers were inclined to honor the late emperor's last wishes, other princes found it intolerable. They conspired and revolted after several days of deliberation. Typically, such a rebellion would not unfold with such haste, yet Emperor Longan was unlike any other. He lacked the backing of powerful allies, and his maternal lineage was obscure, with only a few loyalists from the late emperor remaining by his side, who had yet to develop any substantial ties. Even Longan himself believed his demise was imminent, donning the dragon robe in anticipation of death upon the throne. However, the very commander with whom he had exchanged barbs in the military camp came forth, seizing him and forcefully ushering him to safety. The sounds of battle raged on for a day and a night, and when dawn broke, the commander opened the door, pulling the young emperor out. Thus, the once reckless heart of the emperor found itself subdued. As the new emperor ascended the throne, various factions sought to reorganize their power. Lacking trustworthy allies, Emperor Longan, under the pretext of having saved his life, made an unprecedented decision to bestow the title of the first noble of a different lineage upon the commander, now recognized as the Huai'an Prince. Though the temperament of the Prince of Huai'an remains unchanged, he still occasionally engages in heated debates with the emperor during court meetings. When it comes to their discussions on state affairs, the imperial study becomes a veritable whirlwind, a cacophony where even the spirits dare not tread. The military power has always been securely held in the hands of the prince, never once transferred to another. If the Prince of Huai'an enjoys such trust from the imperial family, one can only imagine the status of the heir, a scion born with a silver spoon in his mouth, who has been indulged by the emperor into becoming the most notorious dandy in the capital. Even the crown prince must show him a modicum of deference. The thought of marrying such a man is absolutely repugnant to Liu Qingyi. She harbors no grand ambitions and has never fantasized about marrying someone of high status. Her only wish is for a loving and respectful partnership with her husband, even if that meant living a simple life amidst the woods and waters. The heir of the Prince of Huai'an is the least likely individual to fulfill her desires. The mere thought of cohabiting with a throng of vying beauties in the palace, all clawing for favor, sent a chill down her spine. "Ah, master," Xiang whispered softly. As soon as the words left her lips, Liu Qingyi sprang to her feet and hurried over. Father anxiety was etched across Liu Qingyi's features as she respectfully performed a bow. I wonder how the emperor responded to you today? Liu Tong gazed at his daughter and let out a barely perceptible sigh. Liu Qingyi's complexion paled instantly. Qingyi, I have done my utmost. Liu Tong helped her rise, his voice low and somber. The emperor has already made up his mind regarding your situation, having heard some news about you from an unknown source. Even the crown prince's persuasion would be in vain. The imperial decree for your marriage will arrive tomorrow. You must prepare yourself. How could this be? Liu Qingyi's voice trembled. Father, you hold the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, and the Prince of Huai'an commands an army of 1,000,000 at the borders. If our families were to unite. Qingyi, Liu Tong's expression darkened. As an unmarried young lady, how can you speak so recklessly about matters of state? Tears brimmed in Liu Qingyi's eyes as she pressed her lips together tightly. You have been well-educated since childhood, gaining renown at the 100 Flowers banquet. The current calamity stems from this. Liu Tong's hands were clasped behind his back, his voice tinged with an indescribable desolation. I hope you understand how to safeguard yourself in this situation. Qingyi, your marriage to the heir of the Prince of Huai'an will represent the Liu family. The lives of over 100 souls rest upon your decisions, so be sure not to overstep your bounds. Yes, Liu Qingyi remained silent for a long while before finally resigning to her fate, closing her eyes. I have acted out of turn. I beg your forgiveness, Father. Liu Tong sighed, shaking his head as he assisted her to her feet. After exiting the palace, the Prince of Huai'an entered with the heir. Emperor Longin was in the imperial garden, feeding the fish. Upon seeing the father and son, he waved enthusiastically. Obey, come and observe my fish. The youth he called, dressed in a narrow-sleeved dark robe, had already grown to match the stature of the prince walking in front of him. Only upon hearing the emperor call his name did he lift his head, revealing his striking features, a lazy smile gracing his lips. Long live the emperor! He performed a verbal courtesy, showing no hesitation as he took a seat beside Emperor Longin. Oh, from where did you procure such plump, large-headed fish? How dare you speak so disrespectfully? The Prince of Huai'an kicked him aside. Stand up. Is this a place where you can sit beside His Majesty? I summoned him here. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. You're always so concerned with etiquette. These fish are fresh tributes from foreign land, their mouths large enough to swallow gold. I could have someone fetch a couple for you to play with. Please, spare me, Xiao Jinbei said. Nonchalantly enduring a kick from his father, he accepted a teacup from a nearby maid. The translucent jade vessel swaying delicately in his slender fingers as he leisurely swung a long leg by the edge of the pond, embodying the essence of a dandy. Have mercy and let me be. I cannot tend to living creatures. If I were to mismanage the imperial gifts, I would have to come to the palace and beg your pardon. That is indeed true, the emperor remarked, tossing a handful of fish food into the pond. Throughout your life, you have never been able to care for any living being. You have never exhibited a moment of steadiness. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the statement. However, times have changed, Obey. I wish to betroth you to the legitimate daughter of Liu Qing. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 2. Your Majesty, I do not wish to marry prior to entering the palace. The Prince of Huai'an had already broached this topic with him. And Xiao Jinbei's presence this time was also for this very reason. Your Majesty, I do not wish to marry. The emperor, upon hearing this response, was not taken aback. While cleaning his hands, he inquired why. You spend your days idly, and you must have heard of Liu Tong's daughter, who graced the 100 Flowers festival last year and was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the capital. I have inquired with the empress, and, indeed, this maiden is strikingly beautiful. Your Majesty's selection must be exquisite, Xiao Jinbei replied with a smile, but you just mentioned that my temperament lacks composure. The last thing I desire is a woman who adheres strictly to conventions. Such a union would be utterly mundane. Nonsense. Do you wish to remain in this state of indulgence indefinitely? The emperor finally furrowed his brows, casting a glance at the indifferent Prince of Huai'an, his irritation mounting. Xiao Wenbin, do you share this sentiment? The Prince of Huai'an finally turned his head, nonchalantly waving his hand. Let him choose as he pleases. He is a rebellious child. After over a decade of guidance, I have failed to instill any sense in him. Your Majesty need not concern yourself. The emperor was exasperated with the duo, his teeth gritting in frustration. I am worried you do not know how to be concerned. He shot a disapproving look at the prince, then softened his tone towards Xiao Jinbei. You are still young, and I can understand your reluctance to marry. However, while you may be patient, the women of the capital are not. There are only a few families worthy of your status. Lu Tong is a sensible man. A daughter raised well will not falter. At least, should there be any upheaval in the court, you shall remain unscathed and continue living your life in peace. Xiao Jinbei's carefree smile dimmed slightly as he glanced at the Prince of Huai'an. What are you looking at? I am speaking with you. The emperor narrowed his eyes. I do not intend to force you into marriage. Should you meet someone you fancy in the future, simply take her as a concubine. Indeed, now that the conversation had reached this point, Xiao Jinbei could not afford to be ungrateful. He respectfully bowed. I shall obey your decree. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. He had watched this child grow, and although he bore some resemblance to his rather unorthodox father, he was, in truth, quite sensible and would never betray their earnest intentions. Very well, prepare yourself. I shall grant the marriage decree tomorrow. Xiao Jinbei offered a wry smile. There is no need for such haste. Nonsense. I command you to prepare. The emperor insisted. Xiao Wenbin, accompany him and ensure he does not cause any trouble in these next few days. Reluctantly, the Prince of Huai'an accepted the edict, taking his rebellious son with him. As fate would have it, the next morning, the imperial decree arrived at the Xiao and Liu households. Lu Tong welcomed his family, respectfully listening as the grand eunuch proclaimed the edict, bowing in gratitude. Liu Qingyi had not slept a wink, and her graceful kneel exuded a delicate charm akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. The grand eunuch, having received the emperor's command, cast several discreet glances, convinced that the two were exceptionally well matched, and returned with a smile to report. Xiang hurriedly assisted her to her feet. Congratulations, sister. The illegitimate sister, Liu Xiang, covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. This imperial marriage decree is a tremendous honor. You truly bring glory to the Liu family. Indeed, the secondary wife, Shenlan, chimed in, asserting that she had always told the master that Qingyi was fortunate. After all, the Prince of Huai'an was among the most esteemed families in the capital, second only to the imperial lineage. Sister, you need not worry any longer. Liu Qingyi's mother, Wen Qin, managed a faint smile, replying, It is not that our Qingyi has climbed too high. The reputation of the prince's heir was well known throughout the capital, yet they persisted in congratulating her on this misfortune. Liu Qingyi, overwhelmed by their forced accolades, could not suppress her voice. Sister, there is no need for such excitement. Once I am wed to the heir, I shall have the opportunity to meet the emperor and could request a favor for you then. The words had scarcely left her lips when the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Liu Qingyi, typically gentle and soft-spoken, rarely retorted to veiled jabs. The secondary wife had taken liberties, believing her to be an easy target. Yet, unexpectedly, Liu Qingyi had countered with a remark that left them speechless. How could Xiang'er possibly deserve a royal marriage? Shenlan forced a laugh, adopting an expression of feigned concern. Qingyi, you have not yet entered the royal residence. It would be wise to temper your words. Walls have ears, and should they fall into the wrong hands, it could spell trouble. Indeed, without waiting for Liu Qingyi to respond, Madame Liu nodded earnestly. Qingyi, you must be cautious in your speech henceforth. Do not allow others to hold any leverage over you. You are right, sister. Liu Tong's eldest son, Liu Jinyu, approached, observing the pallor of Liu Qingyi's countenance and sighing inwardly. Being a blood relative, he understood their mother's timid nature best. Seeing his sister unjustly burdened and without a confidant, he offered, Qingyi, I shall be going with Brother Meng to the Qingfeng Pavilion to admire the blossoms tomorrow. Meng Ling will accompany us as well. It has been some time since you last saw each other. Would you like to join us? Meng Ling was Liu Qingyi's close friend, and indeed, they had not met for quite a while. Not wishing to endure Shenlan's mockery at home, Liu Qingyi nodded in agreement. The dust had settled. Regardless of Liu Qingyi's feelings, preparations were being made with great fanfare. As the daughter of the Minister of Rites, her dowry could not be meager, and thus, Madame Liu, as the head of the household, was quite busy. Liu Qingyi, wishing to avoid the spectacle, left early with her brother. The Qingfeng Pavilion, an exquisite loft on the outskirts of the capital, was renowned for its gardens filled with rare and beautiful flowers. It was a favored gathering place for the nobility, and Liu Qingyi had secured a reservation well in advance. However, the Meng siblings had arrived even earlier. As soon as Liu Qingyi dismounted from a carriage, she spotted Meng Ling running towards her, warmly grasping her hand. "Qingyi, you have finally arrived." Meng Ling was vivacious and cheerful, and noticing Liu Qingyi's less-than-rosy complexion, she tenderly massaged her fingertips. "I heard about the imperial engagement. It is beyond our control. Try to remain optimistic." Liu Qingyi smiled softly, assuring her, "I understand. It is nothing to worry about." Meng Ling then led her to admire the flowers. At this time of year, the blossoms had not fully bloomed, and the outskirts of the capital were relatively quiet, especially with their brothers upstairs enjoying drinks. Without any reservations, they delighted in the flowers while chatting, laughter easing the burdens of their hearts. Liu Qingyi's pallid complexion, which had persisted for several days, gradually began to take on a rosy hue. Her delicate brows and eyes sparkled with mirth, and she occasionally jested, much to Meng Ling's relief. She had harbored fears that Liu Qingyi might succumb to despair, but it now appeared that her condition was not grave. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the private room at the top of the attic, two figures lounged by the window. Xiao Jinbei had changed into a flowing, wide-sleeved robe, his elongated eyes lazily half-closed as he observed the two women below, fluttering like butterflies. "Whose daughters are they?" Intrigued, he lifted a wine jug to his lips, a subtle smile gracing his features. "Which one?" His companion leaned in for a closer look. "The one in the pale yellow attire is from the Meng family, but the other—" He suddenly fell silent, casting an unusual glance at Xiao Jinbei. "And the other one, who is she?" Xiao Jinbei was oblivious to his friend's expression, his gaze fixated on the woman below, who was overshadowed by the surrounding flowers. Her beauty seemingly dimmed. There was a flicker of excitement in his eyes, revealing a restless spirit. "She is the legitimate daughter of the Liu family, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital." His companion paused, concerned that Xiao Jinbei might not recall, and added, "From your family." For a moment, the smile on Xiao Jinbei's lips faltered, and his brows arched high. The title of the capital's most beautiful woman had been mentioned to him by the emperor himself. But in a realm where scholars abound, any claim to superiority required thorough scrutiny. One's talents in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, etiquette, and lineage all intertwined, rendering the title of most beautiful attainable to any woman who did not bear an unattractive visage. He had scarcely given it any credence. Unexpectedly, upon this fleeting glimpse, Xiao Jinbei was astonished to find that although those scholars were inept in many regards, their vision remained unclouded. This reinforced the wisdom of the elder who often remarked that every individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. As she was destined to be his future bride, Xiao Jinbei felt no need to restrain himself further. He savored the beauty of the moment, the exquisite scenery serving as a delightful accompaniment to his wine, which soon neared its end. Perhaps the intensity of his gaze was too penetrating, for Liu Qingyi, as she walked, suddenly felt a chill wash over her, rubbing her arms in response. "Qingyi, what troubles you?" Meng Ling inquired, puzzled. Liu Qingyi could not articulate her feelings. She glanced around, noting that aside from their attendants and horses, there was nothing amiss. She offered a faint smile. "It's nothing, just a fleeting chill. Perhaps a breeze has stirred." Meng Ling raised an eyebrow in skepticism, unable to fathom where a wind could arise on such a clear day. Nevertheless, respecting Liu Qingyi's words, she did not linger in the floral expanse any longer, and the two of them made their way into the attic. Liu Qingyi had just warmed a jug of wine when he saw them arrive, and chuckled. "Meng and I were just wondering when you would join us. Your arrival is timely." "Brother Jinyu," Meng Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, playfully reproaching, "you have not visited the Meng residence lately, and when you do come, you only discuss serious matters with my brother, neglecting to check on me. Is there a need for that?" Liu Jinyu raised an eyebrow. "Your brother informed me that you had been punished by your tutor for your handwriting, so it is only through his assistance that you have managed to escape." The Meng family, steeped in scholarly tradition, had long been associated with the Hanlin Academy. Even in their generation, they pursued scholarship without rivalry. Liu Tong and Meng Lao shared a close friendship, allowing their younger kin to grow up together without reservations. Meng Ling felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, casting a discreet glare at her brother. "Enough," she said. Meng Zhao swiftly diverted the conversation, beckoning the innkeeper to bring forth food and drink. "You two needn't just stand there like fools. Come and sit." Liu Qingyi and Meng Ling took their seats, and noticing Liu Qingyi's gaze frequently darting toward her elder brother, Meng Ling couldn't help but smile knowingly. Perhaps it would be wise to inquire about her brother's thoughts before her marriage, to do a few more things for those who cared for her. Liu Qingyi's mind wandered to the dowry displayed in the courtyard before her departure, a faint shadow of melancholy crossing her features as she took a sip of her drink. This wine, brewed from peach blossoms, was fragrant and delightful without inebriating. After just 2 cups, she heard a knock at the door, followed by the entrance of a familiar figure. Upon hearing the voices of Liu and Meng brothers, Tan, who had initially thought he misheard, entered with a smile, bowing respectfully, surprised to find both brothers present. "It is indeed you, Brother Tan," Liu Qingyi returned the bow. "What brings you here today after such a long absence?" Tan Qingqi, with a hint of wistfulness, replied, "I came to clear my mind. Little did I expect to encounter you all." Meng Ling cast a worried glance at Liu Qingyi. Before the emperor's decree of marriage, Tan Qingqi had expressed his interest in Liu Qingyi more than once, but before she could respond, the imperial edict had been issued. Their meeting now seemed far from coincidental. "Qingyi is here," Tan Qingqi remarked, his next words direct. "You have lost much weight since we last met." Liu Qingyi offered a slight bow. Tan Qingqi hailed from a prestigious family in the capital. His ancestors had distanced themselves from the bureaucratic intricacies of court life, and their descendants had not taken up official posts. Nevertheless, their accumulated prestige granted them considerable influence among the populace, rivaling that of the Meng family, though not quite reaching the stature of the Liu family. Noticing her indifferent demeanor, Tan Qingqi furrowed his brows slightly. "May I have a word with you in private?" Although it was improper for a man and woman to converse alone, Liu Qingyi sensed the necessity of clarifying matters to prevent any future misunderstandings that could jeopardize their families. "Lian Xiang is waiting for you by the carriage." Liu Qingyi discerned her sister's thoughts and quietly advised, "Qingyi, you are unwell. Go fetch a cloak." Liu Qingyi hesitated but ultimately agreed. Tan Qingqi anxiously followed her, and upon reaching the carriage, before Lian Xiang could drape the cloak over her, he could no longer contain himself. "Qingyi, is it true about the arranged marriage? You truly intend to wed that scoundrel?" Shout Jinbei. "Master Tan, please be cautious with your words," Liu Qingyi interjected coldly, raising her gaze to meet his. "The emperor's decree is indeed real. I am to marry, and I ask you to refrain from addressing me by my given name." Tan Qingqi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her resolute stance. His voice rose in protest. "That cannot be. We share mutual affection. How can you marry another?" Liu Qingyi had never professed any romantic feelings for Tan Qingqi. She was taken aback by his persistence, her delicate brows gently furrowing. "I implore you to consider our reputations and cease such declarations. How could you not love me?" Tan Qingqi, now agitated, stepped forward and grasped her shoulders. "Do you not recall your childhood promise to marry a man like me? You even said that when you grew up, you would have me come to propose." Liu Qingyi was taken aback by the sight of his bloodshot eyes, instinctively stumbling back a step. In her memory, Tan Qingqi was a graceful gentleman, cultured and composed. Liu Qingyi had believed that upon explaining the circumstances, he would cease his entanglement. To her astonishment, he seemed to have transformed entirely. "You have mentioned that was in childhood. At merely 7 or 8 years of age. How could you understand, Qingyi?" Tan Qingqi said, his patience wearing thin, his fingers tightening slightly. "Are you refraining from resisting simply because he is the heir of the Huai'an Prince? Fear not. Just tell me, and I shall take you away." Liu Qingyi winced in pain, stifling a sound. Tan Qingqi's current demeanor was far too terrifying for any conversation. She needed to call her brother. Raising her gaze, she opened her mouth to shout, but before she could utter brother, she saw Tan Qingqi abruptly raise his hand. Was he about to strike? Alarmed, she attempted to evade, only to realize that his grip on her shoulder was like a shackle, utterly unyielding. "Miss!" Xiang's startled exclamation reached her ears, and Liu Qingyi understood there was no time to waste, instinctively closing her eyes. A sharp sound echoed, yet the anticipated pain did not follow. Instead, she caught a whiff of a delicate sandalwood fragrance and slowly opened her eyes. A shadow loomed over her from behind. Xiao Jinbei, pursuing the white jade fan, effortlessly blocked Tan Qingqi's hand. With the other arm, he encircled Liu Qingyi's waist, adopting a possessive stance that imprisoned her in his embrace, a languid smile gracing his lips. Tan Qingqi, you need not show courtesy to a mere commoner when you are a young master who does not even have to observe etiquette before the emperor. Have the Tan family not taught you that when a woman expresses her unwillingness, she should not be compelled? Chapter 4. Clearly aiming to usurp your affection, everyone froze in place. The man who had accompanied Xiao Jinbei shook his head, clearly reveling in the chaos. Even Liu Qingyi and the others upstairs sensed something amiss and hurried downstairs. Who are you? Tan Qingqi, evidently unfamiliar with Xiao Jinbei, glared at him, his eyes filled with rage. Release her. Liu Qingyi was jolted back to reality by his thunderous shout and quickly struggled. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, releasing the fragrant and soft Liu Qingyi from his grasp without insistence. Qingyi, Liu Qingyi and the others had arrived, and upon noticing the presence of two unfamiliar men, they grew cautious, clasping their hands in inquiry. May I ask who you are? I am Wei Changfeng. The man observing the commotion replied slowly, a smile gracing his lips. You should be aware of that, gentleman. Liu Qingyi's face drained of color in an instant. Wei Changfeng, the son of General Wei, known for his achievements during the Pingxi South Rebellion, had been appointed as a major general. In the capital, his only close friend was none other than the Huai'an Prince's heir, Xiao Jinbei, her future husband. To her shock, he had appeared here, meaning that Tan Qingqi's earlier words had undoubtedly reached his ears. What did this imply? Entangled with another man before marriage, what could this be deemed? Defiance against the edict or disloyalty? Liu Qingyi felt her legs weaken, her heart filled with turmoil and unease. Xiao Jinbei's gaze remained fixed upon her. As soon as her name was called, Liu Qingyi trembled like a pear blossom battered by a storm, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Was he truly that fearsome? Just moments ago, she had been rather assertive with Tan Qingqi. Your Highness, General. Liu Qingyi and Meng Zhao exchanged glances and hastily paid their respects. Even Tan Qingqi bowed his head and knelt in the presence of Wei Changfeng's bemused gaze. The only one remaining standing was Liu Qingyi, still lost in her own thoughts. Miss, Xiang quickly tugged at her. Liu Qingyi was startled, glancing swiftly at Xiao Jinbei. As she bent her knee to kneel, her elbow was caught by someone. No need, Xiao Jinbei drawled lazily, everyone rise. The others complied, standing upright. Xiao Jinbei, uninterested in them, found Liu Qingyi's frightened demeanor both pitiable and endearing. Yet his inherent mischievousness compelled him to seek further amusement. He extended his hand toward a nearby maid. Bring it here. Xiang was taken aback, but, quick-witted as she was, followed the direction of the young lord's gaze and promptly handed him the cloak that Liu Qingyi had not had the chance to don. Xiao Jinbei shook out the cloak and draped it over Liu Qingyi, thoughtfully fastening the collar for her. Then, with a rich and playful tone, he called out, Qingyi? Liu Qingyi instinctively raised her eyes, uncertain if she had truly discerned his features. Realizing her mistake, she hurriedly lowered her lashes. Satisfaction washed over him as he observed the beauty's shyness, a delicate blush rising from her neck to her ears like the first bloom of a begonia. She was breathtaking. Xiao Jinbei smiled, ceasing his teasing, and turned away. Changfeng, let us go. He disregarded the others, merely nodding to Wei Changfeng before striding ahead with long, purposeful steps. Wei Changfeng raised an eyebrow, neither approving nor disapproving, and exchanged fist bumps with Liu Qingyi and the others before falling in step beside him. There were no explanations offered, nor inquiries made. Their arrival had been casual, and their departure was equally so, truly carefree and unrestrained. Liu Qingyi sighed in relief, only then realizing that her body was drenched in cold sweat, the wind bringing an unsettling chill. After such an uproar, it was clear that the flowers would go unawarded. Liu Qingyi noticed Tan Qingqi's unsettled expression and subtly warned him against further entanglements, before escorting Liu Qingyi back to the residence. Wei Chafeng, riding alongside Xiao Jinbei, turned to watch their palanquin depart, whistling softly. What does this mean? He clapped Xiao Jinbei on the shoulder, winking. You're just going to let that Tan fellow go? Xiao Jinbei scoffed lightly. Why should I concern myself with a coward? I saw how bold he was in his words, clearly intending to encroach upon your territory. Can you tolerate that? For a mere woman, would I stoop so low? He appeared indifferent, believing that if they truly shared feelings, they would find a way to part before marriage, conveniently sparing him the trouble. Wei Changfeng shook his head. I don't mind Tan Qingqi, but your little beauty does not seem to share that sentiment. If this marriage were to be avoided, the Liu family would find themselves in dire straits. Xiao Jinbei paid him no heed, raising an eyebrow as he flicked some coins from his sleeve to a flower vendor. Bring me that pot of begonia. The vendor, upon weighing the silver, beamed with delight and promptly handed it to the noble young man on horseback. Xiao Jinbei accepted the delicate flower, gently brushing his fingertips against it. And a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes, reminiscent of Wei Changfeng's words, though it also felt like a soliloquy. You are granted but one chance. Should you not flee, there shall be no avenue for escape thereafter. Wei Changfeng shuddered at his demeanor, instinctively stepping back with both horse and self. Liu Qingyi remained puzzled by Xiao Jinbei's thoughts. Since that day, she had not dared to venture outside. Tan Qingqi, however, devised various means to approach her, all thwarted by Liu Qingyi, who kept him at bay. Eventually, he resorted to some unknown tactic that convinced his half-sister Liu Xiang to deliver messages on his behalf. Liu Qingyi was taken aback that despite her resolute words, Tan Qingqi persisted relentlessly, causing her much vexation. Consequently, she confided in her brother Liu Qingyi, urging him to be vigilant and obstruct Tan Qingqi's advances, which granted her a few days of peace. The day of great joy drew ever closer, and months passed, leading to the wedding day. Liu Qingyi rose early, resembling a porcelain doll subject to the whims of others, donning her bridal attire and having her face adorned. Her mother, weeping at her side, was comforted momentarily before being coaxed by the matchmaker, who placed a red veil over her head and assisted her into the sedan chair. With a tone imbued with festive cheer, the matchmaker announced the occasion, and Liu Qingyi felt the sway of the chair, realizing she was truly to be wed. She was to depart from the place that had nurtured her, where others would no longer refer to her as Miss Liu, but as the young lady of the House of Xiao. She would take on her husband's surname, becoming Madame Xiao, and in times of distress, there would be no one to confide in. The course of her life would henceforth rest solely upon her own shoulders, devoid of reliance on anyone else. Tears welled in her eyes as she closed them briefly. The bridal sedan made no retreat, and a long procession encircled before the Huai'an Wangfu. Clad in wedding garb, Xiao Jinbei, with an unparalleled demeanor, dismounted and approached the sedan, lifting the curtain. Liu Qingyi beheld a hand. Months prior, this hand had shielded her from Tan Qingqi, and now it reappeared to assist her from the sedan. She hesitated momentarily before placing her hand within his palm. The touch was cool and smooth, akin to exquisite jade. A deeper smile graced Xiao Jinbei's lips as he guided her forth, step by step, into the royal residence. Liu Qingyi kept her gaze lowered, only able to see the dark, cloud-like boots of her companion, who seemed to deliberately slow his pace, awaiting her to catch up. Emperor Longan sat in his position of authority, nodding approvingly as Xiao Jinbei ushered her inside. Bow to heaven and earth, intoned the officiant upon receiving the emperor's signal, the elongated voice echoing. Liu Qingyi, recalling her mother's teachings, bowed slowly. Bow to the ancestral hall, followed by bow to each other as husband and wife. The ceremonial rites concluded. Chapter 5. Once married, there is no turning back. Guided by the matchmaker, Liu Qingyi released the crimson silk in her grasp. On her wedding day, the bride need not speak. After 3 bows, she could return to the bridal chamber and await her husband. Assisted by the matchmaker, Liu Qingyi was led back to the chamber, exhaling softly. He Xiang, a maidservant accompanying her dowry, had been waiting inside to attend to her, once the others departed. She quietly leaned closer to Liu Qingyi's ear. Madam, just now, A messenger from the young master conveyed that he would not return for some time. Fearing you might go hungry, he has prepared some pastries for you to try. Liu Qingyi gently shook her head. She indeed felt hunger gnawing at her. Having consumed nothing since morning, yet today was unlike any other. Within the walls of the Huai'an Prince's residence, she dared not indulge freely. Liu Qingyi had made up her mind. The imperial decree had been issued, sealing her fate. She did not seek her husband's affection or harmonious companionship. Her sole desire was to fulfill her duties, ensuring that the Liu family would not face calamity. This was the only contribution she could make as the legitimate daughter of the Liu family. Heir understood her temperament and refrained from further persuasion, quietly taking her place beside her. After several rounds of wine, as cups were exchanged and the night deepened, Xiao Jinbei was finally released, returning to the bridal chamber reeking of alcohol. Upon hearing footsteps, Liu Qingyi's heart leaped as she saw the black boots come to a halt before her. Her heart raced like a drum, nearly leaping from her chest. She could not fathom why she felt such anxiety. "Congratulations, young master," the matchmaker chimed as she entered, observing that the bride had not changed her posture even once. In her heart, she praised Liu Qingyi's composure, smiling broadly. "Let us enter the bridal chamber and behold the newlyweds, a pair of mandarin ducks, praised by all. May they bear a noble son adorned in black gauze. Young master, it is time to lift the veil." Xiao Jinbei lazily curved his lips into a smile, accepting the scale from the matchmaker's hands as he said, "A reward." The matchmaker quickly expressed her gratitude. The scale, inlaid with jade and gold, reached beneath the veil, and following his movement, Liu Qingyi slowly raised her gaze, locking eyes with Xiao Jinbei. On that fateful day, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of his brilliance, yet in this festive attire, he appeared several times more imposing. Under the dim light of the flickering red candles, Xiao Jinbei's dark hair was bound by a jade crown. His cold brows and deep-set eyes were strikingly profound. He was undeniably handsome, yet the narrowed gaze added an air of roguish charm. Liu Qingyi felt as though the warmth in his dark eyes had scorched her. Her lashes fluttered like a butterfly before suddenly drooping. "Everyone, leave," Xiao Jinbei commanded, tossing a silver ingot into the matchmaker's embrace with a smile. The formalities had yet to conclude, but the perceptive matchmaker, upon receiving the silver, immediately signaled to the surrounding maidens. Heir, still somewhat apprehensive, saw the matchmaker shake her head at her and promptly sealed her lips, retreating quietly. Only the two of them remained in the bridal chamber, the flickering candlelight magnifying every crackle of the flame, the sounds echoing in the stillness. Liu Qingyi raised her head to glance at him once more. The matchmaker had instructed her on all that was necessary before the sedan chair, yet it was clear that the process was not yet complete. Why had he dismissed everyone? "Have you been crying?" Xiao Jinbei lifted her chin, his calloused thumb pressing at the corner of her eye. Liu Qingyi squinted at his touch and softly replied, "To the young master, before leaving the residence, I could not bear to part with my mother, so..." Xiao Jinbei smirked. "Is that all?" Liu Qingyi nodded. She felt uncertain of Xiao Jinbei's intentions, his heated gaze making her hesitant to meet his eyes, believing that silence would lead to fewer mistakes. Could he be inebriated? Liu Qingyi mused aimlessly, casting a glance at the wine jug on the table, and felt compelled to remind him gently, "Young master." The nuptial wine Xiao Jinbei followed her line of sight. This morning, he had someone prepare some snacks to be placed in the room. It seems that Liu Qingyi had not touched a single bite. "Aren't you hungry?" he inquired. Liu Qingyi shook her head. In truth, she could smell the sweet aroma of the pastries on the table and felt quite famished. "If you're not hungry, then let us proceed to the bridal chamber." Xiao Jinbei suddenly tugged at her wrist, catching her off guard. Before she could react, she found herself pulled into his embrace, his arms encircling her waist, the warm breath against her neck threatening to scorch her skin and sending shivers throughout her body. Unable to resist, Liu Qingyi placed her hand against him. "Your Highness." Xiao Jinbei planted a gentle kiss on her neck, his voice laced with a barely discernible amusement. "What is it?" Liu Qingyi shrank back slightly, her face reddening as though she had just been pulled from boiling water. "Qingyi is a bit hungry," she murmured, her voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. Yet, Xiao Jinbei seemed to find delight in her shyness, bursting into laughter. If you're hungry, just say so. Why do you always fear me? Have I ever bullied you? Liu Qingyi dared not respond, her lips trembling slightly. Fortunately, Xiao Jinbei was not insistent on an answer. He released her and sat down casually in a chair. Tasting a piece of pastry. My mother says that girls from Jingwo love this. Sit down and try it. Should you take off your crown? Isn't your neck tired? Liu Qingyi realized that the atmosphere had shifted, and even she, though not particularly astute, understood that Xiao Jinbei had merely been teasing her. The flush on her cheeks faded somewhat as she summoned her courage to glance at him and truly removed her crown, sitting beside him to enjoy the pastries. It became evident to her that this young lord possessed a rather mischievous disposition. If he derived amusement from teasing others, the best course of action was to ignore him. Eventually, he would lose interest. Xiao Jinbei observed her taking small bites, raising his eyebrows in exaggerated surprise. He had anticipated her to stand awkwardly for a while before uttering a few socially awkward phrases, but to his surprise, she reacted swiftly like a little rabbit. A sly smile crept across his lips as he leisurely sipped his tea. Once she had eaten enough, he suddenly spoke, Qingyi. Cough. Liu Qingyi was caught off guard and choked slightly. Xiao Jinbei leisurely patted her back. Didn't I ask your maid to tell you to take a few bites first? You insisted on ignoring it. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Your Highness. Liu Qingyi shot him a look of exasperation, setting down her snack. It was not advisable to eat too much at night. Once he saw that she had finished, Xiao Jinbei poured a cup of wine and handed it to her here. For the wedding toast. Liu Qingyi hesitated, holding the cup with both hands, feeling somewhat lost. She had thought he was not going to drink. Xiao Jinbei reached out, pulling her arm gently and guiding her to drink the spicy liquor. A faint flush crept across Liu Qingyi's face. Once you marry me, there's no turning back. Xiao Jinbei's gaze darkened as he caressed her porcelain-like earlobe. From now on, you are mine, do you understand? Yes, then how should I address you? Liu Qingyi paused for a moment, calling out affectionately, husband. Xiao Jinbei's heart stirred as he lowered his head to seal her lips with his own. Chapter 6. As if engaging in infidelity, the grand sedan chair had carried his bride into the hall, and Xiao Jinbei was not a rigid gentleman bound by tradition. He wasted not a moment on this once-in-a-lifetime wedding night, with the joyous candles burning all night long. It was only when the sky began to lighten that the muffled sounds of Liu Qingyi's suppressed moans and Xiao Jinbei's deep, coaxing voice gradually subsided into silence. Liu Qingyi felt as though she had just closed her eyes when a fragrant knock echoed from outside the door. Young master, young mistress. It is already the hour of the tiger. On the first day after the bride's entrance, it was customary to rise early to serve tea to her in-laws. With a muffled groan, Liu Qingyi struggled to open her eyes. Please, let me go, she murmured. Xiao Jinbei, unperturbed, wrapped his long arm around her, his large hand gently squeezing her delicate skin. His still drowsy voice, husky with languor and satisfaction, replied lazily, Do not fuss. It is still early. Liu Qingyi glanced at the sky, troubled. It is already the hour of the tiger. We must serve tea. What tea should we serve at this hour? Xiao Jinbei bit her collarbone, expressing his discontent. Who was it yesterday that kept claiming to be tired and asking for my tenderness? Had you mentioned you possessed such vigor, you might have first attended to your husband. Having been an innocent maiden until yesterday, Liu Qingyi had only vaguely grasped the matters of intimacy from the matchmaker's words. Xiao Jinbei's earlier teasing was already beyond her comprehension, and as the sun rose higher, her patience wore thin. She raised her hand to cover his mouth, exclaiming, Please, do not be like this. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, noticing her flushed earlobes, a picture of delicate beauty that ignited a spark of mischief in his narrow eyes. Qingyi, you are truly easy to embarrass. Come now, if you do not wish to be disturbed, can you rise on your own? Enduring the aches throughout her body, Liu Qingyi nodded and began to dress. According to tradition, Xiao Jinbei was required to pay his respects that morning. He yawned, stretching his long arms, ready to reach for his clothes, only to find Liu Qingyi returning to take them from his hands, standing at the bedside. Xiao Jinbei rose without hesitation, unconcerned. As he flexed his well-defined upper body, allowing Liu Qingyi to fuss over him, indulging in the joys of having a wife. Liu Qingyi remembered the lessons she had learned before marriage, attending to him with great care, and had the maid Heixiang help her style a simple hairdo before promptly heading to the main hall. Prince Huai'an and the princess were engaged in casual conversation when Liu Qingyi entered. Upon hearing her approach, both elders turned to regard her. Their expressions were kind. Yet Prince Huai'an, Xiao Wenbin, had once been embroiled in a fierce struggle for power, while Princess Zhao Bidong was the only daughter of a former duke, causing Liu Qingyi to feel an unspoken pressure. She accepted the teacup from a nearby maid and half-kneeled before them, gracefully addressing them. "Father, mother, please enjoy this tea." As the daughter of a noble family, Liu Qingyi seldom made public appearances. Princess Zhao Bidong had heard of her beauty, and upon seeing her in person, with her peach blossom-like complexion and radiant eyes, she could not help but be astonished. Glancing at her languid son beside her, she finally understood why this rascal had behaved so well on their wedding day. The old prince said little, taking the teacup and drinking it in one gulp. The princess was exceedingly pleased with Liu Qingyi, a gentle smile gracing her face as she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist. "Qingyi, take this," she said. Liu Qingyi accepted the bracelet, feeling its warmth akin to water, evidently a treasure of considerable worth. "Mother, consider this my gift to you for our first meeting. It has been passed down through generations of the Xiao family for brides. Please do not decline it. A bay has been indulged by us, and there are many matters for which I hope you will take responsibility." Liu Qingyi instinctively glanced at Xiao Jinbei. "Just accept it. There's no need to be nervous." Xiao Jinbei said with a teasing smile, "There is no need to be formal at home. My parents are not rigid people. If I'm not around, feel free to come to me with anything." Liu Qingyi nodded obediently and expressed her gratitude to Zhao Bidong. The princess glanced between her son and Liu Qingyi, unable to suppress a smile. "You have settled down, so act with a bit more decorum," the Prince of Huai'an admonished, observing Xiao Jinbei's lazy demeanor. "Remember to enter the palace later to express your gratitude." Xiao Jinbei responded nonchalantly, joining them for breakfast before finally taking Liu Qingyi out. The carriage was spacious, and Liu Qingyi instinctively sat upright, her gaze lowered. As long as Xiao Jinbei remained silent, she resolutely refrained from speaking, resembling a poised and elegant statue. Xiao Jinbei, lost in his thoughts, did not utter a word until they were nearing the palace. When he turned to ask, "Are you all right?" Liu Qingyi was taken aback but nodded. "My mother is very gentle. There is no need to be anxious while speaking with her," Xiao Jinbei reassured her with a smile. "The emperor is not a harsh man, so relax." Upon hearing his voice, Liu Qingyi felt a pang of discomfort and instinctively shifted her waist. Xiao Jinbei tightened his grip on her wrist, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace, his long legs jostling her slightly. "What's wrong? Does it still hurt?" "Your Highness," Liu Qingyi exclaimed in a hushed tone, "we are in the carriage, and soon we will enter the palace. If someone sees us like this, who would dare to look into my carriage?" Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly. "Besides, did we not wed yesterday? Why do you act as if we are engaging in secret affairs?" "Secret affairs?" Liu Qingyi's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she could only muster the courage to explain, "Qingyi has not. Of course, I know you have not been unfaithful," Xiao Jinbei said dismissively, pinching her waist lightly. "I merely meant to say that your startled demeanor might lead others to think I have brought another woman into the palace." He was clearly misinterpreting her words on purpose. Liu Qingyi's face shifted from red to pale and back again as she softly protested, "If you do not let go, it would be better to truly bring another woman than to let Qingyi embarrass herself in front of the court and tarnish the reputations of the Xiao and Liu families." Xiao Jinbei paused, seemingly lost in thought. The smile at the corner of his lips faded slightly as he pressed his palm against Liu Qingyi's waist with gentle force, kneading it softly. "Stay still and do not move." Liu Qingyi sensed that the atmosphere had shifted and quickly glanced at him before lowering her gaze. The warmth of his palm enveloped her waist, his touch neither too firm nor too gentle, easing the lingering soreness from the morning. Liu Qingyi's long eyelashes fluttered, and she instinctively bit her lower lip, leaving a faint white mark upon her delicate pink petals. Beneath her, The man's legs felt like hot iron, rendering her unable to find a comfortable position. Even in her childhood, she had never been held this way, and now, confined within a carriage. His behavior seemed entirely too audacious. What was she to do? Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she had yet to devise a plan when the coachman suddenly halted the vehicle. "Young master," the coachman rapped twice on the carriage. "The Princess Linglong is outside and wishes to see you." Chapter 7. Do not blame me for my impudence. Liu Qingyi's back stiffened at once. Princess Linglong, the legitimate daughter-born of the empress, was immensely favored by both the emperor and empress, bestowed with a princess's residence in her teens. She had remained within the palace due to her parents' reluctance to part with her. Out there, the position she occupied with Xiao Jinbei was precarious. Liu Qingyi's face paled with urgency as she hastily attempted to rise, but Xiao Jinbei suddenly tightened his embrace, forcing her back down. "Where do you think you're going? The princess is outside. You must release me." "And what of that?" Xiao Jinbei raised an impatient brow. "Did I grant you permission to rise?" Liu Qingyi fell silent, her gaze dropping as she refrained from answering. As a woman destined to marry and follow her husband, she dared not defy him. Moreover, Xiao Jinbei was no ordinary man. Should he inherit the throne, a mere word from him could easily banish the Liu family from the court. She had no room to assert her opinions on such matters. Observing her exposed neck, marred with traces of his earlier affection, Xiao Jinbei's gaze softened as he realized his words had been too brusque. With a soft click of his tongue, he released her. Liu Qingyi said nothing further, quickly adjusting her skirt and sitting upright across from him. "Brother, obey." The sound of galloping hooves drew near, and a cheerful young girl's voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Why didn't you inform Linglong that you were entering the palace? Linglong has come to fetch you. I am here to pay my respects to the emperor." "Why would you come for me?" Xiao Jinbei lifted the curtain, and the bright, smiling girl outside, instead of improving his mood, only heightened his impatience. "Riding in the palace grounds? If the emperor learns of this, you shall be punished." "My father would never punish me." Linglong pouted playfully, fully aware of her charm. "You know how I feel, yet you act this way. I shall no longer pay you any heed." Her words bore a clear implication. Liu Qingyi, catching on, subtly raised her eyes to glance outside. She had seen Princess Linglong from afar at the 100 Flowers banquet, where the princess was adorned in resplendent attire, her delicate face surrounded by admirers, leaving a profound impression on all present. Liu Qingyi recalled how the princess had appeared indifferent to the flattery of numerous young men, only to find herself taken with Xiao Jinbei. Moreover, if the emperor was aware of the princess's affections, why then had she been granted a marriage proposal? Those who wished to wed were denied, while those who did not were coerced into it. Truly, the affairs of the imperial family were devoid of reason. "Do not speak nonsense," Xiao Jinbei replied, a careless smile adorning his lips. "It is time for me to leave. Later it matters not." Linglong, with a playful demeanor, clung to the carriage window and exclaimed, "It has been quite a while since I last saw Brother Bei. You haven't visited the military camp these days." Xiao Jinbei withdrew his gaze and remarked curtly, "Step aside, do not be a hindrance." Linglong's brows knitted together in trepidation. She dared not speak further to Xiao Jinbei. Casting a fleeting glance at Liu Qingyi, whose expression remained imperiously aloof, Liu Qingyi inclined her head slightly, acknowledging the greeting. As the carriage and the princess's steed passed each other, Linglong's previously bright smile gradually faded as she turned back to glance, tightening her grip on the reins. Typically, the emperor would receive his ministers in the Qingyi palace, yet the two of them, coming to express their gratitude, were spared the formalities. They were led directly to the Yonghua Palace, where the empress resided. "Enough, you may rise," Emperor Longan said, sipping his tea as he appraised the two young ones before him, nodding in approval. "I knew you two were well suited to Bei. This Liu Qing is a precious gem. You must not mistreat her." "Your Majesty, you flatter me," Xiao Jinbei replied with a smile. "Do you not know me at all?" "It is precisely because I know you that I say this," the empress interjected with a smile. "Your name is Qingyi, is it not? Newlywed. You must be feeling rather bored. You and Linglong are of similar ages. Do come to the palace more often for companionship." Liu Qingyi performed a graceful curtsy. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Every movement she made appeared sculpted by master hand, starkly contrasting with Xiao Jinbei beside her. The emperor found this amusing, and, while the empress conversed with Liu Qingyi, he winked at Xiao Jinbei. "How is it? Do you find my choice satisfactory?" Xiao Jinbei cast a glance at Liu Qingyi, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. The emperor, having watched him grow, understood the unspoken communication and patted him on the back, bestowing them with a plethora of gifts to take back. Just as they expressed their gratitude, a eunuch announced from outside that the crown prince had arrived. "Father, mother." A young man clad in a dragon robe entered, his voice ringing with laughter. "I heard Abe was coming to the palace today, so I made a special trip to present a congratulatory gift. I'm fortunate to have caught you. This must be Qingyi." The crown prince Li Ji, youthful and beaming, appeared exceedingly approachable. Liu Qingyi greeted him with decorum, straightening up just as Xiao Jinbei chuckled lightly. "You need not have gone to such trouble, your highness. It makes me seem rather uncouth in receiving gifts. Abe is always so courteous. Between brothers, it is all the same." The crown prince laughed heartily. "However, those who are married are indeed different. I have heard that since you became engaged, you have refrained from those gambling dens and wine houses. This is wise. One must settle down to uphold the Xiao family in the future." Xiao Jinbei merely raised an eyebrow, indifferent. Liu Qingyi remained unresponsive. The two seemed oblivious to the subtle probing of Li Ji's words, which fell flat without stirring even a ripple of reaction, resulting in a dry laugh from the crown prince. "The hour grows late. I shall take my leave." Xiao Jinbei bowed to the emperor and empress. "Your Majesty, I shall return another day to express my gratitude." Emperor Longan waved his hand dismissively. From the moment Liu Qingyi entered, her brow was furrowed, and she spoke not a word beyond the necessary formalities, epitomizing the Liu family's cautious demeanor. Even within the confines of her chamber, the young lady demonstrated her understanding of propriety. Upon hearing Xiao Jinbei express his intent to depart, she followed him closely, not daring to cast a glance elsewhere. Li Ji narrowed his eyes. When the imperial edict was issued, he anticipated a rift between the Xiao and Liu families. He rushed over, only to find Xiao Jinbei exhibiting a surprising composure, accompanied by his newlywed wife, whose adherence to decorum seemed unworthy of Zhao's reputation. It would not be easy to penetrate the defenses of the womenfolk. Xiao Jinbei was indeed a formidable opponent. The news of the crown prince of Huai'an entering the palace spread like wildfire, and along the way, countless well-wishers approached them. Although Xiao Jinbei graciously accepted their congratulations, Liu Qingyi keenly sensed his deliberate aloofness. He only revealed a semblance of genuine warmth when addressing Princess Linglong and the emperor, while everyone else was met with indifference. Reflecting on his demeanor towards her, she pondered how much of it was authentic and how much was pretense. Yet, she dismissed the thought. It mattered little. Liu Qingyi cast her gaze downward as Xiao Jinbei suddenly halted in his tracks. "If you have inquiries, do not hesitate to ask," he said, turning to her. "Qingyi, you have been watching me intently. Should you continue, do not blame me for being abrupt." Liu Qingyi had not anticipated his sudden turn and nearly collided with him. Hastily retreating a step, she had no questions to pose. Instead, she quickly assessed Xiao Jinbei's expression and softly replied, "It is merely my first visit to the palace. It is natural to feel nervous. I hope I did not amuse the young master. Truly no questions?" Xiao Jinbei leaned closer, his gaze penetrating. "You don't harbor any misunderstandings regarding Princess Linglong's words?" Feigning ignorance, Liu Qingyi looked at him with feigned confusion. She intended to play the fool, and he was disinclined to expose her pretense. With a slight smirk, he ascended into the carriage. The carriage had arrived empty, but returned laden with gifts. Liu Qingyi found little space to sit, and, after a moment's hesitation, she chose to sit beside Xiao Jinbei. This time, he did not provoke her. Liu Qingyi felt anxious throughout the journey, and only after they returned to the residence did Xiao Jinbei speak. "The gifts bestowed by the emperor are primarily gold and jewels. You may keep them. I shall be away for a few days. There are no constraints within the residence, so feel free to do as you wish. Should you lack anything, inform Wang Bo." Liu Qingyi responded affirmatively, but hesitated before asking, "Young master, When will you return? Xiao Jinbei, one foot already outside the door, paused at her question. What is it? She shook her head. It is nothing. I have spoken too much. The array of gifts still cluttered the room, leaving her standing alone amidst them, evoking a sense of sympathy. Xiao Jinbei retracted his foot and gently pinched her earlobe. I shall visit the military camp. I have been restless after a few days without going. If you find yourself bored, you may take some silver from the storeroom to enjoy an outing with the Meng family's daughter, but one condition. You must not meet that gentleman named Tan. Liu Qingyi hurriedly clarified, You misunderstand. I have no connection with Master Tan. Xiao Jinbei chuckled. He raised an eyebrow, and a familiar teasing glimmer danced in his eyes. Liu Qingyi, aware that she had fallen into his trap, could only suppress her lips in frustration. All right, I shall trust you, said Xiao Jinbei, pulling her closer and affectionately caressing her delicate neck like a cat. Since Qingyi has spoken, I shall only be away for a day, returning early the day after tomorrow. It will not hinder my escorting you back home, will it? Liu Qingyi gently nodded in his embrace. Returning home is indeed a significant event for a woman after marriage. Although she held no extravagant hopes regarding Xiao Jinbei, she still wished he could accompany her on that day to avoid any gossip. Do remember to add an extra garment for the night, Liu Qingyi softly advised. The winds are strong at this time of year. Take care not to catch a chill. Xiao Jinbei tightened his embrace slightly, suddenly reluctant to leave. Although he had accepted the imperial decree out of necessity, Liu Qingyi's beauty was truly exceptional. From the first sight at Qingfeng Pavilion, he had harbored some thoughts. It was unexpected that someone who resembled a flower on a high mountain would possess such a gentle nature. There was not a single aspect that did not appeal to him. As he squeezed her soft waist, Xiao Jinbei realized that if this continued, he would lack the self-restraint to resist, and with a hint of regret, he released her. Be good. If anyone bullies you, send someone to call for me. Your husband shall take care of it. Liu Qingyi's ears flushed slightly. What are you saying? I am in the Wang residence. How could anyone bully me? You should go now. There's still things to be tidied up here. Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly and departed as instructed. The moment he left, the room fell into silence. Liu Qingyi rubbed her reddened neck and sighed as she sat down. I'm truly exhausted. From yesterday until now, there had scarcely been a moment of respite. One must be cautious within the palace. The crown prince had clearly spoken with hidden intent today, and Xiao Jinbei was not as easy to deal with as she had imagined. Although he was said to be a frivolous wastrel, she could not discern where that overwhelming aura of authority stemmed from. Miss Hexiang entered with a teapot, noticing her mistress's distant demeanor, and cautiously inquired, Are you all right? Liu Qingyi paused, revealing a faint smile. I'm fine, just tired and lost in thought. Hexiang's expression remained laden with concern. I overheard just now. It seems the young master may not return tonight. This is only the second day of your marriage. Let him not return then, Liu Qingyi replied with a smile. If I were to force the issue, he would surely become irritated. Hexiang, though I am the young master's wife, I must remember to be cautious with my words and actions in this residence. Our future happiness or hardship depends entirely on our own mindset. Do you understand? Hexiang felt a pang in her heart, sniffling slightly. I understand, but I cannot help but feel aggrieved on your behalf. What is there to feel aggrieved about? Liu Qingyi laughed gently, patting her head. Look, the young master's residence has not a single concubine. At the very least, I need not worry about accommodating them. That is rather fortunate, is it not? Noble men, even without taking concubines, usually keep 1 or 2 bed warmers. Yet Xiao Jinbei's home was entirely devoid of such distractions. Indeed, quite serene. Hexiang considered this and found it reasonable, her spirits lifting once more as she arranged the meal and served Liu Qingyi. Although she sought to comfort Hexiang, Liu Qingyi genuinely felt the same way. She was not one to wallow in self-pity, since marriage was an unavoidable fate. She at least hoped to lead a stable life in the Wang residence, spending her days in serene simplicity. Unfortunately, at that time, she was unaware that life often unfolds contrary to one's desires, and the more one yearns for something, the more elusive it becomes. During the rainy season of late spring, just as Liu Qingyi had predicted, upon Xiao Jinbei's arrival at the military camp, dark clouds began to gather ominously. Wei Changfeng was engaged in swordplay with the soldiers when he spotted Xiao Jinbei galloping toward him, and he let out a long whistle. "Isn't this the young master? Newlywed. You've come here?" The soldiers, familiar with one another, felt at ease and gathered to watch the spectacle. With little time for pleasantries, Xiao Jinbei casually flicked his foot, lifting a long spear and pointing it toward Wei Changfeng. "Care for a few rounds?" "I'm game," Wei Changfeng replied, twirling his sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade flashed forward. "Ah, Bei, your mind is elsewhere. You cannot hope to best me." A cold smile crept across Xiao Jinbei's face. The spear moved with fluid grace, and their blades danced in a thrilling exchange. The gloomy weather seemed to part under the brilliance of their duel, drawing an ever-growing crowd that cheered thunderously. It was only when the rain began to pour that Wei Changfeng took a half-step back, calling for a halt. "It's coming down hard," he remarked with a hint of regret. "Let us call it a day. We can continue this match another time." Xiao Jinbei brushed the wet hair from his face and discarded the spear. The spring rain arrived swiftly. In moments, it felt as though a curtain of water had descended. Their friendly sparring had reached a natural conclusion, and with the mist obscuring his vision, he feared that losing focus could be detrimental. Wei Changfeng sheathed his sword and affectionately draped an arm over Xiao Jinbei's shoulder. "What is the matter? Is that little beauty not to your liking?" "Quite the opposite," Xiao Jinbei replied with a sidelong glance. "Her temperament is too gentle. I worry that my presence at home may make her uncomfortable." "Has Ling Long been visiting often?" Chapter 9. Now a family man more than often, Wei Changfeng remarked, patting him on the shoulder with a knowing look. "Since your marriage, you have hardly spent a day apart from her. Today is the first I've heard of you going to the palace. Keep her at a distance," Xiao Jinbei said as he lounged back in chair, pushing his wet hair behind his head. "It's no trivial matter for a princess to be constantly mingling with men. Now you're thinking of keeping her away?" Wei Changfeng tossed aside his armor. "I've told you before, she has feelings for you. Why have you shown no reaction?" "Times have changed," Xiao Jinbei murmured, eyes closed as a smile graced his lips. Recalling something, "I am now a family man." Wei Changfeng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Today, I encountered the crown prince," Xiao Jinbei said quietly, "who specifically went to the empress to offer his congratulations." Wei Changfeng's expression darkened slowly. "He still hasn't given up?" Xiao Jinbei snorted disdainfully. The military power of the Great Zhou was nearly split in half, with the Duke of Huai'an holding a significant portion, while the other half was divided between the Imperial Guard, which protected the capital, and the Wei family, who defended the southwest. Before the crown prince was officially appointed, he often sought to cultivate a relationship with them. Yet neither Xiao Jinbei nor Wei Changfeng had any desire to engage in political affairs, leading to their cool and distant interactions. "Bei," Wei Changfeng lifted the wine jug and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Are you truly planning to continue like this?" Xiao Jinbei raised his gaze slightly. "What of it?" "Nothing." Wei Changfeng took a swig of wine. "I fear you may harbor some dissatisfaction." "What is there to be dissatisfied about?" Xiao Jinbei chuckled nonchalantly, pulling the jug towards himself, in the midst of a vibrant and flourishing life. "How many seek the fortune I have? Being the unwitting heir in the capital, is it not better than being buried in the sands?" Indeed, you are unparalleled." Wei Changfeng smirked, reclining backward. His gaze turned somber, the dim light of the oil lamp in the barracks obscuring its original hue. Should the northern Qi truly invade, and the forces of the Great Zhou fail to repel the wolves, Bei, how would you stand? The smile on Xiao Jinbei's lips faltered. Neither spoke, the flickering light casting elongated shadows, while the wind and rain outside rustled softly. What else could be done? After a brief silence, Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, raising a finger to point at Wei Changfeng, his dark eyes cold as iron. "You guard the southwest, and I shall secure the northern borders. The Xiao family has but death to face." Wei Changfeng's eyes suddenly brightened. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." Xiao Jinbei kicked him playfully. "Get lost, I wish to sleep. There is only one bed. Where shall I sleep?" "I care not where you sleep. Come, squeeze in. By the way, you haven't told me about your lovely little beauty." "Get lost." The barracks lacked the comforts of home. Having lost a charming beauty, Xiao Jinbei slept restlessly, waking the next day to find Wei Changfeng, which only fueled desire. The two engaged in yet another bout before departing for the Wang residence as the hour approached. Liu Qingyi had just tidied herself when she was surprised by his early return. Her eyes brightened for a moment. "Husband." Xiao Jinbei's heart softened at her address, his gaze turning tender. "Did you wait long?" "No, I just got up." Liu Qingyi's cheeks flushed, seemingly embarrassed by her late awakening. "I was quite exhausted recently and lost track of time." Xiao Jinbei gently rubbed her delicate face, satisfied. "You look much more spirited now. It was worth my efforts to sneak away." "Did Wang Bo bring the things I requested?" "Yes, he delivered them yesterday," Liu Qingyi replied, her good nature allowing him to tousle her hair, gratitude evident in her eyes. "Thank you, my lord." Given his status, she could not voice her thoughts upon returning home, surprised that he had arranged gifts in advance. "There's no rush. You can express your thanks tonight." Xiao Jinbei maintained a stoic facade, turning to He Xiong. "Is everything ready?" He Xiong promptly affirmed. "Let us go." Xiao Jinbei clasped Liu Qingyi's hand, assisting her into the carriage. The Liu residence was not far from the Wang residence, and they arrived shortly. Liu Tong awaited at the entrance with his family, seeing Xiao Jinbei disembark first, then personally assisting Liu Qingyi down, feeling a sense of relief within. "Greetings, young master." "No need for formality, my esteemed father-in-law." Xiao Jinbei nodded at Liu Tong, preventing Liu Qingyi from withdrawing her hand. "I have brought Qingyi to visit." Liu Tong quickly nodded, inviting them inside. "It is a rare occasion for the young master to visit personally, so I have prepared some light wine for us to enjoy while we converse." Xiao Jinbei lazily responded, intending to pull Liu Qingyi into the house. But Liu Qingyi subtly moved her fingertips, halting in her tracks. He turned back, raising an eyebrow. All eyes turned toward her, and Liu Qingyi, maintaining her composure, softly explained, "Master, it is improper for you to engage in conversation with my father and brothers while I accompany my mother to the back courtyard to await your return." A flicker of helpless amusement crossed Xiao Jinbei's eyes. Liu Qingyi sensed her husband's disregard for formalities and understood that her actions might irk him. Yet she felt compelled to escort the ladies to the back courtyard first. Her mother evidently had something to say, though she was unaware of the circumstances. The flickering gaze of Lady Liu suggested it was not a matter of good fortune. "Haha," Liu Tong chimed in, "is Qingyi's first time away from home, and surely there is much she wishes to discuss. Young master, what do you think?" Affectionately, he tousled her earlobe, realizing that in the Liu residence, she would feel at ease even without him by her side. "The master will await you outside. There is no need to rush." Liu Qingyi bowed her head in gratitude. Xiao Jinbei was led to the front hall by Liu Tong and Liu Jinyu, while the remaining ladies breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Xiong's eyes brimmed with envy as she walked, glancing back repeatedly until Xiao Jinbei's figure was no longer in sight, at which point she could not help but inquire, "Elder sister, is he truly the young master?" Liu Qingyi furrowed her brow. "What nonsense are you speaking? If he is not the young master, who else could he be?" Yet, the citizens of the capital often speak of the young master as a debauched wastrel. How could he be so remarkably handsome and elegant? Liu Qingyi's tone became stern. "I do not comprehend your intentions, but having married the young master, I am bound to respect and honor him. I shall overlook your words this first time, but if you continue to be indiscreet and others overhear you, do not blame me for not protecting you." Liu Xiong, indignant, was about to retort, but silence. The concubine Shenlong quickly interjected, pulling Liu Xiong back behind her. "Do not blame Qingyi. It is merely Xiong's thoughtlessness. I shall certainly have a proper talk with her later." Liu Qingyi nodded coolly. "Enough standing around." Lady Liu interjected to ease the tension. "Let us enter the house. Qingyi, there is a matter we wish to discuss with you." Chapter 10. Will you not take me to your chamber? Liu Qingyi's expression grew grave. Shen had no intention of leaving, upon hearing the matriarch's words. She turned to Liu Qingyi with a sycophantic smile, pulling Liu Xiong in with her. "Mother, what has happened?" Liu Qingyi inquired softly as she seated herself to her mother's right. "It is as follows," Lady Liu sighed. "In the days since your marriage, the number of visitors coming to congratulate your father has increased. One day, an official from the Central Guard brought his son to visit and happened upon Xiong, expressing interest in seeking her hand in marriage. Liu Qingyi cast a glance at Liu Xiang. The Central Guard official holds a fifth-rank position, which is not beneath Xiang'er. What is your intention, mother? I do not wish to marry. Liu Xiang immediately interjected. The son of the Central Guard official, Zhan Bai, is nothing but a bookish dullard. He is certainly not the husband I desire. Liu Qingyi replied coolly. If you do not wish to marry, knowing that guests are present in our home, why do you make your presence known in the courtyard? You could simply remain in the garden. I merely wished to see. Who could have known he would be so dull? Liu Xiang expressed her dissatisfaction, asserting that her father, once a second-rank official, had facilitated her elder sister's marriage to Heir, so why should she be obliged to wed the son of a fifth-rank official? Madam, you cannot display such favoritism. Liu Foren, who had wed Liu's father when he was merely a scholar, had accompanied him to the capital after his rise to the second rank. Over the years, she had borne the weight of propriety, often yielding in matters regardless of their fairness, fearful of being perceived as partial or harsh towards her concubines. Upon hearing Liu Xiang's words, Liu Qingyi felt a sense of foreboding and was about to reprimand her when she heard her mother sigh deeply, hesitatingly acknowledging, Indeed, Qingyi, I have already broached this matter with your father, urging him to find a way to decline. However, that boy Zhan Bai is quite resolute, lingering outside our door whenever he has a moment. This cannot continue. Since father has already refused, it would be prudent for your elder brother to clarify matters with him. With your brother present, I believe you would not dare to overstep. That is our sentiment as well. Yet despite our repeated attempts, Master Zhan remains steadfast at our doorstep. Given that Xiang'er has yet to be betrothed, this ongoing situation could tarnish her reputation. Shenlan feigned wiping away tears, saying, Qingyi, now that you are wed to the Wang family, whose renown is far-reaching, I trust that Master Zhan would not dare to act recklessly. I was contemplating that if you could take your sister with you to avoid the scrutiny. Absolutely not. Liu Qingyi interjected firmly. I have just entered the Wang household. To bring my unmarried half-sister there within 3 days would invite gossip and scrutiny. It is merely a temporary refuge. Shenlan insisted, clutching her handkerchief. Qingyi, I must implore you. A woman's reputation is paramount. If word of this situation spreads, it will be challenging for Xiang'er to find a suitable match in the future. Furthermore, the madam has already consented to this plan. We cannot go back on our word. What? Liu Qingyi exclaimed in disbelief. Mother, you. Liu Foren, initially untroubled by the situation, now appeared somewhat flustered at her daughter's reaction. The madam, concerned for Xiang'er, carried this sentiment within her heart for a lifetime. Shenlan, feigning a heart-wrenching demeanor, addressed Qingyi. I know you have never favored us, but Xiang'er is your sister, after all, and bears the Liu surname. Even if you do not wish to consider her, you must think of your father. Would you not agree? Liu Qingyi's expression darkened. Her fingers tightly clenched. Her father had always preferred to keep the inner chambers of the household discreet, while her mother had remained within, solely focused on supporting her husband and educating their children. Shenlan, possessing a silver tongue, could easily ensnare her in conversation. A look of pleading emerged in Liu Foren's eyes. Could you not devise a solution? The heir has shown you such affection. A matter so trivial should not be met with refusal. I will ensure someone keeps watch at the door. Once that boy from the Zhan family relinquishes his pursuit, we can bring your sister back. Does this seem agreeable? Observing her mother's submissive demeanor, Liu Qingyi found it impossible to utter a refusal. The Wang household is not like the Liu household. I must first consult with my husband. After a brief pause, she quietly added, Second mother, please take Xiang'er back for now. I have matters to discuss with mother. Observing her expression, Shun realized that she had won this gamble. A triumphant smile crept upon her lips as she took Liu Xiang by the hand and stood up. Very well, you two can converse. I shall take Xiang'er to pack our belongings. Qingyi, you must put in a bit more effort with the young master. After all, you are his fiancée, and he will certainly grant you this small favor. Liu Qingyi remained indifferent, casting a cold gaze upon them. Shenlan, having gained the upper hand, no longer pretended to be coy and departed with Liu Xiang. Liu madam, seeing their cheerful demeanor and her daughter's downcast eyes, felt a growing unease. Had Qingyi's mother erred in her decisions? What do you wish to tell me? Liu Qingyi intended to share her current predicament with her mother. She lifted her teacup, took a sip, and closed her eyes momentarily. The emperor had bestowed a marriage upon her, yet in her heart, she was utterly unwilling. The Zhou family had remained in the eye of the storm for years. Should misfortune befall them in the future, Qingyi would inevitably have to share the fate of the royal household. In other words, if calamity were to strike one day, the Liu family, including her brother, would also be ensnared. Do you comprehend this? Liu madam, unable to grasp such complexities, shook her head in pallid confusion. I understand you adhere to the principles of obedience and propriety, never inquiring into your father's south affairs at court. Liu Qingyi remarked with a hint of resigned amusement. Mother, I'm not trying to frighten you. You know better than I do that a woman's happiness in life hinges on how her husband treats her. Shen harbors ulterior motives. Should she offend the young master, there will be no place for daughters within the royal household. Liu madam was taken aback, instinctively rising to her feet. I have been foolish. Qingyi, I shall refuse them at once. No need. Liu Qingyi gently grasped her hand, her tone softening. What I share with you is not to blame you, but to prepare for future occurrences of this nature. Could you please consult me before making decisions? Of course. Liu madam hurriedly nodded. Rest assured, I will no longer make hasty promises regarding such matters. Liu Qingyi offered a reassuring smile. Mother, does the young master treat you well? Liu madam inquired softly. Though his reputation is not pristine, I must admit, he truly possesses a remarkable presence. Few in the capital can compare. He treats me well. Liu Qingyi replied, patting her mother's hand. You need not worry. Relieved, Liu madam exhaled. Liu Qingyi had intentionally spoken gravely to heighten her mother's awareness. Yet the nature of Zhou Jinbei's treatment, whether it stemmed from mutual respect as spouses or from a playful fondness akin to that of a pet, was something she wished to shield her mother from, lest it amplify her worries. With her mind preoccupied, Liu Qingyi scarcely touched her dinner. Zhou Jinbei, thinking she longed for home, suggested staying overnight at the Liu residence, to which Liu Tong readily agreed, instructing the servants to prepare the finest room. There's no need for trouble. Zhou Jinbei languidly lifted his wine cup, halting Liu Tong. With a teasing smile, he turned to Liu Qingyi. Aren't you going to show me to your room? Chapter 11. Why are you so melancholic today? Liu Qingyi stiffened momentarily. Young master, this is her family, she thought, feeling an acute embarrassment at his words, her hand tightly grasping the handkerchief hidden in her sleeve. Indeed, I have been the one to err. Liu Tong, struck by a sudden realization, dismissed the notion of preparing a guest room, since Qingyi's chamber was already vacant. He suggested that if the young master did not mind, after their meal, Qingyi could show him around the garden. Zhou Jinbei raised an eyebrow, lifting his cup and finishing its contents in one swift motion. Liu Qingyi observed her sister's slightly pale complexion and gently furrowed her brow. The moment Liu Xiang laid eyes on him, she forgot her previous disdain for this dandy, eagerly pouring wine and offering her attentions. Only when Liu Tong frowned did she reluctantly return to her seat, all the while casting shy glances at Zhou Jinbei. Liu Qingyi did not resume her meal. It was only after the banquet concluded that she pressed her lips together and led Zhou Jinbei toward her boudoir. Having departed merely 3 days prior and now returning, she felt a profound sense of change, as if the world had transformed. As she walked, the earlier awkwardness began to dissipate, prompting her to slow her pace. Following her closely, Zhou Jinbei casually surveyed the small courtyard. Unlike his own quarters in the Wangfu, Liu Qingyi's garden was adorned with flowers and greenery, featuring exquisite wicker lounge chairs and a delicate swing suspended from a stone flower stand. The fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air, allowing Zhou Jinbei to vividly imagine Liu Qingyi seated there, smiling charmingly. He raised an eyebrow in contemplation, his gaze returning to her retreating figure. He had presumed that Liu Tong had filled his daughter's mind with scholarly pursuits, molding her into a vision of beauty, yet discovered she possessed a lively spirit. Why had she become so cautious after marrying him? Zhou Jinbei stroked his chin, pondering whether frequent exposure to the military had instilled a sense of intimidation within her. Liu Qingyi halted, indicating they had arrived at their destination. This is it, she said, requesting someone to prepare hot water for her bath. Please have a seat. No rush, Zhou Jinbei replied, pulling her into his embrace. The night is perfect. Let us sit for a while. Liu Qingyi, startled, instinctively pulled away, my lord. He took the lantern from her hand, extinguishing its flame and setting it aside. In the courtyard, the moonlight flowed like water, illuminating everything around them. Xiao Jinbei held her hand within his, playfully toying with it while instructing, "The swing is delightful. When we return, have Wang Bo set one up in the courtyard for you." Liu Qingyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "That was a pastime from my childhood, made by my brother. I seldom play now. Why is that?" Xiao Jinbei inquired, raising an eyebrow as he approached the swing. "It appears to be in perfect condition." "Indeed, but at my age, swinging in the garden would seem rather undignified," Liu Qingyi replied, her lips moving but words failing her, a faint blush tinting her ears. The swing was adequately sized for two, and as Xiao Jinbei enveloped her in his embrace, he pushed off with his long legs, causing the swing to sway gently. Those accustomed to swinging would typically grasp the ropes to avoid being thrown off, yet she found herself securely held by Xiao Jinbei, her arms unable to extend, her feet leaving the ground. She let out a quiet gasp. "Husband!" "Fear not," Xiao Jinbei responded, relishing the moment, resting his chin on her shoulder. "I am here. You shall not fall." Liu Qingyi tightly closed her eyes, instinctively clutching his arm. At the time of their wedding chamber, she dare not look, but now, as their hands clasped, she realized the remarkable firmness of Xiao Jinbei's arm. The warmth radiating from his body, significantly greater than her own, penetrated through her clothing, flushing Liu Qingyi's neck with heat. Xiao Jinbei let out a low chuckle and placed a gentle kiss on the delicate nape of her neck, intertwining his fingers with her two frigid hands, as pure as jade. "Your brother harbors ambitions for an official career," he remarked softly. "We exchange a few words today, and he indeed possesses a fervent desire to serve the nation. When next I meet the emperor, I shall speak a word or two on his behalf, though the outcome ultimately depends on his own merit." Liu Qingyi had never entertained such notions. Her eyes widened in alarm. "Sir, that might not be appropriate. While it would undoubtedly benefit her brother, Liu Qingyi, to gain the emperor's favor for his future career, such matters ought not to be broached by someone from the Wang residence, least of all Xiao Jinbei." "What? You think I am mistaken?" Xiao Jinbei was taken aback by her protest, his foot lightly tapping to halt the swing. "Does he not aspire to the court?" "Indeed, my brother does seek an official path," Liu Qingyi replied softly, "but the Debauched has its own examination system. I have faith that my brother can carve out his own path in the court through his own abilities. We appreciate your kind intentions towards the Liu family, but I would prefer that you do not draw unnecessary attention to the Wang residence over this matter." Her words were polite and tactful, yet Xiao Jinbei understood her meaning well, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that, having only recently taken her into the palace, she would discern the Wang family's circumstances so accurately. Indeed, he had underestimated her. "Then why do you appear so downcast today?" Liu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, unable to follow his train of thought. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Xiao Jinbei's slender fingers brushed against her nose. "Madame Liu brought you back home. What did she say?" Of course, it was regarding Liu Xiang, Liu Qingyi recalled, her heart skipping a beat. So, he believed she was troubled by her brother's matters, hence his remarks. "You barely touched your meal," Xiao Jinbei teased. "Shall I procure a horse from the Wang residence to fetch you some pastries?" His words sounded as if she were playfully pouting at him, causing Liu Qingyi to feel a wave of embarrassment, and she gently shook her head. "Sir," she hesitated, "might I bring my sister back to the Wang residence for a few days?" "Your sister?" Xiao Jinbei pondered briefly. "Which one?" "She was present today," Liu Qingyi reminded him. "She even served you wine." Accustomed to being attended to, Xiao Jinbei had not given much thought to the woman who approached him with flattery, and after a moment's contemplation, he could not recall her appearance. He chose to dismiss it. Why the sudden desire to bring someone back? Liu Qingyi hesitated again, recounting the situation to him in full detail. If Liu Xiang were truly taken away by her, it would equate to leveraging the Wang residence's influence to evade Zhanbai. Thus Xiao Jinbei had the right to be informed of the circumstances. After she finished speaking softly, Xiao Jinbei let out a derisive laugh. Although the Wang residence was modest, he had been raised in the imperial palace, and had encountered far more schemes than Liu Qingyi had. He could easily discern the intentions behind Liu Tong's side concubine. Do you wish to take her? His gaze darkened slightly, revealing a hint of malevolent amusement in a place where Liu Qingyi could not see. Qingyi, he thought, the royal family protects you, clearly to save face for the Zhang family. Since you have spoken, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. However, this courtyard is not to be borrowed without consequence. If you align with my wishes tonight, I shall grant you what you desire. How does that sound? Chapter 12. A distressing situation. Liu Qingyi's previously rosy complexion began to pale gradually. Xiao Jinbei's tone was flippant, even though his words were not overtly crude. She understood his meaning. On the night of their wedding, he had whispered many lascivious words in her ear. Originally, she dismissed it as a manifestation of his vile character. But now, how was she to interpret his current words? What did he take her for? A courtesan who would do anything to achieve her ends? The frail body in her arms began to tremble subtly, and Xiao Jinbei's expression grew colder, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He indeed wished to put her in a difficult position, yet witnessing her current state only served to irritate him further. What was there to feel wronged about? Was it not she who intended to send her sister to him? Women in the palace would spare no effort to secure their status, often marrying off all their female relatives. If she was willing to resort to such lowly tactics, did a mere flirtation from him truly cause her such distress? Sighing, Xiao Jinbei released his grip, his brows knitting together as his inner turmoil rendered his tone impatient. If you wish to feel at home, you may stay at the Liu residence for 2 days. I shall return for you then. Rest now. I am off to the barracks to find Changfeng. With that, he rose and departed, his tall figure elongated by the moonlight, casting a slender silhouette. Liu Qingyi's heart sank, and trembling fingers reached out to grasp him. The cool touch caught his attention, and he paused, slowly turning back. Please don't go, she murmured, her head bowed. Master, do not leave me alone. Xiao Jinbei's pent-up anger dissipated like air escaping a punctured vessel. Yet, he remained silent, standing still as he observed Liu Qingyi muster the rare courage to hold on to him, as if she had something to say. We are husband and wife. These matters are not unwelcome to me. Liu Qingyi slowly raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering like a pool of spring water, reflecting light with a gentle ripple. I implore you, do not speak in such a manner, deliberately putting me in an embarrassing position. Would that be agreeable? Xiao Jinbei's throat bobbed as he swallowed. He himself could not comprehend why her vulnerability stirred something within him. Rather than restraining himself, he felt an urge to escalate the situation. How is this embarrassing? He lowered his head, his dark gaze locking onto hers, fingers tilting her chin to prevent her from shying away. He asked in a low voice, do you think you could bring a sister to me, and I would feel no anger? To you? Liu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing, you misunderstand. I promised Mother because I was concerned about how she would fare at home. It was not meant in that way. Xiao Jinbei straightened, withholding his words. If misunderstandings lingered between a married couple, they would only drift further apart. Liu Qingyi, though she had never expected much, understood she could not let this matter remain ambiguous. Over time, the rift would deepen, making her future in the royal residence increasingly arduous. My lord, please believe me. I truly do not harbor such thoughts. In a moment of desperation, Liu Qingyi grasped his arm. We have only just wed. How could I, Liu Qingyi, ever act in such a manner? Moreover, which woman in this world would willingly share her husband with another? Liu Qingyi abruptly fell silent. Her intention was to please him. Yet she forgot that the notion of a lifelong, devoted partnership was merely a fantasy inspired by the tale she once read. To utter such words only served to evoke his disdain. After all, he was the crown prince of Huai'an, destined to take a favored lady as a concubine if he found one to his liking, should he fancy a woman of lower status. He might even take her as a secondary wife. Would her current words not paint her as a jealous woman, thus backfiring on her? Continue, urged Xiao Jinbei, noticing her sudden silence. He pointed to his ear, his elongated eyes brimming with encouragement, chuckling softly, I am listening. No woman wishes to share her husband with another. And then, Liu Qingyi's mother had not fared well in the Liu household over the years. Quietly shifting the topic, Liu Qingyi realized that if she firmly rejected the suggestion made by her second mother, it might lead to accusations of favoritism toward her mother. Thus, she contemplated the possibility of taking Liu Xiang away for a few days, later crafting an excuse to return her, thereby silencing any gossip. Xiao Jinbei, however, displayed no interest in her thoughts. With a dismissive click of his tongue, he bent down and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Liu Qingyi, caught off guard, gasped. Her face flushed from her ears to her neck. Her delicate arms instinctively clung to his shoulders. "My lord." Despite this, he remained unsatisfied. Xiao Jinbei chuckled. "I'm not one to lead just any woman into my courtyard. If you wish to take her away, I may comply, but first, you must amuse me." Liu Qingyi, feeling like a boiled shrimp, dared not utter a word. The atmosphere in her chamber was far from that of a royal residence, suffused with her sweet fragrance. Xiao Jinbei laid her upon the couch, his mischievous heart still at play, as he tilted her chin, preventing her gaze from straying. His deep, mellow voice, akin to fine wine, coaxed her to continue her previous thoughts. "You just implied that these matters are not something you would refuse. Thus you are willing, correct?" Liu Qingyi was reluctant to respond to such inquiries, burying her face against his shoulder in shyness. Xiao Jinbei embraced her, playfully toying with her jade-like earlobe, and inquired, "This is your chamber, dear Qingyi. Where is your husband within these walls? Would you kindly call me a bay?" Liu Qingyi tightly shut her eyes. In the end, Xiao Jinbei could not extract the desired address from her lips. Instead, he heard the soft, repeated utterance of "my lord," which, while it satisfied him, was not quite what he sought. The following morning, Liu Xiang awaited eagerly in the front hall. Having never encountered a man as strikingly handsome as Xiao Jinbei, she felt an immediate infatuation upon their first meeting. Though she entered under the guise of a guest, she was certain that one day she would occupy the position of the mistress. Liu Qingyi, despite her beautiful visage, lacked the essential traits of charm and submission, which are vital for captivating a man's heart. Having followed her mother closely in her youth, she understood well the qualities that men desire in a woman. Liu Xiang, with a touch of her perfumed hair, smiled alluringly. Liu Qingyi had endured considerable distress, thus she arrived a bit later today. Xiao Jinbei initially intended for her to rest and have breakfast in her room, yet she bravely suppressed her pain and made her way to the front hall. Xiao Jinbei, not wishing to force her, held her hand gently, occasionally glancing down to inquire about her well-being, until Liu Qingyi could no longer bear it and shot him a reproachful look, which prompted him to smile and sit up straight in an affected manner. "Sister?" Liu Xiang approached them with a smile as they drew near. "What troubles you? Your complexion is so pale. If you're unwell, should you not return to your room to rest? I can accompany the young master inside." Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, subtly indicating toward Liu Qingyi. "There's no need." Liu Qingyi replied coolly, her previous shyness in front of Xiao Jinbei having vanished. An air of aloofness enveloped her, as she commanded, "Xiang'er, return to your seat. One must not wander about during the banquet. Have you forgotten the rules entirely?" Chapter 13. There are ways to handle it. Liu Qingyi's voice was soft yet audible to all present, causing Shunlan's smile to falter as she quickly stood to mediate. "Qingyi speaks wisely. Xiang'er, should you not hurry back? Your elder sister despises unruly behavior, and should you persist in such caprice, there may be consequences." Liu Xiang covered her mouth, retorting, "We are all family. Why impose so many rules? Being bound by such constraints is rather dull, isn't it, young master? Do you not agree with Xiang?" Liu Tong was known for his strictness, and his family traditions were equally rigid. Among those gathered, the one most indifferent to decorum was undoubtedly the notoriously reckless Xiao Jinbei, prompting Liu Xiang to flatter him, subtly deeming Liu Qingyi uninteresting. Xiao Jinbei sat down with a flourish, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, well said. Then let Xiang'er serve you some dishes." Liu Xiang hurriedly followed suit and took a seat beside him. "Do try this fresh lotus soup. It is made from the most tender lotus leaves, steeped in dew for exquisite flavor. Shedi pour you a bowl?" Liu Xiang, resembling Shunlan, may not possess Liu Qingyi's exquisite features, But her charming eyes and graceful gestures were captivating, her delicate fingers poised like orchids, longing to be close to Xiao Jinbei. Liu Qingyi furrowed her brow. "Xiang," she interjected, as Liu Jinyu, aware of the mother-daughter dynamic, adopted a stern expression. "Serving dishes is the duty of the servants. It is unnecessary for you to do so. Return to your seat at once." Lu Xiang pouted. "Father, look at elder brother." "Xiang," Shenlan interjected before Lu Tong could speak. "You too. It is one thing to be charming with your father and brothers, but although the young master is your brother-in-law, he is not your brother. Do not overstep. Is it excessive?" Lu Xiang's eyes immediately brimmed with tears, gazing at Lu Tong with a pitiful expression. "Father, I did not mean to." Lu Tong, who had always been most fond of this little daughter, found it difficult to reprimand her in her current state, forcing a few awkward chuckles. "Young master, Xiang is still young, innocent, and unworldly, and I've spoiled her, you see." Xiao Jinbei assessed the woman beside him, who was smiling at him with an air of seduction, and chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "Indeed." Lu Tong's smile stiffened. "Indeed what? Indeed unworldly, or indeed spoiled?" Xiao Jinbei chose to disregard his question and extended his hand toward Liu Qingyi. Liu Qingyi pressed her lips together and placed her hand in his palm. The young master had a peculiar habit. Whenever they were together, he would always draw her close. If they were alone, he would typically hold her in his embrace and whisper sweet nothings. However, in the presence of others, no matter how Liu Qingyi subtly hinted at the impropriety, he would insist on holding her hand, as if she were a delicate flower that might be swept away by the slightest breeze. Although his palm was warm and strong, Liu Qingyi found no disdain in it. Seated at the main position was Lu Tong, with only one seat available beside Xiao Jinbei. He guided Liu Qingyi's hand to his side and cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang shivered at the look and instinctively stood up, yielding her place to Liu Qingyi. Xiao Jinbei personally served a bowl of soup before Liu Qingyi, lazily reiterating Lu Xiang's introduction, claiming it was made from the freshest lotus leaf tips and steeped in dew, boasting exquisite flavor. Liu Qingyi thought to herself that the young master's reckless behavior perfectly mirrored Lu Xiang's assertions, disregarding etiquette and even breakfast, propping his chin and gazing at her intently. "Is it delicious?" Liu Qingyi met his gaze and nodded gently. "Then let us ask Lord Liu for a chef." Xiao Jinbei chuckled. "Lord Liu, I fear the dishes from the Wang residence may not suit Qingyi's palate. Might I borrow a cook from your household for a couple of days to learn a few recipes?" Lu Tong hastily agreed. Of course, of course. What else?" Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, directing his question toward the ashen-faced Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang dared not remain silent, her voice trembling. "This eight-treasure duck is too greasy." Xiao Jinbei interrupted her. "I am inquiring about what your elder sister enjoys eating." His tone treated Lu Xiang as though she were a mere maid, prompting He Xiang to glance around and quietly step aside, realizing her presence was unnecessary, as someone was already eager to serve. "My elder sister favors vegetarian dishes. I am asking which dish she loves most," he pressed. Tears welled in Lu Xiang's eyes as she responded. "Xiang does not know, young master. What offense have I committed against you?" "What nonsense is this?" Xiao Jinbei replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "I expected you to be capable when you volunteered to assist with the dishes, yet you cannot even manage the simplest of tasks." "Very well, He Xiang, you take over." Lu Xiang's expression was beyond difficult to describe. She was now utterly convinced that Xiao Jinbei was admonishing her in the most humiliating manner, insinuating that she was inferior to Liu Qingyi's maid. With so many people present, how could he? Liu Qingyi silently sipped her soup, remaining speechless. Contrary to his anger yesterday, Xiao Jinbei unexpectedly stood up for her today. Although this approach may have embarrassed her father, she could not deny a sense of calm settling within her. "Young master, do not blame Lu Tong. He understands well what you mean," though his face was somewhat flushed with embarrassment as he turned to admonish. "Xiang, why have you not returned to reflect on your actions?" Lu Xiang, filled with rage and despair, stomped her foot and fled the scene. Xiao Jinbei did not even spare her a glance, continuing to sip his soup. Having been humiliated before others, Shenlan dared not act out again. After taking a few bites, she excused herself, claiming to feel unwell and retreated to the backyard. Liu Tong and Liu Qingyi, being adept in social situations, quickly steered the conversation back on track, thus allowing the matter to pass without further incident. After breakfast, Xiao Jinbei was about to take his leave with Liu Qingyi when his attendant approached, whispering a few words in his ear. "Wait for me a moment," Xiao Jinbei said, his gaze turning icy. "I will be there shortly." His expression was unusually grave, prompting Liu Qingyi to glance up at him, tentatively calling, "Husband? Let the attendant escort you home first," Xiao Jinbei replied, a reassuring smile touching his lips. "I have some matters to attend to, and I will accompany you back in the evening." Liu Qingyi, seeing that he did not elaborate, nodded obediently. With little time for further conversation, Xiao Jinbei mounted his horse, casting a final glance at her before turning away. Liu Qingyi approached Liu Qingyi, speaking softly. "Qingyi, are you well?" Liu Qingyi understood her brother's concern and gently nodded. "While he treats you well, his manners lack a certain respect," Liu Qingyi remarked, frowning slightly. "If you feel wronged, remember that Liu Manor will always be your home." "Brother, you need not worry," Liu Qingyi smiled. "I am not one to be easily troubled. Regardless of how the heir perceives me, I only wish for a tranquil life. I believe the Wang residence will not make things too difficult for me." Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Liu Qingyi fell silent. He had noticed Xiang'er waiting at the door. "Qingyi, the heir clearly dislikes Xiang'er. You must be cautious when bringing her with you this time. The intentions of our stepmother and others are not hard to discern, and I fear you may find yourself caught in the middle." "Not all," Liu Qingyi replied with a hint of a smile. "Brother, rest assured, I have my own ways." Chapter 14. As long as you are comfortable regardless of how you arrange it, Liu Qingyi regarded her, a smile breaking on his lips. He had watched his sister grow up, her intelligence rivaling that of many young men in the capital. Perhaps his concerns were somewhat excessive. "Then you may go ahead," he said. Liu Qingyi bowed to Liu Tong and grasped her mother's hand, offering a few words of caution before turning her attention to Liu Xiang. "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" "Of course." Shunlan urged Liu Xiang forward. "Qingyi, your sister has truly been spoiled in my company. You must educate her well during this trip." Liu Qingyi smiled gently. "Then, let us board the carriage." Seeing her acceptance, Shunlan felt relieved and instructed the servants to load Liu Xiang's belongings onto the carriage. Although she was a concubine-esque daughter, Liu Tong doted on Liu Xiang, providing her with clothing and provisions that were no less than those of Liu Qingyi. Even for a short stay at the Wang residence, Liu Xiang's possessions filled nearly half the carriage, and she had even brought along a personal maid, completely disregarding the notion of a brief visit. "Xiang'er," Liu Qingyi said, observing her sister peering out through the door curtain. "Do you know where we're headed?" "Where else could we be going?" "It is naturally to the Huai'an Wang residence." Liu Xiang had already forgotten her earlier embarrassment, her gaze flitting among the stalls on the street. "Then do you know what my current status is?" Liu Xiang paused, retracting her gaze. From a young age, she was acutely aware of her inferiority. Her elder sister and brother were both legitimate offspring, while she alone was born of a concubine. Whenever she ventured outside, others would mention this fact. The noble ladies of the capital would gather, offering their courtesies solely to Liu Qingyi, completely disregarding her presence. Even though her father secretly bestowed upon her considerable wealth and affection, she understood that in his heart, it was Liu Qingyi, the legitimate eldest daughter, who brought him the greatest pride. Her status was a topic she loathed to discuss. "What is the purpose of bringing this up, elder sister?" Liu Xiang scoffed derisively. "Are you intending to cast your own sister aside?" "Such impudence," Liu Qingyi replied coolly. "Once we leave the Liu residence, though I may be your elder sister, you must not act with insolence. From this day forth, as long as we reside in the Wang mansion, you shall address me as lady consort. Do you understand?" "On what grounds?" Liu Xiang retorted defiantly. "It is merely a title of no consequence. If father were to learn of your arrogance post-marriage, he would surely reprimand you. With that very statement, I can take it upon myself to administer your punishment in father's stead." Liu Qingyi emphasized, her tone firm. "The Wang mansion is not the Liu household. Should you speak carelessly, it could jeopardize the entire family. If you wish to reside here, you must first learn the proper decorum. Until you have mastered it, you are forbidden from stepping outside." "What?" Liu Xiang, finally grasping Liu Qingyi's intentions, exclaimed in anger, "Are you attempting to confine me? I am merely instructing you." Liu Qingyi said, lifting her teacup to sip. "If you wish to return home, simply inform the servants, and I shall arrange for your departure." Lu Xiang clenched her jaw tightly. In the past, she had found Liu Qingyi distasteful, rarely associating with her. She believed that they should adhere to whatever their mother dictated, and assumed Liu Qingyi's demeanor was as meek as that of the matriarch. Yet now it was evident that Liu Qingyi's earlier nonchalance and silence were merely a facade. Having just left the Liu estate, Liu Qingyi's true nature had already been revealed. "Do not think you can contain me," Liu Xiang seethed, her fists tightening. She no longer cared to maintain a facade of civility with Liu Qingyi. "I assure you, I shall one day secure a better marriage than you. What if I set my sights on the heir? Do not presume that his current favor signifies true affection. It is merely a fleeting novelty. I, Liu Xiang, shall inevitably become his rightful wife." Observing her sister's desperate fervor, Liu Qingyi could not suppress a wry smile. Since childhood, Liu Xiang had always coveted what belonged to others, employing any means necessary to obtain it. Whether through coaxing their father or weeping to their mother to snatch away what was hers, indifferent to propriety or decorum. Tragically, she had often succeeded. Liu Qingyi recognized that the inequities of status had long fueled Liu Xiang's discontent. She had never held her accountable for minor grievances. Yet she did not anticipate that Liu Xiang would now set her sights on Xiao Jinbei. Did she truly believe that marrying a man of noble lineage was a fortuitous endeavor? "If you possess such capability, I shall concede defeat," Liu Qingyi remarked, unwilling to engage in further debate. As she alighted from the carriage, she turned back, her demeanor composed. "Regrettably, until you achieve your aspirations, you shall still be obliged to heed my guidance. Just you wait," Liu Xiang shouted, sweeping all the teacups from the table to the ground in a fit of rage. Liu Qingyi, without a backward glance, softly instructed Wang Bo with a few words before entering the room. As night fell, Xiao Jinbei returned, looking travel-worn, though his whereabouts remained a mystery. Liu Qingyi had hot water prepared for his bath, yet he insisted on her company. Naturally, Liu Qingyi refused to bathe with him. After much coaxing, Xiao Jinbei reluctantly agreed to let her merely assist him by scrubbing his back, reclining languidly against the tub while allowing his beauty to serve him. "Where have you placed your sister?" Liu Qingyi paused momentarily, her voice gentle as she replied, "In the side room of the backyard. I wish to wait until she behaves properly before sending her back." "What do you think, my husband?" "Do as you see fit. There's no need to consult me on such matters." Xiao Jinbei leaned back, his damp eyelashes darkening, his eyes half closed. A hint of fatigue subtly etched between his finely arched brows. Liu Qingyi gazed down at him, her alabaster fingertips curling slightly as she cautiously brushed against his temple. Xiao Jinbei's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and piercing, meeting hers without any veil. That intensity made Liu Qingyi shiver. She bit her lip, yet did not withdraw her hand. "Are you feeling unwell, my husband?" Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, raising his wet hand to gently caress her lips. "What? Do you still have the strength to comfort me today, Qingyi?" Feigning ignorance, Liu Qingyi shifted slightly, applying pressure with her fingertips as she began to massage. "My mother often suffers from headaches, so I learned some massage techniques from the imperial physician. If it becomes uncomfortable, please let me know." "How could it be uncomfortable?" Xiao Jinbei closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "As long as it is you, no matter how you press, it feels delightful." Liu Qingyi's eyelashes fluttered, a blush creeping to her ears, though she did not place great importance on appearances. She could not deny that Xiao Jinbei was exceptionally handsome, his sword-like brows elegantly arching into his hairline, a straight and striking nose, all complemented by an innate air of nobility and ease. Even after witnessing numerous men at the Hundred Flowers feast, none could compare to him. It was no wonder Liu Xiang was smitten after just one meeting. "Is he handsome?" After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jinbei suddenly spoke. Liu Qingyi, caught off guard while secretly observing him, quickly withdrew her hand, ready to explain. Yet, Xiao Jinbei turned, his well-defined muscles boldly breaking the water surface, his dark eyes glinting with playful mockery as he smiled teasingly. "Look all you want. I won't charge you a penny. Before marrying you, countless women tossed handkerchiefs into my embrace on the street, yet none were as bashful as you. Xiao Jinbei continued to jest, but Liu Qingyi had developed some resilience. No longer feeling embarrassed by his teasing remarks, she turned to fetch a towel from the rack, saying, "The water has cooled a bit. My husband, may I dry your hair once you're out?" "There's no rush." Xiao Jinbei set the towel aside, squeezing her hand gently. "Little Haidang, how about I take you out for some fun tomorrow?" Chapter 15. To humor your husband? That title made Liu Qingyi blush deeply, her face turning a bright shade of crimson. In the seclusion of her chamber last night, she felt too bashful to raise her gaze. Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly in her ear, likening her to the begonia flowers he had purchased a few days prior. Liu Qingyi initially perceived this as mere jest, never anticipating that he would genuinely use it to address her. "Husband," she exclaimed. Xiao Jinbei responded earnestly, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to go?" Liu Qingyi withdrew her hand, saying, "If you persist in this manner, I shall truly ignore you." Xiao Jinbei burst into laughter and obediently stood from the bath. After a day spent writing, he found himself uncharacteristically bored. The thought of wasting another day outside made him long to take Liu Qingyi along with him. Even if she did nothing but sit beside him, he would be content. "Where would you like to go?" Xiao Jinbei inquired, sitting on the couch and gazing at her intently. Liu Qingyi delicately brushed his hair aside and replied softly, "I am unsure. I rarely have opportunities to venture out. The few times I accompanied my brother, we merely went to Qingfeng Pavilion to admire the blossoms, which lacked novelty." Xiao Jinbei found her answer rather dull and clicked his tongue. "Then, what of the 100 Flowers banquet?" he asked. This annual event in the Great Zhou was voluntary, and Liu Qingyi did not strike him as someone who enjoyed such gatherings. Yet she had somehow garnered a reputation as the foremost talented woman. The 100 Flowers banquet was an unforeseen occurrence. Liu Qingyi, lost in thought, curled her lips in self-mockery. "Originally, it was my second sister who planned to take Xiang'er. Father, concerned for her safety, insisted that mother bring me along as well. We intended only to sip a cup of wine and depart, but unexpectedly, Xiang'er clashed with the daughter of academician Feng. It is not uncommon for young ladies to bicker, but their quarrel was quite fierce, drawing considerable attention. The very purpose of the banquet was to attract talented scholars and beautiful women to showcase their abilities. Witnessing the scene, they quickly organized a poetry contest for Lu Xiang and Miss Feng to compete in talent. Lu Xiang has always detested literary pursuits and being largely ignorant of such matters. She was naturally outmatched by the scholar's daughter. Not only did she lose, but she also became the subject of ridicule, which extended to Lu Tong as well. Unable to bear the disgrace of her family, Liu Qingyi had to step in and participate in the poetry contest. Thus, your reputation spread throughout the capital and even reached the emperor's ears? Xiao Jinbei inquired. A hint of resignation appeared on Liu Qingyi's face. He was bemused by the way she intrigued him, laughing softly as he drew her into his embrace, resting his chin comfortably on her shoulder, and playfully toying with her fingers. "My dear little begonia, speak up. What do you wish to do? I shall take you, and this time, I shall not pressure you to take the lead. Let us simply enjoy the sights of the capital." Liu Qingyi pressed her lips together lightly. Indeed, there were many things she yearned to do, yet her father forbade her from engaging in pursuits deemed unsuitable for a young lady, while her mother was perpetually anxious, leaving her with little opportunity. However, she felt it inappropriate to divulge these desires to Xiao Jinbei. Thus, she responded obediently, "I shall follow your lead, my lord. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Xiao Jinbei lowered his head and playfully nipped her ear. "Are you dismissing your husband?" Liu Qingyi, sensitive to tickling, quickly evaded him, exclaiming, "I am not. Please stop. It tickles." Xiao Jinbei, undeterred, seized her delicate waist and began to tease her further. "Do you truly believe you can appease me with such sweet words, treating me as though I were but a child? Speak your mind without hesitation. Do you fear that I will mock you?" As he tickled her, Liu Qingyi could not help but burst into laughter. Xiao Jinbei, unwavering, kept his grip firm, leaving her with no choice but to plead for mercy. "I was wrong. Qingyi, please let me go. I shall ponder more." With a low grunt, Xiao Jinbei finally relented, gazing down at her. Liu Qingyi was nearly draped over his arm, her hair slightly disheveled as she caught her breath. Her fair skin resembled a delicate lotus emerging from the water, akin to a snow lotus, her exquisite beauty tinged with a subtle blush. Her clear eyes, clouded with mirth, were veiled by long lashes that concealed her captivating gaze, each movement enchanting beyond measure. A hint of darkness flickered in Xiao Jinbei's eyes as he lowered his arm, allowing her to lean comfortably against him once more. "Now, tell me," his voice, unexpectedly gentle, whispered in her ear, "where do you wish to go?" "I wish to visit the lake." Liu Qingyi paused for a moment, contemplating a rather modest desire. She had heard that Xiang Lake was breathtaking in spring. If they could brew a pot of tea and leisurely enjoy the day, it would be delightful. Although Xiao Jinbei could not fathom the allure of a mere body of water, he nodded in acknowledgement of her suggestion. "What is lacking for our boat ride, Qingyi? Can you play a tune for me?" Liu Qingyi obediently nodded, replying, "If you wish to hear it, I shall play for you." Xiao Jinbei's satisfaction was immediate. "In that case, I shall hire a boat tomorrow." A faint smile graced Liu Qingyi's lips. Regardless of the absence of deep affection, Xiao Jinbei had never neglected her due to the sudden imperial decree of marriage. She felt grateful and aimed to fulfill her duties as a wife. As for anything beyond that, she did not wish to impose, for with expectation comes the risk of disappointment. Xiao Jinbei, invigorated, had washed away his fatigue, and after spending a good part of the night entwined with Liu Qingyi, he finally fell asleep with her in his arms. Fortunately, their outing the following day did not require an early rise. They departed in a carriage around noon. As one of the most renowned scions of the capital, he merely needed to toss some silver, and arrangements would be made. The boatman, aware of his desire for solitude with his beautiful wife, procured the finest vessel and, following Xiao Jinbei's instructions, set up a tea table before discreetly taking his leave. The riverbank was shallow, and as the spring breeze rippled the water surface, Liu Qingyi tentatively stepped forward, feeling a lack of stability. Just as she considered asking the boatman for something to steady herself, Xiao Jinbei effortlessly lifted her into his arms. "Husband, the boat is unsteady. I will guide you," he assured her calmly. "Do not move. Be cautious not to fall." Liu Qingyi's cheeks flushed as she avoided the gaze of onlookers. In an instant aboard the vessel, Xiao Jinbei maintained his balance with ease. Before Liu Qingyi could fully grasp the situation, he set her down, smiling as he smoothed her tousled hair. Initially, she suspected he might seize the moment to tease her, but upon feeling the boat's gentle sway, she realized she had misjudged him and quietly expressed her gratitude. Xiao Jinbei, of course, had no intention of holding any grievances against her. He playfully flicked her forehead as a light-hearted reprimand before personally guiding the boat into the heart of the lake. "Little Begonia, come and take a look." Liu Qingyi stepped onto the gangway and followed his gaze, only to discover that the banks of Xiang Lake had inexplicably burst into bloom. The willows swayed gently in the breeze, cascading a splendid springtime ambience all around. A faint smile graced Liu Qingyi's lips. Such delightful weather was most soothing, and she was no exception. She felt that the anxiety that had plagued her for days was significantly eased by this picturesque scene, prompting her to speak more freely. She had often heard Meng Ling speak of this place, but her father had forbidden her from visiting. Now that she beheld it, she realized it was indeed a splendid sight. "Is Lord Liu so strict?" Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it permissible even on your own boat?" Liu Qingyi shook her head. "In my childhood, I once sneaked out with my brother, but we happened to encounter bandits. Fortunately, we were rescued by two valiant young heroes, which spared us from danger. When my father learned of this, he punished us for 2 days and even resorted to familial discipline on my brother. I felt guilty, and since then have seldom ventured out." Xiao Jinbei paused, intrigued. "Where is this?" "At Fufeng Mountain," Liu Qingyi replied, puzzled. "Do you know about this incident?" Chapter 16. "Do you have other flowers, sir?" Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, pinching her cheek. Years ago, when the army ventured beyond the borders, Wei Changfeng accompanied his father on the expedition. With nothing to occupy his time, he joined in the excitement. Bored throughout the march, the two exchanged their military attire for casual garments. Little did they know, Upon crossing Fufeng Mountain, they stumbled upon a pair of siblings encircled by bandits. Too frightened to move, fueled by youthful exuberance, they swiftly dispatched the bandits, but suddenly recalled their own unauthorized departure from the camp. While the siblings expressed their gratitude, they hastily adopted a fade, pretending to be novice wanderers of the martial world. It was a frivolous escapade. Xiao Jinbei could not recall the names of those he had saved, yet the image of the young girl's frightened, pitiful eyes remained etched in his memory. To this day, the first women who caught his eye often bore a striking resemblance to her. Noticing his silence, Liu Qingyi's expression grew more perplexed. Sir? Xiao Jinbei returned to the present, playfully brushing her nose. I was unaware of this matter. And then what happened? Were you punished as well? I was made to kneel in the ancestral hall. Liu Qingyi responded with a soft laugh. It was dark and cold. Having already been frightened, I could scarcely endure 2 nights of kneeling and fell ill. The amusement faded from Xiao Jinbei's features. He had only visited the Liu residence once, and had discerned a marked difference in Liu Tong's attitude towards the eldest and second branches of the family. He had assumed Liu Qingyi, as the legitimate eldest daughter, would not suffer from his father's biases, yet this revelation surprised him. The punishment of kneeling was not so severe. Liu Qingyi murmured, but it is a pity that at that time, my father was too enraged to express gratitude to those 2 heroes who had indeed saved our lives. It was a mere act of kindness, Xiao Jinbei instinctively retorted, but upon noticing Liu Qingyi's puzzled gaze, he swiftly changed his tone. What I mean is, I shall assist you in finding them, and at that time, you can express your thanks. Liu Qingyi blinked. Then I shall thank you in advance, sir. Xiao Jinbei cleared his throat, nodding seriously. The sky was clear and bright, with many people out enjoying the day. Liu Qingyi reclined on the soft couch, the gentle breeze causing her to squint slightly. Before her lay the jade guqin brought by the attendant, while the small incense burner, deemed unsatisfactory by Xiao Jinbei, had been replaced with a fragrant flower delicately arranged in a white porcelain vase. Xiao Jinbei anchored the boat at the most splendid spot in the center of the lake. He casually placed the pole down and settled beside her, his long legs folded lazily, exuding an air of nonchalance. Qingyi, Liu Qingyi turned to him. If you wish to go anywhere or do anything in the future, just inform me, and I shall protect you. Do not fear the mountain bandits, nor worry about the idle gossip of others. Liu Qingyi was taken aback, her gentle, water-like eyes widening slightly. She had never anticipated that Xiao Jinbei would utter such words to her, not rebuking her for sneaking out to play, nor inquiring if the mountain bandits had ever behaved improperly, but rather promising to safeguard her. She had never dared to hope for such assurances. What expression is that? Xiao Jinbei teased, pinching her cheek lightly before reclining comfortably on her lap. Little Haidang, play a tune for me. Liu Qingyi hesitated, a surge of inexplicable emotion compelling her to softly inquire. Master, how many little haitangs do you have? A barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Jinbei's lips. Only you. Haitangs are delicate. I fear they might break if not cherished. One is sufficient. Liu Qingyi pressed her lips together, aware that she ought to refrain from further inquiries. Yet she could not resist gently brushing her fingertips across his exquisitely handsome face. Then, do you have other flowers, master? This time, Xiao Jinbei finally opened his eyes. He typically bore a languid demeanor, and due to his tall stature, he often looked down upon others with an air of defiance. However, now, reclining on her lap, his elongated black eyes sparkled with mirth, creating an illusion of wanting to draw her in. Xiao Jinbei propped himself up, his soft lips brushing against hers. It was a fleeting kiss, a mere taste, and Liu Qingyi immediately grasped the hem of her skirt tightly. As the kiss broke, Xiao Jinbei, knowing her modesty, smiled gently and lay back down. There are no other flowers. My courtyard is small, and I can only tend to one bloom. It is a pity that the capital is not a garden for flowers. Following me, you will inevitably face some grievances. Qingyi had never felt wronged. A thin veil of mist gathered in her eyes as she closed them, suppressing the pang of sorrow that surged within her. She smiled softly. I have spoken too much today. What tune would you like to hear, master? Anything you desire, Xiao Jinbei replied comfortably, adjusting his position. Liu Qingyi pondered for a moment. her delicate fingertips resting upon the strings of the zither. The gentle melodies flowed like water, painting an enchanting scene. The music she conjured drifted through the air, captivating the attention of everyone on the surrounding boats. Suddenly, a teacup shattered in the palm of a man in the distant cabin, his gaze fixed on the picturesque duo, his expression dark and venomous. What an eyesore! Another elegantly dressed man followed his gaze, scoffing. Wherever one goes, they encounter this ill-fated Xiao Jinbei. Brother Tan, do you recognize them? Tan Qingyi lowered his gaze, casting aside the shards of porcelain, concealing the blood on his palm with the wide sleeves of his robe. The Liu family's legitimate daughter was once my childhood companion. I am quite surprised to see her here. Childhood companions? The man across the table immediately set down his cup and leaned in closer. Oh, is she the one on Xiao Jinbei's boat? What's her name? Tan Qingyi paused momentarily. Liu Qingyi, he repeated, disbelief washing over him as he turned sharply. Wasn't she the woman bestowed upon him not long ago? Tan Qingyi remained silent, his lips tightening. So that was it. He had been pondering why she consistently avoided the Shi, Gu, N, and Q and Lu. It turned out she had long been spoken for. This Xiao Jinbei was truly despicable, shamelessly using an imperial decree to seize a lady's affections. How contemptible! The decree, issued by the emperor, was a manifestation of royal favor, and Tan dared not harbor resentment. He offered a respectful salute, forcing a bitter smile. Yet, having married Qingyi, he ought to treat her well. How could he so brazenly present her to the public? Your Highness, I truly understand. The man patted his shoulder. Xiao Jinbei has always acted this way, much like his father, a source of shame for the world. Tan, do not lament. One day, I shall assist you and your ill-fated love in escaping this plight. A glimmer of sarcasm flickered in Tan Qingyi's eyes, quickly suppressed as he stood and bowed in gratitude. I'm most grateful, Your Highness. No need for such formalities between us. The man waved his hand. Ah, Tan, with the imperial examinations approaching, since you aspire to officialdom, shall I discreetly lend you a hand this time? Chapter 17. A special request just for you. A chill swept through Tan Qingyi's gaze. Ever since he had been publicly humiliated by Xiao Jinbei at Qingfeng Pavilion, he had resolved to enter the court. Yet, he prided himself on his scholarly abilities and held disdain for such underhanded methods. However, the man before him was none other than the emperor's younger brother, Prince Li Ren, and he was his first stepping stone to topple Xiao Jinbei, making it unwise to offend him. There is no need for your highness to trouble yourself with this matter. Tan Qingyi replied, donning his customary elegant smile. It has always been my lifelong wish to serve under your highness and repay your kindness. If I cannot even rely on myself for a mere examination, how can I speak of loyalty? Li Ren laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Tan, I appreciate your spirit. Gulme, let's drink to that. Tan Qingyi, with utmost respect, gestured for him to continue. His cold gaze brushed over the boat, where Liu Qingyi sat before he lifted his eyes again. Liu Qingyi remained oblivious to the scrutiny. After finishing a piece of music, she was caught by Xiao Jinbei, who held her hand and whispered scandalous words, causing her to blush deeply. Suddenly, a red silk ball came soaring from afar and landed with a thud on the deck. Wei Changfeng, on a nearby boat, whistled and waved at Xiao Jinbei. Obey. The ball landed near you. Could you toss it back? Xiao Jinbei clicked his tongue in annoyance and released Liu Qingyi's hand. His voice shattered the lake's tranquility, drawing the attention of various boats, both large and small, that began to drift closer. The women discreetly covered their faces with handkerchiefs, shyly glancing between Wei Changfeng and Xiao Jinbei. Familiar with the men, many had already emerged with raised cups to witness the commotion. Missed it? Xiao Jinbei picked up the red silk ball, tossing it lightly in his hand with a smirk. Wei Changfeng, was that intentional? Wei Changfeng grinned, taking a sip of his drink, surrounded by a throng of admirers, displaying no signs of embarrassment from the onlookers, utterly at ease. I have been observing you here for quite some time, Wei Changfeng remarked with a casual shrug. He intended to greet the princess consort. But after waiting for an opportune moment that never arrived, he decided to create one himself. Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes, and with a flick of his wrist, sent a red orb soaring like a streak of crimson lightning directly toward Wei Changfeng's face. The surrounding ladies gasped in shock at the menacing projectile. Yet Wei Changfeng merely laughed heartily, deftly evading the strike by tilting his head aside and lightly sprang onto their boat, his toes barely skimming the water surface. "How rude of me," Wei Changfeng said, holding up a small wine flask and gracefully cupping his fists in salute. "Princess consort." Liu Qingyi returned the gesture with a slight bow. General Wei. That day at Qingfeng Pavilion, Wei Changfeng had indeed met Liu Qingyi, and to his surprise, she appeared markedly more radiant than before. He exchanged a teasing glance with Xiao Jinbei. Without hesitation, Xiao Jinbei took Liu Qingyi's hand once more, lifting the curtain a step inside, muttering, "You scoundrel, keep your distance." "Ah, now that's your fault." Wei Changfeng followed him inside, hands clasped behind his back. "It's my first time coming to congratulate you after your wedding, and this is how you greet me? Congratulations, yet you come empty-handed," Wei Changfeng continued, feigning astonishment at Xiao Jinbei's lack of gifts. "Such generosity from General Wei truly opens my eyes. By heaven's conscience, I did bring you an embroidered ball, which you rejected and tossed back to me. How can you now complain about the gift?" Their banter continued unabated, while Liu Qingyi listened with curiosity, observing the two men. In her sheltered upbringing, her interactions with men had been limited, and her brother-esque friends had always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, exchanging pleasantries with utmost formality. This was a stark contrast to the carefree banter between Xiao Jinbei and Wei Changfeng, which felt refreshingly intimate. Suddenly, amidst their playful quarrel, Wei Changfeng recalled something and produced a small red gift box from his robes. "I did not come here empty-handed, princess consort. This is but a modest gift, a token of my congratulations on your recent nuptials." Liu Qingyi's eyes widened in surprise. On the day of her wedding, Lord Wang had provided a list of gifts, and Wei Changfeng had already sent a substantial present. She had assumed Xiao Jinbei's earlier comment was jest, never expecting him to actually present a gift. "Please take it," she said, though it was unusual for her to receive such a direct offering. In the customs of Debauched, gifts were typically delivered by a messenger to the household, where they would be distributed by the host. Wei Changfeng's approach was unconventional. In another household, such behavior might have raised suspicions of infidelity. Yet, with Xiao Jinbei present, there was no sign of him objecting. Liu Qingyi felt a slight heaviness in her heart. After a moment's contemplation, she accepted the gift box from Wei Changfeng, saying, "Thank you, General Wei. I shall serve my husband with utmost dedication. Rest assured." Her words provided a graceful exit for Wei Changfeng, clarifying their relationship without inviting misunderstanding from Xiao Jinbei or causing discomfort for anyone. Wei Changfeng had not anticipated her cleverness and adaptability. He had intended to explain, but withheld his words, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Jinbei instead. Xiao Jinbei regarded him with a sidelong glance, dismissing the provocation with indifference. Yet a hint of pride flickered in his demeanor. "This is the jade token of the Wei family." Wei Changfeng, irritated by his self-satisfied demeanor, smiled as he explained to Liu Qingyi that there were 3 tokens in total, given to express gratitude for others' kindness. No matter the situation, great or small, one could seek assistance from the Wei family. Abe had specifically requested it for her, fearing she would feel wronged in his absence. Xiao Jinbei kicked out, but Wei Changfeng had been on guard since the moment he spoke and easily dodged the blow, winking at Liu Qingyi. She stood there, momentarily stunned, gently opening the box. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion, left at a loss. "Husband, it's nothing. Just keep it safe." Xiao Jinbei shot a glare at the talkative Wei Changfeng, retorting, "When he marries, I shall send a similar token, so there's no need to worry." Liu Qingyi's long lashes fluttered as she softly murmured, "Thank you, sir." She was not foolish. Despite Xiao Jinbei's casual tone, she understood the significance of the jade token. From Wei Changfeng's words, it was evident that the young heirs of the Xiao and Wei families had reached a mutual understanding long ago, to protect each other's families in case of unforeseen circumstances. What Liu Qingyi did not anticipate was that Xiao Jinbei had reserved this position for her. Upon reflection, even if the Liu family were granted such an opportunity, this jade token would never come into her possession. Her father would surely favor his concubine's daughter, Xiang'er, and her mother would relinquish such a valuable item to avoid gossip. Yet, they had only recently wed, and Xiao Jinbei had made this decision without hesitation. Liu Qingyi felt warmth in her heart and carefully tucked the token away. With the serious matters concluded, Wei Changfeng did not wish to linger and bid them farewell, preparing to use his lightness to return to his ship. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a rather familiar vessel. Ah Bei, he mused, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Many new officials have emerged in Jinghua these days. When you have time, shall we share a drink? Chapter 18. You're the most handsome. Xiao Jinbei's gaze darkened slightly, a coldness seeping into his smile. However, Wei Changfeng merely chuckled, lightly tapping his toes as he returned to his ship. He had come to utter just a couple of sentences, presenting Liu Qingyi with a significant gift before turning to leave, inexplicably reminding her of the day she had encountered Xiao Jinbei at Qingfeng Pavilion. She chuckled softly. You, in general way, truly share a bond. Even your temperaments are quite similar, both swift and unrestrained. A sense of envy unexpectedly arose within Liu Qingyi. What makes you say that? Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow. Am I not more handsome and dashing than him? You are indeed right. Liu Qingyi stifled a laugh, agreeing. In all of Jinghua, you are the most handsome. Xiao Jinbei's gaze flickered, and he lowered his head, kissing the back of her neck. Inside the ship, shielded from the outside by curtains, he felt less restraint. Clearly unsatisfied with mere superficiality, he teased her lips open with his tongue. His warm hand at the back of her head prevented her escape, and as Liu Qingyi closed her eyes, her face flushed, she obediently surrendered to his advances, her knees weakening beneath her. Xiao Jinbei wrapped his arms around her waist. Why are you so obedient? His voice, slightly husky, whispered against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. My dear, the wind has risen. Will you come back with me? Liu Qingyi buried her face in his shoulder, subtly nodding in response. Wei Changfeng had intentionally reminded him of the individuals nearby. Xiao Jinbei did not wish for Liu Qingyi to fall into their sight, so it was better to return early. His gaze turned slightly cold as he maneuvered the boat slowly towards the shore, once again lifting Liu Qingyi in his arms and directly placing her into the carriage. The lakeside excursion was merely a leisurely pastime to pass the time, but Xiao Jinbei, on a whim, decided to return. Unexpectedly, they encountered Uncle Wang pacing at the entrance, who hurriedly approached upon seeing them. Your Highness, he greeted. What seems to be the matter? As Xiao Jinbei helped Liu Qingyi disembark, he noticed Uncle Wang's unusual expression and raised an eyebrow. If you are unwell, we should summon the imperial physician. Uncle Wang's smile appeared somewhat strained. It is not that. Your Highness, perhaps you should take a glance at the rear courtyard? The rear courtyard was currently where Lu Xiang resided. At his words, Liu Qingyi lifted her gaze, inquiring, what has Xianger done? Uncle Wang hesitated to articulate the issue, merely urging them to see for themselves. Liu Xiang had always been willful, and this time, confined by Liu Qingyi, she was deeply dissatisfied, initially believing that she would not endure such a life and would soon demand to return. However, unexpectedly, she had already stirred up trouble right from the beginning. Liu Qingyi's pleasant mood plummeted into the depths, and she respectfully addressed Xiao Jinbei, murmuring, My lord, please rest first. I shall take a look. Let us go together, Xiao Jinbei insisted, assisting her to rise. You need not stand on ceremony with me. Uncle Wang had been a personal guard to the late prince and had retired after sustaining injuries on the battlefield, now managing affairs within the Wang residence. The matter that left him hesitant was undoubtedly not trivial, and Liu Qingyi found herself reluctant to accompany Xiao Jinbei. However, since he had expressed his intention, she had no choice but to follow. After all, as the younger sister of the princess, she was well provided for, and no one dared to treat her poorly. The rear courtyard was clean and orderly, but as Liu Qingyi and Xiao Jinbei approached the entrance, they were met with shouts and curses from within. I have repeatedly stated I wanted agate. What have you brought me? Do you look down upon me? Second miss, the Chiotsue pavilion happens to be out of agate today. It is not that the maidservant did not wish to procure it. Excuses. Lu Xiang swung her whip heavily, striking the insolent maid, who cried out in distress. If you cannot even manage such a trivial matter, what use are you to me? The maid, unable to voice her anger, covered her head, and began to weep. Prince Huai'an was known for his kindness, and the princess was equally gentle. Thus, even when the servants erred, corporal punishment was unheard within the Wang residence. Upon seeing the bloodstains appearing on the kneeling maid's body, Liu Qingyi's eyes widened in shock, and she raised her voice. "Stop!" The people in the courtyard turned their heads. Lu Xiang's hand froze, and upon noticing Xiao Jinbei's presence, she forcefully managed a smile. "Your Highness, Lu Xiang, what are you doing?" Liu Qingyi's chest heaved with anger as she quickly stepped forward to inspect the maid's injuries, her voice cold and furious. "Who granted you the authority to administer such punishment here? I did not intend for this to happen." Lu Xiang's temperament shifted rapidly as she cast aside the whip and pointed accusingly at the sobbing maid. "All I did was send this girl to procure a few items for me. She returned with trifles that are of no worth, which is nothing short of an insult." The maid shook her head fervently, biting her lip as she glanced at Xiao Jinbei. "My lord, I truly sought the agate that the second miss desired, but coincidentally, the Shansui pavilion had none today. I did not mean to offend my mistress. Cease your nonsense. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You little wretch, your schemes might work elsewhere, but here, you are merely courting your own misfortune." Lu Xiang. Liu Qingyi could not bear to listen any longer and reprimanded her sharply. Her expression darkened as she surveyed the courtyard. Upon entering, she had assumed Lu Xiang was merely being willful and taking out her frustrations on the servants. However, as soon as the maid spoke, she sensed something was amiss. The maid, rather than seeking her sympathy, had been gazing tearfully at the young master. Coupled with Lu Xiang's remarks, the situation had grown more complex than before. Liu Qingyi instinctively glanced at Xiao Jinbei, her gaze meeting his dark, unfathomable eyes before she hastily averted her own. Upon closer inspection, the maid possessed a certain charm, albeit disheveled from the beating. With her shoulders partially exposed and a pitiable demeanor, she embodied the type that might attract a man's favor. Yet, with Xiao Jinbei remaining silent, Liu Qingyi could not ascertain his thoughts. "My lord," Lu Xiang stamped her foot, her previous bravado dissipating as she turned to Xiao Jinbei with an expression of grievance. "Please do not misunderstand. Xiang'er is not one to punish her servants without cause. It is merely that this maid harbored ill intentions, and I deemed it necessary to teach her a lesson." Both women eagerly sought to present their grievances to Xiao Jinbei, completely disregarding Liu Qingyi. Yet, Liu Qingyi was unfazed. She rose gracefully and offered a respectful bow to Xiao Jinbei. "My lord, this matter is mired in conflicting accounts and cannot be resolved hastily. I propose we summon a physician to tend to the maid's injuries. As for Xiang'er, her act of violence warrants confinement for 2 days. What do you think?" This was the most equitable solution she could conceive, aimed at diffusing the situation. Should Xiao Jinbei wish to take the maid as his concubine in the future, she would not be reproached for her handling of the matter. The maid, understanding that this would hinder her from seeing Xiao Jinbei again, attempted one last plea. "Young mistress, may I serve you and my lord? I promise to be diligent." "Dream on," Lu Xiang retorted sharply, her displeasure evident as she furrowed her brow. "Eldest sister, what do you think? On what grounds do you confine me?" Ignoring their bickering, Liu Qingyi turned her gaze back to Xiao Jinbei, awaiting his decision. Her composed dignity stood in stark contrast to the commotion surrounding her. Xiao Jinbei supported her elbow, lifting her gracefully while his dark eyes remained fixed on her, never straying to the others. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Did I not mention that there is no need for formalities with me?" Liu Qingyi softly acknowledged his words. Xiao Jinbei gently squeezed her hand, casually stating, "As for matters in this courtyard, you ought to decide for yourself. Regardless of how you choose to handle it, I shall always support you, so do not feel compelled to sacrifice your own comfort. Today, I have come to see who possesses such audacity as to disregard my esteemed consort." Chapter 19. The joy of having a wife. His voice was not loud, but each word resonated with palpable authority, silencing the maid who had previously argued her case and forcing her to kneel tremblingly. Lu Xiang was taken aback by his unexpected support for Liu Qingyi. Witnessing their hands intertwined left her nearly incredulous, and she clenched her teeth in resentment. Uncle Wang, Xiao Jinbei called out. Uncle Wang stepped forward, bowing respectfully, awaiting his commands. Should such an incident occur again, let it be settled by the consort. Those who dare to retort shall receive 20 lashes. Those who refuse to comply will be expelled from the estate, regardless of their identity. Do you comprehend? Uncle Wang nodded in understanding and promptly bowed, affirming yes. Xiao Jinbei's cold gaze swept over the assembly, noting that all present could not help but lower their heads. He then softened his demeanor, winking at Liu Qingyi, as if the chill he displayed towards others vanished in her presence, revealing the playful youth he truly was. Liu Qingyi's eyes flickered, her long lashes fluttering as she slowly averted her gaze, a delicate blush blooming on her cheeks. Her gentle nature and constant reservations would likely lead to frequent disturbances in the courtyard now that a mistress was present. Although Xiao Jinbei had not heeded the intentions of those around them, he understood that Liu Qingyi was cautious and needed public support from him. Most servants were perceptive, so should he be absent from the estate in the future, with Uncle Wang overseeing matters, it would be unlikely for anyone to dare to bully her. The maid was taken away for treatment, no longer daring to make demands. Lu Xiang glared with jealousy at Liu Qingyi, her teeth clenched. Being the one closest to Liu Qingyi, she had witnessed the moment Xiao Jinbei had threatened the crowd. Completely astonished that a young lord known for his debauchery would stand up for a woman. Rumors suggested he viewed women merely as playthings, and he had never shown any interest in any lady before. Liu Qingyi, what made her deserving of such attention? Was it merely her status as a legitimate daughter that placed her above herself? Jealousy surged within her alluring eyes as she clenched her fists, casting a scornful glance at Liu Qingyi before following Uncle Wang inside. Liu Qingyi sighed softly. Liu Xiang's presence here was a constant source of trouble. If the opportunity arose, it would be wise to send her back. Should she feel vexed, dispatching her would suffice. Suddenly, Xiao Jinbei spoke, lightly flicking her forehead. I have stated that you shall be in charge, so why the sigh? Liu Qingyi winced, covering her forehead and shooting him a reproachful glance. It is easy for you to say that. What if I do not handle matters to your liking? This was indeed a valid concern. A familiar mischievous grin emerged on Xiao Jinbei's lips as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Then you shall have to make it up to me at night, fulfilling my every desire without fuss or tears. Liu Qingyi's face flushed bright red. Husband. Ah, Xiao Jinbei relished hearing her address him thus, pulling her into his embrace and ruffling her hair, boasting, You still have much to learn in jesting with me, little Haitang. Do you know why I have come here with you today? Liu Qingyi gently nodded in his embrace. Everything here will eventually be entrusted to you. There will inevitably be some unruly individuals who refuse to be disciplined. Feel free to deal with them as you see fit. If you are ever uncertain, you may consult me. If I am unavailable, seek out my parents. They will support you. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze. The delicate sandalwood fragrance that enveloped her had become familiar within just a few days, inexplicably bringing her a sense of peace. I can manage, she softly replied. You need not worry about me. I prefer to handle the household matters on my own. Xiao Jinbei, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction from his wife's concern, buried his face in Liu Qingyi's neck, smiling like a weasel whose heart had been warmed by a chicken drumstick. How wonderful it is to have a wife. I must find time tomorrow to enter the palace and express my gratitude to the emperor, he thought with pride, completely oblivious to his own ostentation. After a day of rest at home, Wei Changfeng arrived the following day, dressed in flamboyant attire that was even more eye-catching than yesterday's boating outfit. It was unclear whom he intended to socialize with. From the moment Xiao Jinbei awoke, he appeared lethargic, and upon seeing Wei Changfeng, his mood soured further. Unwilling to release Liu Qingyi from his embrace, My husband, Liu Qingyi gently stroked his face, coaxing him, Did you not agree to meet with General Wei? I do not wish to go, Xiao Jinbei replied without lifting his eyelids. It is exceedingly dull to accompany him. I can only imagine the tedious old men he has invited to bother me. Liu Qingyi suppressed a laugh, casting a discreet glance at Wei Changfeng, who sat in the courtyard, watching Xiao Jinbei's antics with growing discomfort. Xiao Jinbei, still unrelenting, scoffed derisively. Xiao Jinbei, will you ever cease? Must you be cajoled by your wife just to step outside? Longfeng, if you cannot tolerate witnessing the affection between couples. Perhaps I should arrange for you to have a platform at Huai'an Tower to find a match for yourself, Xiao Jinbei quipped, raising an eyebrow dismissively. Liu Qingyi blushed slightly. Your Grace, it is inappropriate to speak of marital affection in front of others. It is quite embarrassing. Once she ceased calling him my husband, Xiao Jinbei clicked his tongue and released her, lazily producing a folding fan from somewhere and tucking it into his waist, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Wei Chanfeng could hardly bear to watch, nodding at Liu Qingyi as he pulled Xiao Jinbei out the door. Liu Qingyi watched them depart, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He Xiang had been quietly observing from the side, and once they were alone, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I was worried that the young master might cause you distress, but it seems I was overly concerned. Liu Qingyi did not refute her, a trace of a smile appearing on her lips. Ever since the engagement news spread, she had smiled little, seeing her rosy complexion and gentle gaze. He Xiang felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that the young master was so unrestrained and carefree, allowing her young lady to relax and reveal such a smile. For the first time, He Xiang felt a sense of gratitude. Just after lunch, Old Wang came to inform her that Meng Ling sought an audience and was waiting outside. After her marriage, Liu Qingyi had yet to meet her, and now, bearing the title of the young lady of the air, her friendships could no longer be as carefree as before. However, Xia Jinbei had previously mentioned that if she found herself at leisure, she could seek out Meng Ling, which suggested that he was not particularly concerned. Thus, she instructed Wang Bo to welcome her in. After several days apart, Meng Ling appeared to have lost a bit of weight, though Liu Qingyi had brewed a pot of tea for her. Once she confirmed that Xia Jinbei was not present, Meng Ling visibly relaxed. Gathering her courage, fearing an encounter with the heir, Meng Ling let out a sigh of relief. When her gaze fell upon something in the courtyard that seemed remarkably familiar, she raised her eyes and grinned at Liu Qingyi. Oh, Qingyi, what is this? Chapter 20. Unable to bear her happiness, Liu Qingyi followed her gaze, and her face flushed suddenly as she shot a glare at her. Meng Ling, aders mayest. But you too? How could I dare? Meng Ling rose and strolled around the newly erected swing in the courtyard, her smile radiant. Yet, I observed that this swing was not much different from the one I played on in the Liu residence during her childhood. Qingyi, is this swing made for you by someone who fears you might feel lonely? A flicker of amusement danced in Liu Qingyi's eyes, though her tone was tinged with exasperation. I am quite grown up now. I hardly think about playing with such things. When I was at home, my father wished to take the swing down, but it remained due to Xiang'er's insistence on having one just like it. Since then, I have not played on it again. The teasing in Meng Ling's expression faded somewhat. Having grown up alongside Liu Qingyi, she was somewhat acquainted with the Liu family, yet such matters had never been broached before. He Xiang observed the expressions of both ladies and chuckled from the side, but the heir does not adhere to such conventions. He insists that this courtyard is too empty, and when summer arrives, he intends to drink and enjoy the breeze on the swing. It seems he is deliberately saying this for the sake of the young lady of the air. Meng Ling covered her mouth and giggled. Liu Qingyi, taken aback by He Xiang's sudden outburst, blushed and scolded. You are quite the chatterbox. I brought you here to be more vigilant, yet you have become even more talkative. Meng Ling laughed, attempting to ease the tension. It is just the three of us, so do not be too rigid, Qingyi. In truth, I came to find you because there are some matters I wish to inquire about. Noticing the unusual hesitation in her demeanor, Liu Qingyi pulled her down to sit. What is it? Meng Ling, rarely hesitant, stammered. It is about Brother Jinyu. Understanding dawned in Liu Qingyi's eyes. She had already sensed Meng Ling's interest in her brother during the flower viewing day. Despite her attempts to probe her brother's feelings, Liu Jinyu had always been vague, leaving her uncertain about his intentions. My father says I have reached a marriageable age and wishes to arrange a match for me. Meng Ling's eyes flickered as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I never intended to marry, but whenever it is mentioned, my father grows angry. So, I thought, if I must marry, I will choose the man I truly admire. In this vast capital, my heart and eyes hold only one person. Liu Qingyi smiled and patted the back of her hand. She understood Meng Ling's meaning perfectly. Yet the matter of fate in marriage is something that no one can ever predict with certainty. Thus, I shall ask Xiang to return tomorrow and deliver a letter to my elder brother to inquire about his intentions. Should he express an interest, I shall urge him to hasten our father's proposal, lest we miss our chance. Meng Ling, feeling slightly embarrassed, nodded in agreement. As a young woman, she had already exerted herself to this extent. Although it meant sacrificing her modesty, it was far preferable to losing the one she cherished. Even if Liu Qingyi held no such feelings, she would have no regrets. Once the most pressing matter was addressed, the two resumed their playful banter. With Xiang serving tea nearby, the day passed pleasantly, unnoticed by anyone. However, amidst their joyous conversation, none observed a shadow leaping from the window, swiftly maneuvering around the small gate to the servants' quarters. The maid who had been beaten the previous day had received compensation from Liu Qingyi and had rested for 2 days. At that moment, she was shedding her garments, turning to inspect the wounds on her back. "Damn it," she muttered, furrowing her brow, completely lacking the pitiful demeanor she had displayed before. A mere illegitimate daughter, incapable of anything else, yet quite adept at inflicting pain. If I am left with scars, I shall ensure she pays dearly. Liu Xiang happened to overhear this remark at the door and kicked it open. The maid inside was startled and, upon seeing Liu Xiang standing there with her arms crossed, sarcastically offered a greeting. "Isn't Miss Liu confined? What brings you out? You insolent wretch." Liu Xiang scoffed. "You're only fit to curse behind backs. Do you truly believe everyone is as oblivious as Liu Qingyi, unable to discern your vile schemes?" The maid, undeterred, retorted sharply. "So, you imply that I am inferior to you, even coveting my own sister's husband?" Liu Xiang's anger flared. "Repeat that. And what if I do?" The woman coldly huffed. "There are no witnesses here. Do you intend to whip me again?" Liu Xiang slammed her hand on the table. The two women stood their ground, their ambitions clear to one another, yet neither could prevail. After a moment, Liu Xiang averted her gaze, sitting down in frustration. "I recall your name is Xiao." She poured herself a cup of tea, grimacing at the bitter brew that had grown cold, and continued, "From the very first day you arrived, I understood your intentions. You would rather provoke my ire and endure a beating than miss a chance to present yourself to the young master. I must admit, that takes guts." Xiao, now more cautious, inquired, "What do you mean?" "I offer you an opportunity." Liu Xiang leaned against the table, smirking. "You merely wish to become a concubine, and I can facilitate that. Just you?" Xiao clearly did not believe her. "In the 2 days since you entered the manor, the young master has never cast a glance your way. How can you possibly assist me?" "That is not your concern," Liu Xiang snapped, slamming an object onto the table. "I ask you only this. Do you desire it or not?" Xiao's eyelids drooped, and she quickly stole a glance, her eyes widening in surprise. "Where did you acquire this?" "That is of no concern to you." Liu Xiang shot her a glare. "I simply ask, do you want it or not?" Resolute, Xiao suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Miss Second, the maid has a younger brother at home, and it is truly desperate that I resorted to this course of action. I harbor no grand ambitions, merely wishing to serve as a concubine by the side of the young master, which would suffice to bring me contentment. I implore you, esteemed lady, to overlook my previous folly and forgive my momentary lapse in judgment." Liu Xiang let out a disdainful and triumphant snort. Xiao understood her implication and quickly added, "Miss, regardless of whether this matter comes to fruition, you are still my benefactor. Should there be any way in which I can be of service to you, I shall not hesitate. Rise." Liu Xiang waved her hand, casting aside the item she held. "I will find a way to ensure Liu Qingyi departs. As for the young master, you must devise your own strategy. If he chooses to keep you, consider it your fortune. Remember this day for the future. Should he not retain you?" Liu Xiang paused slightly, a flicker of undeniable jealousy surfacing. The maid, quick-witted, continued along her line of thought, stating, "I merely mentioned that this door was opened by the young master as consort. I am also arranged by her." Liu Xiang nodded in satisfaction. "Prepare yourself. Tonight, Liu Qingyi will leave the main residence. Even if I cannot become the young master as consort, I cannot bear to see her thrive." That night, Liu Qingyi set out paper and brush, preparing to compose a letter home. Meng Ling had entrusted her with inquiries regarding matters of the boudoir. Logically, The most prudent action would be for her to return to Lu Manor to consult her mother directly, who could then seek her elder brother's opinion. However, having just returned to the household a few days prior, frequent visits to Lu Manor would be considered disrespectful, and finding someone to deliver a message would prove troublesome. Liu Qingyi gazed at the ink still drying on her letter, trapped in a dilemma. Despite her careful choice of words, this matter concerned romantic entanglements. If it inadvertently circulated, Meng Ling's reputation would be tarnished. As she fretted, Xiao Jinbei returned. He emerged from the shadows, his handsome countenance unusually cold under the moonlight. He entered the room, and as Xiang intended to call out to Liu Qingyi, Xiao Jinbei raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Understanding his gesture, Xiang swallowed her words. Unaware of the exchange, Liu Qingyi sighed wistfully. Xiao Jinbei approached her softly, moving silently behind her. The candlelight on the desk flickered, prompting Liu Qingyi to set down her brush. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of wine, and startled, she sprang to her feet, ready to call out, only to find herself turned around, her lips captured by his in a fervent kiss. Ink and paper scattered across the floor as he enveloped her slender waist, pinning her against the desk. Xiao Jinbei parted her lips with urgency, advancing boldly, and with a wave of his hand, Xiang quickly ushered the others out. Liu Qingyi struggled to catch her breath, lightly striking his chest in protest. He pressed his lips against hers again, lifting himself slightly to gaze down at her. Liu Qingyi reclined against the desk, her tongue tingling, her garments disheveled by his hands, and her delicate wrist, adorned with a jade bracelet, pinned beside her. Her eyes sparkled like a clear spring, mingling shyness with a hint of reproachful teasing. The letter she had just written lay crumpled in disarray. To whom was this letter intended? Xiao Jinbei remained unmoved, his thumb, adorned with thin calluses, gently rubbed against the delicate inner wrist of Liu Qingyi. Unaccustomed to this posture, her mother struggled slightly, pleading, "Can you please let me up?" "No," Xiao Jinbei replied with a languid smile. "You've been here for half a day without sparing me a glance, engrossed in writing some letter. Clearly, you are deliberately silent," she retorted softly, her voice barely audible. Xiao Jinbei lowered his head, feigning ignorance. "What did you say? I did not catch that." Liu Qingyi, ensnared by the depths of his dark gaze, muttered in quiet defiance. "You only bully me." A low chuckle escaped Xiao Jinbei's lips. Their noses nearly touched, breaths mingling, lips hovering on the precipice of contact. Liu Qingyi felt as though she were intoxicated by the fragrance of wine that enveloped him. Her face burned with embarrassment, long lashes fluttering like a butterfly yearning to take flight, fearful that Xiao Jinbei's kiss would descend at any moment. Yet, she could not tear her gaze away from his delicate, pale lips. "Qingyi, my dear," Xiao Jinbei's deep voice resonated, his warm palm cradling her face as he drew closer. "Tell me what you were thinking just now, and I shall grant it to you. What does that sound?" Liu Qingyi, in a daze, instinctively replied, "I was thinking about my brother and Meng Ling." "Ah, I see." Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, seemingly pleased with her answer. He tenderly pressed his lips against hers, murmuring, "So obedient." Liu Qingyi, caught off guard, closed her eyes in a blush, surrendering to his kiss. Xiao Jinbei, inherently unaware of restraint, despite his deliberate gentleness, could not shed his dominating and assertive nature. Liu Qingyi found herself entangled with him for a moment, feeling overwhelmed, and let out a soft whimper. Xiao Jinbei relented, though countless thoughts swirled in his mind. This was not the place for such indulgence. His little sea peach was quite shy, and to frighten her with excessive boldness would be a regrettable misstep. With a hint of regret, he lifted Liu Qingyi and set her upon the writing desk, meticulously adjusting her attire. He lightly brushed against her now flushed lips, teasing, "Does the Meng family girl have feelings for Liu Xiong?" Finally, Liu Qingyi regained her senses, realizing the implication of her earlier words. "Oh," she exclaimed, covering her face in embarrassment. "I might as well not live." How had she been so foolish as to voice his words so readily? "No worries, no worries," Xiao Jinbei chuckled, taking her hand gently. "Qingyi, you adore my face, and that brings me great joy." "Your Highness." Liu Qingyi could no longer contain herself, her eyes shut tight, her face a deep crimson. "Please stop." Very well. Xiao Jinbei acquiesced, planting a kiss on the corner of her flushed eyes. Little sea peach, open your eyes and look at me. Liu Qingyi hesitated, and slowly opened her eyes. Given Xiao Jinbei's nature, she had anticipated a teasing expression or a mischievous grin. To her astonishment, he was genuinely leaning against the desk, gazing at her with a tenderness she had never witnessed before. The depths of his dark eyes shimmered with a softness that took her breath away, momentarily rendering her speechless. I was with Changfeng all day, Xiao Jinbei explained, gently caressing her face. Many new officials have emerged in the capital, and some social engagements were unavoidable. I returned a bit late. I hope you're not upset. Liu Qingyi quickly shook her head in denial. Early in the morning, General Wei visited the residence and personally escorted him away. Liu Qingyi also bid them farewell. Thus she was well aware of whom he was accompanying today. It is fortunate that there is no anger. I was contemplating how to explain this to you. Xiao Jinbei paused momentarily, admitting that he might be out more frequently in the coming days, inevitably leading to some gossip that could cause you distress. Liu Qingyi's gaze flickered. In due course, I shall find a way to make amends. Xiao Jinbei cleared his throat. Do you have any desires? Qingyi expressed that she had none, quietly inquiring whether her husband would return at night. Yes, Xiao Jinbei replied without hesitation, though at times he might return a bit late. There is no need for you to wait for me. Just rest. Liu Qingyi lowered her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Speaking of which, Qingyi indeed had a matter for which she sought the young master's assistance. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, inviting her to elaborate. This letter from home, Qingyi had initially intended for Hexiang to deliver, but Hexiang, being her personal maid, was often seen entering and exiting the Liu household, which was deemed improper. If it is convenient for you, might you find someone trustworthy to help deliver the letter to my mother? A trivial matter, Xiao Jinbei readily agreed. Speaking of which, the daughter of the Meng family is quite bold. He chuckled casually, as few women in the capital dare to orchestrate their own marriages. She must have cherished feelings for your brother for quite some time. Liu Qingyi smiled slightly. Mengling has always been lively and cheerful. If my brother shares the same sentiment, it would be most delightful. Xiao Jinbei laughed. If you like her, simply invite her over to play often, or arrange for her to meet at the Liu residence. We do not indulge in such formalities. You need not be overly cautious. Do as you please. Being married to me offers little benefit, except for this. There is no need for you to be so meticulous. Even in your folly, you will always be the best in my eyes. Chapter 22. Infuriated Liu Qingyi felt a flush creeping up her neck. From a young age, she had immersed herself in literature and the arts, mastering poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the subtleties of life. No matter how well she performed, her father merely nodded in approval, her teacher offered a commendation, and her mother would smile with satisfaction, urging her to strive further. Never had anyone, like Xiao Jinbei, declared that in his eyes, she was the best regardless of her efforts. She merely fulfilled her duties as a wife. What merit was there to warrant such praise? The young master, Liu Qingyi hesitated, her fingertips lightly brushing his hand. Do you perhaps have something to? Young mistress. A startled voice from outside interrupted her words. Liu Qingyi paused, realizing she had nearly uttered an inappropriate question. Scolding herself internally, she steadied herself by grasping Xiao Jinbei's arm as she rose from the table. Adjusting her attire. Who is it? She inquired coolly, replying to the young mistress. It is Cai Xiao from the back courtyard. Hexiang responded at the door, stating that she had urgent matters to report and that the servant was unable to stop her. She asked for the young master and young mistress's forgiveness. Liu Qingyi cast a glance at Xiao Jinbei. Have her wait outside, she instructed, and also fetch a bowl of detoxifying soup from the kitchen. Hexiang complied promptly, ensuring that the maid was escorted away. He is not drunk. Xiao Jinbei languidly rested his chin on her shoulder, chuckling. I wouldn't drink that medicinal broth. Knowing that you're not intoxicated, Liu Qingyi smiled gently and softly remarked, after a day of drinking, it is only natural to feel some discomfort in your stomach. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a hangover soup, which has lost its medicinal properties. I merely added a few ingredients beneficial for the stomach. You may drink it as warm water to soothe your stomach. Is that agreeable? Since it is you who is feeding me, I shall drink it. Xiao Jinbei teased with a smile, adding, it would be preferable if you could feed me spoonful by spoonful, ideally mouth to mouth. You will likely experience stomach pain tomorrow, Liu Qingyi said, taking her leave. At that time, I shall call for a physician on your behalf. Xiao Jinbei burst into laughter. Ultimately, Liu Qingyi could not resist his charm and attended to him, feeding him the hangover soup spoon by spoon. Throughout this, he playfully pulled her chin for kisses several times, until he was finally appeased and obediently closed his eyes. Only then did Liu Qingyi straighten her expression and step outside. What transpired? She inquired of the maid kneeling in the courtyard. Replying to the young lady, it is the second Mississippi. For some unknown reason, she has been persistently vomiting. Wangbo has already sent someone to summon a physician, but it has proven ineffective. The maid did not know what else to do, and thus came to consult the young lady. Liu Qingyi lifted her gaze to observe the sky. Lu Xiang had always been in good health, and since entering the manor, she had been provided ample nourishment. It seemed unlikely to be a grave illness. Nevertheless, as she was one of her own, it would be unwise to disregard her condition. It was better to investigate further. Rise, Liu Qingyi said, her gaze steady and calm. Considering this is your first mistake, I shall not hold it against you. However, remember this. For any matter requiring entry into the main residence, you must have either Feng Bian or He Xiang announce your presence. Should you continue to recklessly intrude, there will be consequences. The maid promptly acknowledged her words. It was not her intention to act carelessly, and Liu Qingyi did not wish to place her in a difficult position. She proceeded to the rear courtyard with He Xiang and a few others. Liu Xiang lay upon the bed, appearing frail and weak. The physician who was taking her pulse rose upon seeing Liu Qingyi and greeted her respectfully. This humble servant greets the young lady. There is no need for excessive formalities. Liu Qingyi replied with a nod. What is the matter with Xiang? Replying to the young lady, the second miss is suffering from a chill. Perhaps, with summer approaching, she has indulged in the cold. If we use mugwort to create a warming furnace and allow it to smolder overnight, coupled with a few doses of medicine, she shall recover. Thank you, Doctor. Liu Qingyi expressed her gratitude and gestured for He Xiang to hand over some silver. I appreciate your late-night visit, and I kindly request a prescription. I shall send someone to procure the necessary herbs tomorrow. The elderly physician, well acquainted with the Wang residence, accepted the silver with gratitude. Having consumed several bowls of medicine, Liu Xiang's lips remained pale as she observed Liu Qingyi politely escorting the doctor out, and she struggled to sit up. Liu Qingyi turned back. Is this how you intend to dismiss me? Liu Xiang scoffed. You believe a few herbs can simply send me on my way? It is hardly a serious ailment. What more do you desire? Liu Qingyi retorted. Hardly serious? Every time I fall ill, does father not summon the imperial physician to examine me? Who was the person you just called? Liu Xiang challenged. If this misdiagnosis delays my recovery, you shall have to answer for it. Liu Qingyi chuckled lightly. The imperial physician's examination is a privilege granted by the imperial family. While it is true that officials often petition the emperor for an imperial physician, my father is prudent. He rarely approaches the emperor unless absolutely necessary. This was certainly the case when I suffered from a weakness in my teens. I can escort you back. Allowing my father to enter the palace and seek the imperial physician, remarked Liu Qingyi coolly. With your disposition, it seems you will remain confined within this courtyard indefinitely. I advise you to temper those ambitious calculations of yours. Of course, if you wish to languish in this place throughout your youth, I can still provide you with a meal. At the very least, with Liu Xiang under my protection, the Shun family will not dare to be overly arrogant. And life for my mother will be considerably more agreeable. Then I must sincerely thank you for your generosity, Liu Xiang retorted, propping herself up on the bed and scoffing. Liu Qingyi, do you believe that the heir holds you in high regard, or is it merely a fleeting fancy? Liu Qingyi remained silent. Though I cannot fathom how your reticent nature has captured the heiress' interest, this is but a temporary situation. Before long, he will grow utterly weary of you. And at that point, who will be granting whom a morsel of sustenance remains to be seen. Finally, Liu Qingyi regarded her with a penetrating gaze. Her eyes, strikingly clear and contrasting like exquisite jade, sparkled with an intensity that became more pronounced in the flickering candlelight. What are you doing? Liu Xiang felt a chill run down her spine. Do not look at me like that. Liu Qingyi smiled. a rare expression of disdain gracing her typically gentle countenance. Although directed at Liu Xiang, it resembled more of a self-mocking jest. I was once perplexed by my father's evident favoritism towards you, but it now appears that blessings and misfortunes coexist, and perhaps this is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Liu Xiang blinked, momentarily taken aback. Utterly foolish. Liu Qingyi shook her head. Had it not been for my mother's excessive kindness, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. This time, Liu Xiang comprehended her words, furiously striking the bed. Liu Qingyi, whom do you call foolish? Liu Qingyi offered no reply and turned to leave. Just moments ago, the seemingly fragile Liu Xiang nimbly leapt from the bed and pursued her, hurling insults. Do not be so self-satisfied. Do you think yourself exceptionally clever? Just wait and see. I shall observe whether the heir continues to treat you as he has in the past after this night. Liu Qingyi's expression hardened as she lifted her gaze towards the main house. Simultaneously, a young attendant of Shao Jinbei rushed over, whip in hand, panting. Lady of the Heir. He quickly bowed, his throat bobbing nervously. You must return at once, for the heir seems to be in a considerable rage. Chapter 23. It was your arrangement. Liu Qingyi turned to glance back. Liu Xiang smirked triumphantly, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. What has happened? Liu Qingyi inquired as she stepped forward. The attendant followed closely behind, speaking in hushed tones. I am unsure, but the heir had presumably retired for the night when suddenly a loud crash echoed from within. Liu Qingyi quickened her pace. A woman emerged from inside. The attendant continued. A woman? Liu Qingyi halted abruptly. Do you know who it is? Ying Xiao, the attendant answered, the maid who was punished by the second young lady a few days ago. How did she gain entry? Liu Qingyi pressed. The attendant swallowed nervously, glancing at her. Ying Xiao claimed that it was you who arranged it. In an instant, Liu Qingyi pieced together the entire situation. Liu Xiang, lacking in guile, had brazenly orchestrated this affair, evidently conspiring with the maid, determined to enter Shao Jinbei's chamber. This was not a particularly difficult matter to handle. Rather, the challenge lay in discerning Shao Jinbei's attitude. Do you understand why the young master is angry? Liu Qingyi inquired softly. His temperament does not allow him to disdain anyone due to their background. Is it because that maidservant failed in her duties, or did she employ some nefarious tactics? Feng Bian replied with a bitter smile. Young mistress, from my observations, it does not seem to be these issues. The young master became incensed upon hearing that the maidservant was sent to serve him by the young mistress. The crux of the matter may not even lie with the maidservant. Liu Qingyi composed herself as she reached the main courtyard, where the air was so tense that no one dared to breathe. Feng Bian bowed and halted his steps, while Liu Qingyi left Xiang at the entrance and entered the room. Shao Jinbei sat confidently in a chair, casually draped in a simple gown, his well-defined chest exposed, with languid fingers resting on the nearby table. Upon seeing Liu Qingyi, he coldly raised his eyes, devoid of warmth. The maidservant from the previous night knelt by his feet, disheveled and trembling in fear. Why are you up, my husband? Liu Qingyi softened her voice, glancing at the shards of porcelain scattered across the floor. What has happened here? Speak. Shao Jinbei sneered at the maidservant, Ying Xiao, on the floor. Do you not hear the young mistress inquiring of you? Ying Xiao shivered, responding. In answer to the young mistress's question, the young master said that there is no need for a maidservant here. Therefore, indeed, there is no need for you to serve here. Liu Qingyi replied coolly. I personally prepared a hangover remedy and intended to leave once I saw the young master resting. Should he require assistance, he will summon the maidservants of this courtyard himself. You, after all, belong to the back courtyard. Why are you present here? Ying Xiao did not anticipate her calm demeanor and nervously swallowed. But you said for me to consider the young master's wishes and come to serve tonight. Liu Qingyi smiled. Ying Xiao, Liu Xiang mentioned that you harbor ulterior motives. Do you truly wish to be labeled with such a title? Ying Xiao abruptly bowed her head. Young master. It truly was the young mistress who arranged for the maidservant. The key to the room was also given by the young mistress, who mentioned that there might be days when the young master is unwell and instructed the maidservant to be attentive. Liu Qingyi took a seat beside Shao Jinbei. Ying Xiao, as the young master's legitimate wife, It is within my rights to arrange for a few warm companions for him. There is no need for such secrecy. You repeatedly claim that I instructed you. Then tell me, when did I give you such instructions, and where?" Ingqiu's lips moved, but no words came out. "Miss Meng has been in the residence today," Liu Qingyi noted with an unhurried tone. "If you misstate the timing, there will be no second chance. The young master has granted me authority in this courtyard, and I cannot keep a servant like you, who seeks to ingratiate herself while speaking nonsense. I shall have to sell you." Ingqiu's scalp tingled with dread. Cautiously glancing at Xiao Jinbei, whose expression was one of fury, she stammered, I. "Get out," Xiao Jinbei said, his patience waning, his brows knitting together. "Feng Bian, take her out and deal with her swiftly." Feng Bian promptly entered. Ingqiu, who had always relied on her modest beauty to dream of ascending to Xiao Jinbei's side, was taken aback by the threat to her life. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded Lu Xiang's warnings and cried out for mercy. "Young master, spare me. Young mistress, please have mercy." It was the second young lady who bestowed the key upon me, urging me to seize this rare opportunity for a chance. As I hold a profound admiration for the young master, I acted recklessly, and I beseech your mercy. Liu Qingyi momentarily felt breathless. Her father, a civil official, typically reprimanded those beneath him, at most dismissing them from the household to be sold off. But Xiao Jinbei, with a mere utterance, threatened to kill. She could not help but break into a cold sweat. "Master, the second young lady?" Xiao Jinbei scoffed. "You managed to obtain the key to my courtyard. The second young lady indeed possesses considerable audacity." Liu Qingyi fell silent. This matter concerned Lu Xiang. After all, she was the elder sister. Should Xiao Jinbei's ire be directed her way, she would have no retort. "Drag them out," Xiao Jinbei commanded with a wave of his hand. "Find a carriage and return this servant and the second young lady to the Liu family. Inquire of Liu Darren where his illegitimate daughter gathered the audacity to presume to act on my behalf and dare to tarnish her elder sister's reputation." The attendant complied immediately, regardless of whether Ingqiu's head struck the ground in blood, silencing her and swiftly dragging her away. Only Liu Qingyi and Xiao Jinbei remained within the room. She cast a glance to the side, lowering her gaze. Xiao Jinbei swept his sleeves as he stood. Liu Qingyi immediately followed suit, intending to enter the room. However, the shards of porcelain scattered across the floor caused her to hesitate. The broken pieces, likely remnants of a cup shattered in Xiao Jinbei's fury, would certainly evoke memories should he see them in the morning. It would be futile to placate him, Liu Qingyi thought, bending down to gather the debris, hoping to tidy the chaos before finding a means to explain herself to Xiao Jinbei. Her delicate hands, resembling the purest white, seemed as though they could produce water with a mere touch. Yet, before she could approach the shards, a small whirlwind swept through the room as Xiao Jinbei snatched her hand back, his tone tinged with exasperation. "I have a house full of servants. Do I need you to take matters into your own hands?" Liu Qingyi paused, a flicker of amusement gracing her eyes. Xiao Jinbei, unable to contain his anger, kicked aside the remnants. Liu Qingyi allowed him to hold her hand, softly remarking, "I believed you were upset, my lord." Xiao Jinbei huffed in response. "Of course I am upset. Did you not see the cup I smashed?" Liu Qingyi continued, "If you are upset, then you shall ignore me." Xiao Jinbei, feeling the validity of her statement, released her hand and stood aloof, exuding an air of coldness. Liu Qingyi dared not follow him into the room. Her voice was gentle and soothing as she surmised that her husband must have found those items displeasing and wished to tidy them up, lest they provoke his ire anew come morning. "You believe that if you injure your hand, I will be appeased, do you?" Liu Qingyi, yielding to his temperament, respectfully offered a bow. "I would not dare. It is merely broken porcelain. I will be cautious so as not to cut myself. I am delighted that you still think of me, my lord. Might you calm your anger and allow me a moment to explain?" Chapter 24. Master, I see you are feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation. "Do not bow to me," Xiao Jinbei grumbled softly, as if the previously agitated beast had finally been soothed. He turned and walked into the inner room. Liu Qingyi obediently navigated around the scattered debris, following him inside. Having spent some time together, she had developed a basic understanding of Xiao Jinbei. The fact that he was willing to converse with her now brought her a sense of relief. It was she who had been careless. Although Lu Xiang may appear foolish, her audacity is indeed remarkable. It could be considered a positive development that Xiao Jinbei directly returned her. However, concerning matters with her mother, she still needs to devise a strategy. Ahead, Xiao Jinbei halted his steps, prompting Liu Qingyi to obediently stop as well. She lifted her gaze and beheld the man before her, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his long hair cascading loosely, glimmering under the candlelight. For no apparent reason, Liu Qingyi felt her heart race. "Do you know why I'm angry today?" Xiao Jinbei suddenly inquired. In an instant, several answers flitted through Liu Qingyi's mind. After some contemplation, she selected the safest response. "My lord disapproves of such methods." If he were truly swayed by such nocturnal intrusions, the Grand Huai'an Wangfu would surely possess a concubine or two. Xiao Jinbei turned back, tilting her chin upwards. And what else? His gaze was profound, akin to ancient black iron, exuding an undeniable sharpness that made it impossible to meet his eyes. Liu Qingyi's eyelashes fluttered, barely shielding her vision as she murmured, "Because I did not properly manage the servants." Xiao Jinbei chuckled in disbelief. "You feign ignorance while clearly understanding." Liu Qingyi's lips moved, but she dared not retort. With a loss of patience, Xiao Jinbei seized her wrist and effortlessly tossed her onto the bed. "My lord?" Liu Qingyi gasped softly, unable to rise before her waist was captured, her back pressed against a warm chest. Xiao Jinbei nibbled on her earlobe, his voice low and unwavering as he whispered into her ear, "Since Qingyi is so adept at adhering to rules, let me inquire, should the daughter-in-law be punished for failing to oversee her servants properly?" Liu Qingyi trembled slightly, nodding gently. "How should she be punished?" "By a deduction from her monthly allowance," Xiao Jinbei replied with a cold smile. "All of my money belongs to you. What allowance is there to deduct?" "Think again." Liu Qingyi's face flushed crimson as Xiao Jinbei's lips lingered on the most sensitive part of her neck, his grip on her waist preventing her from even turning over. "Can't think of a punishment?" he teased. "Then shall I suggest one? According to the rules of my household, those who err must face the rod. Can you withstand that, Qingyi?" Liu Qingyi shivered involuntarily. She had always feared the rod. As a child, any mistake while studying would result in a stinging slap. And when her father dealt punishment, her palms would often end up swollen, making it difficult to hold chopsticks during meals. "I can endure," she managed to say, though her body stiffened at the thought of punishment. Yet, she pretended not to notice, insisting she could withstand it. "What can you endure?" "A child's misdeeds are the father's fault. In my view, we should return and give that old Lu Tong a good beating. That old man's skin is as tough as tree bark. A few strikes would hardly faze him. Let him stop terrorizing you into this state." Xiao Jinbei sat up lazily, crossing his long legs. He effortlessly pulled her down, making her lie across his lap. "Little Haitang is delicate. I cannot bear to let anyone else touch her. If you are to be punished, it must be done properly with a question and answer session. If the punishment is not executed well, you too shall face consequences. Do you understand?" Liu Qingyi stiffened, disregarding her embarrassment, and nodded obediently. "My lord asks you. The maid claims she acted on your instructions. Could that be true?" "No," Liu Qingyi softly explained. Qingyi was unaware of this matter. "Is it inappropriate for the master to have sent your sister back?" "No." Liu Qingyi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. It was indeed most suitable for the heir to take the initiative. "However, my sister is rather disobedient, and I truly do not wish to trouble you with family matters." Xiao Jinbei paused. "You speak well. Now tell me, if I were to take that woman in tonight, where do you intend to stay? When you see me again tomorrow, what excuse will you have prepared?" Liu Qingyi was utterly taken aback. She understood that Xiao Jinbei was not one to be easily deceived, yet she never anticipated his perceptiveness would be so acute. Liu Qingyi found herself at a loss for words, having never contemplated the act of lying. Xiao Jinbei surveyed her exquisite form resting upon his knee, and with a swift motion, he struck the most fleshy part of her thigh, demanding, "Speak the truth." Liu Qingyi's eyes widened in shock, her face instantly flushed. How could he strike such a sensitive area? She was no mere child. "Husband," she protested, but to no avail. Xiao Jinbei delivered another slap. If you remain uncooperative, you shall forfeit the right to sleep tonight. I shall not cease until you confess. Tears welled at the corners of Liu Qingyi's eyes. This was utterly humiliating. She blushed profusely. Even her delicate ankle, revealed beneath her skirt, turned crimson. Forgetting to struggle, she clutched Xiao Jinbei's clothing, burying her face into it. Xiao Jinbei, intrigued, could not resist delivering another playful slap. Liu Qingyi let out a soft grunt. At that moment, she feared not the punishment of a ruler. Even if her palms swelled like peaches, it was no match for this torment. The crucial point was that she had braced herself for the pain. Yet Xiao Jinbei's hand fell with such gentleness that it hardly hurt. This was not punishment. It was clearly an attempt to tease her. What a rogue Xiao Jinbei was. Oh, Xiao Jinbei leaned closer, his rich, teasing voice whispering in her ear. Are you hiding your face behind my clothes and secretly cursing me? Liu Qingyi thought to herself. Someone has turned into a cunning fox. Deserves a beating, Xiao Jinbei remarked, yet he did not strike again. Straightening up, his gaze turned serious. Qingyi, from the very beginning, you have never truly believed my words. The Xiao family has never indulged in sharing their fortunes. Once Xiao Jinbei, had married someone, he had never entertained the thought of taking another wife. Unfortunately, no matter how much he expressed this to her or demonstrated it through actions, this young lady treated his assurances as mere whispers in the wind. He did not worry about future storms. Rather, he feared that her disposition would prevent her from speaking out. One day, if he inadvertently wronged her, he might remain oblivious. That old man Liu had taught her too well. So well, in fact, that whether she was willing or not, she managed to handle matters with grace. Swallowing her grievances while still greeting him with a smile, coming to soothe his pride. He feared being misled by her. Thus, he vowed to cherish and protect this delicate flower, lest his words remain empty promises. In her shyness, Liu Qingyi slowly lifted her gaze. Husband, she called softly after a moment, and when Xiao Jinbei released her, she turned to face him, her eyes shimmering with the vibrant hues of spring in the capital. Her tender lips brushed lightly against the corner of his mouth. Please do not be angry. Qingyi acknowledges her mistakes. Is that not so? Chapter 25. Just so you can coax me, Xiao Jinbei was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Liu Qingyi had proactively approached him, and the effect was remarkable. The corners of the young lord's mouth lifted slightly before he swiftly composed himself. He assumed a grand demeanor, feigning authority, tilting his head back to a position where Liu Qingyi could easily reach him, seemingly displeased. Is this how you coax me? Liu Qingyi pondered for a moment, then propped herself up, this time finding the right angle to brush her delicate lips against his. Patience is not a virtue for a husband. Xiao Jinbei was both yielding and assertive, gripping her waist as his tongue explored, deftly pressing her down onto the bed, his heated palm following suit. He laughed softly. Come, kiss me again. Liu Qingyi panted, her lustrous eyes gradually opening, regarding him with a glance. Xiao Jinbei felt a tightening in his abdomen at her gaze, instinctively wishing to lower his head and continue. Yet Liu Qingyi's fingertips climbed up his clothing, grasping his collar firmly. Husband, she called softly. Qingyi has a question. Xiao Jinbei nibbled lightly at her collarbone. Must it be asked now? Liu Qingyi let out a muffled hum and nodded, although he was reluctant to pause at this moment. Given her insistence, he acquiesced, adjusting her disheveled garments. Ask away. You and Qingyi are not well acquainted. Liu Qingyi hesitated, her inexplicable anxiety tightening her grip on Xiao Jinbei's clothing, her clear eyes wide like a fawn, dark and pure. The emperor has suddenly arranged our marriage. I initially thought you would harbor some resentment. Why are you so kind to me? Xiao Jinbei was taken aback by her question and instinctively retorted. Who else should I be kind to if not you? Yet there was no bond between them. Liu Qingyi swallowed the latter part of her sentence, her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttering. She admitted that she was indeed not adept at handling Xiao Jinbei's affections. His glaring favoritism, regardless of time or place, always left her a loss. Unsure of how to respond, she had thought that the young lord, newly married, would merely seek amusement with her for a time. However, as time passed, he had not grown weary of her. Instead, he had gifted her the precious jade token from General Wei and entrusted all his possessions to her care, even declaring that he would not take concubines or remarry. Why this? Liu Qingyi mused. Regardless of which nobleman she married in the capital, she had never contemplated monopolizing him. She understood her station and her responsibilities. Even before marrying Xiao Jinbei, she had prepared herself for the reality of her husband being a new groom every night. She would be the demure young lord's wife, managing the household affairs, establishing authority when necessary, and turning a blind eye when required. It should have been thus. You're unhappy with how good I am to you? Xiao Jinbei chuckled, his palm resting against Liu Qingyi's face, gently stroking it. What? Do you wish for me to take 7 or 8 concubines, turning this courtyard into a chaotic mess, ensuring you have ample to keep you occupied? Are you foolish? Xiao Jinbei playfully flicked her forehead. Who told you that no woman wishes to share her husband with others? Liu Qingyi murmured, that is not what I meant. You are well aware of my intentions. Regardless of your meaning, since you have posed the question, I shall clarify my stance. Xiao Jinbei grasped her hand and gently squeezed it, declaring, though the decree brought you to me, I assure you that upon our grand wedding, I shall treat you with utmost kindness. Whether you believe it or not, I shall fulfill my obligations without faltering. Liu Qingyi gazed at him intently. If such an incident were to occur again, I would indeed have to impose a punishment upon you, Xiao Jinbei remarked, playfully pinching her petite nose. Do you understand clearly? Liu Qingyi smiled and evaded his touch, nodding obediently. That night, Liu Xiang was hastily returned to the Liu residence. No one in the household managed to sleep. Not even Liu Tong, who typically indulged her, and he slammed his palm against the table in frustration. This is sheer nonsense. You are behaving utterly recklessly. Liu Xiang knelt on the ground, weeping, Father, I am wronged. I merely felt pity for that maid, who was so devoted and acted on impulse. You know she's just a maid, Liu Tong exclaimed, angrily tossing a teacup to the floor, shattering it into pieces. What stature does the Xiao family hold? And what is the status of Xiao Jinbei? Do you think the infatuation of a mere maid matters? Even a legitimate daughter of a noble family would have suitors lining up for him from the capital to the outskirts. You cannot possibly think of sending every girl to his bed. Liu Xiang covered her face, sobbing. Liu Tong, infuriated, furrowed his brow at her tearful demeanor. What did your elder sister say? Liu Xiang cast a glance at Shen Lan, who immediately signaled her to remain silent. Nothing. Liu Xiang wiped her tears. My elder sister hardly listened to me. Before the young master could even speak, she declared she would send me back. What? Liu Tong frowned. Clarify. Was it the young master's decision to send you back or your elder sister's? If it was Xiao Jinbei's intention, we must handle this delicately. Tomorrow, he must be given an explanation. However, if it was Liu Qingyi's idea, it may not be as difficult to manage. It was undoubtedly my elder sister, Liu Xiang replied, her face full of grievance. The young master was also influenced. Nonsense. Liu Tong scolded, exasperated. That is your elder sister. What do you know of influence? Do you not understand? Liu Xiang, clutching her handkerchief, lowered her head defiantly. It should not be Qingyi's idea. Lady Liu expressed her concern. Her nature is not such. Even if Xiang'er has erred, she would send someone to inform us by morning, allowing us to bring her back. How could it be that we utilize the young master's personal attendant in the dead of night, thereby losing the Liu family's dignity? Upon hearing this, Liu Tong shot Liu Xiang another glare. That is not the only perspective, Shenlan murmured. Initially, when it was suggested that Xiang'er stay temporarily, Qingyi was rather reluctant. If she seized this opportunity to send Xiang'er back, she would secure her peace and escape reproach from the master. What does the Liu family's reputation matter? Lady Liu frowned. How can you say that? Qingyi is the legitimate daughter of the Liu family. How could she possibly disregard her family's interests? Shenlan Zito. If she truly considered the family, how could she allow someone to send Xiang'er back? In this vast expanse of the capital, the news of Xiang'er being returned to her maternal home in the dead of night would undoubtedly spread like wildfire by the following day, inviting unsolicited commentary from others. Enough! Liu Tong exclaimed, his annoyance palpable. Return at once. Xiang'er, you shall kneel in the ancestral hall for the night. Do not rise until I return from court tomorrow. At this moment, Liu Xiang had never been subjected to such severe punishment. Even when she had shattered a precious imperial gift, she had only faced a few sharp words and a brief confinement. Hearing her father's command to kneel, her eyes immediately welled with tears. "Father, do not delay," Liu Tong reprimanded. "It is my indulgence that has led you to this grievous predicament. In my opinion, the Zhan family's young man would be a fitting match for you. With your disposition, you ought to marry someone of his caliber to secure your future." Shenlan felt a jolt of shock and hastily knelt down. "My lord, please do not be angry. It is I who failed to educate her properly. Alas, I possess neither power nor influence, and my lack of acumen has hindered the child's development. It is entirely my fault." Liu Tong dismissed her with a wave of his sleeve, ignoring her pleas. "Xianger," Shenlan turned, urging her daughter, "hurry and apologize to your father. The punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall is born from your father's and the lady's concern for you. In my opinion, a more stringent approach is necessary to correct your faults." This time, Liu Xiang dared not cry, instead glancing at Liu Tong with a cautious sniffle. "Hurry up." Liu Tong raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish for me to resort to more severe measures?" Quickly, Liu Xiang bowed her head and shuffled away, sobbing softly. Liu Tong sighed, addressing Shenlan. "Go, have someone bring her a couple of extra blankets, and tell them it is from you, discreetly. The night air is heavy. She must not catch a chill." Shenlan smiled in understanding, rising to offer Liu Tong a respectful bow before exiting. Observing the scene, Madame Liu felt a deep sense of melancholy and solitude. "If Qingyi sends any news, do remember to inform me," Liu Tong said, oblivious to her demeanor. Returning to his usual frown, "We must maintain the Liu family's dignity above all. Even if Xianger has erred, it should not burden those close to the heir. How can they be so thoughtless?" Madame Liu lifted her gaze to him, her eyes reflecting an indescribable sorrow. "What are you looking at? Do you understand?" "Yes," she replied with a bitter smile. "I comprehend." With a furrowed brow, Liu Tong departed from the main hall. The moonlight poured in like water, leaving Madame Liu alone in her seat, the tea beside her already cold. According to tradition, the court convened at the hour of the rooster, and given the time lost on the journey, ministers often rose at the hour of the tiger. Xiao Jinbei, favored by the emperor, enjoyed 3 seasons of leisure throughout the year, but today marked the end of his respite, compelling him to make an appearance in the court. Consequently, the one bustling about in the morning was Liu Qingyi. "I've had the kitchen prepare fish porridge. You can eat before you leave. There's a soft pillow in the carriage. If you feel tired, you may rest a bit longer." "Enough with the fuss," Xiao Jinbei said, gently taking her hand as she adjusted his court attire and kissing it lightly. "Return to your slumber. It's merely a court session. Do not be so reluctant to part." Liu Qingyi mused on who might have held her close last night, expressing discontent at the thought of rising early for court. Accustomed to such backhanded remarks, she withdrew her hand and meticulously adjusted his crown. Xiao Jinbei, bowing his head, allowed her to fuss over him, an expression of satisfaction lingering at the corners of his eyes, revealing a newfound tenderness. "Qingyi," he called softly. Liu Qingyi lifted her gaze. "It's nothing," Xiao Jinbei replied, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. "Rest easy. If Master Liu sent someone to inquire, simply say that I was displeased and you dared not take charge." Understanding his intention to shoulder the events of the previous night, she nodded obediently. As Xiao Jinbei boarded his carriage, he waved to her, lifting the curtain. Liu Qingyi smiled, watching him depart. It was uncertain whether it was due to Xiao Jinbei's presence, but once he left, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew desolate. Feeling a touch of languor, Liu Qingyi paid her respects to the princess and then laid down for a while. Xiao Jinbei's carriage traveled steadily towards the North Wu Gate. He held a nominal position, attending court only at the emperor's behest, with others reluctant to voice their opinions on his sporadic appearances. However, each time he did show up, it inevitably stirred some commotion. Today, the most anxious among them was Liu Tong, who had spent a restless night. "Your Grace," Liu Tong bowed outside the carriage, hesitantly requesting a moment to converse. "Not now." Xiao Jinbei's languorous voice drifted from within. "Master Liu, your erudition is commendable. I hadn't anticipated such a remarkable daughter." Liu Tong's face flushed crimson, glancing sideways before murmuring, "Your Grace, I beg your pardon. I have already punished Xiang to kneel in the ancestral hall and will ensure she is properly disciplined. Indeed, she should be disciplined, Xiao Jinbei scoffed lightly. Master Liu, one such as Qingyi is sufficient for me. Should there be any further indiscretion, do not expect me to show leniency towards the prospective daughter-in-law. Lu Tong repeatedly acquiesced. Yawning, Wei Changfeng approached on horseback, noticing Lu Tong and offering a perfunctory salute. Master Liu, General Xiao. Lu Tong, ever concerned with appearances, was aware that the return of Lu Xiang would soon be common knowledge. Yet in front of his peers, he wished to avoid drawing attention to it. Finding an excuse, he stepped away. Wei Changfeng rapped on Xiao Jinbei's window, jesting, Xiao Jinbei, you seem increasingly delicate since your marriage. Why are you riding in a carriage on such a warm spring day? Fearing the chill. Sleepy, Xiao Jinbei replied, lifting the curtain as if to ensure Wei Changfeng could see inside. Qingyi worried I might go hungry on my journey, so she prepared some pastries. I had advised her against being so industrious, yet she insisted on it. You, without a wife, have no one to fret over your meals. Why not join me for a bite? Wei Changfeng's lips twitched in annoyance. If this continues, I shall soon find myself beseeching the emperor for a marriage decree. Xiao Jinbei flaunting his indulgence before him was unbearable. Suddenly, a commanding voice called from behind, watch where you're going. Turning to glance back, Wei Changfeng smiled. Is that not Prince Jean? Your Highness, may you be well. With a huff, Li Ren dismounted from the carriage, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This prince is in fine form, far better than those who disregard the rules and squander their ambitions. We have reached the North Wu Gate. What are you still doing in the carriage? Do you expect His Majesty to personally invite you to disembark? Xiao Jinbei leaned out from the window and smirked. Oh, how delightful. Today you dare to speak before me. Li Ren's gaze flickered, his bravado faltering. In the shadow of the imperial city, do you still dare to act? Perhaps. Xiao Jinbei replied languidly. I am simply in a foul mood. Li Ren swallowed hard. He had been but a child when the late emperor passed, often hiding within the palace. The one time he ventured out, he witnessed the heir to the Huai'an throne strike down his own brother, igniting a lasting grudge against that family. He would not dare provoke the Huai'an Prince directly, instead opting to needle Xiao Jinbei, who was of similar age. However, the young lord showed him no mercy, having once left Li Ren battered and bruised after a public altercation. This was why, despite his incessant chatter, Li Ren never dared approach Xiao Jinbei closely. Do not become too complacent, Li Ren tightened his fists. Xiao Jinbei, the imperial examinations are upon us, and soon a wave of new officials will take office. I wonder how long your family will remain in favor. Chapter 27. Boundaries. The depths of Xiao Jinbei's eyes glinted with shards of ice. What is this? The examinations have yet to commence. Yet you already sense hostility towards me? Li Ren, recognizing his own indiscretion, merely scoffed and remained silent. I offer you a word of caution. Xiao Jinbei's voice turned cool. As the emperor's own brother, you possess royal blood. Even if you are but a useless trifle, this lineage affords you a carefree existence. However, should you entertain thoughts that are ill-advised, you might find yourself with no standing in this capital. You. Xiao Jinbei cut him off with a low grunt as he stepped down from the carriage. Li Ren instinctively retreated several steps, his attendants forming a protective circle around him, wary of Xiao Jinbei's potential outburst. Yet to his dismay, Xiao Jinbei exhibited no intention of violence today. A fleeting glance from his narrow eyes sent a shiver down Li Ren's spine, and he proceeded alongside Wei Changfeng into the palace. Li Ren was not the sharpest tool in the shed. As Wei Changfeng moved a short distance ahead, he whispered not long ago, our informants returned with news that his men have begun to assert their dominance in Jiangnan. Although the court has yet to issue an official decree, his minions are already making their presence known, claiming to act under the auspices of the Prince of Jin. With the emperor still in power, the Prince of Jin dares to confer titles on his own authority? Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly. How audacious. Regardless of circumstances, the emperor could not act against him. Wei Changfeng sighed. The struggle for succession had been brutally fierce, leaving few of the emperor's brothers standing. Back then, the notion of rebellion was a convenient shield against public dissent. Yet now, Despite the Prince of Jin's brazen actions, any rash move could etch a notorious legacy into history. Xiao Jinbei said nothing. As dawn broke, the lamps from the night extinguished, and the palace gates swung open, the cold, desolate blue stone tiles illuminated not even half of his profile. "What is your take?" Wei Changfeng nudged his shoulder. "Does it matter?" Liu Qingyi stirred from her dreams. She found her slumber to be quite restless, uncertain of the cause, yet she felt an intense chill enveloping her. "He Xiang?" Liu Qingyi called out. Miss He Xiang entered. "What time is it?" "It is already the hour of Chun," He Xiang replied with a smile. "It is rare to see you awake at this time." Liu Qingyi rubbed her temples. "I must have slept too deeply. Had I known, I would not have indulged in this nap, as it has done nothing to alleviate my fatigue." He Xiang adjusted the thin garment draped over her shoulders with a smile. "The second miss was quite the ruckus last night. It is no harm for you to sleep a little longer, especially since the young master is not home. A bit of rest is beneficial." Liu Qingyi glanced at the soft pillow beside her. There was still ample time before Xiao Jinbei returned from court, so today she could attend to the affairs of the shops in the courtyard. The young master had indeed kept his word, entrusting all financial matters to her. Logically, they had not yet separated from the Wang family, and such responsibilities should fall to the princess, with her assisting in the background. However, when she broached the subject, the princess had gently declined. Although Abe seems playful, he is not without his plans. He manages his own lands and contracts, and now he wishes for you to oversee them. You are his wife. After all, these matters will eventually be entrusted to you." Liu Qingyi intended to say more, but the princess beckoned her over, playfully patting her hand. "Qingyi," the princess said with a warm smile, "you are a good child. I understand that you may feel a bit out of place having just married into this family. Neither he nor his father are particularly meticulous, yet they possess kind hearts." "Not at all," Liu Qingyi replied softly. "My husband is considerate." The princess stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. If he were truly considerate, then there would be no such thing as a considerate man in this capital. Do not embellish his character. I know my son well. He shares his father's disposition, and though he cares for you, he tends to overwhelm you with his affections, regardless of whether it causes you any embarrassment. A vision of Xiao Jinbei flashed in Liu Qingyi's mind, causing her to involuntarily smile. "However, I can assure you of one thing." The princess paused, chuckling softly. "Abe is not a fickle man. The Xiao family has imposed burdens upon him that he should not have to bear. For you, it may mean enduring some hardships. Given her husband's status, it was inevitable that he would harbor unspoken concerns." Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze. "Do not worry, my lady, I understand." A hint of surprise flickered in the princess's eyes as she regarded Liu Qingyi anew. She refrained from discussing her son further, but sensed that Liu Qingyi had gleaned something from their conversation. How intriguing. The princess reminisced about her son's audacious demeanor, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. With the matriarch's South decree in place, Liu Qingyi was now unavoidably responsible for managing the accounts. She had already assisted her mother in managing the household back in the Liu residence, and after a brief review of the income and expenditures, she grasped the situation clearly. To her astonishment, it became evident that Xiao Jinbei's wealth could sustain a lavish lifestyle for several generations without worry. This did not even account for the inheritance from the Wang family or the rewards he might receive should he ascend to the throne in the future. It was no wonder he often acted with such confidence, spending extravagantly without hesitation. Liu Qingyi gazed at the ledger before her, pausing her pen. It was not that she was incapable of managing these accounts. Rather, upon closer inspection, she discerned that aside from a portion of the emperor's bestowals, many of the assets belonging to Xiao Jinbei were acquired through his own endeavors, appreciating in value over the years. These possessions were considered private property. As the steward of this estate, she should refrain from meddling in such matters. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Qingyi set down her brush and closed the ledger. "Why have you stopped looking, miss?" He Xiang approached with a cup of tea, noticing her pause and inquiring with curiosity. "I must ascertain what is within my purview until the young master returns," Liu Qingyi replied leisurely, taking a sip of tea. "But these are all matters the young master entrusted you with." He Xiang expressed confusion. Liu Qingyi smiled gently. What he entrusted me with pertains to daily affairs and social interactions. There are certain lands and shops that I ought not to be privy to, and it is best for me to remain uninformed. From what I observe, the young master intends for you to oversee everything. Xiang offered a gentle massage to her shoulders. Moreover, as husband and wife, are they not united in honor and disgrace? Might you be overthinking this? Not at all. Liu Qingyi replied softly, her eyes cast downward. Xiang, do you know what is paramount for me to lead a peaceful life in the Wangfu? Xiang tilted her head in thought. It must be the young master, right? Not quite, Liu Qingyi chuckled. It is about knowing one's place. Only by grasping the right measure can a lasting marital bond be preserved. I do not desire anything extravagant. I merely wish that, after a few years, should Xiao Jinbei grow weary of me, we might still maintain a semblance of dignity. He should not make my life difficult within this residence, and I shall not burden him with worries about the inner quarters. Such is the rarity of a harmonious couple in the capital. As the two were engaged in conversation, Feng Bian returned. Young madam, he greeted with a bow, presenting a box in his hands. The young master instructed me to deliver this to you. He has matters to attend to at the military camp and may not return tonight. He requested that you rest early. Chapter 28. A gift for your amusement, Liu Qingyi accepted the box, which was a finely crafted black lacquer and gold-painted cosmetic case, exquisitely designed. The surface was adorned with jade and cloud motifs, perfectly suited for storing jewelry, while the interior was divided into 4 layers, 2 drawers and a small cabinet. The most exquisite feature was the side of the case, which, upon opening, revealed a handheld bronze mirror, its design harmonizing with the cloud pattern above, understated yet elegant. Did the young master convey anything else? Liu Qingyi inquired, delicately handling the exquisite box. He mentioned staying at the military camp. Feng Bian replied. Then where did this come from? Liu Qingyi asked. Young madam, the young master encountered a southern merchant while leaving the palace, who claimed to have a cosmetic case crafted by a renowned artisan from the south. The young master chased after General Wei for a street's length to purchase it, thinking you might enjoy it, hence he brought it for your amusement. Xiang could not help but laugh. Even Liu Qingyi, upon hearing Feng Bian's vivid description, couldn't help but envision Xiao Jinbei angrily berating General Wei while remaining oblivious to the commotion, a slight smile gracing her lips. I understand now, Liu Qingyi said, putting away the box. You may return, but remember to warm the wine before serving it to him. Cold wine before sleep is detrimental to one's health. Feng Bian respectfully acknowledged her command. Young madam, please rest early. Xiang approached and carefully stowed away the exquisite makeup box, smiling as she remarked. The young master is indeed thoughtful. Even while staying out overnight, he has someone return with gifts for the young lady. It seems he is quite concerned about your thoughts. Liu Qingyi glanced at the delicate box, the corners of her lips curving slightly. She had initially thought that without the burden of those iron shackles, she would sleep soundly. Yet she found herself tossing and turning throughout the night, only feeling a hint of drowsiness as dawn approached. Xiao Jinbei had still not returned. She was unaware of his whereabouts. Each day, he sent back items that a young lady might cherish, cosmetics and trinkets, even unique seafood from the south, yet he remained absent. Liu Qingyi had only inquired once about his well-being, and after confirming he was unharmed, she resumed her own life, even smilingly deflecting the topic when the princess brought it up. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiang, filled with anxiety, could hardly sit still each day. Seeing Liu Qingyi appear so leisurely, she could not help but ask, Miss, are you not worried? Liu Qingyi, jotting down an entry in her ledger, lifted her gaze. Worried about what? The young master has been away for so long, the maidservant replied, biting her lip, hesitating to express her concerns. There is nothing to be worried about. Liu Qingyi smiled. In a few days, it will be the Empress's birthday banquet. It is perhaps better that the young master is not here. How can that be? Xiang spun anxiously. The Empress's banquet requires the attendance of all the noble families in the capital, not to mention you and the young master. Just newly married. If the family were to part ways, who knows how they would laugh at us? Liu Qingyi raised an eyebrow. Miss, Xiang exclaimed, perplexed. Why are you still smiling? Do not worry. Everything will be fine, Liu Qingyi assured her. Let others say what they wish. We shall live our own lives. Xiang, resigned, fell silent. Yet, despite her words, which woman in the capital does not treasure her reputation as life itself? In the confines of her chamber, Liu Qingyi had often faced whispers of jealousy. Now that she was married, lacking her husband's regard would surely complicate matters further. He Xiang pondered Liu Qingyi's calm demeanor with a heavy heart, lighting another lamp for her. Days passed, and finally, news of the young master reached them. I am utterly exhausted. Wei Changfeng straightened his back and scoffed. Hunting wolves is manageable, but catching locusts is quite the task. For every batch that is caught, another emerges. It is no wonder that Great Zhou has been left barren. Has your wife sent word? Xiao Jinbei maintained an air of nonchalance, patiently allowing his steed to amble along. He had somehow acquired a new riding outfit. His hairpin standing tall. Though his expression was as cold as ice, his handsome features drew attention wherever he went. Although they were moving slowly, the news should have already reached the royal residence. No, Xiao Jinbei replied lazily after all this time. I've received only 2 messages. Do not eat cold food. And is your husband well? How considerate, Wei Changfeng remarked dryly. Xiao Jinbei shot him a sidelong glance. His hurried departure had left no room for messages to be sent home for various reasons. While he had grown accustomed to covering for his father, he wondered whether Liu Qingyi would be displeased with him. Tomorrow marks the grand celebration of Her Majesty the Queen's birthday. Xiao Jinbei tightened the reins, controlling the pace of his steed, and reminded, do not forget to prepare a gift. Propriety must not be neglected. I understand. Wei Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. No need for further conversation. I shall partake in a banquet and return. Xiao Jinbei offered a languid smile, resembling a carefree young master as he strolled about the streets before meandering back to his residence. At the entrance of the estate, Wang Bo awaited his arrival. Xiao Jinbei tossed the whip to a servant and lowered his voice while walking. Is it true that everyone knows of my return? Indeed, as per the young master's words. It is known, replied the servant. And where is Qingyi? The young mistress awaits you at the courtyard entrance. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow and hastened his steps. Liu Qingyi stood at the gate, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him. Husband, she greeted warmly. As he took her hand and scrutinized her closely, he found her neither diminished nor haggard, which eased his mind. You must be weary, Liu Qingyi remarked. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare some snacks, and warm water is ready in the room for you to refresh yourself. Xiao Jinbei gently caressed her face. The days of travel had not worn him down. In fact, he appeared more vibrant than during his time in the capital. Liu Qingyi assisted him with bathing and summoned the kitchen to bring forth a meal. Indeed, home felt comforting. Xiao Jinbei savored a sip of peach blossom wine, contentedly sighing as he held onto Liu Qingyi's hand. In my absence, has anyone troubled you? Not at all, Liu Qingyi replied obediently. I have remained at home, with only a few close friends visiting. There is no one to cause me distress. Xiao Jinbei, feeling no need for subtlety, inquired directly, and your family? Only my mother has written a few letters, Liu Qingyi smiled. The Liu family is my maternal home. You need not worry. It's your younger sister that concerns me. Xiao Jinbei pulled her into an embrace. It is better to keep you hidden within this royal residence. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze with a gentle smile and poured him a cup of wine. Xiao Jinbei did not disclose where he had been, and Liu Qingyi refrained from asking. Their interaction seemed untouched by the 2 days of separation, resuming as if no time had passed. By the way, husband, Liu Qingyi turned to him, her voice soft. Tomorrow is the Queen's birthday celebration. I have prepared a list of gifts for your review. Should there be anything amiss, I wish to make arrangements in advance. Chapter 29. What is there to discuss? The Queen's birthday is a significant affair, regardless of eligibility to attend the banquet. Gifts are essential. As Liu Qingyi has married Xiao Jinbei, she must adhere to the customs befitting the young mistress, feeling the weight of responsibility for the first time. Anxious to avoid any errors, let them be valuable, yet not offensive, Xiao Jinbei said while holding her close, briefly reviewing the list of gifts. These items for the Queen should simply be costly. Sincerity is secondary. Liu Qingyi responded with a soft acknowledgement, mentally calculating her plans. We shall enter the palace together tomorrow. Xiao Jinbei reflected. The Queen's banquet will likely have separate seating for men and women. You will be positioned behind me, and there may be moments when I cannot see you. If anything arises that you are uncertain about, summon Heir to call for me." Liu Qingyi nodded. "Does the young master have any other matters for me to be mindful of?" "There is little to be concerned about, as Xiao Jinbei feels quite at ease with her. After all, they are merely attending the birthday celebration of the Empress, which is not a matter of great significance. Given the current status of the Prince of Huai'an, the entire family should be present at the Empress's banquet. However, for reasons unknown, the princess fell ill when the palace envoy arrived, leaving only Liu Qingyi as the representative of the Wang family. Fortunately, Meng Ling had arrived early and was waiting at the palace gates. Upon seeing Liu Qingyi, she warmly linked her arm with hers. "I've been waiting for you," Meng Ling whispered. "Many notable guests have arrived today, including someone from the Tang family. So do be cautious." Liu Qingyi smiled as she gently squeezed her hand. The Tang family, led by her aunt, could be considered her cousins, but unfortunately, they had never gotten along. Whenever they encountered her, it was as if they were battle-ready roosters, poised to attack at any moment. However, today was different. It was the Empress's birthday celebration, and even if they were inclined to be hostile, they must still consider the decorum expected in such a gathering. As Liu Qingyi and Meng Ling strolled and chatted, the palace attendants donned festive attire, enhancing the celebratory atmosphere. Liu Qingyi was led into the courtyard designated for the ladies, and her gaze was immediately drawn to Princess Linglong, who occupied the prominent seat at the front. Princess Linglong had dressed up splendidly, adorned in a peach-pink silk gown with a pearl-white skirt, her hair styled high with a delicate gold hairpin, radiating both pride and charm. Princess Linglong favors vibrant colors, Meng Ling remarked softly, and today she appears less domineering than usual. Liu Qingyi discreetly shifted her gaze away, for she had come solely to celebrate the occasion and had no intention of causing trouble. Yet, Princess Linglong had been waiting for her arrival and, upon noticing Liu Qingyi take her seat, smirked with derision. "Isn't this the newly appointed young lady?" Princess Linglong's voice rose slightly. "Why are you seated so far away?" Meng Ling, who had been about to guide Liu Qingyi to a seat, halted in her tracks. They had previously encountered Princess Linglong at various gatherings, merely exchanging pleasantries. So it was peculiar for her to suddenly be so familiar today. Acknowledging the princess, Liu Qingyi offered a slight bow. "Come, sit beside me," Princess Linglong smiled, gesturing to the young lady beside her. "This is Miss Meng Ling, daughter of Scholar Meng." "Ah, the daughter of Scholar Meng," Princess Linglong interrupted. "Come, join me." As soon as she finished speaking, a palace maid promptly moved Liu Qingyi and Meng Ling's table closer to Princess Linglong, leaving them with no choice but to comply. "How haughty Liu Qingyi has become." The mocking comments began almost immediately as she settled in. "You only realize to come over now that you have married the heir. Your pride must have soared." Meng Ling looked up indignantly. The speaker was none other than Tang Yanxin, the Tang family's legitimate daughter, who was known for her lack of intellect and her penchant for associating with the powerful. "Cousin, greetings," Liu Qingyi nodded gently. "Sister, you flatter me. I merely thought that the seating arrangements for the Empress's birthday banquet were predetermined, and I did not wish to intrude and risk displeasing the princess." "What do you mean by that?" Tang Yanxin naturally detected the underlying sarcasm in Liu Qingyi's words and discreetly cast a glance at Linglong, thinking that if one were to believe such statements, one might assume the princess to be rather petty. Of course, Liu Qingyi had no such intention. She smiled. Perhaps it was a case of unintentional words from the speaker and misinterpretation by the listener, as is often the case with human nature. Tang Yanxin immediately panicked. "Nonsense. Enough." Linglong waved her hand. "You have always been one to lack eloquence. I shall not hold it against you." Relieved, Tang Yanxin responded, "Thank you, princess." Liu Qingyi sat upright, savoring her tea. "Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since we last saw the Meng family sisters. What have they been occupied with these days?" Meng Ling smiled slightly, responding respectfully. In reply to the princess, "I can hardly claim to be busy. Rather, I have been indulging in idleness, perusing some leisurely poetry and literature in my courtyard." The Meng family, being a scholarly lineage, certainly embodied grace, as Linglong noted. At that moment, the empress slowly entered, prompting Linglong to rise and bow. "I have come to see you, mother." The other ladies quickly stood to pay their respects. The empress, adorned in splendid royal attire, smiled and said, "You may all rise. Today is my birthday. I simply wish to gather everyone for a pleasant chat, so there is no need for formality." Liu Qingyi, along with the others, expressed her gratitude. With the empress's arrival, the feast officially commenced. Liu Qingyi sat in her designated seat, quietly enjoying her meal, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations with Meng Ling, primarily discussing dance and music. Linglong approached, and the empress, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, "Look at you, always preoccupied with eating and not making time to converse with your mother." Linglong playfully pouted, "Not at all. I was merely engrossed in delightful conversation with my sisters and momentarily lost track of time. Please do not scold me, mother." "Oh," the empress inquired with curiosity. "With whom?" "Your Majesty," Tang Yinshan interjected, standing up. "We were just chatting with the young lady of the Heir, lamenting how we have not seen Sister Qingyi since her marriage, and we could not help but indulge in a few more words." "Qingyi?" The empress glanced at Linglong. "What were you discussing?" "Just casual talk." Liu Qingyi chuckled lightly. I hope I did not cause any amusement to the empress. She clearly wished to steer the conversation away from herself, but since Tang Yinshan had spoken up, she was unwilling to let the matter rest, and quickly covered her mouth in laughter. "Speaking of which, Qingyi, you have yet to tell us how things are with the heir. What is there to discuss?" Meng Ling interjected coldly. Such matters pertain to the couple alone. In the capital's inner circles, there were no secrets. News of Xiao Jinbei's recent marriage and his prolonged absence from home had become widely known. "Look at what you're saying. When young ladies gather, such topics are inevitable," Tang Yinshan insisted, using Linglong as a shield. "Isn't that right, princess?" Linglong offered a nonchalant smile. During the empress's birthday banquet, it was only fitting that the mother should inquire about such matters. Her interjection would be out of place. "We are all family. There's no harm in a little chat," the empress remarked, feigning ignorance of any underlying implications, and asked, "Qingyi, how are things with the Bei?" "In response to your Majesty, everything is well," Liu Qingyi replied with a slight bow. "Well, the young heir has been away from home for over 10 days since the wedding. Sister Qingyi, you must not have upset him, have you? Even if there was a quarrel, it is nothing to be ashamed of. We sisters know the heir well. Perhaps we can offer you some advice." Tang Yinshan chuckled derisively. Liu Qingyi, having discerned their intentions from the outset, merely smiled faintly at Tang Yinshan's mockery. "My husband is with General Wei. I have not provoked the heir. Why conceal the truth? The world knows well how the illegitimate daughter of the Liu family was cast back home by the heir in the dead of night." Xiang, still young and naive, had spoken out of turn, which had already earned her father's reprimand. "The heir bore no anger, so it truly is unnecessary for you, dear sister, to fret." Liu Qingyi appeared to be sculpted from the same mold, her demeanor remaining unperturbed no matter their words, effortlessly deflecting their remarks. Linglong, observing her composure, felt her own expression gradually hardening. "Brother Bei is indeed unperturbed," Linglong slowly replied. "We have been in each other's company quite frequently these past few days, and he seems to be in good spirits." Upon hearing her words, Liu Qingyi finally lifted her gaze to meet hers. Since Xiao Jinbei's return, he had not explained his whereabouts. Linglong's statement suggested they had genuinely been together during this time. Why? Liu Qingyi's thoughts wandered. The items Xiao Jinbei had returned with were from various corners of the world, leaving her to deduce he must have been in the company of merchants. If her assumptions were accurate, Linglong should not be privy to this information. Or perhaps she was overthinking it. Xiao Jinbei's affairs did not necessitate secrecy from Princess Linglong. It appeared the heir was indeed in the princess's company. Tang Yinshan's gaze flitted between them, laden with implication. Liu Qingyi lowered her eyes, adeptly feigning ignorance. Linglong clenched her teeth. "Enough, enough. The banquet is underway. Let's take our seats." The empress coughed lightly, casting a reproachful glance at Linglong. "Come now, Qingyi. Take your seat." Liu Qingyi performed a courteous bow and returned to her place. Meng Ling, seated beside her, noticed Liu Qingyi's calm demeanor and leaned in with concern. "Qingyi, do not heed her. Even if the heir is with her, what does it matter?" He declined the emperor's proposition to betroth them. Liu Qingyi raised her eyes at this. "When did this occur?" You are not aware? Meng Ling arched an eyebrow. It was something my father happened to overhear. The emperor merely mentioned it to the heir, who refused without any coercion. Understanding dawned on Liu Qingyi as she nodded. I sense the heir harbors no such feelings for the princess. Meng Ling reassured her. Do not overthink it, lest you invite suspicion. I know, Liu Qingyi replied, her eyes curving into a smile. Do you still not trust me? Seeing her cheerful demeanor, which remained unchanged from her usual self, Meng Ling finally felt at ease. The banquet commenced in earnest. The empress was to receive the congratulations of the officials, leaving only the noble ladies in attendance. Linglong, having not received the reaction she desired earlier, was about to speak when Liu Qingyi suddenly stood. At this gesture, Linglong swallowed her words, signaling her personal maid to follow Liu Qingyi. Once Liu Qingyi had completely exited, Linglong straightened her posture, her mind wandering as she feigned interest in the dance. The cacophony of song and dance was overwhelming. Liu Qingyi discerned that Linglong was unwilling to relent, so she decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. The palace was adorned with numerous gardens and pavilions, and Liu Qingyi chose a picturesque spot to pause, letting out a subtle sigh of relief. Huai'an tidied up the area and softly inquired, Miss, are you feeling fatigued? A bit, Liu Qingyi replied as she settled down and fanned herself lightly. Today, she had come out in the capacity of the young noble consort, and henceforth, she could not evade such social engagements. Observing her expression, Huai'an gently reassured her, I noticed that the noble ladies treated you with great respect today. I believe that even in future gatherings, it will not be too burdensome. Moreover, Miss, spending your days within the estate, it will be beneficial to cultivate more friendships. Liu Qingyi smiled faintly. Every action she took now represented the royal household, and the nuances of forming friendships were indeed intricate. While Huai'an remained oblivious to her deeper thoughts, Liu Qingyi could not afford to let her guard down. As the two conversed, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Liu Qingyi turned to see a familiar figure, adopting a more serious demeanor as she stood, young Master Tan. Tan Qingyi halted, his gaze profound. Qingyi, my dear sister. What brings you here, young Master Tan? Liu Qingyi asked with a slight smile. This is the inner palace. I fear you may have lost your way. Not at all. Tan Qingyi stepped forward, wishing to close the distance for conversation. However, as he lifted his foot, he noticed Liu Qingyi subtly retreating, creating space between them. He chuckled wryly. You need not be so guarded around me. Within the palace walls, what could I possibly do? Young Master Tan is jesting, Liu Qingyi replied with a respectful nod. Yet, this is indeed the inner palace. With no one around, it may invite unwelcome gossip. Tan Qingyi paused, momentarily taken aback. I merely accompanied Prince Jean into the palace to congratulate Her Majesty on her birthday. He had her to see the Empress Dowager while I linger here, fortuitously meeting you for a casual chat. His hands, clasped behind his back, tightened slightly, revealing his struggle to act as freely as Xiao Jinbei. He continued in a subdued tone, You need not feel anxious. Ah, I see. Liu Qingyi smiled. If that is the case, I shall not intrude further. Tan Qingyi, having finally seized an opportunity to converse with her privately, was reluctant to let it slip away. He stepped forward, blocking her path. Wait. Liu Qingyi lifted her gaze. Tan Qingyi met her eyes, and a pang of bitterness surged within him as he recalled that she was now another's wife. His voice lowered. I will be participating in this year's imperial examinations, and with the support of Prince Jean, I shall enter the official ranks. Soon, I will join Xiao Jinbei in serving the court. Liu Qingyi nodded, offering polite words. Then I wish you success in the examinations, young Master Tan. Tan Qingyi's eyes brightened. Do you truly believe in me? Confused by his enthusiasm, Liu Qingyi candidly responded, I have heard my brother speak highly of your literary talents. Your work is both restrained and brilliant. I believe you will surely succeed. Really? Tan Qingyi could not restrain himself from stepping closer. Is that truly how you feel? In the shadows, an anxious maidservant leaned in, desperate to catch the unfolding scene. Liu Qingyi and her companions conversed in the pavilion, surrounded by an absence of cover, making it easy to eavesdrop, but also risking exposure. The maidservant, anxious not to miss any crucial detail and provoke the princess's displeasure, held her breath, and strained her ears. Sister Qingyi, Liu Qingyi coughed lightly. In the Debauched dynasty, etiquette was of utmost importance. A gentleman was expected to maintain composure, concealing his emotions. Tan Qingqi's current demeanor, if noticed by others, would likely not reflect well upon him. Indeed, I have lost my composure, Tan Qingqi said with a smile, his gaze shifting around Liu Qingyi. Sister Qingyi, I have always believed you to be the one who understands me best in this world. This statement veered beyond the bounds of their conversation, prompting Liu Qingyi to frown. Just as she contemplated leaving, she recalled Xiao Jinbei's stern warning against meeting Tan Qingqi, and thus she decided to issue a caution before departing. Mr. Tan, not only do you and I share no history, but even if we did, I am now a married woman. You should focus on the present and not be overly stubborn. Tan Qingqi's previously uplifted smile faltered. Do you find me bothersome? Liu Qingyi, reluctant to elaborate further, nodded slightly and prepared to depart. Wait. Tan Qingqi, his fervor doused, rushed forward to grasp her arm, but the maidservant nearby widened her eyes, eager to observe further. Suddenly, hearing footsteps approaching from behind, she had to hold her breath and slip behind a tree. Qingyi? Meng Ling, who had not seen Liu Qingyi for some time, approached and, noticing Tan Qingqi's presence, paused momentarily before greeting him. Mr. Tan. With others present, Tan Qingqi restrained his expression, taking a breath before nodding to Meng Ling. Miss Meng. The Empress has returned. Meng Ling observed their expressions and deduced the situation, reminding Liu Qingyi, Qingyi, we still have a birthday celebration to attend shortly. Yes. I merely stepped out for some fresh air. I shall return now, Liu Qingyi replied with a smile, linking arms with Meng Ling. Let's go. Sister Qingyi, there is no need for you to avoid me. Tan Qingqi called out from behind them. You claim we have no bond, that childhood promises are insignificant. Yet I must ask you this. Many years ago, while drinking by the Sui River, you declared that you would seek a gentleman of integrity, win a heart, and never part ways. Shouldn't that statement also hold weight? Both Liu Qingyi and Meng Ling halted in their tracks. They had only visited the Sui River once, the very day they first encountered Tan Qingqi. On that occasion, Liu Qingyi had drunk an extra cup during a drinking game and mentioned it casually, not anticipating that Tan Qingqi would remember. A gentleman of integrity? Tan Qingqi scoffed. What merit does Xiao Jinbei possess that warrants such a title? Liu Qingyi turned back to him. How can you be so certain that the heir is not a gentleman? How can I not know? In the capital, whispers abound. Everyone is aware of Xiao Jinbei's deeds. To hear all is to be enlightened. To hear selectively is to be misled. Liu Qingyi replied coolly. Is this behavior of yours truly that of a gentleman, Mr. Tan? Tan Qingqi was momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed never interacted with Xiao Jinbei. All his knowledge was derived from hearsay. Liu Qingyi's retort left him speechless. A light laugh echoed from a distance, startling both Liu Qingyi and Meng Ling. They looked up to see two figures emerging from behind a rockery. It was Xiao Jinbei and Wei Changfeng. My lord, General Wei. Meng Ling hurriedly bowed, her heart racing with anxiety. In the palace banquet, they were clandestinely meeting with men, although they had only exchanged a few words. Should Xiao Jinbei take offense, it would be difficult for Liu Qingyi to explain. Moreover, Tan Qingqi's earlier remarks indicated that the general and the young master had come to congratulate the empress on her birthday. But after searching for the young master's wife in vain, they accompanied him outside. Wei Changfeng explained briefly, smiling as he addressed Tan Qingqi, Brother Tan. The crown prince and the emperor have praised you numerous times. Why are you not in the front hall, but instead here enjoying the breeze? Tan Qingqi, with a grim expression, clasped his fists. His voice had been loud enough for Xiao Jinbei to hear, and he had grown weary of pretense. The atmosphere turned icy with awkwardness as Meng Ling glanced between Liu Qingyi and Xiao Jinbei, feeling that the young master's expression was inscrutable and somewhat intimidating. However, this tension did not linger for long. Meng Ling heard Liu Qingyi softly call out husband, and the previously aloof young master seemed to melt like ice under the sun, extending his hand toward her. Liu Qingyi obediently moved to his side. Since we are out, let us not return, Xiao Jinbei casually remarked while taking her hand. When we leave, We shall pay our respects to the Empress. Liu Qingyi looked up. Is that allowed? What could possibly be wrong? Xiao Jinbei tightened his grip and declared, "Let us go. I shall take you to explore elsewhere." As the banquet had yet to conclude, Xiao Jinbei pulled her away. Liu Qingyi, mindful of Meng Ling, was about to turn when Xiao Jinbei lifted her chin, pressing his lips to hers without hesitation. Liu Qingyi's eyes widened in shock. She did not mind being affectionate with Xiao Jinbei, but with so many people around, including Wei Changfeng and Tan Qingqi watching, how could he, Xiao Jinbei, release her? Tan Qingqi could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Do you take this place lightly?" In the imperial palace, he was not ignorant of decorum. Wei Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. Mocking, the lady was brought in with great ceremony. "What is there for you to be so agitated about, young Master Tan?" Tan Qingqi's eyes burned with indignation. Yet he found himself unable to retort, furiously sweeping away in anger. As he departed, Wei Changfeng waved his hand in front of Meng Ling's eyes. Seeing her gaze fixed and startled, he could not help but chuckle. "Miss Meng?" Meng Ling abruptly snapped back to reality and quickly turned away. "I shall escort you back," Wei Changfeng offered, pointing ahead. Noticing Meng Ling's awkward gait, he chuckled softly and took a sip of his drink. "The young master is being deliberate. Isn't? After walking a short distance, Meng Ling murmured, "Young Master Tan is certainly furious." Given Xiao Jinbei's temperament, it was already restrained of him not to shoot an arrow at Tan and send him to meet the Buddha. Wei Changfeng, rarely intrigued, replied, "If it were me, should anyone covet my wife, even if I did not act immediately, I would ensure he never saw the light of another day." Meng Ling looked up in shock. Coming from a scholarly family, this was the first time she had heard such audacious words. She was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Speaking of which, you are quite bold," Wei Changfeng said, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he lowered his voice. Ordinary women, upon witnessing a couple's affection, would typically avert their gaze out of shyness. Yet I observed Miss Meng watching with great interest, even with a touch of envy. Envy? Meng Ling covered her face in embarrassment. "While I did not, please refrain from making baseless accusations." Wei Changfeng burst into laughter. "So what if you saw? I would never mock you. If you enjoy reading novels, I have quite a collection at my residence. Perhaps I could gift you a couple of volumes on a later date." Chapter 32. Afraid I might trip him up? It was unclear what Wei Changfeng and Meng Ling had discussed, but Meng Ling returned to the banquet in a huff, ignoring everyone around her as she gulped down a large cup of sweet wine, sulkily consuming her food. The attentive maid, Ling Long, trailed behind her, casting a cautious glance to ensure she remained unnoticed before whispering a few words into Ling Long's ear. "Is it true?" Ling Long asked earnestly. The maid nodded later. The young master arrived, and fearing to alert the snake by stirring the grass, I left beforehand. A smile broke upon Ling Long's lips. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating how Liu Qingyi was always so meticulous and never made a mistake. Given the nature of her brother Abe, he would certainly not treat her poorly. After marrying into that family, she would want to maneuver within the dynamics. Yet she had to be wary of Xiao Jinbei's few guards, which could lead to unintentional exposure. To her surprise, Liu Qingyi, who appeared so rigid, also harbored secret affections before marriage. Such fortune came effortlessly. Ling Long waved her hand, dismissing the maid. The Empress, accepting the blessings from the officials, would not take long. Thus, there was no need for Liu Qingyi to rush back. Xiao Jinbei took her hand and led her towards the imperial garden. "My husband," Liu Qingyi called, hastening to keep pace with him. "Please wait for me." A young lady like her, who rarely ventured beyond the confines of her home, found it difficult to walk quickly. Xiao Jinbei glanced down, noticing that her skirt had gathered dust from her hurried steps, and unconsciously slowed his pace. "Has he not told you not to meet that gentleman named Tan?" Xiao Jinbei's profile was sharply outlined as he spoke. Liu Qingyi had not observed it closely last night, but now she realized that he had lost quite a bit of weight during his few days away. Liu Qingyi halted, and Xiao Jinbei stopped in turn, their eyes briefly meeting before he looked away. Her eyes, deep and bright, typically cast downwards and rarely lifted unless absolutely necessary, now seemed to bore into him, which inexplicably left Xiao Jinbei feeling parched. Suddenly, without warning, Liu Qingyi's hand touched his cheek. Xiao Jinbei was taken aback by her unexpected gesture. Inhaling sharply and widening his eyes, "What are you doing?" Liu Qingyi jumped in surprise, retracting her hand slightly. "Husband?" she tentatively called, her voice soft. Xiao Jinbei was startled by his own reaction. He cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of curiosity as he leaned his face closer. "Did you get something on you?" "No," Liu Qingyi replied, placing her hand back. "I just wanted to see if you were truly angry." Her gesture seemed to indicate that he was not very upset after all. "Humph." Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes, were it not for being in the palace. "I could easily have you tied to a horse and paraded around the capital for those words you just uttered. Why be so formal with young Master Tan Xingqi?" Liu Qingyi sighed, acquiescing to his remark. "There was nothing inappropriate between me and Tan Xingqi. You possess an audacity that is quite remarkable. Had I not intervened in time, I believe he would have forcibly taken you back to the Wangfu today." The more Xiao Jinbei contemplated the matter, the more unsettled he became, feeling a pang of regret for having restrained himself earlier. "When did you start being there?" Liu Qingyi inquired, puzzled. "Ever since he referred to you as Sister Qingyi." Xiao Jinbei replied with a scoff, noting the familiarity in his tone. Liu Qingyi was at a loss for words, opting instead for a habitual silence. "I recall that when I first met you, you were with this tan fellow," Xiao Jinbei remarked as he took Liu Qingyi's hand again, moving forward. From a distance, they resembled a newlywed couple deeply enamored with one another. "What exactly is going on?" "Tan Xingqi is rather obstinate," Liu Qingyi explained softly, leaning against him. "Our families had some interactions in the past, and there were occasional contacts thereafter. The elders had considered a match, but before discussions could commence, the emperor bestowed a marriage decree. Why does it sound as though you harbor some regret?" Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes dangerously. Liu Qingyi chuckled softly. "Sir, your demeanor now fails to intimidate me." Xiao Jinbei clicked his tongue and continued to lead her along. Liu Qingyi relished the warmth of his palm, instinctively drawing closer. And with the cover of her wide sleeves, she felt no embarrassment as she continued. After the imperial decree was announced, "My brother and Meng Jia brought me and Meng Ling to enjoy the blossoms. It was then that we happened upon Tan Xingqi, who, unexpectedly, was still persistent. I had intended to clarify matters with him, but—" Her voice faltered as she recalled the moment she first laid eyes on Xiao Jinbei, gently biting her lip. "So he has pursued you to this day?" Xiao Jinbei, unaware of her pause, stopped by the pond and beckoned a nearby palace servant with a finger, requesting some fish food to place in Liu Qingyi's palm. "What is this?" she asked. "Fish food," Xiao Jinbei replied with a mischievous smile. "Throw some in and see." Liu Qingyi, confused but obedient, tossed a handful into the water. The scent of the fish food quickly attracted a swarm of fish, and as she heard the splashing, her curiosity drew her closer, only to be pulled back into Xiao Jinbei's embrace. Almost simultaneously, a fish leapt from the water, its large mouth and whiskers directly facing Liu Qingyi, its round eyes locking onto hers before it splashed back into the pond. Water splattered everywhere, yet Liu Qingyi, shielded by Xiao Jinbei, narrowly avoided the droplets. "What was that?" Liu Qingyi seemed startled, momentarily stuttering. "Is it a fish? The emperor recently acquired them. He suggested I take a few home to raise for amusement, but I declined, as I am not suited for such endeavors," Xiao Jinbei said, kissing her forehead gently. Noticing the surprise in her eyes, which also held a hint of excitement, he asked softly, "Do you like them?" "Not really." Liu Qingyi quickly shook her head, but then, unable to resist, leaned out to observe again, having never seen such fish before, finding them rather fearsome. "Those fish have no teeth," Xiao Jinbei chuckled, "and their flesh is tender. They make for delightful fish soup." Liu Qingyi seemed unconvinced. Such fish, even if prepared as a dish at the table, she feared she would not dare to eat. "Fresh curiosities await your gaze. If we dare not nurture them, we shall not bring them home. Soon, let Feng Bian come and procure a couple for the emperor, and upon our return, I shall brew a nourishing soup for you." Xiao Jinbei casually lifted the corners of his mouth, as a gentle breeze tousled his hair, rendering him noticeably softer in demeanor. Liu Qingyi stood beside him, responding with a soft hum. "My husband, Tan Qingyi has expressed his desire to enter the officialdom and serve alongside you in the court. Are you concerned that I might impede his progress? Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow. What are you saying? Liu Qingyi reproached him with a playful glare. Her thoughts lingering on whether Tan Qingyi's unresolved ambitions could jeopardize the royal residence. Chapter 33. Thank you for the reminder. Xiao Jinbei understood her apprehensions, yet recalled Tan Qingyi's earlier display of excitement, which stirred a slight displeasure within him. If he truly possessed the capability, it would be another matter altogether. Alone, he likely does not, Liu Qingyi murmured. But he mentioned that he accompanied the Prince of Jin to the palace to pay respects to the Grand Dowager. Xiao Jinbei's expression grew serious. He had intelligence gathered by his shadow guards regarding Tan Qingyi and had perused his previous writings. Recognizing that his entry into the official realm was likely a calculated endeavor. Should he genuinely wish to serve the court, Xiao Jinbei would welcome it. However, should he choose the Prince of Jin? I comprehend. Xiao Jinbei's countenance shifted, and he smiled at Liu Qingyi. Thank you for your reminder. Liu Qingyi was accustomed to his light-hearted banter, yet his sudden seriousness left her momentarily flustered. Her long lashes fluttered gently before lowering. Do not dwell on the air, she casually mentioned. Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, lifting a hand to pinch her cheek. Enough with the pretense before me. You appear so demure and obedient, yet I can see the clever schemes beneath. Liu Qingyi let out a soft hum, her delicate features scrunching adorably. Xiao Jinbei wished to tease her further, but a glance revealed Feng Bian hastily approaching, prompting him to regain his composure. Young master, Feng Bian whispered, the emperor is seeking you. He had lingered long enough. He could not delay further. Liu Qingyi withdrew her hand, adjusting his sleeves. Hurry along, my husband. I too must return to extend my birthday wishes to Her Majesty. Do not engage with those you dislike, Xiao Jinbei reiterated. I shall await you by the entrance. Xiang, take care of her. Xiang promptly acquiesced. Let's not keep the emperor waiting, Xiao Jinbei proclaimed before departing. Liu Qingyi watched his retreating figure and then glanced at the fish in the pond, their large mouths and small eyes provoking a smile. Miss, we should return swiftly, Xiang reminded her. The banquet is nearing its conclusion, and afterward, we can return home promptly, allowing you more time to converse with the heir. Liu Qingyi shot her a sideways glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, I have spoken out of turn, Xiang laughed. I merely observed your joy. It seems that after this brief exchange with the heir, your spirits have lifted considerably. Liu Qingyi smiled. You are becoming increasingly adept at teasing me. If this continues, I shall find you a good match and bid you farewell. Miss, Xiang exclaimed. Donotist, I intend to remain with you for life. You promised me this long ago. I have reconsidered. Miss, Liu Qingyi laughed heartily. Although it is true that Xiang was teased, it cannot be denied that her spirits lifted considerably after meandering through the garden with Xiao Jinbei, returning to the banquet with an appetite that allowed her to indulge in several more dishes. Meng Ling, seated nearby, was sulking, and despite Liu Qingyi's repeated inquiries, she remained reticent, claiming it had nothing to do with these individuals. Liu Qingyi prudently refrained from pressing further, diverting the conversation to other topics. Fortunately, Meng Ling's temperament was known for its fleeting nature. After a few exchanges, she soon forgot her displeasure and cheerfully engaged in conversation with Liu Qingyi. Qingyi, the empress called, rising with the assistance of her handmaidens. Come here. I wish to speak with you. Liu Qingyi promptly stood up. Is there something else? Meng Ling whispered. I just saw Princess Linglong enter. Will it be all right? No need to worry, Liu Qingyi reassured her. I can surmise what the empress wishes to discuss. Rest assured, he cannot be summoned to remedy every situation. Xiang, remain vigilant, Meng Ling instructed, redirecting her attention to Xiang. If anything troubling arises, find a way to seek me out. Xiang acquiesced, supporting Liu Qingyi as they proceeded. During this birthday celebration, the female guests were all arranged in the West Wind Pavilion, separated from the main hall and side hall by only a corridor. Following the empress into the side hall, Liu Qingyi found Princess Linglong already waiting within. The reason I summoned you is not for trivial matters, the empress said, taking her seat and smiling at Liu Qingyi. Kulme, my dear child, sit down. Liu Qingyi performed her courtesy and sat. Princess Linglong has been rather reckless today. Speaking out of turn, the Empress remarked, frowning at Linglong. As her mother, I must educate her. Linglong, apologize at once. Linglong scoffed, her demeanor nonchalant as she replied dismissively, It was my fault. Do not hold it against me. Sister. The princess's straightforward nature elicited a faint smile from Liu Qingyi. Your Majesty, you are too harsh, she replied gently. It is my indulgence alongside the emperor that has spoiled her. The empress cast a reproachful glance at Linglong before smiling affectionately at Liu Qingyi. As long as you do not blame her, my dear Qingyi. The empress, weaving her words with subtlety, had laid the groundwork for her true intention. As anticipated, she soon returned to the crux of the matter. Qingyi, I summoned you to discuss an important matter. Liu Qingyi adopted an attentive demeanor. Your Majesty, please proceed. With a sigh, the empress continued, This concerns Linglong. You are likely aware that she has grown up alongside a Bei, and there exists a certain bond between them. Linglong is dear to me, and I cannot bear the thought of her marrying someone else. If you do not mind, would you allow her to assist you in caring for a Bei? A smile blossomed in Liu Qingyi's eyes. The empress's intentions were unmistakable. Linglong had openly declared her connection with Xiao Jinbei in front of others, effectively announcing their affections. Now, by calling Liu Qingyi privately, the empress sought to navigate the situation through an apology followed by a declaration, leaving no room for refusal. Certainly, Liu Qingyi replied with a smile. However, I must admit, I feel rather solitary managing the household alone. She hesitated momentarily, a look of reluctance crossing her face. Your Majesty, I must insist that we involve the heir in this discussion. Why summon him? The emperor must have matters to discuss with him. If you have any concerns, feel free to express them without resorting to invoking a Bei to pressure me. The empress's displeasure was evident as she lifted her teacup for a sip. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze and sighed softly. Your Majesty, to be able to be on terms with Princess Linglong is a blessing for me. Yet if it comes at the expense of her feelings, and the heir becomes aware, it would certainly incite his wrath. I dare not make decisions unilaterally. It is best to consult with him first. What grievances are you speaking of? Linglong grew increasingly agitated, interjecting before the empress could respond. I do not care for titles. You were bestowed upon me by Father Emperor. I can tolerate it, if it means being a secondary wife. What grievance is there in that? Chapter 34. Do you wish for me to become a concubine? Liu Qingyi raised her eyes and regarded her for a long moment, and let out a soft laugh. To be granted a marriage by the emperor, only to be relegated to a secondary wife. While pretending to be magnanimous, one must wonder whether Linglong is truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Linglong, the empress admonished, you have yet to be formally engaged. Even if discussing your own marriage is still a matter of parental decree. Speak not of secondary wives. Hold your tongue. What? Do you truly wish for me to become a concubine? Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stood abruptly. Liu Qingyi, do not push me too far. Calm yourself, princess. I harbor no such intentions, Liu Qingyi replied, her tone remaining placid and gentle, as if devoid of anger. Your status is paramount, should the heir wish to divorce me. I cannot find fault in it. However, this matter ultimately lies within his purview, and I dare not overstep my bounds. Nonsense, the empress interjected, having grown increasingly alarmed by their conversation. Your marriage was arranged by the emperor himself. How could a Bei possibly divorce you? Do not speak in absurdities. If I am ineffectual and unable to alleviate my husband's burdens, Liu Qingyi's expression turned somber, for if he desires to end our union, it is within reason. The empress hesitated at a loss for words. The empress was already aware of Linglong's affections for Xiao Jinbei. In previous years, she had harbored doubts about this union. Yet Linglong's persistence compelled her to mention it to the emperor, but he had flatly refused. At that time, Xiao Jinbei's marriage had not been settled, and when Linglong sought the emperor's blessing, she felt thwarted by their interference. In a fit of anger, she resorted to fasting, prompting the emperor, unable to bear the sight, to summon Xiao Jinbei to the palace and subtly inquire if he wished to marry Linglong. What the empress did not anticipate was Xiao Jinbei's immediate and unwavering refusal. The Prince of Huai'an, though a man of considerable military power, still lacked the noble lineage of others. Marriage to Linglong would undoubtedly elevate the Zhou family status. The emperor's reservations were understandable, yet Zhou Jinbei's rejection was beyond the empress's expectations. Though she doubted the compatibility of Linglong and Zhou Jinbei, the thought of his refusal left the empress feeling inexplicably frustrated. No one could have foreseen that Linglong would remain steadfast. Years passed without her expressing affection for any other man. Regardless of Zhou Jinbei's demeanor, she clung to him unwaveringly, until finally, upon his promise to marry Liu Qingyi, she became utterly agitated. The queen, unwilling to witness her daughter suffer from such emotional turmoil, decided to take this opportunity to directly arrange the matter through Liu Qingyi while the emperor was away. She had envisioned numerous scenarios. If Liu Qingyi were to willingly comply, even if reluctantly, it would suffice as long as she married into the family. After all, for the sake of the royal lineage, Zhou Jinbei would not dare to neglect Linglong. However, if Liu Qingyi were to deflect and exhibit any signs of refusal, the queen was confident in her ability to compel her to acquiesce. Yet, no one anticipated that Liu Qingyi would not only agree but also propose a divorce. The emperor had personally sanctioned the union, but soon thereafter, to demand a divorce would be a disgrace to the royal family. Thus, they could not allow Liu Qingyi to initiate such a request. The situation was not as dire as it seemed. The queen chuckled softly, reminding herself that in the Great Zhou, every man took multiple wives. Moreover, given Zhao Shixi's inherently flirtatious nature, he would undoubtedly take several concubines in the future, providing some semblance of security for both Liu Qingyi and Linglong. The queen need not offer consolation, as Liu Qingyi bowed her head even lower, fully aware of the implications. The queen felt as if she was striking a soft pillow, her frustrations having no outlet. Unsure of what to say, she lifted her teacup only to set it down again. After a long pause, she could not help but inquire, with your temperament, how could Abe ever cherish you? If you were to take a liking to another woman in the future, how would you assert your position in the Wangfu? Liu Qingyi seemed to have received an unutterable reproach, her long lashes falling as she spoke in a barely audible whisper. Your Majesty, you are right. The queen found herself at a loss for words and simply waved her hand. Very well, you may return now. Liu Qingyi rose, offering a perfectly executed bow, her head lowered as she exited. Linglong had been observing Liu Qingyi since her arrival and, upon her departure, let out a cold snort. What a sight! She appeared relieved, nonchalantly inspecting her nails, dismissing, Abe would never be fond of such a woman. He prefers fresh, strong, and independent girls, much like myself. The queen remained silent, pausing for a considerable time before turning to inquire, Sister, what is your opinion? I thought you shared the same sentiment as Linglong. A woman dressed in a deep purple luxurious gown emerged, evidently older, her crow's feet betraying her pride and folly. Linglong instantly frowned. Aunt, what do you mean? I mean you are foolish. Not just you, but also her. That woman cast a disdainful glance at the queen, showing no regard for the mother of the nation, allowing a mere girl to manipulate her. If I were you, I would rather throw myself into a well in the harem than sit here and be outmaneuvered by others. Gone by, sure. Do not overstep your bounds. Linglong rose, slamming her hand on the table in anger. Mother is only letting it slide, due to our kinship. How dare you speak so? Oh, I see. I am in the wrong. Gone by, sure retorted sarcastically, a mere little girl trying to assert her status before me. Let me tell you, in your current state, you will never win Zhou Jinbei's heart. Enough. The queen struck the table. Today is my birthday. Do you two intend to ruin my celebration with your bickering? Linglong, still seething, fell silent. Gone by, sure, is the elder sister of the queen, married to Grand Scholar Gone. Whenever the queen finds herself in a quandary, she seeks counsel from her sister. However, Gone by, sure possesses a sharp and acerbic temperament, often speaking her mind without restraint. Even within the palace, she has failed to temper her demeanor. This very individual, endowed with a discerning eye, has often guided the queen through the intricate machinations of the harem, averting numerous crises. Do not let her provoke you. The queen casually offered them both an escape, then inquired, do you believe that Liu Qingyi is truly not as feeble as she appears? Of course, Gone by, sure retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. I understand your disdain for Zhao Bitong's son, yet you must set aside your biases and observe carefully. Why would Xiao Jinbei, who dismisses even Linglong, suddenly take a liking to that girl? Is it merely for her looks? There are countless beauties in the world, and the women surrounding Xiao Jinbei are far from ordinary. He is not a superficial man. Brother Obey certainly does not favor such women. Linglong interjected, unable to contain herself. He has never liked those who are rigid and conventional. That is your perception. Baisher dismissed her with indifference. Moreover, who told you that Liu Qingyi is a conventional person? Chapter 35. You have all been deceived. Linglong glanced at the doorway before turning back to Baisher. You have all been deceived by her, Baisher scoffed. She appears delicate and weak, perhaps even lacking in spirit, right? But let me ask you, have your scheme succeeded? Has Linglong managed to enter the Xiao household? Her words were too derogatory, and Linglong held her tongue, choosing to endure the slight in order to seek clarity. Sister, are you suggesting that the child acted deliberately? She was silencing you. Baisher, frustrated by her sister's lack of insight, urged her to reflect. Do you truly believe that Xiao Jinbei, newly married, is spending his time in the military for mere dalliance? Linglong's eyes widened in realization. Could this be Brother Obey's scheme? Uncertain, but the timing is rather suspicious. Baisher narrowed her already slanted eyes, which took on a more sinister glare. Either they are conspiring together, or Liu Qingyi is astute enough to seize every opportunity. Their outward discord provides her the perfect pretext to feign weakness. No wonder, at such a splendid banquet, none of those who usually seek favor from the Wang residents approached Liu Qingyi for conversation. At last, Linglong began to understand, and Baisher nodded, lifting her teacup for a sip. This is a formidable woman, Linglong. I dare say, your brother Obey will not cast his gaze upon you. Whenever Xiao Jinbei was mentioned, it felt as if a dagger had pierced through Linglong's heart. What is she? Merely an opportunist. An opportunist? Baisher scoffed. Do you believe that Xiao Jinbei, who spent every day in the military, had a cordial relationship with you, is particularly fond of you? Linglong fell silent, clenching her fists. You should see by now that he favors gentle and understanding women, much like Liu Qingyi. I refuse to believe it. Then wait and see. Baisher laughed derisively. One day, your indomitable spirit shall be tempered. As the banquet drew to a close, night had already enveloped the surroundings, with palace lanterns glimmering in the distance. The carriage of the Wang residents awaited outside the palace gates, where Feng Bian, feeling somewhat drowsy, stifled a yawn. Just as the gates were about to be locked, Xiao Jinbei finally emerged. Where's Qingyi? He inquired of Feng Bian, who was approaching him. The young lady left before you. She is seated in the carriage. Feng Bian paused, then added, she seems to be in a fairly good mood. A smile crept onto Xiao Jinbei's lips. He lifted the curtain to find Liu Qingyi sitting inside, having barely eaten throughout the day. She had just taken a piece of pastry when she noticed Xiao Jinbei boarding the carriage. Did the banquet conclude? She asked, offering him a seat. Not quite full. Xiao Jinbei settled beside her, leaning down to bite half of the pastry from her hand. What a coincidence. I too have not had my fill. Shall we go to the drunken immortal pavilion for some delightful dishes? Liu Qingyi glanced at the night sky, hesitating. I senti it too late. Are you tired? Xiao Jinbei pinched her cheek playfully. Not at all, she replied. Then let us depart, he chuckled. What is there to worry about with me by your side? Liu Qingyi had no choice but to nod in agreement. The capital city, Jinghua, is the most bustling place in the Great Zhou. Even at night, guests continued to come and go in a steady stream. Xiao Jinbei waved for Feng Bian and the others to return, keeping only a single horse, and took Liu Qingyi upstairs. Upon their arrival, it was evident that he was a familiar patron, for the waiter immediately greeted him with a cheerful smile. We have kept your usual table reserved for you. What would you like to order? A few light dishes, Xiao Jinbei replied, not releasing Liu Qingyi's hand. Do you still have the Chui Xiang plate? Yes. The waiter enthusiastically led them to their table. Is this lady your wife? Xiao Jinbei replied nonchalantly, mind your gaze, and refrained from staring. I knew such a heavenly beauty must be the one who holds a young lord's heart. The waiter, undeterred, cheerfully helped lift the curtain. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The dishes will be served shortly. Xiao Jinbei let out a soft chuckle. Once the waiter had exited, Liu Qingyi began to observe their surroundings. This private room was undoubtedly the finest in the drunken immortal pavilion, situated by the window, offering a panoramic view of the most vibrant part of Jinghua. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and without waiting for Xiao Jinbei, she seated herself. "Do you like it?" Xiao Jinbei, propping his chin on his hand, asked lazily from across the table. "You always have the best table," Liu Qingyi replied, a hint of envy in her tone. "It is rare to secure a spot at the drunken immortal pavilion. I gathered from the waiter that this room has been reserved for you." Xiao Jinbei smirked slightly. "It wasn't always the case. It was only after our marriage that I secured this place, thinking you might enjoy it. It seems my decision was well-founded." Liu Qingyi blinked in surprise. She did indeed cherish the tranquility amidst the bustling city, but how did Xiao Jinbei know? Seemingly understanding her thoughts, Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow. "Just a guess. Given how you've arranged your courtyard, it is clear you have an affinity for such beauty. And does my husband like it?" Liu Qingyi asked softly. "I do," Xiao Jinbei replied casually. "As long as you're seated in that courtyard, I find joy in it." Realizing the implications of his words after he spoke, he noticed a faint blush rising on Liu Qingyi's cheeks and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Try this." Xiao Jinbei feigned calmness as he served a dish to Liu Qingyi. Their family's culinary creation was indeed delightful. If she enjoyed it, he would bring her here often. Liu Qingyi complied, savoring the refreshing taste. "What did the empress say to you?" Xiao Jinbei inquired while feeding her. "Nothing much." Liu Qingyi pondered. "The empress wishes for you to take a wife." "Take a wife?" Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow. "Linglong?" Liu Qingyi responded with a soft hum, glancing at him. Qingyi would not dare to agree hastily. "I only deferred, saying that it is up to my husband. If you consent, I shall handle the wedding arrangements without hesitation." Xiao Jinbei chuckled, knowing well that his future consort was not one to be easily manipulated. Yet, her manner of handling the situation exceeded his expectations. At least she had taken his words to heart. "This is for the best," he remarked lazily. "Linglong is being capricious, and I cannot fathom the empress's thoughts in indulging her. Does your husband harbor any feelings for the princess?" Xiao Jinbei countered. "Do you believe I have affections for her?" Liu Qingyi hesitated, her delicate fingers gripping the silver chopsticks, unable to discern which was whiter. If Qingyi were to assess the current state of affairs at the Wang residence, it would not be suitable to form a bond with the princess. However, she sensed that her husband was not one to concern himself with such matters. Xiao Jinbei propped his chin on his hand, his gaze as profound as ever. "The princess mentioned that you have been in her company lately, so I thought, regardless of romantic inclinations, my husband must have some fondness for her." "Enough," Xiao Jinbei raised a hand. "Spare me this line of reasoning." Liu Qingyi chuckled softly. "Then let me inquire directly. What are your intentions, my husband?" Chapter 36. Seeking peace of mind, Liu Qingyi considered herself not a jealous person. Yet since Xiao Jinbei had promised her he would not take another wife, she wished to avoid daily doubts that would erode her peace. "I have no feelings for Linglong, nor will I marry her." Xiao Jinbei paused, seemingly weighing his words. The intricacies of royal affairs were formidable. When the emperor first ascended the throne, he was isolated and vulnerable, which led to the establishment of the two-character kingship. Now, it was not so simple for the Xiao family to withdraw. His tone was faint, nearly inaudible in the night, yet Liu Qingyi nodded. "I understand." A hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Jinbei's eyes. "Nevertheless, despite my words, the military power still rests with the Xiao family. You need not suppress yourself. If they speak out of turn, simply disregard them." Liu Qingyi shot him a playful glance. "It sounds as if you imply I am some shrew." "A shrew, indeed," Xiao Jinbei replied with a teasing glint. "One that I would gladly marry." Liu Qingyi chose to ignore him, withdrawing her hand to continue enjoying her meal. "Hey, why are you ignoring me again?" Xiao Jinbei, feeling mischievous, noticed Liu Qingyi's quiet demeanor and was unable to resist. He swung his long legs over to sit beside her. "I am hungry too. Feed me a bite." Liu Qingyi found herself at a loss, ultimately picking up a piece of okra and offering it to him. "Wine." Xiao Jinbei continued his request. Liu Qingyi paused. "My lord has had quite a bit to drink today. How about some warm soup instead?" Xiao Jinbei rested his chin on his hand, languidly pulling her into his embrace. Are you feeding me? Liu Qingyi sighed, obediently serving a bowl of soup, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Xiao Jinbei possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. Beneath his thick brows, his elongated eyes shimmered with light. Usually perceived as sharp, today, with his brows lowered, he allowed her to feed him, exuding an unexpected air of docility, which compelled Liu Qingyi to steal several glances at him. How delightful it would be if it could always be this way, she mused inwardly, contemplating that if Xiao Jinbei remained as he was, she would not mind feeding him 3 meals a day. What are you thinking? Xiao Jinbei playfully flicked her forehead. The once gentle and handsome youth vanished, replaced by a captivating smile that could make one blush. Liu Qingyi felt a pang of regret and slightly averted her gaze. It's nothing, she softly replied. I was just thinking about the gifts my husband has sent me these past few days. Oh, those, Xiao Jinbei pondered. Did any of them please you? When I get a chance, I'll take you to the south. There are many delightful treasures there, though I was unable to procure some due to time constraints. You went to the south? Liu Qingyi set down the bowl and leaned closer to observe him. You must be exhausted after these few days. Indeed, Xiao Jinbei smiled and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. I had business to attend to, but upon reflection, with the Empress's birthday approaching, I thought it wiser to delay my return to the manor, to avoid those with ulterior motives from clinging to you during the celebration. So you visited Princess Linglong. Liu Qingyi nodded seriously. No wonder no one bothered me this time. They all flocked to the princess. Xiao Jinbei laughed heartily, pulling her closer. Little Haiyang, are you feeling jealous? I am not. Liu Qingyi murmured softly, nestled in his embrace. It's just that I feel neglected by my husband. Oh, let me catch a whiff of which young lady is so sour. Xiao Jinbei chuckled, rubbing his prominent nose against her shoulder, eliciting giggles from her. After a moment, she raised her head slightly. It's my oversight. I have wronged you. However, regarding Linglong, I can explain. The emperor raised her in the military camp since childhood, so she moves freely. I didn't anticipate her presence when I went. The empress's birthday celebration cannot solely be managed by the crown prince and princess. In truth, Linglong should be the busiest, yet she somehow found time to linger in the military camp, which was beyond his plans. What is the military camp like? Liu Qingyi asked softly. Liu Tong was a civil official, and with few males in the family, Liu Jinyu aspired to a career in politics. Liu Qingyi, relying solely on her imagination, struggled to envision the disciplined atmosphere of a military unit. A group of burly men, nothing particularly appealing, Xiao Jinbei replied casually, suddenly struck by an idea, a smile playing on his lips. Would you like to see it? I do not wish to. Liu Qingyi quickly straightened up. As a woman, it would be inappropriate. You are my legitimate wife. What is inappropriate about accompanying me? Xiao Jinbei dismissed her concern, holding her hand firmly. Besides, with Linglong there, what could possibly deter you? Rest assured, while the majority may be rough men, they're all true gentlemen who would not cause you discomfort. Liu Qingyi still felt uneasy. I fear it may not be proper. Why do you always cling to propriety? Xiao Jinbei responded with mild exasperation. Whose stringent rules are you following? Liu Qingyi cast a glance at him. Xiao Jinbei, upon receiving a glance from her autumn-like eyes, immediately surrendered. Alas, whenever he was in her presence, he could never muster any anger. Here, take this. He retrieved a jade pendant from his waist and placed it in her hand. You know the location of the northern camp, correct? If not, inquire with Wang Bo. Should you need to find me, simply show this jade pendant to the guards at the entrance. After your first visit, you will no longer be hindered. Liu Qingyi caressed the warm jade pendant. Since their marriage, it seemed she had been continuously receiving gifts from Xiao Jinbei, regardless of their size or value. He always presented them to her without a flicker of hesitation. Yet, she felt she had little to offer in return. Contemplating this, Liu Qingyi straightened and reached behind her neck with her delicate hands. Today, she wore a sheer garment with 2 silk ties interlaced at the back of her neck. As she extended her hand, Xiao Jinbei's pupils dilated in surprise. Without waiting for her to speak, he pulled her into his embrace. What are you doing? His arms tightened around her, his throat bobbing as he spoke in a hushed tone. This is outside. Liu Qingyi was perplexed. I know. You know? Xiao Jinbei paused, his gaze sweeping over her tender neck, and he clicked his tongue in disapproval. Liu Qingyi merely intended to loosen the ties. But the force of his grip was uncomfortable, prompting her to gesture toward the red string around her neck. "Sir, could you assist me?" Suppressing the myriad of sensations coursing through him, Xiao Jinbei hoarsely reached out to untie the red string from her neck. "What is this?" "A talisman," Liu Qingyi, oblivious to his struggle, lovingly produced a small red amulet and placed the warm token in Xiao Jinbei's palm. "You have given me so much, and I possess little else. Please carry this as a token of my peace of mind, if you would be so kind." The amulet, petite and adorned with soft golden threads, was unmistakably a trinket for a young woman, exuding a faint fragrance unique to Liu Qingyi. Xiao Jinbei examined it closely. From Nanhai, he raised an eyebrow. "Have you visited Zhaoyin Temple?" Liu Qingyi's eyes flickered slightly. "No, a few years ago, a monk stayed at the Liu residence and gifted it to me. Items from a Nanhai monk are not easily acquired." Xiao Jinbei chuckled lightly. "I appreciate your sentiment, but it would serve you better to keep this talisman for yourself than to place it with me." Liu Qingyi did not reach for it, instead asking softly, "Does my lord not favor talismans?" "It's not about liking or disliking," Xiao Jinbei replied with a languid smile, his long fingers playfully swaying the red string of the amulet. "However, such items are dependent on fate. The monk traveled across the seas to bestow this upon you. If I take it, what will you have left?" "You." Xiao Jinbei was taken aback. He gazed at Liu Qingyi, who, having completed her thought, lowered her head to continue eating, as if the gentle response had been but a figment of his imagination. He couldn't help but curl his fingers in contemplation. Little begonia, just now. Liu Qingyi scooped a spoonful of soup, the porcelain spoon brushing against Xiao Jinbei's lips. Instinctively, he parted his mouth to drink. The young master has a fondness for fresh soup. Liu Qingyi smiled and suggested, "Why not truly venture into the palace and procure a couple of fish to raise in the backyard, so we can catch some whenever we desire?" "Ah, indeed. Tomorrow I shall request some from the emperor," Xiao Jinbei said, smacking his lips, but suddenly realized something was amiss. He coughed lightly and added, "By the way, will you truly bring it to me?" This time, he no longer teased the red string, but carefully stored the talisman in the palm of his hand. "If you truly dislike it, I can prepare something else for you another day." Liu Qingyi raised her gaze, her lively black eyes shimmering like two springs, reflecting the image of Xiao Jinbei. However, if one were to speak of her greatest wish, it would be for his safety and smooth journey. Everything else was inconsequential. Xiao Jinbei averted his gaze slightly, unable to articulate his feelings. It felt as if he was greatly touched, yet there lingered some other emotions, intertwining and confusing him, inciting a sudden impulse to divulge all his plans of the years to Liu Qingyi. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Not to mention that he himself had yet to fully comprehend the matter. Even if he had made a decision, it would be inappropriate to involve Liu Qingyi. The talisman in his palm grew increasingly warm, and after a moment of silence, Xiao Jinbei suddenly smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the jade pendant he had just gifted Liu Qingyi. "If that is the case, I shall accept it," he said, lowering his head to indicate for Liu Qingyi to put it on him, deeming it a token of affection between them. Liu Qingyi's hand trembled slightly as she tied the knot. Xiao Jinbei looked down at her, cautioning, "Be careful not to drop it." Seemingly intrigued by this enigmatic object, he fidgeted with the red string after donning it. Liu Qingyi noticed the slight opening of his collar, a delicate red trailing down to his well-defined collarbone, adding an unexpected flamboyance to his demeanor. "Are you uncomfortable?" Liu Qingyi asked softly. "If so, should I take it off?" "No need, I am perfectly fine." Xiao Jinbei interrupted her. "Have you eaten enough?" Liu Qingyi nodded. "Let's go." Xiao Jinbei took her hand and rose. "Can you ride a horse?" "No." Liu Qingyi's eyes widened. "Are we riding back?" "Yes." Xiao Jinbei glanced at her sideways. "If you are afraid, we can walk back with the horse." The distance to the Wangfu was not far, and even on foot, it wouldn't take long. However, Liu Qingyi had never ridden a horse and felt an itch of curiosity to try. "Is a horse gentle?" she asked quietly. "Very gentle." Xiao Jinbei leaned down and whispered in her ear, "It is one of my good brothers." "Then riding back is fine." Liu Qingyi's fingertips felt slightly cold. unable to discern whether it was excitement or nervousness. "Husband, will we be too heavy for it? Then I shall lead it. Do you dare to ride alone?" Liu Qingyi tightened her grip on his arm. Her delicate figure trembled slightly at his words, and Xiao Jinbei caught a hint of her faint fragrance. A teasing glint in his eyes. "Little Haidang, if you give me a kiss, I shall take you for a ride around the outskirts. How does that sound?" Liu Qingyi's eyes widened in surprise. "Husband, well then, tomorrow I will select a docile horse for you from the stable and find time to teach you to ride by yourself," Xiao Jinbei continued nonchalantly. Liu Qingyi fell silent. She once had a close confidant from a family of martial generals, who wielded a spear with greater finesse than any man. The spirit of a valiant woman lingered in her mind, yet Liu Tong forbade their frequent companionship. Ultimately, they moved to the capital, and she never had the chance to ride a horse. Xiao Jinbei, however, did not rush her, patiently awaiting her initiative. Standing tall, he towered over Liu Qingyi, who barely reached his shoulders. Attempting to surprise him would be nearly impossible. After a moment of hesitation, she gently tugged at Xiao Jinbei's sleeve. He immediately bent down. Their breaths intertwined as Liu Qingyi rose on her toes, her trembling lips brushing lightly against his cheek. Before she could retreat, Xiao Jinbei grasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her deeply. His lips and tongue were fervent, seizing the moment without pause. Liu Qingyi felt a tingling sensation in her lower back. Overwhelmed and yearning to withdraw, but the strength of his arms offered her no reprieve, tightening around her. With a soft murmur, Liu Qingyi pushed against his shoulder. As her face flushed from lack of oxygen, Xiao Jinbei recognized the need to relent. He closed his eyes momentarily, creating a slight distance between them. "Be good," he said, his handsome brow furrowing gently. Once the fire within him subsided somewhat, he opened his eyes. "Let me show you the horse." Liu Qingyi's eyes glistened with moisture as she nodded slightly, lowering her gaze. Xiao Jinbei's horse, a magnificent steed he had personally brought back from afar, was named Qinglong. Its sleek black coat was robust and striking. Upon seeing Liu Qingyi approach, it snorted loudly, its demeanor as proud as that of its master. It was no wonder he claimed it as his brother. They resembled each other. Liu Qingyi couldn't help but smile faintly. Xiao Jinbei, oblivious to her amusement, felt the night breeze cool his fervor. He effortlessly lifted Liu Qingyi and placed her upon the horse's back. The steed, towering and perhaps unaccustomed to carrying others, pawed at the ground impatiently. Liu Qingyi exclaimed in surprise, instinctively calling out, "Husband, don't be afraid." Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, though he found her flustered expression charming. Yet seeing her pale face tightly gripping the saddle, he refrained from teasing her further. "I'm here, you one-tea fall." Liu Qingyi anxiously glanced at him. "You need to get on quickly. It's moving." Chapter 38. Will you really teach me to ride? Xiao Jinbei couldn't help but laugh, his gaze momentarily distracted as he lightly patted the horse's neck. "What are you doing? Do you not know you're scaring my wife?" The black horse, seemingly unaccustomed to such audacity, snorted defiantly, but eventually stood still. Liu Qingyi finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Jinbei adjusted the saddle before mounting, his long arms reaching over her to grasp the reins. "Take your time," he whispered to Qinglong. Upon hearing its name, the horse lifted its proud head, raising its front hooves. If a connoisseur were present, they would undoubtedly discern the horse's exceptional qualities. Its robust physique and powerful hooves instill a sense of anticipation for how swiftly it might gallop. Unfortunately, Liu Qingyi was riding for the first time. When the horse moved, she was startled, letting out a shriek and instinctively clinging to Xiao Jinbei's slender waist. "Do not be afraid," he reassured her, cradling her with one arm and chuckling softly. "Xiao is quite gentle. Let it guide you slowly, and you will grow accustomed to it." As he spoke, he gently tapped the horse's back. However, Xiao displayed no grandeur. It disdainfully glanced back at its owner, who had taken a fancy to it, and after Xiao Jinbei signaled a number, it begrudgingly began to amble along. Embracing Liu Qingyi, Xiao Jinbei murmured, "Shall you lift your gaze?" Gradually acclimating to the rhythm and jolting of the horse's gait, she lifted her head, her eyes meeting the length of Zhao's neck, its glossy coat shimmering like fine satin as it swayed with each movement. "Touch it," Xiao Jinbei encouraged, guiding her hand onto the horse's back. Isn't it splendid? It is truly beautiful, Liu Qingyi exclaimed with genuine admiration. This is the most magnificent horse I have ever seen. As if it understood her words, Xiao raised its head even higher, strutting as if to showcase itself, each hoof striking the ground with a resonant sound. Its temperament mirrored that of Xiao Jinbei precisely. You must stroke it against the grain. Liu Qingyi's eyes softened, her fear dissipating as she released her hold on Xiao Jinbei's waist, cautiously reaching out to caress the horse's mane. Although it was Xiao Jinbei who encouraged her to touch, he began to feel a twinge of discontent as he noticed her attention, completely captivated by the horse. With an exasperated click of his tongue, he possessively encircled her waist, drawing her back against him, and with a squeeze of his legs, urged the horse into a gallop. The thrill of speed contrasted sharply with their earlier stroll. This time, Liu Qingyi did not cry out. Leaning against Xiao Jinbei's chest, she savored the sensation of the wind caressing her face, her eyes gently squinting against the breeze. Is this enjoyable? Xiao Jinbei asked, his lips brushing her ear. Indeed, Liu Qingyi nodded earnestly. Will you truly teach me to ride? Xiao Jinbei chuckled, planting a kiss on her cheek as an affirmative response. He did not let the horse reach its full speed, maintaining a pace that would not frighten Liu Qingyi, circling the outskirts of the city twice before returning to the royal residence. As night deepened into silence, the prince and princess were likely already asleep. Upon entering the house, Xiao Jinbei exhaled in relief. Liu Qingyi, having never experienced such a clandestine evening escapade, observed his relaxation and cautiously whispered, "Husband, what would happen if we were discovered? Would the prince and princess scold us?" Nothing would happen. Xiao Jinbei arched an eyebrow. My mother pays no heed to such matters, and my father would merely chase us with a stick at most. Do not worry, he cannot best me. Liu Qingyi found it difficult to ascertain what was reassuring about that. This was the first time she had heard of such a dynamic between a father and son. In her family, her father's word was rarely contested by her elder brother. The notion of being chased around with a stick was utterly foreign to her. Liu Qingyi even felt a flicker of curiosity to witness it. After a day filled with vigor and 2 laps of horse riding in the evening, Liu Qingyi still appeared radiant, showing no signs of fatigue. As the sun climbed high in the sky, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, contemplating a clandestine trip to the study for a couple of books to pass the time. She was caught off guard when Xiao Jinbei opened his eyes at her slightest movement. "Where are you going?" he inquired, gently pressing her back down and enveloping her in his embrace. Restless, Liu Qingyi nestled against his sturdy chest, the firm muscles causing a blush to creep onto her cheeks. "I want to fetch a couple of books to read." "Can't sleep?" Xiao Jinbei's eyes sparkled like stars in the night as he looked down at her. "What is the matter?" Perhaps it was the excitement from riding for the first time. Liu Qingyi replied softly, "I don't feel tired at all." With a swift motion, Xiao Jinbei shifted their positions. "You should have said so earlier," he said, playfully nibbling her lips. "I've been holding back, fearing you might be weary. Since you're not, why not engage in something meaningful together?" Having been away for so long, he had already been contemplating this. Had he known that riding would elicit such excitement in her, he would have taken her out much sooner. The night stretched interminably, and Liu Qingyi found herself facing the consequences of her own choices, toiling throughout the night and losing all interest in reading. The queen's birthday passed quietly without anyone inquiring whether Xiao Jinbei would take a secondary wife. The words of the queen and Ling Long felt like a mere interlude played solely for Liu Qingyi, fading into the past. Yet, Xiao Jinbei did not forget. After a few days of rest, he intended to take Liu Qingyi to the military camp for a visit. "That is not appropriate." Liu Qingyi protested while helping him arrange his clothes. "I know nothing about military affairs, and my presence would only trouble you, my lord. I will wait for your return at home." "Are you certain?" Xiao Jinbei replied with a teasing smile. "I have specially arranged for a few fine horses from the inn, hoping you might find one you like. If you're unwilling, then so be it." Liu Qingyi hesitated, recalling the thrill she had felt that day, the desire to experience the wind on horseback lingering in her mind. Although she sensed it might be inappropriate, her eagerness was piqued. "My lord, my lady, He Xiang is here to announce the arrival of Miss Meng." "Is it Meng Ling?" Liu Qingyi glanced at Xiao Jinbei. Go ahead, dear. Xiao Jinbei playfully pinched her earlobe. Think it over. If you wish to find me, have someone send you over. Those horses will be kept for you, rest assured. Liu Qingyi broke into a bright smile. Meng Ling was an unmarried lady, and to avoid making her feel awkward, Xiao Jinbei purposely bypassed the main hall. As Liu Qingyi entered, she found Meng Ling taking deep breaths while holding a bamboo basket. What's the matter? Liu Qingyi asked curiously, noticing her expression. My brother has invited Brother Jinyu for an outing today, and I want to go too. Meng Ling exclaimed, raising her basket. Qingyi, I wish to find an opportunity to give this to him. I made it all by myself. Liu Qingyi peered inside to find exquisite pastries. Lingling, she said, taking her hand and sitting down, I understand your intentions, but have you considered what might happen if others were to see this? How would you manage then? Chapter 39. The arrival of the Crown Prince's fiancée. Unlike Princess Linglong, they do not possess any substantial backing. If Liu Jinyu were to take an interest in Meng Ling, it would be one matter, but if he were indifferent, Meng Ling's reputation would inevitably suffer. Royal women who admire other men are seen as daring in love, whereas ordinary women are labeled as lacking virtue. Given Meng Ling's actions, it is inevitable that she will be subject to the scrutiny of those with ill intentions. I observed that Meng Ling's expression grew somber. Yet, Brother Jinyu had yet to provide me with any response. Liu Qingyi furrowed her brow and inquired, Has Brother Meng asked about it? Meng Ling despondently shook her head. Although Meng Ling did not conceal her feelings from her brother, Meng Zhao had inquired of Liu Jinyu on several occasions, only to receive the reply that he was currently focused on preparing for the imperial examination and would consider marriage afterward. Meng Ling was evidently dissatisfied with this response. I understood the situation, and Liu Qingyi pondered for a moment, asking, Do you know where your brother and the others are meeting today? I heard from my brother that our father wishes to cultivate a good relationship with General Wei. Meng Ling, pondering something, wrinkled her nose. They must have gone to the military camp to pay their respects. The military camp? Liu Qingyi exclaimed. So, you were planning to bring something directly to the camp? Meng Ling quickly covered her mouth. Qingyi. Liu Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. That is a place bustling with people and prying eyes. Although there are rumors of the strict military discipline in the Great Zhou and with Princess Linglong's prior presence, the sudden appearance of a woman bearing homemade pastries would certainly raise eyebrows. I am aware it is inappropriate, which is why I sought your counsel, Meng Ling said softly. Can you help me devise a plan? How reckless, Liu Qingyi admonished, pulling her hand away. Have you discussed this with anyone else? Meng Ling hastily shook her head. How could I dare to speak of such matters with others? I prepared the pastries and came directly to you, without consulting anyone else. Only then did Liu Qingyi feel a slight sense of relief. It was not particularly difficult for Meng Ling to meet Liu Jinyu. Since Meng Zhao and Liu Jinyu were friends, they could certainly arrange an opportunity for them to see each other. The absence of such an arrangement could only suggest that Liu Jinyu had made excuses to decline, unable to find an opportunity, yet unwilling to give up. Meng Ling's only option left was the military camp, a place Liu Jinyu might not anticipate her pursuing him. Wait for me, Liu Qingyi mused, signaling for her to follow outside. Do you know when your brother and the others left? They departed early this morning. I imagine they will return by evening. Meng Ling followed closely behind her. Qingyi, you have thought of a plan, haven't you? It is not the most splendid of ideas, but it is feasible. Liu Qingyi replied as she made her way to the small kitchen, dismissing everyone present. The Crown Prince is here today. Simply say you are accompanying me, and he will find us another place. Furthermore, we can ask him to summon your brother. Is that acceptable? Meng Ling felt a surge of trepidation at the thought of seeking assistance from the formidable Xiao Jinbei, especially for such a matter. Certainly, Liu Qingyi said, washing her hands and beginning to prepare the pastries. He will assist you and will not speak of it. He is the most reliable choice. Meng Ling nodded obediently. She had never been as perceptive as Liu Qingyi when it came to discerning character, but since she deemed Xiao Jinbei trustworthy, Meng Ling was willing to take her word for it. Nevertheless, she still felt a tinge of curiosity. Qingyi and Meng Ling observed her deft movements, seemingly able to anticipate Prince Xiao Jinbei's tastes without a moment's thought. Unable to contain her curiosity, Mengling inquired. When did you begin to trust the prince so implicitly? Logically, their marriage was recent, and Qingyi had not been well acquainted with Xiao Jinbei prior. The rapid development of her trust suggested that the prince was perhaps not as unworthy as rumors would have it. Qingyi smiled, offering no reply. If pressed, she too would struggle to articulate it. Some things are akin to winter's snow or summer's fierce sun, irrational and instinctual. Though unprepared, she was fortunate that the ingredients were readily available. Qingyi placed the freshly prepared pastries into a food box and instructed Hexiang to fetch Wang Bo's carriage, inviting Mengling to accompany her to the military camp. Since the early days of the Great Zhou, there had been a regulation preventing the army from entering the capital without summons, leaving mostly the imperial guard within the city. Due to Wang Huai'an's humble origins, the camp had divided itself into two factions, the young masters in the inner courtyard and those who had fought their way up in the outer courtyard, each keeping to their own affairs. Will we be allowed in? Mengling tightened her grip on the food basket, her anxiety palpable. Qingyi, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so nervous. You are merely here to find me, having heard I would bring pastries to the prince, and with Meng Zhao here today. You came along, Qingyi observed, her tranquil, autumn water-like gaze instilling a sense of calm. What is there to be nervous about? Influenced by her composure, Mengling took a deep breath and nodded. Upon arrival, Qingyi lifted the curtain and, with Hexiang's assistance, stepped down from the carriage. Mengling hurried to follow. The guards had already noticed their approach. As Qingyi neared, one guard pointed his spear in their direction, blocking their path. Who goes there? Qingyi offered a slight smile. Presenting the jade pendant Xiao Jinbei had given her for Hexiang to pass to the guard. The guard were familiar with the prince's belongings and, after confirming its authenticity, promptly returned it. Could it be the prince's consort? One relatively young guard asked as he opened the gate. Our prince has never permitted a woman to enter this place. Mind your tongue, another guard admonished, smacking the young man's head. What do you know of the prince's matters? I am, Qingyi interjected without hesitation, a light laugh escaping her lips. I brought some pastries to share with the prince and would appreciate it if you could notify him. Not necessary. The elder guard quickly bowed. We have met the prince's consort. The prince has instructed that this offering is akin to a personal visit. No need for announcement. You escort the prince's consort? Yes. The young soldier immediately stood at attention. This way, please. Qingyi nodded and followed him inside. Unlike the opulent residences of the capital's aristocracy, this place was sparse in scenic gardens, with only a few meager patches of greenery at the edges. The rest was dominated by training grounds, where the shouts of men echoed, heightening Mengling's unease. Excuse me, young sir, Qingyi inquired softly, is General Wei present with the prince today? Within the camp, it was common knowledge that Princess Linglong held affections for the prince. The young soldier, assuming Qingyi was trying to glean information, responded straightforwardly. Yes, they are together. The heir apparent spends most of his time with the young general, only occasionally engaging in sparring sessions with us rough men to stretch his muscles, while disregarding others entirely. Liu Qingyi chuckled softly. This is good. It indicates that Mengling's news is promising, and they have not come away empty-handed. Ah, the heir is over there. A young soldier spotted Xiao Jinbei from a distance, hastily taking a couple of steps forward, kneeling on one knee with a fist salute, acknowledging the heir and the young general. The heir and the heir's wife have arrived. Chapter 40. The heir does not wish to be ostentatious upon hearing the announcement. Xiao Jinbei raised his gaze. Perhaps due to her visit to the military camp, Liu Qingyi had deliberately donned a lightweight RU skirt. The pale pink gauze enveloped her in a soft, warm mist, making her complexion appear even fairer and her eyes more luminous. As before, she was unmistakably visible. Liu Qingyi? Liu Jinyu, walking beside them, furrowed her brow. This is a military camp. What is a young lady doing here? I summoned her, Xiao Jinbei remarked as he strode forward, only to notice Mengling standing beside Liu Qingyi. The sudden appearance of the heir's wife had already spread throughout the training grounds. Soldiers engaged in drills craned their necks, and several centurions gathered their troops around Liu Qingyi, eager to catch a glimpse of the renowned beauty from the capital. Why are you sweating so much, my husband? Liu Qingyi asked with a gentle laugh. Using a handkerchief to dab, at Xiao Jinbei's forehead. I almost did not recognize you in this attire. Xiao Jinbei had come to the camp to expend unnecessary energy, often sparring with Wei Changfeng. Having just concluded a match, he remained in his agile, short attire. His long hair bound back with a ribbon, exuding both defiance and languor. I thought you would not come, he remarked, raising an eyebrow upon seeing Meng Ling bow to him, nodding in acknowledgement. I prepared some food, Liu Qingyi said softly. I wonder if it suits your taste. This was merely a prelude. She intended to present it to him once they entered the house. However, Xiao Jinbei, indifferent to the onlookers, lifted the food basket she held and plucked a piece of pastry, popping it into his mouth. Delicious, he remarked. Is there more? Liu Qingyi was taken aback. As the heir, his behavior was somewhat unbecoming. Indulging in food amidst a crowd without regard for propriety, she momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Yes. Shall we go inside to eat? She suggested after a pause. Very well, Xiao Jinbei replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He scanned the circle of onlookers, ensuring that each one appreciated the beauty of his wife. Then, shielding her with his body, wrapped an arm around Liu Qingyi's waist as they moved inward. What else do you have? Let me see. Feeling the tightening around her waist, Liu Qingyi whispered, my husband. Xiao Jinbei acknowledged, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Qingyi, I understand that some matters have already become established facts and cannot be concealed. However, you see, we are all brothers here. I cannot be too ostentatious, can I? Liu Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment. The heir had declared his desire not to be ostentatious. Fortunately, the emperor was not present. Otherwise, this would surely constitute a grave offense against the throne. Wei Changfeng understood him best and could not tolerate Xiao Jinbei flaunting his virtues in this place. He rolled his eyes and remarked, please, spare us. Here, among 10 people, 9 are single and cannot comprehend your ostentatious displays. Changfeng, Xiao Jinbei said, patting his shoulder, a gentleman is neither envious nor greedy. The road ahead of you is still long. Meng Ling could not help but chuckle. Her laughter drew the attention of the crowd, and Liu Qingyi, discreetly tugging at Xiao Jinbei's fingers, explained, I came to find my husband and heard that Meng's older brother was here, so I brought Meng Ling along. It was only upon arriving that Xiao Jinbei heard Wei Changfeng mention Meng Zhao. He had been unaware of it beforehand, let alone Liu Qingyi. Noticing that Meng Ling held a food box, and recalling the letter he had delivered a few days prior, he began to grasp their purpose for visiting. Since you are here, let us go inside and sit, Xiao Jinbei said, his enthusiasm waning considerably. Meng brother and I have not finished our game of chess. It would not be too late to leave afterward. Meng Zhao was taken aback. Chess? What chess? He has played chess with Xiao Jinbei. No, this dandy knows how to play chess. He was baffled, but Wei Changfeng understood, his gaze playfully drifting from Meng Ling to Liu Qingyi, and he chuckled indeed. There is no rush. Meng Zhao, still bewildered, followed them into the inner room. Once shielded from the crowd's gaze, Liu Qingyi relaxed instantly, while Xiao Jinbei, quick to react, ensured that no flaws would be detected by others. Young master, what kind of chess do you play in the army? Meng Zhao hesitantly inquired. Xiao Jinbei waved his hand dismissively. Speak quickly. You have the time of a stick of incense. Meng Zhao looked confused and wished to ask more, but his sleeve was tugged by Meng Ling. A stick of incense's time was already a generous concession, and Meng Ling appreciated that Xiao Jinbei had relented for Qingyi's sake. She dared not waste it. I shall take my leave as well, Wei Changfeng said, smirking slightly. I will go sharpen my blade. Meng brother, since you are here to see me, would you care to join? Meng Zhao, slowly grasping the situation, shot a glare at Meng Ling and then glanced at Liu Qingyi, who appeared somewhat awkward. We should take a look, Meng Zhao asserted with emphasis. In a stick of incense's time, I will return after seeing it, understood? Meng Ling nodded. Liu Qingyi smiled at her. Xiao Jinbei, having no interest in lingering to hear gossip, took Liu Qingyi by the hand and left, casually snagging a piece of pastry on the way out while casting a disdainful glance at Liu Qingyi, who lowered his head, feeling guilty. Meng Ling's heart raced. The fewer people there were, the more anxious she became. The bold declaration she had made earlier in the residence to Liu Qingyi felt increasingly distant with each step. leaving her overwhelmed with regret. Miss Meng, Liu Qingyi spoke first. Startled by his voice, Meng Ling trembled, losing her grip on the food box, which began to tilt precariously. Hey, Liu Qingyi quickly reached out to support it. Be careful. Meng Ling lifted her gaze. Jinyu Gij, Liu Qingyi tightened his grip slightly. Meng Ling had always followed Liu Qingyi closely, viewing him as an elder brother, until her mother inquired about her feelings, revealing that the young girl harbored such sentiments for him. Ignorance may have been bliss, but now that he was aware, he found himself at a loss on how to respond. While he claimed to be indifferent, deep down, he found Meng Ling endearing. Yet, when considering her affections, he felt an unsettling lack of fervor. Meng Xiaoming had privately questioned him numerous times, but he had always evaded the inquiries. Now, with Meng Ling boldly approaching him, even risking the chance of being misunderstood, he realized that to continue deflecting would be unmanly. We both speak at once. You go first. Liu Qingyi chuckled gently, setting the food box aside. You came to see me, did you not? Meng Ling's face flushed instantly. Since childhood, she had admired someone as graceful as the moonlit breeze, and in her heart, Liu Qingyi was akin to a celestial being. Yes, Meng Ling took a deep breath. Brother Qingyi, I wish to know, do you have a lady whom you hold dear? Chapter 41. Who dares to do such a thing? Liu Qingyi paused for a moment. This was a question he had been pondering for some time, yet he regrettably lacked a definitive answer. Allow me to rephrase. Meng Ling seemed to sense his hesitation and nervously continued. What kind of wife do you desire? Liu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze, unable to suppress a smile. I have never given it much thought, he replied candidly. Perhaps a dignified and gentle person, with mutual respect being sufficient for me. Meng Ling slowly lowered her hands. I understand what Miss Meng is trying to convey. Liu Qingyi spoke softly, but at present, aside from my studies, I truly cannot divert my attention to anything else. Not even a little. Meng Ling's head drooped. Brother Qingyi, I have liked you since childhood. Do you feel nothing of romantic affection for me? Liu Qingyi's breath caught momentarily. He had thought he had been clear in his intentions. Yet he was unprepared for Meng Ling's directness. Mutual respect is acceptable, Meng Ling interrupted. I will not be a burden to you. If you prefer a dignified woman, I can ask Qingyi to teach me. If I can achieve that, after the examinations. Meng Ling's eyelids fluttered, but she fell silent, reluctant to continue, fearing that she would come across as too clingy and that Brother Qingyi might come to dislike her. I understand. Liu Qingyi raised his hand, hesitating briefly before gently patting her head. After the examinations, I will ask my mother to propose to the Meng family. Meng Ling abruptly lifted her head. What? Liu Qingyi smiled indulgently. Is that true? Meng Ling's expression brightened, her excitement unmasked as she hurriedly sought confirmation. Brother Qingyi, are you serious? Indeed. Liu Qingyi's gaze softened. However, there is still some time before the examinations. I apologize for making you wait. Waiting is no trouble at all. Meng Ling beamed with joy. With that promise, I could wait for years. Liu Qingyi's lips curved into a faint smile. The Meng family and his own were well matched, and with Meng Ling's earnest affection, he found it hard to refuse her. After the scientific expedition, it is certain that many suitors will come forth. Rather than marrying an unfamiliar woman later on, it would be far preferable to wed Meng Ling, for at least there is a foundation of understanding, and her nature is pure and endearing. With this in mind, do you believe you would acquiesce? Xiao Jinbei and Liu Qingyi strolled hand in hand, engrossed in conversation. If my intuition serves me correctly, he would indeed agree. Liu Qingyi replied with a smile. If there were truly no hope at all, I would not have facilitated this connection for Meng Ling, to broker connections for others. I even ventured into the military camp. Xiao Jinbei playfully flicked her forehead, reminding her, how many times did I call you this morning? How did you respond? Liu Qingyi winced, letting out a small gasp. The temperament of the young master was utterly unreasonable, and she could only placate him. I summoned Qingyi for amusement. If Qingyi aims to be a virtuous wife, she must refuse. Meng Ling, however, is different. She could very well become Qingyi's future sister-in-law. Bringing her along serves a dual purpose, assisting her and allowing her to meet her future husband, a splendid arrangement indeed. Now I ask you, Xiao Jinbei leaned closer. his gaze fixed intently upon her. What matters more, seeing me or forging a connection for your brother? Such a juvenile question required no contemplation, and Liu Qingyi readily responded. Naturally, meeting my husband is of greater importance. She possessed an innate ability to articulate her thoughts, and added, in Qingyi's heart, nothing holds more significance than you. Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly. Her words were patently insincere, yet when uttered from her lips, they bore a certain charm. Her blushing countenance and soft voice akin to an enchanting spirit, making one instinctively yearn to believe her. My husband, Liu Qingyi remained oblivious to his internal musings, her delicate fingers playfully teasing his. You mentioned this morning that there are several fine horses in the military camp. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow. Would you like to see them? Liu Qingyi nodded eagerly. Without uttering another word, Xiao Jinbei turned his face away. This gesture was not new to Liu Qingyi. She understood his meaning. However, in broad daylight and within the military camp, such a request made her feel rather bashful. Could we perhaps wait until you return home? Liu Qingyi implored softly. No, Xiao Jinbei replied, casting a condescending glance at her. These horses are exquisite. My father desires them. Yet I have refrained from giving them to him. Think carefully, for if you delay, they may be gone. Liu Qingyi raised her eyes. Does the prince also desire them? In that case, you should take them back for the prince. They would be of little use to me. But if it is for the prince, Xiao Jinbei found himself in a predicament, forced to take what he desired by any means necessary. Ultimately, being outdoors, Liu Qingyi's body felt rigid as she was enveloped in Xiao Jinbei's embrace. Behind her loomed a rugged rock formation, willow branches cascading from above, casting a small shadow. The fervent warmth of his lips intertwined with the cool breeze, leaving her mind in a state of utter disarray. Darling, Xiao Jinbei gently lifted her chin with his finger, compelling her to acquiesce. Liu Qingyi felt her waist finally yield. Perhaps it was not merely her waist. The large stone behind her pressed against her skin, yet the sensation of pain had dulled. Her lips, once animated, now felt numb, and she felt as though she had transformed into a piece of driftwood, clinging to Xiao Jinbei's arm to avoid losing her way entirely. At last, Xiao Jinbei drew back. He seemed unsatisfied, his arm still resting against Liu Qingyi's side, the slender waist beneath his palm feeling as though it could snap with a mere grip. He dared not apply too much pressure, only supporting her to prevent her from falling. Yet the lingering fragrance was relentless, tormenting her regardless of her efforts. Xiao Jinbei paused, gently biting her lips, conveying a message. What is yours shall remain yours. If others wish to take it, let them try. Are you foolish enough to think that just because a prince desires it, it holds any weight? Xiao Jinbei remarked coolly, asserting that no one could claim what was rightfully hers. Liu Qingyi had never been so assertive before, swallowing hard. Stray strands of hair cascaded down her cheeks, and her golden hairpin tilted slightly due to their movements. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer, and the corners, coupled with her snow-white neck, flushed softly, revealing an almost dazzling beauty against her fair skin. Xiao Jinbei tensed, realizing that the military camp offered no suitable environment for such frivolities. If this continued, the outcome could be dire. Get up, he urged, pulling Liu Qingyi to her feet. His gaze flickered towards the rocky outcrop nearby, and he frowned. Did you hurt yourself? Liu Qingyi shook her head. Let me check, Xiao Jinbei said, cradling her in his arms, his hand instinctively exploring her back to ensure she was unharmed before he could breathe a sigh of relief. I was gentle. If I did hurt you, you must speak up. You wouldn't let go even if I did. Liu Qingyi mumbled, her voice low. We're in public. I've told you many times. Who made you angry? Xiao Jinbei held her close, refusing to release her, while he tidied her hair. I went to great lengths to procure this for you, and you want to give it away without even showing your smile? Go ask around. Who in the capital would dare to do such a thing? Chapter 42. You say you can leave just like that? Liu Qingyi found herself at a loss for words. Yet, such occurrences were not unprecedented. She had her reasons for acting this way. In the past, whenever there were good things at home, they were always sent to her first as a matter of protocol. Liu Qingyi, being the legitimate daughter, naturally held the right to choose. In her youth, she was unaware of the implications, and whenever she did receive something, it would lead to her father's reprimands, forcing her to kneel at the ancestral hall until she comprehended the principles of humility before she could return. Over time, Liu Qingyi became indifferent to external possessions. Whether or not something belonged to her was not of paramount importance in her heart. Yet, Xiao Jinbei grew annoyed at her understanding and restraint. So what was she to do? Liu Qingyi unconsciously bit her lip. Don't tempt me. Xiao Jinbei playfully nipped at her earlobe. Just a little longer, and then I'll take you horseback riding, all right? This was sheer slander, yet Liu Qingyi chose not to argue, instead lifting herself slightly to rest her chin on his shoulder. As she prepared to enter the royal residence, she often found herself perplexed. Xiao Jinbei was like an everlasting furnace, igniting fervent flames time and again to melt away her ingrained habits, urging her to abandon the ideals of virtue and propriety, to act with reckless abandon. But she found it difficult to adapt. Content with her current life, she pondered how she could act more impulsively. Should Xiao Jinbei ever tire of her, how would she revert to her present self? Speaking of which, something had seemed off with Changfeng just a moment ago. After a pause, Xiao Jinbei released Liu Qingyi and asked, Xiao Haitang, do you know that girl from the Meng family? Liu Qingyi pondered carefully and shook her head, remarking that she had not heard Meng Ling mention it. If there had been any interaction, it must have been at the last palace banquet. She had not returned with her, as General Wei had escorted her instead. As Liu Qingyi recalled the reason for their separation, she shot him a reproachful glance. Only once? Xiao Jinbei displayed no hint of self-reflection, raising an eyebrow and saying, How interesting. Let's go to the horse grounds. Upon observing his expression, Liu Qingyi sensed a hidden mischief within him. With a resigned sigh, she allowed him to lead her to the stables. The emperor, having endured a rebellion, was generous towards military officials. Although the majority of the troops in Jinghua were composed of young soldiers, they were sufficiently equipped. When Liu Qingyi arrived at the horse grounds with Xiao Jinbei, Wei Changfeng was already there. Upon seeing them approach, he expertly mounted his horse with a swift squeeze of his legs. How is it? Xiao Jinbei inquired. Of course, the horse you chose is an excellent one. Wei Changfeng replied as he dismounted, affectionately stroking its mane. The horse was a dazzling white, its coat shimmering in the sunlight. Despite its imposing stature, it bore a gentle demeanor, lowering its head to allow Wei Changfeng to caress it. Liu Qingyi's eyes sparkled with delight. Go ahead and touch it, Xiao Jinbei chuckled, guiding her hand to the horse's side for her to become acquainted. If you like it, I shall have Feng Wan bring it back for you. Do I truly get to keep it, my lord? Liu Qingyi asked, extending her hand. The grand horse bowed its head, nuzzling against her palm, its silky coat prompting a smile to blossom on her lips. Yes, Xiao Jinbei replied with a light chuckle, but you must not ride it in my absence. Understood. Liu Qingyi beamed radiantly, obediently stating, I shall wait for your return to teach me. In truth, she would not dare to ride even if he were absent. Xiao Jinbei's expression softened, and he merely acknowledged her with a gentle After a while, Meng Ling, having received the answer she sought, set out to find Liu Qingyi. Hearing from the soldiers that they were at the horse grounds, she hurried over with enthusiasm. Qingyi, she exclaimed, running towards her, unable to conceal the joy on her face as she grasped Liu Qingyi's hand. He has agreed. Yes, I know, Liu Qingyi whispered, placing a finger to her lips. Have you forgotten what I told you? Realizing her oversight, Meng Ling quickly fell silent. Though they could deceive others, they could not hide their excitement from the two men nearby. Surprisingly, Xiao Jinbei remained quiet, while Wei Changfeng offered a faint smile, casually interjecting, Congratulations, Miss Meng, on achieving your desire. To dare pursue one into the military camp, you truly possess the courage I imagined. Meng Ling flustered, retorted, I am not. Even so, Wei Changfeng interrupted, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, though his eyes bore an inscrutable darkness. Having feelings for someone is not something to be concealed. Meng Ling fell silent, meeting Wei Changfeng's gaze. I will not speak of it, he stated with a grin, but this means you now owe me a favor. So do remember to repay it in due time. Meng Ling remained quiet, simply bowing her head in acknowledgement. My lord, General. Feng Wan approached, leading the horse. The prince and General Wei have arrived. Unlike General Wei, Wang of Huai'an has been stationed to the frontier throughout the year, seldom returning to the capital. Most of his time is spent with his royal consort in the palace. Today, his unexpected appearance in the military camp took everyone by surprise. Meng Zhao and Liu Qingyi approached, overhearing the conversation and feeling that Meng Ling's presence was inappropriate. They quickly summoned a servant. Meng Ling, it is unwise for you to remain here. You should return with the young lady, said Meng Zhao. Return? Why should we go back? Xiao Jinbei scoffed. I just called her over, and now you say we should leave? Meng Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Jinbei's tone was far from polite, though he had little need for civility. Feeling somewhat awkward, Meng Zhao sought help from Liu Qingyi. The princess' arrival makes it indeed unseemly for Qingyi to stay. Liu Qingyi said, stepping in. Rest assured, Brother Meng, if the young master deems it acceptable, it surely is. Meng Zhao could only acquiesce. The young master is concerned for my well-being. Liu Qingyi laughed lightly, offering a curtsy to Meng Zhao. Young master, you need not be alarmed. The unfamiliar address momentarily startled Meng Zhao. When he looked up to see the meaning behind Liu Qingyi's smile, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Not at all. It was my oversight. Liu Qingyi smiled softly, lowering her gaze as she stood beside Xiao Jinbei. Meng Zhao and Liu Qingyi had known each other since childhood and naturally regarded Liu Qingyi as a sister. Yet times had changed. She was now the young master's consort, rendering his previous words inappropriate. Xiao Jinbei would certainly not tolerate anyone speaking so freely about his consort in his presence. Meng Zhao swallowed hard. What occasion brings everyone here today? A booming voice interrupted, announcing the arrival of General Wei and his entourage. As esteemed elders, their high status commanded immediate respect. Everyone bowed in greeting, but General Wei dismissed the formalities with a wave of his hand before fixing his gaze on Xiao Jinbei. Bei, I heard from your father that you have acquired several fine horses? Indeed, Xiao Jinbei replied with a serious demeanor, recalling a recent encounter with a horse trader from whom he purchased several exceptional steeds. Were they? General Wei rubbed his hands together eagerly. Bring them out for me to see. If they truly are remarkable, I shall want a few from you. Grandfather, he only has 3. Wei Changfeng chimed in, raising an eyebrow. That may not suffice for your selection. 3 will do just fine, General Wei declared, waving his hand. Bring them over at once. As a veteran of 3 reigns, the seasoned general, with an abundance of military accolades, remained vigorous and alert, his eyes wide and bright. Old general, only 2 remain. Xiao Jinbei chuckled. These were specially prepared for my wife. She chose the gentlest one, while the other 2 have just been tamed, and one is rather spirited. Liu Qingyi momentarily held her breath. Both Liu Qingyi and Meng Zhao froze in place, while Meng Ling held her breath even more cautiously, fearful of drawing attention. The prince was one matter, as they were family, and with Xiao Jinbei assuring that it was of no concern, Liu Qingyi believed him. Before her stood General Wei, a figure of great authority. If he wished to see something, he could simply summon it. He might not even choose the horse she had just pointed out. Why speak so prematurely? What if the old general felt slighted and it displeased the Wei family? Liu Qingyi tightened her fingers. She contemplated several strategies to ease the tension. But unexpectedly, General Wei burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Wenbin, Bei's bewildered expression mirrors yours from years past. The king of Huai'an received a light pat on the back from the general, remaining non-committal to the remark. Liu Qingyi exhaled softly in relief. Quit showing off, you rascal. The old general scoffed. What you prepared for your wife? Am I supposed to snatch it away? Hurry and bring over the other 2 horses. Lest Changfeng join in the fray. Wei Changfeng, suddenly called out, raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, if you say it like that, I shall not hold back. The king of Huai'an also interjected, I have my eye on that spirited steed. Xiao Wenbin and Xiao Jinbei, father and son, spoke with a straightforwardness that was strikingly similar. Liu Qingyi, fully resigned, decided to sit quietly and observe the unfolding spectacle. Oh, so you all intend to compete with me? The old general nodded, casting meaningful glances at each one. You all have quite the audacity. Those without courage cannot enter the military camp. Xiao Jinbei lazily interrupted. Since you all desire those 2 horses, I should not be stingy. However, I alone bear the wager. Is that not somewhat unfair? The old general, in good spirits, replied, What do you wish for? The 4 treasures of the study from your esteemed collection, Xiao Jinbei smiled subtly, are said to be exceptional. Those treasures were a gift from the late emperor to me. Do not even think about it. The old general waved his hand decisively, continuing, moreover, what would you do with the 4 treasures? Writing a few characters is as challenging as taking your life. The late emperor, a lover of literature, delighted in the arts, frequently receiving supplies of ink and paper, which he had accumulated. Upon encountering General Wei's official documents, with their sprawling and flamboyant characters, he found them indecipherable and, in frustration, presented the general with a set of writing tools, hoping he might practice his calligraphy in his leisure. Unfortunately, the general lacked such interests, and the treasures remained untouched in his study until the emperor's demise. Liu Qingyi and Meng Zhao, aware of the treasure's significance, brightened at Xiao Jinbei's request. You are correct. I do not possess such items. Xiao Jinbei unabashedly affirmed General Wei's statement. Thus I shall win them from you and gift them to my future wife. At this, Liu Qingyi could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed crimson, and she exclaimed, Your Highness. She realized her presence here had been a grave mistake. Give someone? The old general's gaze fell upon Liu Qingyi as he stroked his beard. Very well, I shall grant you this time. However, since it is a wager, you must emerge victorious. Otherwise, I will not easily relinquish my belongings. It is settled. Xiao Jinbei smirked. General, please. With a booming laugh, General Wei stepped into the arena. The treasured stationery of the old general is indeed remarkable. Xiao Jinbei chuckled lightly, observing Liu Qingyi's flushed face. He refrained from teasing her ears, merely squeezing her hand instead. Such items cannot be found elsewhere. Wait for me outside. Your Highness, Liu Qingyi could not contain herself and interjected, What is to be compared? Horsemanship, Xiao Jinbei replied, accepting the bow, an arrow handed to him by a bystander. Regardless of the method employed, the competition would be determined by the number of targets hit. Liu Qingyi glanced into the arena and indeed saw a circle of targets surrounding the field. Regardless of the method, Meng Zhao murmured, What if someone is injured? Young Master Meng need not worry, answered a nearby soldier, who had been part of their earlier wager discussions. The soldiers had quickly gathered, forming a disciplined circle around the racetrack, clearly accustomed to such spectacles. The adults are well aware of their limits. Meng Zhao had no choice but to direct his gaze towards the center. Aside from Xiao Jinbei, the other 3 were seasoned warriors. The 4 horses lined up, and even before the race commenced, an air of tension filled the atmosphere. Start. The soldier responsible for timing struck the drum. This was Liu Qingyi's first glimpse of Xiao Jinbei in military attire. He donned a dark robe adorned with cloud patterns, his inky black hair secured by a filigree golden crown. A horned belt cinched his waist, and his eyes sparkled like falling stars. As the hooves struck the ground, his lips curled slightly, exuding an invigorating spirit. She could not help but hold her breath. The air truly is handsome, Meng Ling whispered. Qingyi, who do you think will win? Liu Qingyi did not hear her question. Her attention was entirely captivated by the scene unfolding on the racetrack. The 4 horses surged forward in near unison, and the struggle upon their backs began. Wei Changfeng unfurled a folding fan from his sleeve and waved it at Xiao Jinbei. How ostentatious! Xiao Jinbei dodged with a lean, propelling himself into the air with a powerful push, using the horse's back as leverage, and sweeping his long leg toward Wei Changfeng. Unnecessary. A deep voice suddenly echoed nearby. Xiao Jinbei cast a sharp glance. Realizing that Xiao Wenbin's whip had ensnared his leg from behind, pulling it mercilessly. The battlefield is no place for frivolous displays. The old general charged forward, pivoting his body with the weight of 1,000 pounds, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at Wei Changfeng's face. Take that. The 4 warriors struck simultaneously, leaving the onlookers in a daze. Liu Qingyi's heart raced, almost reaching her throat. Instinctively, she turned to the person beside her and asked, How is the air faring? Fear not, Your Highness, the soldier who had led her earlier replied with a smile. The young master is not one to be trifled with. He is truly formidable. Chapter 44. Driven back, no sooner had the words left his lips than Xiao Jinbei sprang into action. He and Wei Changfeng had developed a perfect synergy, both retracting their attacks in unison. Xiao Jinbei utilized the momentum of the whip to steady his balance, while simultaneously launching an offensive against the old general. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Changfeng leaned back on his horse's back, directing his fan towards the wrist of the Prince of Huai'an. With a resounding clap, both attacks landed simultaneously. The old general's fist was deftly deflected by Xiao Jinbei's subtle maneuver, while the Prince of Huai'an was forced to retract his whip after Wei Changfeng struck his wrist. Merely a trivial skill, General Wei bellowed, tightening his grip around the horse's belly. He surged ahead of Xiao Jinbei and Wei Changfeng, narrowing his eyes as he drew his bowstring. The skirmish atop the steeds was merely a distraction. Ultimately, victory would belong to the archer whose arrows found their mark most frequently. The Prince of Huai'an raised his gaze, momentarily neglecting his assault on Xiao Jinbei, as he aimed his whip directly at General Wei's bow. A fine challenge indeed, General Wei scoffed, releasing the string with precision. The bowstring, crafted from resilient cowhide, emitted a sharp whistle, and before Xiao Wenbin's whip could reach him, the arrow had already been loosed. General Wei struck true. A soldier atop the platform shouted, turning to beat the drums with a resounding thud. The onlooking soldiers erupted in cheers. It was a spectacle none of them, not even Liu Qingyi and Meng Ling, had witnessed before, and they were swept up in the fervor, joining in the applause. Liu Qingyi's eyes remained fixed on the arena, and upon seeing Xiao Jinbei rein in his horse and spin twice without injury, her worries began to dissipate. General Wei, still formidable, Xiao Jinbei wore a faint smile, having hit his target with ease. Let us dispense with pleasantries. General Wei chuckled. Young man, you are quite audacious in demanding a wager from me. Should you not take this seriously, you risk losing face before your beloved daughter-in-law. Indeed, Xiao Jinbei replied, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Qingyi outside the arena. A low chuckle escaping his lips, that would not do. Before his words could fade, the drums sounded once more, heralding the commencement of the second round. Learning from his prior experience, Xiao Jinbei surged to the forefront, his steed a streak of black lightning, deftly maneuvering past all obstacles in his path, racing towards the target. The leading contender often becomes the focal point of attention. With a roar, General Wei pursued, unwilling to lag behind, while Wei Changfeng encircled from the opposite side. The distance between them swiftly diminished. A sly smile crept across Xiao Jinbei's lips. This was a contest not merely of speed, but of a silent struggle. The general's arrow had merely been a prelude, intended to divert their attention. The gap between the four horses closed in. Grandfather, Wei Changfeng called out, the one who understood Xiao Jinbei best. His warning was timely, yet alas, it could not match Xiao Jinbei's swiftness. Before General Wei could react, Xiao Jinbei leaped, almost spectral, onto his horse's back. The Prince of Huai'an silently lifted his head. All eyes gravitated towards him, as Xiao Jinbei's long hair danced in the wind, his keen eyes flashing with intent. He poised to release the bow. Liu Qingyi's heart raced uncontrollably. It's coming. A soldier beside Liu Qingyi shouted, prompting everyone to look up. With a quiet chuckle, Xiao Jinbei released the string. The resounding twang echoed once again as he gracefully landed back on his steed, reining in a horse. Master Xiao, 3 hits. A soldier on the platform shouted with fervor, 3 arrows, all in the bullseye. The heir triumphs. Roars of approval erupted from the troops. The cacophony of hundreds of voices surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming Liu Qingyi, her eyes glued to Xiao Jinbei, unable to tear away. With a swift release of 3 arrows, General Wei gazed at the distant target, a smile gracing his lips. Obey. Your skills have undeniably flourished over the years. Xiao Jinbei offered no response. Such a promising talent, General Wei sighed. It is the Xiao family that has borne the brunt for the sake of the Great Zhou. Not at all, General, Xiao Jinbei replied with a nonchalant smirk. You wagered and accepted your defeat. I have no grievances. The old general, exasperated, rolled his eyes in disbelief. The splendid display of horsemanship had left the soldiers brimming with fervor, and as the 4 emerged, the surrounding gazes were almost fervent enough to ignite. Have you retrieved my belongings? General Wei inquired of his personal guard. In response to the general, they have been brought, the guard replied, presenting a silk-wrapped wooden box. Please take a look, General. Hand it over. General Wei waved dismissively. This is of no use to me. I intended to leave it for Changfeng's wife. However, having lost, I must accept my defeat. Wei Changfeng smiled wryly. The guard presented the 4 treasures of the scholar to Xiao Jinbei. Gifts from the emperor are undoubtedly rare treasures. Yet Xiao Jinbei meticulously examined each item, from the brush to the inkstone, before finally handing them to Liu Qingyi. Thank you, General Wei, for your generosity, Liu Qingyi said, carefully receiving the items. This treasure is precious and hard-earned. I shall treasure it dearly. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, as if a mere gust could sweep her away, General Wei had not regarded her seriously until she spoke with such poise, leaving him with newfound admiration. You possess a keen insight, he remarked. Abe mentioned that the horse is prepared for you. Do you have an affinity for equestrian skills? General Wei asked. In the Great Zhou, the expectations for women have traditionally centered around virtue and grace. For noble women, interests typically revolved around music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Few were known to express a fondness for horseback riding. Liu Qingyi glanced at Xiao Jinbei, who stood beside her, and noted that he offered no assistance, merely raising an eyebrow as if awaiting her response. I do enjoy it, Liu Qingyi replied with a smile, disregarding the astonished expressions of Liu Jinyu and others. Alas, I am rather unskilled in horsemanship, and I must trouble the young master to find me a gentle horse. Not at all. Everyone starts somewhere, the old general nodded approvingly. This is splendid. It suits the kind of person Abe would appreciate. Liu Qingyi's cheeks flushed, and she offered a polite bow. With matters to discuss with Prince Huai'an, the old general and the prince exchanged a few pleasantries before taking their leave. Xiao Jinbei tossed a bow and arrows to a nearby soldier and turned to Feng Bian, saying, "One horse is sufficient for the young mistress. Take the other 2 to present to the general and the prince." Feng Bian acknowledged and withdrew. Liu Jinyu and Meng Zhao, having witnessed the earlier scene, found their attitudes towards Xiao Jinbei shifting. Unable to contain their curiosity, they inquired, with such martial prowess, "Why did you not accompany the prince to the frontier for training? Why did he not go?" Wei Changfeng chuckled. He was sent back within just a few days. Can you guess why? Chapter 45. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Xiao Jinbei casually picked up an object and hurled it. Wei Changfeng adeptly caught it, without missing a beat in his banter. On the first day of Lord Zhao's arrival, he had the tent rearranged thrice, using blue and white fox fur both inside and out, while the interior was infused with imperial-grade sandalwood and dragon musk. In a vast Gobi desert, such a conspicuous tent could be seen from afar, rendering the need for scouts unnecessary. The barbarian forces could simply lift their eyes to locate the commander. Liu Qingyi couldn't help but smirk. Although she was unaware of Xiao Jinbei's motives, she believed he was indeed capable of such audacity. The prince, acknowledging it was the young lord's first time accompanying the troops, bore his annoyance with restraint. That year, the barbarians had been cowed into submission, remaining behind the city gates. The prince summoned all his advisors for a discussion and, passing by the prince's tent, recalled the young lord and invited him to join the deliberation. What happened next? Meng Zhao inquired cautiously. What else could happen? Wei Changfeng shrugged. The young lord disregarded military strategy entirely, proposing a string of utterly nonsensical suggestions with unwarranted confidence, outdebating a host of learned advisors and earning a reputation on the frontier. Xiao Jinbei scoffed coldly from the side. Meng Zhao was rendered speechless. Rumors had long circulated in the capital, claiming that while Lord Xiao possessed unparalleled martial prowess, he was utterly inept in literary matters. However, orchestrating troop movements was not the work of a mere brute. Despite his impressive skills, it was inconceivable that the emperor would entrust him with military command. Yet, given his status, no one, apart from the Prince of Huai'an, dared to appoint him as a vanguard, and even if someone had the audacity, Xiao Jinbei would never acquiesce to being overshadowed. This was why he found himself aimlessly wandering the capital, dissipating his boundless energy in the military camp with no one able to curtail him. Liu Qingyi lowered her eyelashes. As the hour grew late, Liu Qingyi cleared her throat, breaking the uncomfortable silence. I have reserved a table at the drunken immortal pavilion. Would the young lord and the junior general care to honor us with your presence? All right, Wei Changfeng replied lazily. After all, with nothing else to do, going out for a drink didn't sound too bad. Then I shall excuse myself. Xiao Jinbei waved a hand dismissively. I will escort Qingyi back to the residence. With Liu Qingyi's departure, Meng Ling had no reason to linger. However, having received the response she desired, she felt no disappointment, exchanging a few words with Liu Qingyi before being ushered into a carriage by Meng Zhao. Liu Qingyi then accompanied Xiao Jinbei to change attire. The soldiers who had gathered to watch gradually dispersed, as they walked side by side past several training grounds. The lively atmosphere of the camp was a daily occurrence. Xiao Jinbei, in a rare display of consideration, slowed his pace. If you find yourself idle at home, feel free to come here to seek me. The capital can be quite stifling. Prolonged confinement indoors is detrimental to one's health. Liu Qingyi obediently nodded, taking hold of Xiao Jinbei's hand. Uncharacteristically, he did not draw her closer nor retain her hand when dismounting from the horse. Liu Qingyi speculated that he might be wary of something. Upon examining his hand, she indeed discovered a long scratch across the back of it. The wretched fan of Wei Changfeng is too cumbersome. Xiao Jinbei dismissed it nonchalantly. It's nothing. I'll be fine once we return. Liu Qingyi raised her gaze, glaring at him. Don't move. Xiao Jinbei arched an eyebrow, genuinely remaining still. Fetch some clean water, Liu Qingyi instructed Feng Bian, and also the wound medicine. Feng Bian promptly sent someone to retrieve the water, then produced a pouch of medicinal powder from his bosom and handed it over. It was evident that this wound medicine was intended for the young master, Xiao Jinbei, whom he usually accompanied. Liu Qingyi shot Xiao Jinbei a glare and urged him to sit down. Does the young master often sustain injuries? She inquired, dabbing a handkerchief in the water and cautiously wiping the bloodstains from his hand. Injured? Xiao Jinbei glanced at the mark, dismissing it as a mere scratch. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and coughed lightly, stating with utmost seriousness, rarely. Liu Qingyi remained silent. Although the wound on his hand was not severe, it appeared deep and long, quite alarming. She gently sprinkled the powder onto his injury, softly blowing on it, and noticed his slender fingers twitch slightly, which reminded her of his earlier display of agility, soaring through the air and releasing 3 arrows in swift succession. A rebellious youth, as free as the wind. Liu Qingyi couldn't help but smile subtly. To Xiao Jinbei, a mere cut was hardly a wound, yet Liu Qingyi's earnestness compelled him to accept her kindness. The delicate manner in which she tended to him was almost too gentle. Instead of pain, he felt a peculiar itch in his heart, almost wanting to scratch it. Feng Bian, observing from the side, couldn't help but grin. Xiao Jinbei shot a fierce glance. The young master was being doted upon by the young mistress, leaving the servant hesitant to interrupt, stifling his laughter. Fortunately, the wound was not serious. Once Liu Qingyi had applied the medicine, she returned the vial to Feng Bian. My lord, young mistress, Feng Bian suggested, shall I bring some pastries? The delicacies prepared by the young mistress were certainly not meant to be left on the table for the rough men to devour. Go ahead, Xiao Jinbei replied. Lifting his chin, bring them here, and we shall finish them before you leave. Feng Bian complied without delay, as they still had a meal to enjoy later. Liu Qingyi softly remarked, My lord, just have a couple of pieces. If you like them, I will make some more for you another day. Xiao Jinbei leaned in and kissed her gently, deciding to overlook her earlier act of preparing pastries for Meng Ling, feeling magnanimous due to her obedient demeanor. Liu Qingyi was taken by surprise, blinking and pursing her lips in a helpless manner. My lord, just one kiss, she said, causing Xiao Jinbei's heart to soften. He decided not to pursue further affection at that moment. As midday approached and the surroundings were quiet, Liu Qingyi engaged him in light conversation, suddenly mentioning the empress's birthday banquet. Many ladies had inquired about her husband's future plans. What did you say, my lord? She asked softly. And how did you respond? Xiao Jinbei countered. Liu Qingyi had anticipated such questions and knew that anyone would respond with awkward yet polite smiles, given Xiao Jinbei's notorious reputation? It was clear to all that she would struggle to answer. Do you truly intend to remain this way? Liu Qingyi's voice dropped even lower. What is it? Xiao Jinbei leaned closer. Do you wish for me to achieve military feats, or perhaps earn a degree? Liu Qingyi gazed at him quietly. I've said before, all I wish for is your safety. Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, affectionately rubbing her cheek. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. He spoke in a deep voice, concealing a hint of resignation. Xiao Haitang. Liu Qingyi nodded. All right. Xiao Jinbei was momentarily taken aback. Qingyi did not harbor grand ambitions. Liu Qingyi chuckled. Since my husband does not compel me to adhere to the rules, I shall certainly not impose upon him tasks he is reluctant to undertake. However, if my husband wishes. Liu Qingyi paused, leaning in earnestly. Then Qingyi is your wife, and regardless of what transpires, I shall remain by your side. Chapter 46. This statement is erroneous. Xiao Jinbei found himself speechless. Liu Qingyi's delicate visage was mere inches away, her beloved eyes shimmering with a gentle luster. The title of the most beautiful woman in the capital was indeed well-deserved. A simple utterance from her sent ripples through his heart. Liu Qingyi smiled. The servant brought in some pastries, and Liu Qingyi offered Xiao Jinbei a taste of various delicacies before setting them aside. Lunch was still to be taken at home, and shortly after their meal, a matron from the palace arrived. Originally, there was no such custom in the Great Zhou dynasty. It was only after the previous empress's birthday banquet, where many royal children exhibited crude behavior, that a decree was issued to have the elderly matrons from the palace instruct them in proper etiquette. In the current reign, although the Prince of Huai'an was of lesser rank, he still adhered to ancestral customs, with a matron visiting every few days. The old servant greeted the young master and his wife. Upon noticing Xiao Jinbei's presence, Matron Liu became notably cautious, her narrow eyes wary and trembling. It was not that she had not encountered the world. Matron Liu had served many dignitaries in the palace, frequently appearing before the late emperor, remaining largely unperturbed. Yet, her first encounter with genuine humiliation came when she was tasked with teaching the young Master Xiao about etiquette. It was then that she comprehended the true meaning of disregarding decorum. Rise, Xiao Jinbei languidly reclined in his rocking chair, chuckling. Matron Liu, it has been a while. How is your health? Matron Liu stiffened slightly. In response to the young master, I am still in good health. That is good to hear, Xiao Jinbei nodded. Speak your mind. I shall have someone escort you back. You may have time to purchase some trinkets on Chang'an Street. What do you think, matron? While his words sounded considerate, they were, in essence, a way to dismiss her with trivialities. Matron Liu felt a pang of disappointment as she deliberated on how to respond. But Liu Qingyi smiled first. My husband needs his rest. She gently interjected, Matron, please come in with me. What for? Xiao Jinbei frowned at this arrangement, his brows knitting together. You already have enough restrictions. What will happen if you learn more? He had married a wife, not acquired a mere painting to bow and scrape before him daily. Where would the joy be in that? Your words are erroneous, young master. Matron Liu finally regained her voice. Since the young mistress has wed you, she is considered half of the royal family. As a man, you may aspire to great endeavors without being shackled by trivial customs. But the young mistress is different. If she fails to observe proper decorum, she may be looked down upon in the future. And how can you silence the voices of the masses then? Xiao Jinbei's expression turned cold. Once Matron Liu had finished speaking, she refrained from further persuasion, lowering her gaze and obediently following Liu Qingyi into the room, leaving him to sit alone for a moment before he finally rose and followed them inside. The young lady of the air, Liu Mama's voice emanated gently through the screen, soothing and tender. Every movement, whether walking or sitting, adhered to certain proprieties. The women of the capital were graceful in every gesture, their gold hairpins remaining perfectly still and their spines held straight. For years, the old servant had instructed noble ladies, and among them, the heir's wife excelled the most. Xiao Jinbei stepped inside. These customs were fixed. During a bow, one must bend their knees to a precise degree, and while serving tea, the wrist must exert just the right amount of strength. Each visit from Liu Mama involved a demonstration for her. Prior to her marriage, Liu Qingyi had been taught by a female attendant, so she felt no particular burden, merely repeating these familiar actions. Yet to Xiao Jinbei, it was a different matter. He could not deny the beauty that Liu Qingyi exuded in motion, captivating to the eye, but inexplicably as he gazed at her lowered brow. He was reminded of her earlier, radiant smile while stroking the horse. Xiao Jinbei believed that was the true Liu Qingyi. Let us conclude for today, Liu Mama remarked, glancing at Xiao Jinbei's expression. I shall return in 3 days, young lady. Chapter 47. I accompany you. Liu Qingyi exchanged formalities and personally escorted her out. Xiao Jinbei remained in the room, lost in thought, and when Liu Qingyi returned, he was oblivious, fixated on the flowers she had just arranged. Husband? Liu Qingyi waved her hand before his eyes. What is it? Do you find the flowers unappealing? Xiao Jinbei paused momentarily before grasping her hand in return. They're lovely, he replied, his voice significantly softer. Little begonia, did you learn about these things before marrying me? Of course, Liu Qingyi answered with a smile. Even without studying the arts. Such etiquette is essential. There is no need for you to intimidate Liu Mama. She has been exceedingly gentle with me. Gentle? What do you mean by gentle? Xiao Jinbei recalled past incidents, snorting in disdain. That old hag used to wield a ruler and strike me unexpectedly on the back. She is hardly a benevolent figure. Liu Qingyi stifled a laugh. That was because you were so reluctant to stay indoors. Liu Mama indulged you by allowing you to go outside. And every time you had a chance, you would deftly climb a tree. Without the prince's presence, no one could catch you. Wait a moment, Xiao Jinbei frowned, his brows knitting together. Who told you that? Liu Qingyi merely smiled in silence. As her time in the Wangfu lengthened, the household grew increasingly fond of engaging her in light conversation. Even the princess and the elder uncle, beyond matters of importance, often spoke of Xiao Jinbei's childhood escapades. Do not pay heed to their idle gossip, Xiao Jinbei said, pulling her onto his lap and playfully bouncing her. Come with me to the market today. There is a fair in the outskirts of the capital, and many foreigners have arrived. Perhaps you will find something to your liking. Liu Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she rested her arm on his shoulder, preventing him from moving too much. I do not require anything, husband. Your gifts have already been more than sufficient. They are merely trinkets, Xiao Jinbei insisted. The crafts of foreigners are exquisite. There may be something you desire. Rest for a while. When you awaken, we shall depart. Liu Qingyi regarded him with curiosity. And what about you, husband? As the sun began to set, Xiao Jinbei effortlessly lifted her into his arms and strode toward the bed. Should Xiao Haidang wish to engage in other activities, he would be even more delighted. Liu Qingyi hastily covered his mouth to prevent his ridiculous chatter. After all, they had plans to venture out later in the afternoon. Thus, Xiao Jinbei restrained himself, contenting himself with merely a few verbal favors. Enveloped in his domineering embrace, Liu Qingyi found herself napping for a brief moment, discovering that this slumber was more rejuvenating than all the hours of rest she had accumulated recently. The warmth wrapped around her made her somewhat reluctant to rise. With her eyes half open, she instinctively nestled closer to him. Awake, are we? A voice, laced with mirth, floated down from above. Liu Qingyi paused, abruptly opening her eyes to realize that Xiao Jinbei had awakened at some point, lazily propping his head up to gaze at her. If you wish to sleep, then do so a while longer, he coaxed, patting her back gently as one would a child. I shall keep you company. Liu Qingyi, feeling shy, quickly sat up. It was uncertain whether Xiao Jinbei had noticed her unconscious movements. For this time he unusually refrained from teasing her. Once she had composed herself, he took her out into the world. The bustling outskirts of the capital were alive with a continuous stream of horse-drawn carriages, forming long lines as far as the eye could see. Liu Qingyi had only witnessed such scenes during the Lantern Festival, unable to restrain herself from lifting the curtains slightly to peer outside. Why are there so many people? She inquired softly. My dear husband, are such markets common in Jinghua? Chapter 48. I desire this in the heart of the capital. Any significant gathering must undergo rigorous scrutiny and reporting. However, this place was rife with nobility, their pockets deep, and many merchants were eager to frequent such markets. Jinghua has fewer of these, Xiao Jinbei stated, stepping down from the carriage and extending a hand to assist Liu Qingyi. In Bashu, such gatherings are abundant. I shall take you there one day. Liu Qingyi felt a pang of envy. You seem to have traveled to many places. Unlike women, men face fewer societal constraints when venturing out. Having been raised under the auspices of a prince, Xiao Jinbei had traversed numerous lands over the years, leaving no corner of the realm unexplored. Liu Qingyi, in contrast, had known only her ancestral home in Nanzhou and the current Liu residence, having scarcely ventured to the renowned locales of Jinghua. With a gentle smile, Xiao Jinbei wrapped her hand within his. The merchants here hailed from all corners of the world, their cries echoing through the air. With their ethereal demeanor, Xiao Jinbei and Liu Qingyi were instantly recognized as individuals of distinction, drawing the attention of numerous vendors. Young master, we have exquisite brushes and inkstones. Do take a look. Madam, this rouge is from a distant land. Do give a try. From fine garments to luxurious silks. Each step they took was met with enthusiastic calls from merchants. Liu Qingyi found herself momentarily overwhelmed and instinctively inched closer to Xiao Jinbei. Do not be anxious, he reassured her, tightening his grip on her hand and chuckling softly. Most of these people hail from foreign lands, unlike the meticulous customs of Debauched. Let's simply explore what piques our interest. Liu Qingyi nodded gently. Unlike the reserved Debauched, the wares from foreign lands were often adorned with bright and dazzling embellishments. The streets were filled with sparkling trinkets, and Liu Qingyi purchased a few, her eyes sparkling with delight, reminiscent of a child encountering wondrous new toys. Xiao Jinbei subtly curled the corners of his lips. Young master, do take a look here. A nearby shopkeeper noticed his expression and greeted him with keen insight. Madam is a paragon of beauty. Paired with this exquisite silver gilt hairpin adorned with floral designs, it would be nothing short of splendid. Yes, you. Not a soul in the capital could compare. Following the shopkeeper's suggestion, Xiao Jinbei cast his gaze in that direction. The item presented was indeed of exceptional quality. The hairpin's color was smooth and delicate, a golden base embellished with jadeite of a captivating green hue. The intricate patterns resembled interwoven leaves, and most remarkably, the end of the pin was meticulously carved into the shape of a butterfly. With the slightest movement, it appeared almost lifelike, ready to take flight. Without hesitation, Xiao Jinbei beckoned with a finger, accepting the silver offered by a servant. The shopkeeper's face broke into a wide smile as he hurriedly handed over the hairpin. He had observed for quite some time, and years of experience in trade informed him that this seemingly unruly young master was someone capable of tenderness. It was far easier to extract funds from him through the woman at his side than to pry them from him directly. The evidence proved him correct. The young master did not even inquire about the price, clearly of noble lineage or substantial wealth. My lord, that hairpin is simply magnificent. A sugary voice rang out from a distance, as a lavish carriage came to a halt beside Liu Qingyi. The curtain was lifted, releasing a strong waft of perfume. I desire this, my lord. Will you purchase it for me? Chapter 49. A pearl of wisdom to arrive at such a marketplace in a carriage indicates one is no ordinary person. And the woman's lack of subtlety was evident as she unabashedly referred to her companion as my lord, as if to ensure all were aware of the esteemed occupant within. Liu Qingyi lifted her gaze. The shopkeeper, sensing the woman's haughty demeanor, was met with a dismissive smile as she commanded, hand me that hairpin. I shall buy it. The shopkeeper's smile faltered. Madam, this less chatter. A rather impatient male voice emanated from the carriage. If I say to hand it over, then do so. Do you wish to continue doing business in the capital? The shopkeeper trembled slightly, carefully gauging Xiao Jinbei's expression. After years of trading, he had witnessed such scenarios before. Experience told him that it was prudent to remain silent and allow the nobleman and the lady in the carriage to settle their differences before he spoke again. In truth, Liu Qingyi was not particularly fixated on the hairpin. Given the choice, she would likely prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict and graciously concede the item. Yet, having witnessed the treatment of the horses earlier, she refrained from voicing her desire. After all, her husband preferred that she not yield too easily. Perhaps sensing Liu Qingyi's silence, the woman in the carriage assumed her to be of little consequence and scoffed haughtily. Some people ought not to linger here, presuming they have some charm. Do they possess no sense of decorum or shame? Her words were rather blunt. Liu Qingyi raised her gaze coolly and retorted, "Is it considered propriety and honor to force a carriage into a street crowded with pedestrians?" The woman seemed taken aback by her audacity, her brows knitting in surprise. She possessed a delicate appearance, with her elongated eyes subtly upturned, exuding an inherent softness and charm. Her voice, previously sweet, now devoid of mirth, revealed an underlying sharpness. "What did you say?" The man in the carriage, irked by her response, abruptly pulled back the curtain. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over Liu Qingyi. Dressed in a pale, ethereal gown, her features were transcendent, radiating an elegance that captivated the eye, like a lotus emerging from the water, pure and exquisite, or an autumn chrysanthemum adorned with frost, serene as a pine tree in a secluded valley. He had never encountered such a breathtaking beauty, and thus found it impossible to look away. Of course, he remained oblivious to the malevolent glare directed at him from the side. "Your Highness." The woman who had spoken earlier was incensed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she shot a fierce look at Liu Qingyi. "What are you staring at?" "Be quiet for a moment." The man swallowed hard, pushing her aside casually. Clearing his throat, he began, "This young lady," but before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Jinbei, what are you doing here?" The prince was none other than Jin Wang, Li Run. Xiao Jinbei let out a cold laugh, tightening his arm around Liu Qingyi's waist, drawing her closer to him. "Speak, what's the matter with this young lady?" Li Run, astonished by his actions, could hardly believe it. Your greeting is rather lacking." Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes, the chill in his gaze undiminished. Channeling his strength, he struck the horse with a piece of silver, causing it to rear and whinny loudly. The startled coachman could not react in time, and the heavily adorned carriage was overturned, sending Li Run and the woman tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. Xiao Jinbei, the prince, now covered in dust, ignored his aches, pointing at Xiao Jinbei with a look of sheer terror. "What do you intend to do?" "Cool me." Xiao Jinbei stepped onto the overturned carriage, his gaze sharp as a blade, a wicked smile gracing his handsome face. To Li Run, he appeared as a fearsome specter. "What nonsense were you spouting earlier? Speak plainly before me now. I wish to see if your vile tongue can produce anything of worth today." Chapter 50. Concerned Liu Qingyi was taken aback by this sudden upheaval. She had not anticipated that Xiao Jinbei would resort to violence in the street, nor did she expect the carriage to be so easily overturned. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the cacophony startled her, causing her to unconsciously take a small step back. Yet, it was only that single step. Remaining composed was a skill she had honed since childhood, especially now, surrounded by watchful eyes, with the openly hostile Jin Wang in their midst. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not afford to show any sign of weakness. She possessed a sense of awareness that the one who was unceremoniously thrown from the carriage did not. The woman, who had hitherto soared like a phoenix, now found herself in disarray, jewels and gold hairpins scattered around her. Upon opening her eyes and spotting Xiao Jinbei, she immediately let out a piercing scream, her voice sharp and shrill. She scrambled backward using her hands and feet, nearly colliding with Li Run. Before he could react, she clambered into his embrace, crying out, my lord, save me. Get away." Li Run, exasperated, seized her collar and yanked her down. "Silence. You must be quiet. Just moments ago, they had basked in glory. She had revealed his identity, and now, reduced to a state of indignity on the ground, she continued to address him as my lord. What was he to do with that?" The woman sobbed, clinging to him resolutely. No one dared respond to Xiao Jinbei, while the coachman, having regained his footing, stood by in silence, daunted by the evident fear of his lord. The only one to break the tension was Liu Qingyi. She approached with deliberate grace, circumventing Xiao Jinbei to stand before the terrified woman. With elegant brows slightly furrowed and a genuine expression of concern adorning her face, she inquired, "Madam, are you well? Have you sustained any injuries?" Perhaps it was the clarity in Liu Qingyi's gaze, or perhaps the woman was still shaken by Xiao Jinbei's earlier intimidation. either way. She was momentarily taken aback, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she stared blankly at Liu Qingyi. "Can you stand?" Liu Qingyi asked gently. The woman shook her head, worry etched across her brow. The regulations of the Great Zhou were not without reason. Large gatherings could easily frighten horses, and allowing carriages to enter such places posed a risk of injury. "You should seek a physician." "Indeed," murmured the nearby townsfolk, whispering among themselves. "How many years has the decree been in place, allowing a carriage to enter? Do the nobility think themselves above reproach? They deserve the chaos they unleashed." Thankfully, no one was injured. Had there been casualties, even if he were truly a prince, he would not escape accountability. Li Ren sat on the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how, in an instant, they had transformed from victims of Xiao Jinbei's wrath to perpetrators of disorder in the marketplace. Liu Qingyi, feigning a sigh of resignation, returned to Xiao Jinbei's side. "My lord." Li Ren's guards, having heard the commotion, finally pushed through the crowd to assist the two on the ground. They scanned the surroundings, noting the hostile demeanor of Xiao Jinbei and the townsfolk, who appeared eager to see him meet a grim fate. They advised softly, "My lord, it is unwise to linger here." Li Ren's face turned ashen. As a respected prince, his dignity had been publicly undermined. Where could he possibly place his face? "Get away." He waved his sleeve, dismissing the guards. "See Xiao Jinbei. Today, I shall make him understand the consequences of disrespecting the royal family." Chapter 51. Is this called truth? The mere mention of the royal family caused the townsfolk's expressions to shift dramatically. Even the most ignorant among them understood that the common man should not confront authority, and inciting the royal family could lead to catastrophic repercussions. "With all due respect, do you dare to act against me under the watchful eyes of the imperial guards?" Xiao Jinbei drawled lazily, his eyelids lifting just slightly. "My lord." The voice of the guard lowered further as he leaned close to Li Ren's ear, advising him that this was under Lord Hua's jurisdiction. If a conflict truly arose with young Master Xiao, it would likely not end well. The man named Hua was a general who had fought alongside the Prince of Huai'an, a figure elevated by the Xiao family. Even if they were in the right, it would be futile against Xiao Jinbei. "Just you wait." Li Ren seethed, his hands trembling with anger as he was half-dragged onto the carriage. "I will report this to the court, and you won't have it easy either." Xiao Jinbei scoffed, with many already seeking audience at the court. He was indifferent to one more complaint. As the crowd dispersed, the onlookers seemed to recognize that Xiao Jinbei and Liu Qingyi were not ordinary individuals, and they prudently retreated, wary of inadvertently provoking the nobility. "Please, young master," the innkeeper, who had remained silent, presented a hairpin. "You have driven out the rogue from the market. This is indeed a virtuous act, a true blessing for the Great Zhou." With a smooth tongue, Xiao Jinbei tossed him some silver, accepting his spoils, and remarked that should any rare items arise in the future, he should be remembered. The innkeeper quickly donned a smiling face in response. Following the commotion, Liu Qingyi lost her interest in continuing her shopping. Fortunately, this street, aside from the market, boasted numerous taverns. Xiao Jinbei selected the most elegantly decorated one and requested a private room for them to sit together. "My husband, have you considered how to respond to court?" Liu Qingyi asked softly when no one else was around. From a moment, the woman referred to the prince repeatedly. Liu Qingyi deduced that the person in the carriage was Prince Jin, though she was unaware of the enmity between Prince Jin and Xiao Jinbei. She had heard at the Liu residence that the two could not coexist peacefully. "What do you think?" Xiao Jinbei retorted. Liu Qingyi pondered for a moment before replying calmly. "My husband, perhaps it would be best to speak the truth." "And how should I express that?" Xiao Jinbei's gaze deepened as he focused intently on her. "To begin with, we encountered Prince Jin." Liu Qingyi paused, reflecting on the woman's identity. "She is the fourth concubine, a songstress rescued from a brothel. One whom Li Ren is quite fond of," Xiao Jinbei interjected, his blunt terminology leaving Liu Qingyi at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she continued. "They wanted the hairpin, and there were too many onlookers, which startled the horse. My husband couldn't hold back and made a few sarcastic remarks." Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow dramatically. "Little Haidang, is this what you call speaking the truth?" "It is indeed the truth," Liu Qingyi affirmed earnestly. The horse was suddenly frightened, and I was startled as well. Thankfully, no one among the crowd was injured. Her words carried deep emotion. Had it not been for Xiao Jinbei's confirmation that Liu Qingyi witnessed his actions, he might have been deceived by her expressions. No wonder she had approached that woman to speak. It seemed she had already devised a plan to divert blame. His virtuous wife never ceased to surprise him with her ingenuity. Since my dear has already crafted a response for me, I shall adhere to it, Xiao Jinbei said with a mischievous smile. Little Haidang, what other secrets do you conceal that your husband remains unaware of? Chapter 52. A return to the manor. He had long perceived that Liu Qingyi possessed a gentle disposition. Yet he was taken aback by her astuteness and cunning, aware of how to safeguard herself while avoiding the scrutiny of others. Rather than resembling a naive rabbit, she was akin to a wily little fox. What is my husband saying? Liu Qingyi chuckled lightly. Qingyi is foolish. I do not comprehend. Xiao Jinbei erupted in laughter. The marketplace remained bustling with activity at the hour of you, undisturbed by the officials. Xiao Jinbei led Liu Qingyi on a leisurely stroll, procuring a selection of exotic pastries to bring back, which Wang Bo presented to the prince and princess. That evening, a decree from the palace arrived at the manor. The envoy was the familiar eunuch, Gong Gao, who served the emperor. After Xiao Jinbei received the edict, Gong Gao approached with a smile, lowering his voice. There is no need for the heir to worry. The emperor merely wishes to summon you for a brief conversation. He has missed you during your absence and hopes to have you stay in the palace for a while. Xiao Jinbei's eyes darkened slightly, though a hint of amusement lingered as he handed a silver ingot to Gong Gao. Understood. Please wait a moment. I must convey a few words to the young lady before I depart. Gong Gao responded cheerfully, awaiting outside. Stay in the palace? Upon hearing Xiao Jinbei's words, Liu Qingyi furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. How could this be? Even if the Jin prince bore resentment, this matter was trivial. Why would the emperor suddenly desire Xiao Jinbei to remain overnight? It must be concerning Linglong. Xiao Jinbei appeared unfazed, as if well accustomed to such occurrences. The emperor's indulgence towards her was excessive. I shall find a way to put an end to this leniency. A trace of worry surfaced in Liu Qingyi's eyes. She was not well acquainted with the emperor, but the palace was fraught with peril, and she could not help but feel anxious. It will be all right. Nothing will happen. Xiao Jinbei gently pinched her earlobe, playfully teasing her in a low voice. I shall not marry a concubine. Do not fear, little Haitang. Be cautious in all matters. Liu Qingyi admonished him with a soft, disapproving glance. Though the Jin prince may be in the wrong, he is still the emperor's brother. Do not act impulsively. Rest assured. Xiao Jinbei winked at her. Have you forgotten? I practically grew up in the palace. Liu Qingyi saw him to the door, her heart fluttering with unease. She could not quite articulate why Xiao Jinbei's demeanor today seemed so unusual, though she sensed something was amiss. The night passed in silence, and Liu Qingyi remained in a state of half-sleep, with no news from the palace. She managed to eat a few spoonfuls of porridge, but unable to endure the restlessness. She decided to visit the princess. The prince had left early for court, and the princess was enjoying her breakfast. Upon noticing Liu Qingyi's arrival, she promptly invited her to sit and share the meal. What troubles you? Zhao Bidong inquired, observing Liu Qingyi's distracted demeanor. Have you been bickering with the bay? Liu Qingyi quickly shook her head. No, it is merely that my husband entered the palace last night, and there's been no word from him since. I cannot help but worry. Are you concerned for him? The princess took the handkerchief offered by a maid and wiped her hands nonchalantly. There is no need for worry. It is merely a conflict with the Jin prince, and it is not the first time. After a few days, the emperor will release him. But Abe is aware of the situation. Zhao Bidong gently patted her hand, intending to offer some comfort, when Wang Bo entered the room. What has happened? In response to the princess's words, Lord Liu dispatched someone to convey that Lady Liu was unwell and wished for the young lady of the house to return home. Chapter 53. A bird frightened by the bow. Zhao Bidong, not suspecting any ulterior motives, instructed Wang Bo to prepare the carriage and turned to inquire about Liu Qingyi. Is your mother unwell? Liu Qingyi, her thoughts already racing back home, nodded slightly, biting her lip. Mother suffers from migraines. When they strike, it is quite unbearable. Once the prince returns, I shall procure his token to summon a physician, Zhao Bitong stated. This cannot continue. You should return and check on her. Do not worry about Abe. When he comes back, I shall send someone to inform you. Liu Qingyi expressed her gratitude with decorum and boarded the carriage. The messenger from the Wang residence was a maidservant close to Lady Liu. Unable to contain her curiosity, Liu Qingyi asked, Sister Cui, what has happened? Is Mother's migraine acting up again? The woman addressed as Sister Cui, known as Heir, slightly older than Liu Qingyi, hesitated, sensing her distress. Miss, did the young master take you to the market yesterday? Liu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. So it is not that mother is unwell, rather. Is father who sent you to find me? Heir nodded. It appears that during today's court, father learned of the matter. Did he see the young master? Liu Qingyi inquired. Cuillère replied honestly. Upon returning home, the master was in a rage, storming into the lady's chamber, insisting she find a way to summon you back. The lady, worried about the current situation involving the young master, feared that the prince and princess might misunderstand. Thus she feigned illness, compelling her to deceive you. Liu Qingyi gradually comprehended the situation, slowly closing her eyes and remaining silent. Heir, with a downcast expression, also refrained from speaking further. The enmity between the young master and Prince Jean was not new. However, it seemed that last night, Prince Jean had been particularly incensed, rushing to the palace to accuse Xiao Jinbei of misconduct and disrespecting imperial authority. At that moment, Liu Tong was in the imperial study playing chess with the emperor and overheard the unfolding events. Upon his return, he sought to vent his anger on both Lady Liu and her daughter. It was uncertain whether he was being instigated by someone. Yet, it was unfortunate for the young lady. With the young master yet to return, returning home from the Wang residence at this time could lead to dire consequences. If the Wang residence were to hold her accountable, it would be all too easy to label her as someone seeking to distance herself from the turmoil. Liu Tong had not considered her feelings at all. Heir's eyes glistened with unshed tears, observing Liu Qingyi's continued silence. She sighed inwardly. Time had passed, yet Liu Manor remained unchanged. However, Liu Tong's ill temper seemed to have spread as the servants regarded Liu Qingyi with sympathetic glances. Ignoring them, she made her way directly to her mother's chamber. What have I told you? Just as she entered the courtyard, Liu Tong's voice echoed. I instructed you to advise her to be humble, yet you refuse to heed my words. It has barely been a while since her marriage, and already she has stirred up such trouble. At this rate, I fear she will rebel against the heavens. Lady Liu found herself at a loss for words. Why must father be so angry? Liu Qingyi approached the doorway, interrupting their conversation. With a gentle drop of her gaze, she observed the chaos on the ground and softly remarked, You are of an advanced age. Constantly succumbing to anger is detrimental to your health. At last, you've returned. Liu Tong finally recognized her presence at the entrance and retorted angrily, How dare you question the reason for my fury? Do you have any idea that I nearly lost my head before the emperor yesterday? Why? Liu Qingyi replied, her expression serene. As far as I know, His Majesty was not angered last night. Why must you, father, be so alarmed and frighten yourself? Chapter 54. Do you acknowledge your mistake? Liu Tong was momentarily taken aback. His lips moved for what felt like an eternity before he managed to stammer out a few words. What did you say? Liu Qingyi had always addressed him with utmost respect, yet this was the first time she spoke with both mockery and scorn. Mother. Liu Qingyi directly approached Lady Liu and gently inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Lady Liu, bearing a look of guilt, shook her head, turning her face to wipe away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. You still have the presence of mind to ask. After such an incident, even if the eldest lady was not originally unwell, she should surely be made ill by your actions, came the voice of Shunlan from nearby. Liu Qingyi glanced over and realized that both Shunlan and Lu Xiang were present. What has transpired? Liu Qingyi raised her eyes. What else could it be? Encouraging the heir to fight for a hairpin in the street, Shunlan shook her head, adding, Qingyi, you are a lady from a distinguished family. How can you disregard your own reputation so carelessly? If this spreads, what face will our Liu family have left? Liu Qingyi smiled. And from where did you hear such tales? Of course, I heard from father. Could it be that he would lie? Liu Xiang immediately interjected. During my stay at the Wang residence, I discovered that you are nothing but a seductress, making the heir cater to your every whim. Now you have even dared to involve Prince Jean. I see that you have not taken Father's teachings to heart at all. When his father ever brought matters of state home to discuss? Liu Qingyi replied coolly, casting a glance at Liu Tong, her eyes reflecting the demeanor of one observing a stranger. The heir has yet to return. I'm unaware of what has transpired in the palace. Yet news from Lu Manor travels swiftly. Are you suggesting that I am in the wrong? Liu Tong, consumed by fury, could scarcely believe his ears. Say that again. Qingyi chose not to repeat herself. Deep within, she harbored a simmering anger, suppressing it just enough to continue. Yet, father, to be so cowardly. Merely unsettled by the words of Prince Jean, to the point of fabricating a lie about Mother's health to summon me back. Your actions are truly outrageous. Suddenly, Liu Tong raised his hand and struck Liu Qingyi across the face. The sound of the slap was sharp and resonant, causing Liu Qingyi's head to tilt slightly, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. Qingyi, Lady Liu gasped, quickly rising to her feet. Upon seeing the redness blooming on Liu Qingyi's cheek, tears streamed down her face as she angrily shouted at Liu Tong. How could you strike her? Liu Tong's hand trembled slightly as he looked down at his palm, a flicker of regret sweeping through his heart. He simply could not forget the gaze of the Jin Wang from yesterday. Knowing that he was the son-in-law of Xiao Jinbei only intensified his desire to bite him. Throughout his life, Liu Tong had relied on being straightforward and had never dared to oppose the imperial family. The mere thought was unfathomable to him. Indeed, he was timid. After all, it was the imperial family. One careless word could lead to the decapitation of his entire family. Yet, all of this turmoil was over a mere hairpin. Liu Tong could not comprehend why his usually obedient daughter would give that hairpin to the concubine of the Jin Wang. How could this lead Xiao Jinbei to commit such an act of treachery? He felt justified in striking her. Withdrawing his hand, he straightened his back and demanded, Qingyi, do you realize your mistake? Liu Qingyi suddenly found the situation exceedingly ironic. What does father believe? I am at fault, she retorted, her voice slipping out uncontrollably. You haven't even asked me what transpired that day. You merely question whether I acknowledge my wrongdoing. She smiled lightly, her clear eyes slowly lifting to meet his, and countered each word. Father, even during interrogations at the Ministry of Justice, the circumstances must be clarified. Since you question my awareness of my fault, allow me to ask you, if my failure to stop the heir is my fault, then whose fault is it that the emperor's private discussions with the prince became common knowledge? Chapter 55. Common knowledge. Liu Tong was momentarily speechless, pointing at Liu Qingyi, unable to utter a single word. After returning from the palace last night, he had been so shaken that when Shunsher noticed his unusual demeanor and pressed him for answers, he unwittingly divulged everything, leading Liu Xiang and her daughter to learn of the matter. Yet this was a trivial issue. Liu Tong had not given it much thought, and Liu Qingyi's relentless questioning only exacerbated his irritation. What do you mean by common knowledge? Liu Tong scolded. I merely exchanged a few words with your second mother. How is that common knowledge? Am I to believe I cannot trust even my own bedfellow? Liu Qingyi scoffed coldly. He Xiang, summon everyone in the manor to wait outside. He Xiang immediately complied. What are you doing? Liu Tong glared. Liu Qingyi, are you planning a rebellion? I want father to see. Liu Qingyi said coldly. How reliable your so-called confidant truly is. Shenlan immediately stood up. What is the meaning of this? This is a family matter. We could discuss a strategy behind closed doors. Are you calling everyone here to make a spectacle of the Liu family's misfortune? Liu Qingyi paid her no heed. She was fully aware of Shenlan's character. She was a woman capable of keeping secrets, yet she would harbor no caution against Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang, who could not conceal anything, would undoubtedly spread this incident to tarnish her reputation. Miss, the steward has already brought everyone here, a voice interrupted. They are all present. This morning, something occurred, Liu Qingyi said, her gaze sharp enough to make Liu Tong take a step back. Surely, they have heard something. The Liu household is currently isolated from news. Ask them who knows the details. A silver coin for each word will ensure they speak. The steward hesitated for a moment before promptly relaying the message. This cannot be allowed. Shenlong instinctively attempted to intervene, for a generous reward often brings forth courageous individuals. With such a substantial sum of silver, how could there be any baseless rumors? Liu Qingyi chuckled, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. The Jin Wang entered the palace at night to meet with the emperor, not in the court, and had it not been for her father's mention, even she would remain oblivious to what the Jin Wang had truly said. It was merely the servants speaking. Could their idle chatter possibly hold any truth? Shenlong fell silent, her teeth clenched in frustration. Liu Qingyi understood Liu Xiang well, especially as she was Liu Xiang's biological mother. Initially, she had hoped Liu Xiang would grasp the gravity of the situation, but upon witnessing Liu Xiang's submissive demeanor, she realized things were amiss. The servant's words were swiftly compiled by the steward onto a single sheet of paper and presented to her. Liu Qingyi cast a cold glance at it before sneering, handing the paper to Liu Tong. "Father, do you still maintain that this matter has not become widely known?" Liu Tong looked at Shenlong in disbelief. His hand trembled slightly as he took the paper. The heir and the Jin Wang had clashed on the street over a hairpin, both sides refusing to yield. Liu Qingyi laughed. "Father, is this what you call keeping this matter secret?" "Shenlong," Liu Tong thundered. "My lord, this has nothing to do with me." Shenlong knelt abruptly, tears streaming down her face. "What on earth does this girl mean? Perhaps someone overheard our conversation. What are you trying to prove? If it weren't for your insistence on that hairpin, how would the heir have acted in such a manner? Qingyi, how long have you been married? And yet you're no longer united with the Liu household?" Chapter 56. The great authority of officials Liu Qingyi had grown weary of being blamed in such a manner. And at this moment, her willingness to cooperate had vanished. She coldly averted her gaze. "Forget this matter entirely," Liu Tong bellowed at the steward, warning those outside that anyone daring to divulge a single word would not be spared his wrath. The steward, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly acquiesced. A silent mockery brewed within Liu Qingyi. By now, the news must have spread throughout the capital. Xiao Jinbei already bore the reputation of a debauched scion, and his recent actions were utterly unrestrained. Those eager to exploit the situation would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. "Shenlong," Liu Tong glanced at Shun, who was still kneeling and wiping her tears. "Gossiping is a grave offense. I ask you, who let this information slip? Even Shenlong, no fool, would not betray her daughter, only weeping and sobbing. My lord, I truly had no knowledge. Last night, your complexion turned pale, and I was so concerned I nearly ventured out to find a doctor, leaving no room for other thoughts." "Yes, father," Liu Xiang quickly interjected. "You know mother well. How could she do anything detrimental to the Liu family? There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Speak." Liu Tong fixed his gaze on Shenlong. "What exactly transpired?" Shenlong's eyes darted around, catching a glimpse of Lady Liu, and she quickly found her justification. "My lord, when you mentioned this matter last night, I heard a noise outside the door and sent a maid to check. It appeared to be Heir. Do not slander." Lady Liu could no longer remain silent. "Heir was not on duty last night. Why would she come to your quarters?" "Sister, do not be angry," Shenlong said, her demeanor radiating urgency. "It is all my fault. Why did I say such things? Considering that Heir belongs to you, sister, even if she strayed off the path, it matters not. I spoke out of turn. Please, my lord, punish me." Liu Tong's gaze shifted to Madame Liu. Shenlong had been observing him closely, and upon noticing the change in his expression, she choked back her emotions. "My lord, all the blame lies solely with me. Please do not let this matter affect your health. Although it began with Qingyi, let us think positively. Once this news spreads, who in the capital will remain unaware of how well the heir treats our Qingyi? Those with ulterior motives will cease to harbor any hopes." As her words fell, Liu Tong's expression shifted. Princess Linglong had always held a fondness for Xiao Jinbei. For the sake of Liu Qingyi, his wife might indeed act in such a manner. Liu Qingyi, harboring her own thoughts, smiled. "Second mother, you have been secluded in the manor. As a concubine, you cannot attend the main banquets, yet you seem remarkably well informed." Shenlong's Taifen moment dia. She had been so focused on framing the first madam that she momentarily forgot that only Princess Linglong had a penchant for Xiao Jinbei. "It is ill-advised to meddle in royal affairs," Liu Qingyi remarked coolly. Father, you ought to intervene. Lu Tong, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples. Not one of you can be trusted. Shenlan, reflect upon your actions in isolation and do not venture outside. Do you understand your mistakes? Liu Qingyi's gaze darkened. Qingyi has committed no wrong. A woman must uphold her husband's dignity. Lu Tong admonished. Encouraging the heir to clash with the Prince of Jin over a mere hairpin is a dereliction of duty. You remain obstinate. Go. Take yourself to the ancestral hall and kneel. You may only return when you acknowledge your faults. Disappointment lingered in Liu Qingyi's eyes as she turned to leave. Throughout her life, it had always been this way. No matter how eloquently she spoke, the Shun family had no retorts, and in the end, it was only she who faced punishment. Even the most silver-tongued could not rival the whims of the heart. Her father's affections lay solely with the second house, rendering her clever schemes futile. Qingyi, Madame Liu called out in despair. It is nothing. Liu Qingyi turned back with a smile. Mother need not worry. It is merely kneeling in the ancestral hall. I have done so before. However, I remain innocent, and should the emperor inquire, my response shall remain unchanged. You are insubordinate. Lu Tong threw a cup of tea to the ground in frustration. Leave. No one is to bring her food or water. I shall see how long she can endure. A faint, sardonic smile graced Liu Qingyi's lips as she turned toward the ancestral hall. She had endured such a life for many years. She should have grown accustomed to it by now. It was merely the ancestral hall. Cold and damp, she could withstand it. Lowering her gaze, she concealed her disappointment and resolutely took a step forward, only to unexpectedly collide with a warm embrace. Where are you going? Xiao Jinbei's eyes were cold, his arms tightening around her. His deep voice, a mere whisper, reached Liu Qingyi's ears. Did I not instruct you to wait for me at home, husband? Liu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. How did you? I returned from the palace and found you absent. After inquiring with mother, I learned you had been summoned back. Xiao Jinbei relaxed his grip and smiled. Thus, I came directly to fetch you. Liu Qingyi remained silent, staring at him in a daze. Come, Xiao Jinbei said, taking her hand and unceremoniously leading her back into the inner room. I didn't quite catch what you said outside, Lord Liu. Who did you intend to send to kneel in the ancestral hall? Lu Tong was taken aback by Xiao Jinbei's unexpected appearance and quickly stood up. Your Highness, I dare not accept such a title. Xiao Jinbei let out a languid laugh. Lord Liu, first answer me. Where was Qingyi about to go just now? The threat in his eyes was unmistakable, causing Lu Tong to tremble slightly as he forced himself to respond. Your Highness, as a daughter of the Liu family, Qingyi must bear the consequences for her mistakes. What mistake did she commit? Xiao Jinbei interrupted him mercilessly. My fiancée is virtuous and has never erred since joining the Xiao family. Are you saying she is at fault? Lu Tong stuttered, but is it not a failure of your own family's upbringing to have your wife take the blame for you? Xiao Jinbei scoffed. Lord Liu, you certainly wield a great deal of authority. Lu Tong, being a civil official, feared unreasonable martial officials, especially one who was of royal blood. It felt like a dagger to his pride. Misunderstanding, Lu Tong managed to force a smile. Your Highness, it is all a misunderstanding. I hardly see it as a misunderstanding. Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes. Where is He Xiang? The maid is here. He Xiang quickly bowed. Tell me everything that transpired here in detail. Xiao Jinbei gestured for Liu Qingyi to sit, then took a seat beside her, casually crossing his legs. Since my esteemed father-in-law has little experience with the Ministry of Justice, allow me to take charge. Let us see who dared to bully my fiancée in my absence. In Chapter 57, is it too much to intervene? Lu Xiang's face turned pale. Among all those present, only she had witnessed Xiao Jinbei defending Liu Qingyi at the Wang residence, initially believing it was merely for her sake. But now, in the Liu household, Xiao Jinbei showed no sign of restraint. Only Liu's wife stared at Xiao Jinbei in a daze for a long while before sitting down again. Your Highness, Shenlan said awkwardly, this is the Liu residence. The family of Qingyi. The master is merely disciplining his children. To say there is bullying is somewhat. Disciplining children, Xiao Jinbei coldly interrupted. Then I must inquire how Lord Liu has been managing his other daughter. Previously, Xiao Jinbei had warned Lu Tong about this matter, And now Lu Tong could only answer obediently. If Xiang is at fault, she must also face the family rules and kneel in the ancestral hall. So, it seems Miss Liu is in perfect health. Xiao Jinbei lifted his eyelids, lazily scanning Lu Xiang. If Lord Liu has already dealt with her according to family rules, she should be back to her lively self in no time. It appears the family rules of my esteemed father-in-law are due for some revision. Even as a royal relative, it was inappropriate to meddle in another family's affairs. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong's immediate reaction was displeasure. Your Highness, this is a private matter for the Liu family. Indeed it is, but unfortunately, both of Lord Liu's private matters are connected to me. Is it too much for me to intervene? Lu Tong was rendered speechless. Xiao Jinbei's gaze turned icy. Lord Liu, allow me to be frank. Had I arrived a moment later today, and if Qingyi had truly knelt in that ancestral hall, do you believe I would have hesitated to dismantle your family's decrepit structure right there? What? Lu Tong shivered, for he was acutely aware of the weight of his family's legacy. He refrained from completing his thought as his gaze met that of Xiao Jinbei, which felt as frigid as a block of ice, sending chills throughout his being and evoking memories of Xiao Jinbei's past actions. What was there to fear? He had brazenly assaulted the Prince of Jin in public and dismantled a shrine at Lu Manor. Shenlong glanced between Xiao Jinbei and Lu Tong, realizing that the young master's words were a blatant disregard for decorum. Although the Liu family was not an illustrious clan, they were not to be easily trifled with. Silence. Lu Tong interjected sharply. Xiao Jinbei's eyes glimmered with disdain as he chuckled softly. I truly believe that my esteemed father-in-law had lost his senses. The matriarch has yet to speak, yet a concubine dares to challenge me. What does the young master propose? Lu Tong inhaled deeply, still hesitant to confront the Prince of Huai'an directly. Qingyi is my daughter. It is my duty as her father to instill in her the virtues of obedience. Is the young master suggesting that Qingyi should sever ties with the Liu family? Lu Tong held firm in his belief that Qingyi would not easily abandon them, which bolstered his confidence in speaking thusly. He may not have the upper hand against Xiao Jinbei, but he could certainly manage his own daughter. Qingyi, you speak for yourself. Lu Tong turned to his daughter. If I have erred in my guidance, then say so. Qingyi cast her eyes downward, letting out a soft laugh. She understood her father's implication all too well, and it was precisely this understanding that filled her with sorrow. Without uttering a word, Xiao Jinbei smirked. If she could convince me, I would not have clashed with the Prince of Jin yesterday. Lu Tong faltered, realizing the truth in Xiao Jinbei's words. Then Qingyi shall not sever ties with the Liu family. Xiao Jinbei interjected. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to send a note to the palace. I will accompany her back when time permits. Madame Liu could not help but voice her concern, but the young master is so busy. If she wishes to see her daughter, will it not be a challenge? I have already instructed the palace staff that Madame Liu may come and go as she pleases. Xiao Jinbei replied, his demeanor softening somewhat. Moreover, since Madame Liu and my mother are of similar age and often socialize, they may very well find common ground. This arrangement reassured Madame Liu, who nodded in gratitude toward Xiao Jinbei. As for the two women, Xiao Jinbei cast a glance at Shenlong and Lu Xiang, pondering how to deal with the matter of Luda Ren's gossip regarding the royal family. Chapter 58. Had he forgotten his own words? Lu Tong adjusted himself in his chair. The implications of discussing the royal family were significant. Should Xiao Jinbei choose to show leniency, a mere reprimand would suffice. However, if he were intent on escalating the situation, Shenlong and her daughter might find themselves facing the law. Young master, Lu Tong stammered, my wife is merely ignorant. I hope you will consider Qingyi's sake. The law is unyielding, Xiao Jinbei replied, extending a long finger to shake his head. Liu Qingyi, have you forgotten what you just said? Lu Tong appeared dazed. Xiao Jinbei rose, placing a measured pressure on Lu Tong's shoulder. Speaking in a tone only they could hear, it is your duty as a father to guide your daughter, is it not? Lu Tong clenched his teeth, grappling with the weight of his circumstances. Throughout his lifetime, he conducted himself as an honest official, rarely engaging in close relations with his colleagues. If Shenlong and her daughter were indeed taken away, he would be alone in prison, and the two women could face untold miseries. Moreover, He had always regarded Shenlan with a sense of ease. Should she utter reckless words in a bid to save her own life, it could very well lead to the downfall of the entire Liu family. Come here. Liu Tong closed his eyes momentarily, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he decreed, Shun and the second young lady have committed a grave offense by speaking out of turn. Each will receive 20 lashes and shall not receive their monthly allowance for 6 months. Master? Shenlan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? 20 lashes. Even the strongest servants would struggle to endure that, let alone them, who are accustomed to a life of leisure. Daddy! Liu Xiang's tears began to flow freely. 20 lashes could kill us. You cannot do this. To speak ill of the royal family is a serious crime. Utter another word, and I shall add 10 more lashes. Liu Tong gritted his teeth. What are you waiting for? Take them away. Master. Shenlan suddenly knelt, grasping Liu Tong's sleeve. Please spare us. 20 lashes could be fatal. If you have no pity for me, have mercy on our Xianger. She is yet to be married. What will become of her if she bears scars? If you had disciplined her properly, we would not be in this situation. Liu Tong flung his sleeve in anger. Today, I am showing leniency with just 20 lashes. Gulme, take them away and administer the punishment. The steward, fearing disobedience, summoned a few men to drag them away. Master! Master! Shenlan shielded Liu Xiang with one hand while holding tightly to Liu Tong's garment with the other. It is I who have erred. Punish me instead, but spare Xianger. She is a precious child we raised with care. How can you be so cruel? Liu Xiang was also frightened, tears streaming down her face. A flicker of compassion crossed Liu Tong's eyes as he glanced at Liu Qingyi. Xiao Jinbei was resolute in reclaiming his honor here. He did not wish to send the mother and daughter to the Ministry of Justice, but needed to display a satisfactory attitude. However, if Liu Qingyi were to lend him a hand, he might have the opportunity to plead with Xiao Jinbei. Unfortunately, Liu Qingyi did not act as he had hoped. She watched the farcical scene unfold silently, with Shenlan casting venomous glances her way and Liu Xiang glaring at her with resentment. Only their father, with his back turned to them, kept signaling her to intervene with Xiao Jinbei. Husband, Liu Qingyi called softly. Liu Tong's eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation, eagerly waiting for her next words. What is it? Xiao Jinbei looked down. I am tired, Liu Qingyi smiled gently, extending her hand to request the whip to oversee the punishment. Would you take me back to the residence? Chapter 59. Do not stand idly by. Xiao Jinbei readily acquiesced. He took Liu Qingyi's hand into his own, languidly calling out, Whip-bearer. The whip-bearer promptly entered, cupping his fists in salute. Your Highness, proceed as the lady suggests. Xiao Jinbei instructed. Then, after a brief pause, he added, as Minister Liu is a civil servant, the servants at his home likely have little experience with such punishments. If they grow weary, lend them a hand. Do not merely stand by and let Minister Liu worry. The whip-bearer responded with resolute affirmation. My esteemed father-in-law. Xiao Jinbei raised his gaze and smirked. Is my arrangement satisfactory? Indeed, Liu Tong's eyelids twitched. I appreciate the young master's concern. Xiao Jinbei nodded in satisfaction and led Liu Qingyi outside. He had instructed that no one should remain idle. And although Liu Tong initially intended to have the butler show leniency, he now dared not do so. He could only watch helplessly as the household servants dragged Shenlan and her daughter out, the courtyard resounding with their anguished cries. Unable to bear the sight, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Bring me a cup of tea, Liu Tong said, pinching his brow, directing his irritation at Lady Liu. I only know how to sit here. Lady Liu remained motionless. After waiting in vain for his desired tea, Liu Tong opened his eyes in suspicion, meeting her gaze. What are you doing? Did you not hear me ask for tea? My lord has hands and feet. Perhaps he can serve himself, Lady Liu replied, rising from her seat. I feel weary and shall return to rest. With that, before Liu Tong could respond, she exited, leaving him alone to stare vacantly amidst the intermittent wails. At this moment, Liu Qingyi had already boarded the carriage. If one listened closely, faint cries could still be heard emanating from the Liu residence. Liu Qingyi lifted the curtain to take a glance, only to be pulled down by Xiao Jinbei, who raised her chin slightly to direct her gaze towards him. Why does your face appear somewhat flushed? Xiao Jinbei furrowed his brow. Do not move. Let me have a look. You are mistaken. Young master, Liu Qingyi replied obediently, remaining still. The slap Liu Tong had delivered to her face had not been forceful, and the marks had nearly faded with time. She was merely a bit irritated, but not to the extent of blushing. Seeing her still in the mood to jest, Xiao Jinbei flicked her forehead and released her. Did the emperor say anything? Liu Qingyi asked softly. There was a disturbance in the streets, resulting in a fine. Xiao Jinbei did not conceal the truth from her. For how long? A few months? Perhaps, Xiao Jinbei replied, evidently not having listened closely, at most, a year. The young master's salary was not insignificant, yet he seemed to regard such a sum with indifference. Liu Qingyi, aware of his substantial resources, could not help but smile gently. And you? What truly transpired? Xiao Jinbei adjusted his posture, his dark eyes reflecting a deeper focus. Why did Lord Liu insist on having you kneel before the ancestral hall? He had arrived too late. Having only heard a few words from Xiang upon entering the Liu household, and had yet to grasp the full context of the matter. You are unaware? Liu Qingyi was taken aback. Then why? Why should I need to be informed when I am on your side? Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, playfully adopting a rogue's demeanor. Moreover, with your temperament, what misdeed could you possibly commit? Any wrongdoing is likely a result of false accusations. I suspect your second sister and her younger sibling are not virtuous. He had merely probed a few words, not expecting to hit upon the truth. Liu Qingyi listened in disbelief. She had been contemplating how Xiao Jinbei, having just emerged from the palace, had come to know of these events, only to realize that he was, in fact, entirely uninformed. He had intervened simply because he saw her facing punishment, with her nose tinged with bitterness. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze. Nothing much, she whispered, just some trivial matters. Chapter 60. Atonement to the ancestors. Xiao Jinbei remained uneasy and summoned Hexiang to fill in the gaps he was unaware of. In that case, this matter is indeed my fault, Xiao Jinbei remarked, tapping his fingers on the small table. Why did he not clarify? His reputation was well known throughout the capital. Liu Qingyi need only provide a few explanations. She could simply say that her efforts to persuade him were in vain, as it was he who insisted on competing with Prince Jin out of momentary pride. One could surmise that even Liu Tong would have no further grounds for criticism. However, you did not act solely out of rivalry with Prince Jin, Liu Qingyi observed quietly. Your anger that day stemmed from the disrespectful words of that woman towards me. Xiao Jinbei blinked. Prince Jin disregarded the edict and forcefully brought his carriage into the market. Had you not happened to notice the same hairpin that day, you would have allowed me to return home first and then teach him a lesson. Liu Qingyi's voice softened. You refrained from patience because of her remarks, ultimately for my sake. How could I lay all the blame on you? Xiao Jinbei chuckled. Who told you that? His heart raced. Liu Qingyi's words had lightly pierced the facade he had constructed, not enough to deflate it, but certainly compelling him to take heed. It was merely my own conjecture. Liu Qingyi smiled. After all, this is not your first encounter with Prince Jin. If you truly found his behavior intolerable, knowing your temperament, wouldn't you have scaled the walls of his residence to confront him in the dead of night? Xiao Jinbei, who had once sneaked out with General Wei to engage in such childish antics, felt a twinge of embarrassment, even if his skin was thicker than city walls. He could not admit such things before Liu Qingyi. He cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. Then just say you were unable to dissuade me. That is futile. Liu Qingyi replied with a self-deprecating smile. I returned late, and my father has already decided that this matter is my fault. No matter how many arguments I make, they will never outweigh a single word from others. Then you will obediently kneel in the ancestral hall? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Xiao Jinbei. Do you even understand which side is more important? That place is cold and dim, kneeling for hours. Do you even care for your knees? Liu Qingyi said nothing, merely glanced at him. What are you staring at? Xiao Jinbei retorted, irritated. Did I say something wrong? I have told you before to take care of yourself. You never heed my words. If I had returned a few days later, you would have been left there, kneeling without food or drink. Do you believe I wouldn't tear down your Liu family's ancestral hall? Liu Qingyi's eyes began to redden. Xiao Jinbei typically spoke in this manner, and he had believed it to be inconsequential. However, upon seeing her eyes glisten with tears, he was momentarily taken aback, and his tone softened instantly. Xiao Haidang, Liu Qingyi's tears fell with the sound of his voice. She had not felt wronged when she was deceived back home for questioning, nor had she lost her composure when her father slapped her. Yet, hearing Xiao Jinbei's words, she could not fathom why her tears flowed uncontrollably. Did I speak too harshly? At this moment, Xiao Jinbei could no longer concern himself with anything else. He reached out and embraced her, gently patting her back. I apologize for scaring you. Please do not cry. How could I possibly dismantle your ancestral hall? Those within are your esteemed ancestors. I spoke without thinking. Choi, be good and stop crying. Liu Qingyi closed her eyes, the tears cascading down more fiercely. How about this? Xiao Jinbei thought, his heart softening. He wiped away her tears. Tomorrow, I shall send Feng Bian to the Liu residence with silver. We will renovate the ancestral hall as an offering of atonement to your forebears. Please do not cry anymore. Chapter 61. A higher official can oppress. His expression was exceedingly earnest, his warm palm resting against her face, as though it could convey warmth directly to her heart. Liu Qingyi's eyelashes fluttered, and she gently leaned into his hand. Xiao Jinbei felt as if his heart had been pierced, soft and sweet. His voice turning gentle as he reassured her, I did not intend to frighten you. It pains me to see you distressed. You are my rightful wife, brought here with great ceremony, and, as the legitimate consort of a noble, you rank above them. Are you not aware that a higher official can oppress those beneath them? Liu Qingyi's voice was soft and nasal as she asked, How can they oppress? Xiao Jinbei did not catch her words. Liu Qingyi, however, fell silent. Her long lashes adorned with teardrops, her eyes glistening with a rosy hue. Xiao Jinbei, accustomed to being domineering, had never encountered someone who did not submit easily. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, You shall do as I do. If anyone has objections, have them noted down and send He Xiong to find me. Liu Qingyi smiled. Fresh from her tears, her eyes resembled a clear pool of water. When she raised her gaze and smiled, she appeared as enchanting as a water lily, captivating and bewitching. Having realized his gaze lingered on her, Liu Qingyi wiped her tears, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Your Highness, you. Xiao Jinbei snapped back to reality, suddenly coughing to mask his embarrassment. He hastily withdrew his hand and brushed off non-existent dust from his robe. Turning to look outside the carriage. This is bad, he chastised himself inwardly. Damn it, I must have looked like a lecher just now. This acute self-awareness made the usually brazen prince feel awkward. He maintained a facade of composure, yet his peripheral vision kept straying back to Liu Qingyi, as if he were glued to her presence. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze, likely guessing his thoughts, the amusement in her eyes growing ever stronger. Although the Jin Wang had reported first, due to his own indiscretions, the emperor dealt with the matter leniently. Both Xiao Jinbei and the Jin Wang were summoned to the palace for reprimand and subsequently fined their salaries, bringing the affair to a close. Such a resolution did not surprise Liu Qingyi, but the Jin Wang's household was far from tranquil. Go away. In the inner quarters of the Jin Wang's residence, another delicate porcelain vase shattered on the ground, fragments scattering. Outside, maids lined up with trays of food, while a delicate voice from within, tinged with tears, refused to open the door. Leave me be. I said I will not eat. Let me starve. What nonsense are you up to? Liren stood outside the door, his head throbbing with anger. It was merely a hairpin. If it was lost, so be it. What jewels or ornaments had he not bestowed upon her? Why did she fixate on that one item? The prince speaks in contradictions. The woman inside wept louder. You clearly promised me that as long as I desired it, you would grant me all the treasures of the world. Now, for just a hairpin, you willingly give it to another. You no longer care for me. What does my affection for you have to do with this? Liren replied, trying to keep his composure. You were present that day when Xiao Jinbei acted with such tyranny. What did you expect me to do? Should I have rushed in and fought him for it? But you are the prince. The voice from within was both delicate and aggrieved. How could there be anything beyond your reach? I see that you are perfectly capable of reclaiming it. You simply chose to relinquish it willingly for that woman. Chapter 62. Unrestrained, what utter nonsense are you spouting? Liren reprimanded sharply, his gaze involuntarily darting to the surrounding maids and servants. Is it permissible to speak so recklessly? Shanhu, he continued, do not presume upon my favor to act without restraint. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Shanhu, originally named Hu Shanshan, had fallen from grace and taken to the brothels, adopting the stage name Shanhu, by which she was known ever since. Possessing charm and a knack for flattery, she had caught the eye of the Jin Prince, eventually becoming a favored concubine, thus securing her current status. Before she became pregnant, the Jin Prince was her sole support. Thus, despite her jealousy, she understood that incurring his wrath could lead to her losing his affection, a risk not worth taking. Shanhu glanced around, removed her hairpin, letting her hair cascade down, and rubbed her eyes vigorously before opening the door. "Your Highness," Shanhu's voice trembled as she stumbled out, tears streaming before she could utter a word. Li Ren, unable to bear her distress, quickly caught her. "Bring her something to eat," he instructed a nearby maid with a nod. "Fetch some high-quality ginseng to make a soup for her to replenish her strength." The maids hurried to obey. "Is Her Highness upset with me?" Shanhu clung to Li Ren, her frail form radiating sorrow. "I was foolish and spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not cast me aside. What have I ever said I would forsake you?" Li Ren siga, his anger dissipating into tenderness. "Rest assured, my promises to you will be honored. That scoundrel Xiao Jinbei cannot reign for long. Once I dismantle the Xiao family, you shall have whatever you desire." A series of suggestive coughs emanated from behind him, causing Li Ren to frown, just as he was about to reprimand. He turned to see Tan Xiong. "What brings you here?" "Your Highness, greetings," Tan Qingyi replied, observing the proper decorum. His eyes lowered in a manner that suggested he was not to intrude. "I was just about to leave when I happened upon your royal guard, so I came to pay my respects." Li Ren, having intended to seek him out, immediately beckoned. "Do not leave just yet. I shall be with you shortly." Tan Qingyi inclined his head slightly. Shanhu, who had just secured his attention, was eager to maintain a bond with the Jin Prince, fearing any rift between them. After much coaxing, she leaned against the door, allowing Li Ren to depart. "Forgive me for the interruption, Tan Xiong." Li Ren chuckled softly, approaching and clasping Tan Qingyi's shoulder. "These young ladies are always so sentimental. What a nuisance." Tan Qingyi smiled. "Your Highness, with your charm and remarkable talent, it is only natural that you attract the admiration of beautiful women. People often relish in the praise of others." Li Ren was particularly fond of these compliments, giving Tan Qingyi's shoulder a hearty pat. "If we are to speak of talent, it is you who deserves the accolades. When I last brought you to the palace, my elder brother praised you profusely. I suggest you forego the imperial examinations altogether. I shall submit a memorial on your behalf to secure an official position for you, saving us both time and trouble." "How can I trouble your Highness?" Tan Qingyi replied, a flicker of a shadow passing through his eyes. "Moreover, I have heard that a conflict has arisen between your Highness and young Master Xiao. Let's not dwell on that matter." Li Ren's smile faded, his expression darkening with resentment. "I will certainly send that arrogant Xiao Jinbei to the depths of hell." Tan Qingyi halted his steps. "Might your Highness indulge me with the details of what transpired? I have heard that this incident is related to Qingyi." Upon the mention of Liu Qingyi, Li Ren's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. He recalled Tan Qingyi's mention of their childhood companionship, but upon seeing her that day, he realized that the reputation of the capital's most beautiful woman was not unfounded. It was no wonder Tan Qingyi remained captivated, even after their marriage. Li Ren, attempting to deflect, vaguely recounted the events of that day, attributing it all to misunderstandings. Tan Qingyi's gaze darkened. "I see. It appears that the hairpin ultimately ended up in Xiao Jinbei's possession." Li Ren felt the sting of this revelation, his countenance growing even more severe. Regardless, Xiao Jinbei's brazen actions in public were utterly contemptible. Such behavior from an arrogant individual warrants caution on your Highness's part. "Caution in what regard?" Li Ren raplia, his frustration boiling over. "My elder brother, blinded by favoritism, has bestowed upon the Xiao family unparalleled grace, with Xiao Jinbei leveraging the brute force of Xiao Wenbin. There is nothing he would not dare to do. Since he relies on such influence," Tan Qingyi replied slowly, a smile gracing his features, his demeanor composed and refined. "Your Highness need only render him powerless, and you shall eradicate this future threat in one fell swoop." After Xiao Jinbei's outburst at the Liu residence, the Liu family had fallen silent for several days. Upon Liu Jinyu's return and learning of the incident, he said nothing. Recalling his promise to Meng Ling and first sought to express his intentions to Lu Tong. The Meng family? Lu Tong stroked his beard thoughtfully. While they're respectable, they lack substantial connections in the court. Should you wish to pursue an official career, they may not prove beneficial. Liu Jinyu anticipated this response, smiling softly. Father, I am not one to seek the limelight. My desire to serve the court stems from a wish to apply my talents for the benefit of our Great Zhou. Rather than marrying a woman of high status, it would be wiser to wed Meng Ling. At least I would not have to worry about entanglements. Lu Tong found this reasoning sound. Contemplating before agreeing, very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Once you succeed in the examinations, I will send your mother to propose to the Meng family. Liu Jinyu expressed his gratitude with genuine appreciation. Is there anything else? Lu Tong inquired, noticing Jinyu lingering in the study. Yes, Liu Jinyu replied. In a few days, it will be grandmother's birthday. How do you intend to celebrate? Madame Liu is unwell and cannot bear fatigue. Traditionally, such matters were managed by Liu Qingyi. Now that she is married, arrangements must be expedited. Let the second branch handle it, Lu Tong declared, waving his hand. Your second mother is meticulous. She will manage this without issue. Just as the second mother was able to rise from bed, Liu Jinyu suggested, Father, perhaps it would be prudent to make preparations in advance. Has father inquired if Qingyi will return? Return? What return? Lu Tong threw down his brush, leaving a blot of ink on the paper he had just written. She has grown wings now. To summon her back, I would have to send a formal invitation to the Wang residence. I cannot afford such embarrassment. Liu Jinyu fell silent. Is father not intending to send an invitation to the Wang residence? The matriarch is celebrating her longevity, which, according to custom, requires a grand celebration. If Liu Qingyi does not return, outsiders may think there is discord between the Liu family and the Wang family. Lu Tong remained silent. The previous incident with Liu Xiang had stirred considerable gossip. This was a perfect opportunity for clarification. Yet, he could not bring himself to present an invitation to the Wang residence. Perhaps I should go, Liu Jinyu proposed. Father can write the invitation, and I will personally deliver it. We should also extend an invitation to General Wei's household. Forging such alliances would greatly benefit the Liu family. Very well. You shall go, Lu Tong acquiesced, summoning 2 invitations. He personally wrote them and handed them to Liu Jinyu. Leave the Wang residence for now. Your sister will manage that. As for General Wei's household, we need not be overly insistent. As long as we observe the proper etiquette, it will suffice. Liu Jinyu nodded in agreement. He acted swiftly, delivering the invitations to Liu Qingyi within the hour. The eldest son mentioned he would visit General Wei and would not be entering. He instructed the servant to relay that the matriarch was celebrating her longevity and that Miss Liu must remember to return. I understand, Liu Qingyi replied, glancing at the invitation. Grandmother's birthday requires a banquet. Is this task to be handled by Madame Shun? Huangshan hesitated but nodded slightly. I heard Sister Cui mention it. It should be so. Quite impressive, remarked Xiao Jinbei, lounging on Liu Qingyi's lap while tossing a grape into his mouth. After enduring 20 beatings, he was fortunate to be able to rise and walk, yet he could still oversee a birthday banquet. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze and smiled gently. Xiao Jinbei, comfortable in his repose, showed no regard for others' opinions. Huangxiang, standing opposite, felt her presence was a hindrance and, stifling a laugh, said to Liu Qingyi, I shall take my leave now. Are the heir and the heiress dining outside? As the weather grew increasingly warm, Xiao Jinbei had a pavilion erected in the courtyard, allowing for a refreshing breeze. They decided to move their dining outdoors. Indeed, Xiao Jinbei lazily responded, Fetch some ice to place in the study, so, when the heiress arrives, it will not be too warm. Huangshan complied and quietly exited. Liu Qingyi then spoke, My dear husband, shall we rise to dine? Not yet, Xiao Jinbei replied, raising an eyebrow at the table. Feed me another grape. With a hint of exasperation, Liu Qingyi picked a chilled grape and placed it in his mouth. Sweet and cool. Would you care to taste? Xiao Jinbei inquired, holding a grape in front of her. The summer heat made one susceptible to colds, and Liu Qingyi hesitated to indulge. But upon hearing his words, she reached out for a taste. To her surprise, before she could grasp it, Xiao Jinbei held her head gently. guiding the grape to her lips with his tongue. The chill of the fruit sent a shiver through her, causing her almond-shaped eyes to narrow slightly as she straightened her posture. "Did I deceive you?" Shout Jinbei teased, a playful smile gracing his features. "Is it sweet?" The grapes, a tribute from the western regions, burst with luscious juice upon being bitten. Liu Qingyi, after savoring the taste, could only speak the truth. "It is sweet." Shout Jinbei continued his mischief. "Am I feeding you something sweeter, or are they all sweet?" Liu Qingyi felt a flush creep onto her cheeks, casting him a reproachful glance. "Stop it. I can't help but think that what you fed me is significantly sweeter than the previous ones." Shout Jinbei propped himself up, brushing the tip of his nose against hers. "Shall I offer you another?" Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Liu Qingyi seized the opportunity as he rose to her feet. "I must return a reply to the Liu family, my lord. So please enjoy at your own pace." Caught off guard by her swift departure, Xiao Jinbei clicked his tongue in annoyance. In 5 days, they would celebrate her grandmother's birthday. Liu Qingyi held the invitation sent by Liu Jinyu, partially obscuring her face, revealing only her clear, bright eyes. "My lord, will you accompany me back?" Chapter 65. Why ask such a thing? In the past, Liu Qingyi would never have posed such a question. However, after returning from the Liu household, Xiao Jinbei had repeatedly emphasized that she should inform him before visiting her family. Thus, she decided to inquire. Of course, Xiao Jinbei replied without hesitation. "Take some silver to help Lord Liu repair the ancestral hall." He recalled the incident when he had upset Liu Qingyi in the carriage. Liu Qingyi's eyes flickered, her words caught in her throat. The wording of her father's invitation was carefully considered, clearly indicating that he had indeed been intimidated by Xiao Jinbei. She believed it would be prudent for Xiao Jinbei to avoid mentioning the ancestral hall, lest her father become anxious, fretting over their ancestors. However, she kept this thought to herself. This was Xiao Jinbei's intention. While his focus may have been misaligned, she preferred to honor his goodwill rather than contradict him, regardless of her father's future sentiments. "Then I shall prepare," she smiled. "My lord, do not indulge too much in the grapes, for we have a meal to attend to soon." "Why would I eat anything if you weren't feeding me?" Xiao Jinbei rose and wrapped an arm around her waist. "Let us go to the storeroom and see what gifts we can prepare for the old lady." Liu Qingyi handed the invitation to Haxiang and followed him to the storeroom. Xiao Jinbei was a restless soul, possessing ample land and wealth, never hesitating to spend. He had recently selected some fine items from the storeroom to gift Liu Qingyi, and a considerable amount still remained. Liu Qingyi chose a jade Buddha statue, a most suitable gift for the elderly lady. "You've never mentioned your grandmother before," Xiao Jinbei remarked, casually handing her a renowned longevity painting. "What kind of person is she?" "She is quite elderly and has a singular devotion to Buddhist practices." Liu Qingyi replied softly, "But I have not had much interaction with her." "My lord, please no more. This is already sufficient." The value of a gift lies in its sentiment. If her offerings were too extravagant, they could easily be misconstrued by the envious as a show of status from her marriage into the royal household. "Well," Xiao Jinbei pinched her nose, remarking that while others would seize the opportunity to bring back gifts to enhance their own reputation, she instead pushed him away. "It is better to avoid trouble than to invite it," Liu Qingyi chuckled. Moreover, her father had recently been promoted, and it was likely that uninvited guests would abound. One could only speculate how many eyes would be watching from the shadows. Xiao Jinbei remained noncommittal. The old matriarch's birthday was merely a pretext. The mingling of officials often occurred in such settings. Although Liu Tong was not a newly risen court noble, he had recently secured a royal marriage alliance with a Huai'an Wangfu, resulting in an influx of guests more than double that of previous years. As Liu Qingyi alighted from the carriage, she linked her arm with Xiao Jinbei's and entered. Liu Jinyu was at the entrance to welcome guests. Upon seeing them, she offered a slight smile. Your grace, your grace." Xiao Jinbei nodded in acknowledgement. "Please follow me to the front hall." Liu Jinyu gestured with courtesy. Turning to Liu Qingyi with a smile, "The ladies are at the back. Mother and Meng Ling are both present." "Very well," Liu Qingyi replied, casting a glance at Xiao Jinbei. "Husband, I shall go greet grandmother." Xiao Jinbei inclined his head. As she took a couple of steps away, he recalled something and raised his gaze. "You need not worry," Liu Jinyu said, observing him pause, unable to suppress a smile. "After all, This is the Liu family. Qingyi is the legitimate daughter, and in such circumstances, no one would dare to embarrass her. Xiao Jinbei merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. The two scheming women had recently faced consequences for their misdeeds, and he presumed they would not dare to create trouble in his presence. However, Xiao Jinbei had not forgotten his purpose for being there. He stepped forward to follow Liu Qingyi and casually inquired, "By the way, where is your family's ancestral hall?" Liu Qingyi's movements faltered, and her expression shifted. "Why does your grace inquire about this?" Chapter 66. What is it that you fear? On the day Liu Qingyi was summoned back, Liu Qingyi happened to be away from home. She later learned of the events through her mother, and her father frequently lamented Xiao Jinbei's declaration to dismantle their ancestral hall. Consequently, the mere mention of those two words from Xiao Jinbei made Liu Qingyi's hair stand on end. Just a casual inquiry. "Why are you so anxious?" Xiao Jinbei remarked, bewildered by her reaction. Liu Qingyi forced a smile. She could not confess her fear of Xiao Jinbei's sudden wrath, so she attempted to divert his attention. "Today is grandmother's birthday. Father is concerned that the guests may inadvertently wander into the ancestral hall and cause a disturbance, which is why he has sent someone to guard it. If your grace wishes to see it, I shall certainly guide you another day." Xiao Jinbei was not particularly interested in a collection of spirit tablets. With a dismissive wave, he placed a stack of silver notes into Liu Qingyi's hands, regarding him with mild disdain. "You scholars have such peculiar tastes. This is for you, an apology for my earlier remarks regarding the repair of the ancestral hall." Liu Qingyi dared not accept his money, repeatedly declining. Xiao Jinbei frowned. "I am apologizing to Qingyi, not to your Liu family. What is there to fear?" Even with his extensive reading, Liu Qingyi found it difficult to respond to such a uniquely framed question from the young master. His lips twitched, and he couldn't help but admire his sister for managing to live alongside such an extraordinary individual. The young master, indeed, is no ordinary person. "Please, your grace." Liu Qingyi extended her hand, surrendering her struggle with ease. "Allow me to escort you to your seat." Xiao Jinbei scoffed lightly and strode forward. The matriarch's birthday celebration was a joyous occasion, and the Liu family welcomed guests with open arms, creating a bustling atmosphere. Liu Qingyi navigated through the crowd to the backyard, encountering several unfamiliar faces. "My lady, so many guests have arrived." Xiang followed closely by her side, whispering, "I have never seen so many people come to celebrate a birthday." Liu Qingyi smiled gently and led her into the house. Liu Madam was engaged in conversation with the matriarch and looked up as Liu Qingyi entered, their gazes converging. The elder matriarch, with her hair turned silver from years of devotion to the Buddha, wore a plain garment even on her birthday. Despite the deep wrinkles adorning her face, she emanated a warm and benevolent aura, appearing exceedingly amiable. "Grandmother," Liu Qingyi greeted, bowing respectfully, "Congratulations on your birthday. May you enjoy boundless blessings and longevity." "Rise." The matriarch beckoned. "It has been a few days since we last met, and you have grown even more exquisite. Come closer. Let me have a look at you." Liu Qingyi complied, stepping forward. The matriarch scrutinized her with care and remarked, "You seem to be in much better spirits. It appears the young master treats you well." "The young master is exceedingly kind to me," Liu Qingyi replied softly, her heart filled with gratitude. The matriarch savored the words, a knowing smile illuminating her countenance. "Is that truly all?" Liu Qingyi froze momentarily, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she lowered her head, silent. "This child has not entirely inherited your temperament." The matriarch chuckled, patting Liu Qingyi's hand gently before turning to Liu Madam. "I have heard that Tong'er has punished the Shin mother and daughter. What was their penalty? Why have they not come to pay their respects?" "Each received 20 strokes. Liu Madam explained in a hushed tone. "It has only recently concluded. They are barely able to get out of bed." "Madam, please refrain from speaking on their behalf," Heir interjected, unable to contain her discontent. "The matriarch may be unaware, but the second branch has recently aligned themselves with powerful connections and no longer comes to visit our esteemed lady." "Who is this?" The matriarch's voice softened. "What family is it? A son or a daughter?" Heir, her expression revealing indignation, glanced at Liu Qingyi and whispered, "It is someone from the Jin Wangfu." "The Jin Wangfu?" Liu Qingyi raised her gaze. "With whom?" "I did not hear clearly. I only caught the second young lady, calling her Shana." but I am unaware of which consort of the Jin Wang is involved. The Jin Wang has not taken a wife. Where would a consort come from? The matriarch sipped her tea, a frown forming on her face. It appears to me that she is merely a concubine. Tonger has truly been foolish. How can a concubine appear at the main table of the Liu family? Liu Qingyi stood up. Grandmother, I shall step outside for a moment. The ladies are all in the garden enjoying the scenery. The matriarch observed her with a nod. Go ahead, just offer them a few words. Whether they heed your advice is up to your father to decide. Liu Qingyi bowed respectfully and exited. Every corner of the Liu residence was familiar to her. Traversing the garden with an expression as calm as water, beneath her composed exterior, a glimmer of icy resolve sparkled in her eyes. Is this also yours? Liu Xiang's voice drifted from a distance. Liu Qingyi lifted her gaze and, indeed, recognized the woman seated beside her, resembling the one she had seen in the Jin Wang's carriage. I have an aversion to overly somber colors. Coral, delicately fanning herself with a handheld fan, cast a flirtatious glance. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. How could I possibly accept this? Liu Xiang, unable to take her eyes off the jade bracelet in her hand, marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship and quality, clearly a treasure of considerable worth. Coral laughed, covering her mouth. What do you mean by fine thing? The prince has bestowed upon me many such gifts. My table is nearly overflowing with them. When you find the time, come and select some that please you. Thank you, Sister Coral. Liu Xiang beamed, adorning her wrist with the jade bracelet. Xiang, Liu Qingyi approached. What are you up to? Liu Xiang's demeanor shifted, concealing her hand behind her back with a wary expression. Eldest sister, what brings you here? Grandmother is looking for you, Liu Qingyi replied coolly. Come along with me. Isn't that the young consort? Coral scoffed. I was merely exchanging a few words with your sister. Why the tension? Having been uncertain moments ago, Liu Qingyi recognized the woman before her, the very one she had encountered in the carriage of Prince Jin. Her expression remained impassive as she offered a polite nod, followed by a hint of well-measured curiosity. Might I inquire who this is? Coral's countenance faltered. Among the noble ladies of the capital, familiarity typically warranted the use of sisterly titles. In the absence of such a bond, one would simply refer to another by their status. However, as a concubine, Coral found herself at a loss for how to introduce herself. Coral's sister is from the Jin Prince's residence. Liu Xiang interjected hastily, oblivious to Liu Qingyi's increasingly frosty gaze. If we consider status, the Jin Prince holds a higher rank than the young master. She is indeed a distinguished guest of our Liu family. I see, Liu Qingyi smiled. Then we must not be remiss. Miss Coral, the banquet is about to commence. Shall I have someone escort you to your seat? Coral's expression darkened further. She had harbored resentment towards Prince Jin for having overlooked her in favor of Liu Qingyi. Now, having approached Liu Qingyi, she had hoped to reclaim her dignity, only to find that others addressed Liu Qingyi as the young consort, while referring to her simply as Miss Coral, despite her hair styled in a woman's coiffure. As a mere concubine and songstress, she remained invisible to the esteemed ladies. No need for that. I'm not dining at your Liu family's table. I shall take my leave, Coral declared, flicking her sleeve as her fan obscured half her face, drawing closer to Liu Qingyi. It is merely a hairpin. Do not celebrate too soon. Wait until my prince bests your young master shall. Let us see if you will remain so triumphant. Chapter 68. The consequences of one's actions. Liu Qingyi remained silent, and once Coral had swayed away, she cast a glance at Liu Xiang. Come with me. Why should I follow you? Liu Xiang retorted, her eyes still harboring resentment. You caused me to be beaten with 20 strikes. I shall avenge this wrong one day. You suffered those blows due to your own ignorance, Liu Qingyi replied coolly. It is unfortunate that even 20 strikes failed to impart wisdom upon you. I never imagined you could be so obstinate. What did you say? Liu Xiang's voice rose in indignation. Be quiet, Liu Qingyi hissed. If you continue to shout, do you wish for everyone to witness the spectacle of our Liu family? Reluctantly, Liu Xiang closed her mouth, filled with dissatisfaction. Before the birthday banquet, Shen Lan had admonished her that, regardless of any lingering resentment, they must maintain a facade of harmony during Liu Qingyi's return to congratulate the old matriarch. This banquet was pivotal for the future control of the family, and for the sake of their ultimate goal, they must learn to endure. Observing her expression, Liu Qingyi shook her head internally and turned away. Liu Xiang's ignorance stemmed from the indulgence of her father and Shun family. Although Liu Qingyi was indifferent to her future, Liu Xiang was nonetheless a daughter of the Liu family, and if she strayed from the right path, it would ultimately jeopardize the entire Liu clan. She could not allow such a situation to unfold. The old matriarch and Madame Liu were still inside, and upon seeing Liu Qingyi return with Liu Xiang so swiftly, they were somewhat surprised. "Where did you find your sister?" they inquired. "In the garden," Liu Qingyi replied. "Not far from here." The Liu residence was not particularly large. The round trip did not take long. Liu Tong, having heard from a maid by the old matriarch's side that he was needed, hurried to the back courtyard. Upon seeing Liu Qingyi there, he was momentarily taken aback. "Qingyi?" he asked. "Father," Liu Qingyi replied coolly, nodding slightly. "On your way back, did you happen to see second mistress?" "She is outside preparing for the banquet," Liu Tong responded. Puzzled. "What is it?" "I advise you to call her back quickly." Liu Qingyi indicated for He Xiang to close the door before continuing. "We must question her and Liu Xiang about the items they received from the concubine of the Heir Prince over the past few days." Liu Tong gasped in shock. "What did you just say? Qingyi, is this true?" The old matriarch interjected seriously. "Liu Xiang, you tell us, did you receive anything?" Seeing the solemn expressions of everyone, Liu Xiang hesitated, stammering and unable to speak. "Did you or did you not?" Liu Tong demanded, his vision darkening, nearly causing him to sprout gray hairs on the spot. "Someone, quickly fetch Shenlan for me. Make haste." The housekeeper Liu Tong had brought hurried off to summon her. "I witnessed it myself," Liu Qingyi remarked coolly. "Today, it was a jade bracelet, and that woman even invited Xiang to the prince's residence on another occasion to choose her favorite jewelry." Liu Tong nearly lost his balance, stumbling into a chair, unfamiliar with the shifting tides of court politics from within the confines of his home. He knew that though the Heir Prince was the emperor's only brother, he had engaged in many unsavory dealings behind the scenes, his ambitions glaringly evident. Accepting gifts from the Heir Prince could lead to dire consequences if the matter were to come to light, potentially implicating the entire Liu family in conspiracy and resulting in imprisonment for all. What calamity have we brought upon ourselves? "Did you truly accept her gifts?" Liu Tong fixed his gaze on Liu Xiang, his eyes filled with the hope that she might refute the claim. Liu Xiang instinctively took a step back, concealing the hand that held the jade bracelet behind her. "You wretched girl." Liu Tong, understanding her gesture all too well, stood abruptly, raising his hand to strike her just as Shunlan's voice called from outside. "Master, did you summon me?" Upon hearing her voice, Liu Tong's hand fell, and he sighed heavily, flicking his sleeve in frustration. "Xiang?" Shenlan, supported by a maid, entered unsteadily and hesitated, asking, "Why is everyone here? What has happened? What has happened? How dare you even ask?" Liu Tong wiped his face, pointing at Liu Xiang's trembling hand, urging, "Ask your daughter. Inquire whether she knows what is happening." Shenlan's heart sank, and she immediately turned her gaze to Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang, still bewildered by her father's exaggerated reaction, clutched her jade bracelet, pouting at Shenlan in a pitiful manner. Madame Shun, the matriarch seated at the head of the table, spoke. "I ask you to tell me the truth. How many items have you received from the Prince of Jin's residence in recent days?" Shenlan understood the implication and glanced at Liu Qingyi. "What matter are you referring to, mother?" Earlier, Qingyi had overheard Xiang chatting casually with another woman. The elderly matriarch raised her chin, asserting that Xiang had accepted gifts from the other party, evidently more than once. "You two have been in close contact with the Prince of Jin's household. Have you accepted anything? Are you speaking of the quarrel from the Prince of Jin?" Shenlan maintained her composure, even smiling lightly. The quarrel and Xiang are of similar age. It was merely a coincidence that they became acquainted. After all, she is associated with the Prince of Jin, and since we have been invited multiple times, it would be rude to decline each occasion. Thus, we gradually grew familiar, and it was not uncommon for small gifts to be exchanged. Shenlan's unexpected calmness, devoid of any panic from being exposed, nor did she immediately seek Liu Tong's sympathy, made Liu Qingyi sense something amiss. She discreetly signaled to He Xiang behind her, whispering a few instructions. He Xiang nodded and quietly withdrew. As anticipated, a sarcastic smile slowly emerged on Shenlan's face. "Yet I wonder why Qingyi brought this matter up. Today is the matriarch's birthday. Such a commotion led me to believe a significant issue had arisen. How could this not be a significant matter? Lu Tong struck his palm with his hand, the sound echoing with frustration. Do you not understand the current state of affairs with the Prince of Jin? My lord has misunderstood me, Shenlan replied, instantly donning a look of grievance after his reprimand. I'm not one to be so naive. The gifts from the coral were valuable, and I fear they might bring harm to the Liu family. Hence, I hesitated to associate with such individuals, accepting the items in person only to return them later. Lu Tong paused, taken aback. Is that truly the case? Of course it is, Shenlan said, her eyes welling with tears. You know me well. I would never act in a manner that could affect you. Lu Tong felt a bit awkward at her candid expression of feelings and turned to the matriarch, soothingly murmuring, if it is indeed a misunderstanding, then it is all the better. Why are you crying? My tears are not for myself. Shenlan wiped away her tears. I am concerned for Qingyi. Everyone knows there is discord between the heir and the Prince of Jin. However, regardless of her identity, the coral is still associated with the prince's household. I dared not refuse her outright, thus maintaining a facade. I did not expect this would trouble Qingyi so deeply that she could not even celebrate the matriarch's birthday. This is all my fault. Seated comfortably, Liu Qingyi received this torrent of blame without flinching. She smiled faintly, setting her teacup down nonchalantly. Second mother, since you claim to have returned the items, may I inquire when you visited the Prince of Jin's residence and how many hours you spent there? Chapter 70. Why not exercise more restraint? Shenlan tightened her fingers hidden within her sleeve. Liu Qingyi's expression was unnervingly composed. Her eyes, as dark as night and as clear as day, seemed to possess the ability to easily pierce through the soul of a person. Shenlan's heart began to race with unease, and she forced a smile, inquiring, why do you ask such a question? If you are unwilling to trust me, you may certainly have your father send someone to search my room and Xiang's, to see if there is anything that should not be there. Search for what? Lu Xiang came to life at that moment. Searching is something one does when there are family thieves. Does father suspect that my mother and I are thieves? Xiang, do not be disrespectful. Shenlan's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Allow your father to conduct the search. It would not only provide peace of mind, but also clear our mother-daughter suspicion. It is rare for your father to trust me with the arrangements for your grandmother's birthday banquet. I do not wish to invite doubt. Lu Tong found himself in a predicament, casting a pleading glance towards the matriarch. Mother, what do you think? You ask me why? The matriarch replied coolly. Your legitimate wife sits here. She is the true mistress of the Liu household. I merely enjoy the comforts of the Liu residence and did not anticipate that on a day of celebration, there would be weeping and wailing. Shenlan paused in her motion of wiping away her tears, lowering her hands. Wenqin, Lu Tong turned to his wife. Since mother has spoken, it is for you to decide. Lana has been unwell and has toiled for many days for the banquet. Should we search the room or not? His words clearly favored Shenlan. Lu's wife hesitated for a moment before responding. Since today is your mother's birthday banquet, it would be inappropriate to conduct a thorough search. Lu Tong nodded in satisfaction. However, the matter was significant, and Lu's wife continued, after the banquet, it would still be prudent for the entire household to conduct an inspection, just to be safe. Lu Tong was taken aback that she had shifted the conversation. That would be splendid. The matriarch nodded. This matter pertains to Tong's standing in the official realm. Qingyi's betrothal to the heir is the emperor's will. Our Liu family now has an inseparable bond with the Huai'an Prince's residence, and we must act with greater caution. With the matriarch having spoken, Lu Tong could only swallow his words and acquiesce. Liu Qingyi lifted her teacup and took a slow sip. Shenlan had painstakingly orchestrated a situation, and naturally, she was dissatisfied with the lack of seriousness. A flicker of urgency crossed her eyes. My lord, enough, no more. Lu Tong glared at her and instructed Lu Xiang. Remove that bracelet and return it to the lady after the banquet. Be mindful in the future and avoid unnecessary interactions. Why should I? Lu Xiang muttered. It's the heir and Prince Jin who are at odds. Coral is warm-hearted and generous. Must I not have a few close friends just because I have an elder sister? You wish to be friends with a courtesan? Do you want to drive me to my grave? Lu Tong reprimanded. When I say to limit your interactions, it means to cease them altogether. Do you want a beating? Liu Xiang shrank back, casting a fierce glare at Liu Qingyi but dared not voice her objections. Shen Lan gritted her teeth, secretly clutching her handkerchief. Enough, everyone disperse. Lu Tong waved his hand, directing everyone to their seats. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Liu Qingyi rising and couldn't help but issue one last complaint. And you? Qingyi, you as well. In matters devoid of evidence. Merely heeding baseless rumors can lead to domestic unrest. How is it that one cannot exercise a modicum of prudence? Chapter 71. What nefarious schemes are being contemplated? Liu Qingyi maintained her composure and then inquired, "Does father believe I should refrain from offering a warning?" Lu Tong found himself momentarily speechless, unable to voice his unuttered reproach. He had expressly cautioned me upon my marriage, advising that I should always remember I am a member of the Liu family, and should I receive any whispers from the young master, I ought to devise a means to relay the message back. Liu Qingyi stepped closer, lowering her voice, and affirmed that she had indeed followed his instructions. How to handle this matter would be dictated by father's decision. With that, she took a slight step back, performed a courteous bow, and exited. Lu Tong gazed at her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. "Miss," He Xiang awaited outside the door, and, upon seeing Liu Qingyi emerge, approached to gently take her arm and guide her forward. "Well done," Liu Qingyi praised softly. "How did you convey the message to mother?" "I sought out Sister Chue," He Xiang replied quietly, "and communicated your intentions to her. Sister Chue wrote a note and, while serving tea to the madam, discreetly handed it to her." Liu Qingyi nodded in acknowledgement. The attitude of Madame Shan was exceedingly peculiar. Liu Qingyi intuited that she harbored some ulterior motive against her mother, hence the preemptive communication through He Xiang. Consequently, coupled with her earlier ambiguous insinuations, even if father held discontent towards mother for her lack of obedience, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious and scrutinize the second branch's accounts. She could not fathom that Shen Lan would relinquish the silver at her disposal, nor could she believe that Shen Lan could wrest anything from Liu Xiang. It was well understood that that mother-daughter duo held wealth in the highest regard. "Assist me with another task." Liu Qingyi whispered instructions to He Xiang. "Exercise caution and ensure no one else sees you." "Understood," He Xiang noted, helping Liu Qingyi to her seat before quietly slipping away. Madame Shun had orchestrated the birthday banquet with meticulous care, be it the performances or the culinary offerings. There was naught to criticize. Liu Qingyi engaged in numerous toasts with various ladies, only to discover that Meng Ling was conspicuously absent. "Surely she has not ventured to the gentleman's side," Liu Qingyi mused, interrupting her own thoughts. Even if Meng Ling possessed such audacity, her brother would never permit her to take such a risk. Nevertheless, after the banquet concluded and she could not locate her, Liu Qingyi searched around until she spotted Meng Ling's maid hurrying towards her, anxiously bowing. "Greetings, young mistress of the Heir." No need for excessive formality. Liu Qingyi assisted her to her feet and asked, "Where is Meng Ling?" "Our young mistress has returned home," the maid replied softly. "There has been a matter at the Meng residence, and my mistress was summoned back by our madam in haste, unable to seek you out before departing. I was sent to convey this to the young mistress of the Heir." "What has transpired?" Liu Qingyi inquired earnestly. "What is the nature of the issue?" The maid's expression turned troubled as she replied in a hushed tone, "It concerns matters within the inner quarters." The Meng household was historically tranquil, and Liu Qingyi, as an outsider, felt it inappropriate to pry further. She instructed, "Please inform your mistress that should there be anything I can assist with, she is welcome to seek my help." The maid expressed her gratitude on behalf of Meng Ling before hurriedly departing. Her silhouette appeared exceedingly anxious. Liu Qingyi furrowed her brows, contemplating whether to inquire Liu Jinyu if he was aware of the situation. As she turned her steps, she was startled to discover Xiao Jinbei standing behind her, having appeared unbeknownst to her. Liu Qingyi gasped in surprise, her body instinctively shivering. "Husband, did my astonishment catch you off guard?" Xiao Jinbei leaned down, a mischievous smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "My dear, what mischief are you pondering behind my back?" Chapter 72. The young master is already aware Liu Qingyi, still recovering from her fright, let her shoulders drop. "It's not like you, my husband, to spring surprises." She replied with a helpless smile. How could you approach so silently? I deliberately made some noise. You were simply too engrossed to notice, Jinbei remarked, his gaze lifting. Who was that person just now? That was Mengling's personal maid, Liu Qingyi answered. I didn't see her at the banquet today, so I sent someone to inform me that she had to leave due to family matters. Jinbei raised an eyebrow. So, Meng Zhao is absent as well? Meeting Jinbei's gaze, Liu Qingyi decisively altered her dress. Is young Master Meng not here either? He is not, Jinbei replied languidly. Given the family circumstances, he was likely detained. A hint of concern crossed Liu Qingyi's face as she gently pressed her lips together. Let's not dwell on this, Jinbei said, taking her hand and leading her toward the exit. It's getting late. We should return. Most of the guests had already dispersed, and Liu Qingyi had taken her leave from her grandmother. As she walked beside Jinbei, she suddenly inquired, Husband, do you know where the pawnshops in Jinghua are located? A pawnshop? Jinbei halted. If you desire something, you can simply purchase it. Why would you venture to a pawnshop? Immediately curious, Liu Qingyi chuckled. I have never been to one and have no idea what it's like inside. How fortuitous. I have never been either, Jinbei replied. Since birth, I have never lacked silver and have no interest in pawnshops. However, if you wish to visit, I once acquired one. I recall it generated a decent income each year. The Jinhao pawnshop in the West City, Liu Qingyi noted, having managed the family estate and having a vivid impression of it. Why did you acquire that establishment if you've never been? By a twist of fate, Jinbei chuckled softly. I merely saved a little beggar on a whim. And to my surprise, he turned out to be rather capable. Intrigued, Liu Qingyi leaned in. What transpired? Would you like to know? Jinbei teased, a familiar expression of delight on his face. Liu Qingyi was well acquainted with this demeanor. Jinbei seemed to revel in the tale, always insisting she come closer for a kiss before revealing any details. Yet, Liu Qingyi was not adept at such advances. She often found herself breathless before he would relent. Suddenly, she lost her curiosity. Let us return home. That sounds splendid. Jinbei burst into laughter behind her. In her retreat, she had failed to uncover the information she sought. However, when Xiang returned that night, she brought unexpected revelations. This month, the second Madame S. maid has made numerous outings, Xiang reported in a hushed tone. Aside from regular shopping, she always returned with a bulging package, yet came back empty-handed each time. Under the flickering candlelight, Liu Qingyi's visage appeared strikingly cold. Indeed, she was pondering why the Shun family was so composed, only to realize that they had already disposed of the evidence in advance. Miss, do you suspect that they have sold the items? Xiang inquired as she poured a cup of tea for her. No need for that. Liu Qingyi paused thoughtfully. This place is unlike the Liu residence. Your frequent comings and goings might arouse the young master's suspicion. We should keep this matter from him for now. Let me ponder it further. Xiang's lips quivered slightly, and she lowered her head. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Liu Qingyi asked, Xiang, what troubles you? Miss, Xiang replied with a face full of suppressed tears. The young master may already be aware of this matter. Chapter 73. The master's clear favoritism. Liu Qingyi remained unflustered, gently fanning herself. What transpired? Xiang hesitated before replying in a hushed tone. Upon my return, I encountered the young master at the door. Liu Qingyi said nothing, merely observing her in silence. Unable to withstand her gaze, Xiang fell to her knees with a thud. Miss, forgive me. I did not intend to conceal anything from you. The young master instructed me to keep a close watch and report back to him regarding the events after you were separated. What did you say? Liu Qingyi inquired coolly. Nothing of consequence. Xiang pressed her forehead against the back of her hand, bowing deeply. The young master did not require me to relay every word. He merely wished to know if anyone was troubling you. I reported that today the master only scolded you lightly, and you were not subjected to any distress. Xiang continued with her head still on the ground. The young master also asked if you mentioned the pawn shop and whether you faced any difficulties. I assumed you had already discussed this with him, so I informed him that you intended to investigate the accounts of the second branch. He did not pursue the matter further and allowed me to return. Xiang, you are my dowry maid and have been by my side since childhood. Liu Qingyi spoke softly. I believed you would never hide anything from me. My loyalty to you is as steadfast as the heavens, He fervently declared, bowing deeply once more. If you doubt my fidelity, I would willingly sacrifice my life to prove my loyalty. Liu Qingyi sighed, setting aside her fan to help her up. He had been raised by her side, and if she could not be trusted, Liu Qingyi would be left without any reliable companion. Liu Qingyi did not doubt her loyalty. She simply could not comprehend why He was so obedient to Xiao Jinbei's commands. He truly cares for you, miss. He explained with reddened eyes. If I may speak bluntly, for these years, the master has favored his concubines over his wife, listening to Shun's instigation and constantly placing you in a position of distress. The madam's temperament is gentle and weak. If it were not for the fact that the eldest son is the master's sole heir, one can only imagine the life you would lead. I cannot bear to witness this anymore. At least the young master understands how to cherish others. So I agreed to help him keep an eye on others when he is not by your side. Liu Qingyi rubbed her forehead. Miss, I have not uttered a single unnecessary word. He raised her hand in a vow. In life, I am your servant. In death, I am your spirit. If I speak but one lie, may I be struck down by thunder and meet a disastrous end. Enough. Liu Qingyi smiled gently. I know you mean well for me, but the young master has given you instructions, and you ought to inform me of them. Now, it seems I must tell him sooner than intended, to prevent him from thinking I am concealing something from him. Hutsong was taken aback by this layer of understanding, feeling a twinge of guilt as she said, It is my fault. I failed to consider the implications. It is of no consequence, Liu Qingyi replied, gently wiping her tears with a handkerchief. However, please refrain from speaking about my father's favoritism towards concubines at the expense of his wife. You hail from the Liu family, and should it fall into the ears of those with ill intentions, it may unjustly tarnish your reputation as ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Hutsong knelt once more, sincerity radiating from her. My only master is miss. I care not for what others say. That cannot do. Liu Qingyi chuckled lightly as my personal maid. Your words carry the weight of my own. Would you have others believe that I constantly lament my father's bias in the royal residence? Hutsong's cheeks flushed slightly, aware of her lack of foresight, yet her tongue remained obstinate. The master is indeed partial. Well, Liu Qingyi supported her to rise, laughing softly. That is beyond our power to change. What we can do now is to strive to live our lives well. Wipe your tears. I'm going to seek the heir. Will you accompany me? Chapter 74. Important matters to discuss later naturally. Hutsong wished to accompany her, and upon hearing this, she wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. On summer nights devoid of engagements, Xiao Jinbei relished the coolness of the swing chair in the courtyard. When Liu Qingyi approached, he lay languidly with one long leg draped over the ground, a book splayed open across his face. Is my husband asleep? Liu Qingyi softened her voice. Not yet, Xiao Jinbei replied, hearing her and removing the book, tossing it carelessly onto the stone table as he lazily opened his eyes. What is it? Qingyi has matters she wishes to discuss with her husband. Liu Qingyi tilted her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Would you kindly accompany me to the study? On this hot summer day, she had donned a lightweight, emerald-hued, gauzy garment, her delicate figure accentuated by the sheer fabric. Her hair was elegantly styled in an intricate updo, secured with a silver-gilded floral hairpin purchased the other day, the butterfly at its end providing the sole embellishment. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she exuded an aura of refreshing clarity akin to a mountain spring, evoking a sense of coolness upon sight. Xiao Jinbei rose, yawning with indifference, wrapping his arm around her waist. What are you doing? Is it not better to speak of it indoors? Liu Qingyi held a fan in her hand, gently fanning him. It is a matter of importance. Qingyi is uncertain and thus must trouble you. Would you, esteemed heir, be so gracious as to walk a few steps from me while I fan you? Oh, are you teasing me? Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, little Haidang. You possess quite a bold spirit. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, lifting her effortlessly and cradling her securely in his arms. Come, continue fanning. The heat is unbearable, and I shall carry you. Liu Qingyi gasped in surprise, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck. The subtle fragrance of her body dispelled the languor of summer, causing Xiao Jinbei's smile to widen as he strode purposefully toward the study. Feng Bian and Hutsong remained behind, exchanging glances. I heard the heir's wife mention there is an important matter that requires the heir's presence in the study. Is that correct? Hutsong affirmed with a nod. Feng Bian glanced at Xiao Jinbei's retreating figure. Do you think our heir seems like one who would discuss serious matters in the study? He appeared more like a newlywed groom who had finally captured his bride, reveling in a carefree delight. He Xiaoxiang was eager to agree. Yet having just received a lesson from Liu Qingyi, she felt compelled to act obediently at this moment, stating with righteous fervor, as servants, we must not casually criticize our masters. The loyal servant, Feng Bian, was momentarily taken aback, nodding in silent acknowledgement. How terrifying it was. Which servant does not indulge in gossip about their masters behind their backs? The personal maid of the heir apparent was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder the heir often remarked that matters concerning scholars were best left undisturbed. The heir was indeed wise. Feng Bian obediently lowered her head. At this moment, Liu Qingyi was unaware that she had inadvertently solidified the grand image of the heir in Feng Bian's mind. She was swept into the study by Xiao Jinbei, who skillfully opened and closed the door with his foot, executing the motions with remarkable finesse, making not a sound. Wait, my lord. Liu Qingyi gasped as he captured her lips, forcing her mouth open. Xiao Jinbei became entranced, deepening the kiss, and lifted Liu Qingyi onto the table, supporting her waist with one hand while gripping her wrist with the other, pulling her fiercely toward him. Can we discuss serious matters later? His delicate kisses trailed along Liu Qingyi's neck, his breath scorching, as if it could melt the sensitive skin behind her ears. Little begonia, it's stifling. Let us engage in something else to awaken our senses, shall we? Chapter 75. A costly trade-off. Liu Qingyi had not anticipated such an escalation. She recalled they were in the study and quickly pressed her hand against him as he began to loosen her garments. My lord, shall we return to our room instead? Xiao Jinbei gazed at her, with eyes akin to spring waters, caressing her crimson lips. I wish to do it here. What shall we do? This is the study. Liu Qingyi blushed profusely, refusing to release her grip, and the desk was unyieldingly hard, causing her discomfort. The word pain was enough to awaken Xiao Jinbei's reason. He lifted her up, touched the desk, and upon reflection, seated her on a chair. How about this? Is it better now? It was indeed less painful, yet the position was even more embarrassing than before. Liu Qingyi's neck flushed deeply, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder. She softly pleaded, can we go back to the room? But if we walk back now, I might go mad. Xiao Jinbei inhaled deeply against her shoulder. Little begonia, be good. I will only do this once, all right? Liu Qingyi was rendered speechless. In her silence, Xiao Jinbei interpreted her acquiescence. He chuckled softly, kissing her flushed ear, and after a moment, finally sighed in satisfaction. Wonderful. His voice was hoarse and restrained. Darling, hold on to me, don't let go. Liu Qingyi tightened her arms, burying her face deeper. Xiao Jinbei truly meant it would be just once, yet his single instance lasted an eternity. By the end, Liu Qingyi was left in tears, her eyes red and pitifully adorable. It was my fault. Xiao Jinbei helped her adjust her clothing, kissing her earlobe while suppressing a laugh. You are simply too alluring. I couldn't resist. Don't be angry. Shall I give you a couple of taps? With her head still resting on his shoulder, Liu Qingyi sniffled at his words, raising her small fist and delivering a gentle punch to his shoulder. Xiao Jinbei let out a muffled laugh from his chest, not one to be outdone. Liu Qingyi swung her fist again, striking him several times. Her strength was akin to a playful tickle. Xiao Jinbei, aware of his own shortcomings, allowed her to strike him several times before he chuckled softly and grasped her hand, pressing a gentle kiss upon it. What were you about to tell me? At that moment, he recalled the pressing matter at hand. Liu Qingyi straightened up, shooting him a fierce glare. The mirth in Xiao Jinbei's eyes deepened. Without a mirror in sight, she remained oblivious to how alluring her misty, hazy gaze appeared, mistakenly believing she was merely being fierce, quite adorably so. During her grandmother's birthday celebration, Qingyi had encountered Shanqiao. Liu Qingyi murmured, fearing he might not remember. She added an explanation. It was the concubine of Prince Jin whom she had seen at the marketplace that day. How did she manage to go there? Xiao Jinbei furrowed his brow, perplexed that the prince had not attended that day. Perhaps the Shun family sent an invitation specifically. Liu Qingyi recounted the conversation she had overheard at the Liu family, interpreting from Sister Chuer as words that after their father had punished them. Shan Chao began associating with Liu Xiang, likely involving the exchange of numerous items. However, since it was their grandmother's birthday, they refrained from making a spectacle, which is why no investigation was conducted. You were inquiring about the pawn shop, suspecting they might have pawned items? Xiao Jinbei connected the dots, swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. Liu Qingyi nodded. It is merely a conjecture on my part, lacking solid evidence. I initially intended to clarify matters before troubling my husband, but since you are already aware, I shall elucidate to avoid missing any details, for any future missteps could yield dire consequences. Chapter 76. For whom this indeed piques one's interest, Xiao Jinbei chuckled. If what you say holds true, this woman is evidently attempting to curry favor with the second branch of the Liu family. Lord Liu's salary is substantial. Why, then, does the Shun family place such an emphasis on wealth? Liu Qingyi nodded in agreement. Both second mother and Liu Xiang are individuals who regard money as paramount. Although Liu Tong's salary is considerable, sufficient to support a large family, he is an exceedingly principled man. Each household receives a fixed monthly allowance. And even when he feels pity for Liu Xiang and her mother and occasionally provides them with additional garments or jewelry, it is never excessive. Shenlan adon men. And Liu Xiang is fond of showing off and competing with others. Their expenses are ever increasing, rendering that meager allowance utterly insufficient. If they were to receive silver notes or property deeds securely kept, it would be nearly impossible to uncover anything even during a search. Xiao Jinbei paused thoughtfully. We shall begin by investigating the pawn shop. Tomorrow, I shall discreetly send someone to look into it, and I will inform you of any developments. Liu Qingyi nodded. What are you contemplating, my husband? Xiao Jinbei hesitated, then chuckled softly. I was pondering just how much your second mother has amassed. Shan Chao, a songstress of humble origins, had been brought into the residence by Li Run with scarcely a coin to her name, a solitary figure. Even if she sought to forge connections, the funds would have to originate from the prince's estate. As a concubine, she wielded no authority over household matters. Liu Tong's secondary spouse had encountered her fair share of riches, and even if she were covetous, the commonplace trinkets would likely not entice her. Consequently, Shan Chao would have to spend lavishly to gain favor. The prince, accustomed to a life of indulgence, found his salary dwindling, leaving him with little to spare. Thus, one wonders from where he procured the funds to provide Shan Chao, enabling her to extend favors to others. Xiao Jinbei recalled the scenes he had witnessed in the south not long ago, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Liu Qingyi had finished her words and, exhausted, quietly allowed Xiao Jinbei to hold her in silence. After a considerable time, the young master returned from his reverie, only to discover that she had already leaned against his shoulder, drifting into a light slumber. Had she fallen asleep so swiftly? Xiao Jinbei adjusted her position slightly, ensuring she was more comfortable, and softly suggested, "Let us have the soft couch cleared. Shall we rest in the study?" Liu Qingyi shook her head, becoming a bit more alert. "No, let's return to sleep." The study was in such disarray. She did not wish for the servants to speculate recklessly. "Then I shall carry you," Xiao Jinbei replied amiably, lifting her with ease and stepping steadily outside. "Sleep now." Liu Qingyi mustered her strength, gently patting his shoulder. "Husband, I can walk on my own." Being carried in was one matter, but being carried out was another entirely. The bedroom was filled with attendants waiting to serve. She did not wish to present herself in such a manner before them. "I am your husband. What does it matter?" Xiao Jinbei insisted, refusing to let her go. "In the palace, who would dare speak ill of you?" "No one." Liu Qingyi mumbled. "Who would?" "You are so fierce." "Fierce?" Xiao Jinbei halted, astonished. "In what way am I fierce?" Liu Qingyi, too weary to keep her eyes open, gazed at him in bewilderment. "You heartless one," Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly. "I frighten others in your family for whom?" Liu Qingyi's eyelids fluttered slightly, but she remained silent, succumbing to sleep against his shoulder. It was for her, and she understood that. Thus, She found solace in his embrace, forgetting all worldly conventions for the first time in her life, falling into a deep, peaceful slumber. Chapter 77. Should we inform the emperor? That night, the people of the Wang residence dispersed quietly. The locations of pawn shops in the capital were well documented. The Shun mother and daughter had seldom ventured out and would not stray far. They had pawned their belongings at nearby shops, making it easy for Xiao Jinbei's men to trace their whereabouts. The spinning porcelain lotus-patterned vase, the gold-carved cloud dragon teapot, the emerald butterfly and aquamarine flower hairpin. This luminous pearl was quite substantial. An item from the South Sea could also be retrieved. Your pawn shop certainly boasts an extensive network. Xiao Jinbei mused as he sifted through the items on the table, then settled down, crossing his legs nonchalantly while casting a cursory glance at the kneeling pawnshop manager. The manager offered a hollow laugh, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. He had just opened for business that morning when a polite young master had invited him to the Huai'an residence, and to this day, he could hardly fathom why this notorious scion of the capital sought him out. He cautiously probed. In response to the young master's inquiry, these items were pawned by customers. If there is anything amiss, I humbly ask you to clarify so that I may rectify it. There is nothing wrong. Xiao Jinbei snapped his fan shut, his silver-red sleeves fluttering with emotion, exuding a demeanor of a pampered youth whose patience was wearing thin. I seek 2 items, which I have heard have inadvertently found their way to your establishment. Good sir, do you know what they are? The manager shook his head vigorously. His shop had always been rather mediocre, but recently he acquired a few treasures from a certain lady, which brought about a notable improvement. It remains a mystery which piece caught the eye of the esteemed young master. Regardless of the item, such a distinguished individual is not someone he dares to offend. He humbly requests the young master to indicate his wishes, and he will return to search through his records. Xiao Jinbei smiled slightly, stating that if the master is pleased, he would gladly relinquish those items today. The shopkeeper, struck by the unexpected fortune, stared blankly and uttered a surprised awe. With the Qiqiao festival approaching, the offerings from Qiaojin Pavilion had grown tiresome. Liu Qingyi, seated beside Xiao Jinbei, smiled gently, encouraging him to fetch what he desired. Once the young master had chosen, he would dispatch someone to collect the items. The shopkeeper, realizing this was an opportunity rather than a burden, quickly regained his vigor. I understand. Please wait. Young master and young mistress, I will fetch them at once. As soon as the shopkeeper departed, Xiao Jinbei could no longer maintain his composure. With a smile, he pulled Liu Qingyi into his embrace. Little Haidang, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly adept at collaboration. Her understanding of both sternness and gentleness had been well learned from him. All thanks to your tutelage. Liu Qingyi complimented him, but then sighed. Dear sir, it is broad daylight. Might you not sit by yourself for a while? Even if I am light, I am still a living person. Is it not tiring for you to keep me on your lap? No, Xiao Jinbei replied, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. In this splendid moment, sitting alone would be rather lonely. You do not allow me to personally turn this shop inside out, and I find myself quite bored. Liu Qingyi sighed, contemplating whether to redirect their conversation to more pressing matters. The items we just discussed are worth their weight in gold. The night pearls from the South Sea are only available during the annual tribute, now that they have been brought forth by the coral. It is likely that the Jin Wangfu has hoarded many. My husband, should you inform the emperor about this matter? Chapter 78. Now you belong to me. Hoarding tribute is a grave act of disrespect, yet the emperor currently treats the Jin Wang with remarkable leniency. Even if Xiao Jinbei were to report this, the most he would face is a nominal fine, hardly a significant consequence. If action is to be taken, Xiao Jinbei wishes to unearth some deeply rooted issues and lay them bare before the emperor. Let us wait a bit longer, he murmured. Now is not the right time. Why? Liu Qingyi raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with subtle anticipation, earnestly awaiting his next words. Xiao Jinbei met her clear, expressive eyes, feeling a slight movement in his throat. He could not ascertain when it became a habit for his little Haidang to look at him in such a manner. It felt as though she was waiting for him to reveal something, though he remained uncertain of what she truly wished to know. When Liu Qingyi did not receive his continuation, she gently lowered her gaze. The Jin Wang had committed some unforgivable acts within his domain, and Xiao Jinbei, determined to strike decisively, understood that only with precision could this malignant tumor be eradicated. Liu Qingyi's eyelashes, which had just fluttered down, lifted again, her eyes sparkling with joy. More radiant than before, even outshining the previously invaluable night pearls. She obediently refrained from further inquiries, smilingly remarking that her father, being an official, was meticulous and cautious. Should he discover this matter, he would surely devise a means to repay the favor, thus sparing the Liu family from any repercussions. Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes and addressed Qingyi. Liu Qingyi tilted her head in response. "Do you know something?" he inquired, gently grasping her delicate chin to face him. "Why do I always sense something amiss in your demeanor?" Qingyi, aware only of what her husband wished her to know, smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, yet remaining oblivious to the rest. Xiao Jinbei ground his teeth in irritation. "Are you merely flattering me to evade the truth? It seems you are due for a lesson." Laughing, Liu Qingyi quickly rose to evade him, lest she inadvertently invite trouble and repeat yesterday's misstep. The Shun family had not merely pawned items at one establishment. The profits from this single shopkeeper were already considerable, far surpassing the salary of the Jin Prince. This was merely what a concubine could casually procure. One could only imagine the extent of the Jin Prince's illicit wealth. Liu Qingyi meticulously organized the valuable items into a ledger, unable to suppress a shake of her head. To the south lay the Jin Prince's fiefdom, perpetually afflicted by calamities. It was said that the people there were destitute, and despite the court's attempts to allocate funds, the results were minimal, leaving the destination of those funds a mystery. Contemplating this, Liu Qingyi glanced at Xiao Jinbei, who was not far away. It occurred to her that shortly after their marriage, he had ventured south. Could have been for this very issue? Her gaze flickered momentarily before she composed herself. Now was not the time for inquiries. She pressed her lips together, though her curiosity was piqued. Her husband was certainly not as idle as he appeared. He concealed something significant, and her desire to uncover it grew stronger. With her fingertips gently curling, Liu Qingyi lifted her gaze once more, fixating on Xiao Jinbei. Perhaps due to his martial training, Xiao Jinbei, despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, exuded an undeniable intensity, akin to a taut bowstring. His presence radiated an ineffable pressure, and when he looked at her with his deep, enigmatic eyes, it felt as though she was ensnared, unable to escape. Previously, Liu Qingyi had found this intimidating, yet now she perceived a certain allure in it. Little Haitang, Xiao Jinbei, after a moment of restraint, could no longer contain himself. He set aside the scroll in his hand, leaned slightly forward, resting his arms on the table, and chuckled softly, "I am now entirely yours. If you truly wish to see, why not come and look openly?" Chapter 79. The infamous Li Run. Liu Qingyi blinked, suddenly realizing the implication of his words, and hastily lowered her head. I haven tea her delicate fingers, now tinged with crimson, awkwardly brushed over the papers sprawled before her. "I have completed the accounts and was about to call for you. I simply hadn't the chance to speak." "Oh." Xiao Jinbei, suppressing a smile, nodded with feigned seriousness. "You've been staring at me for quite some time without finding the right moment to speak? Is addressing me as husband something to deliberate over?" Liu Qingyi could easily discern his teasing tone, yet having genuinely pondered his matters moments ago, she now found herself too shy to retort. Xiao Jinbei gazed at the faint blush upon her ear, unable to resist the urge to gently caress it. He genuinely cherished her in such moments, longing to hold her close and indulge in affectionate playfulness. Yet he feared that his strength might inadvertently cause her discomfort. Forcing himself to divert his gaze, he picked up the meticulously transcribed accounts, the elegant and exquisite characters reminiscent of her own grace, captivating to behold. The figure of 50,000 taels caught his attention, and he suppressed his playful demeanor, sneering, "Li Ren's annual salary is merely 10,000 taels. How generous he is." Liu Qingyi rose and approached his side. "I shall pay a visit to Changfeng tomorrow," she announced. Xiao Jinbei rolled up the paper, gently cupping her face with his hand. He softly inquired, "If you find yourself bored, would you care to accompany me?" Liu Qingyi shook her head, I wish to tend to the flowers in the courtyard tomorrow. Then remain here. The summer heat is oppressive, and it would be unwise to linger in the yard for too long, Xiao Jinbei advised. Liu Qingyi, ever obedient in such matters, nodded and added, I shall prepare mung bean cakes for you upon your return. At the mention of the delicacy, Xiao Jinbei immediately wished to postpone his departure. The sweltering summer compelled him to scurry about, unable to indulge in tender moments with his beloved Xiaodang due to the tiresome Li run. The displeased heir apparent sought ways to console himself, and the unsuspecting Liu Qingyi was drawn into a dreamy reverie, surrendering to his whims until he succumbed to slumber. Thoroughly satisfied, the following morning, Xiao Jinbei departed alone. The steed galloped through the dawn, leaving fleeting shadows in its wake. As he donned his black attire and stealthily entered the general's residence. Thus, the evidence against Prince Jin was firmly established. Wei Changfeng, roused from his slumber, hastily dressed in a simple robe and sat at his desk, astonished that your esteemed young lady had unwittingly resolved our long-standing dilemma. With physical evidence at hand, only a few testimonies were lacking. Xiao Jinbei disregarded him, coldly inquiring, Are those individuals still alive? Very much so, Wei Changfeng replied with a slight smile. I have arranged for a suitable caretaker for them. Having traveled great distances to the capital, they will surely leave a lasting impression. Xiao Jinbei scoffed. However, I must remind you, Wei Changfeng said, adopting a more serious tone, once this matter is settled, while it may benefit the common folk in the south, it will irrevocably sever ties with Prince Jin. Are you certain of this course? What face do Li Run and I have left to preserve? Xiao Jinbei retorted dismissively, chuckling. Were it not for his royal blood, I would have ended him long ago. Wei Changfeng raised an eyebrow, non-committal. And what of the lady in your household? He inquired lightly. This evidence originates from the Liu family. How do you intend to explain her involvement to the emperor? Of course, Xiao Jinbei smirked. Can you guess why I arrived so early to seek you out? Changfeng, I have conceived a brilliant plan. Chapter 80. The celestial maiden descends. Years of camaraderie instantly heightened Wei Changfeng's vigilance. What do you mean? Xiao Jinbei pulled out a chair, boldly seating himself before Wei, ready to showcase his extraordinary talents. At first, Wei Changfeng listened intently, but as the conversation progressed, his expression darkened. Grabbing the nearby inkstone, he hurled it in frustration, exclaiming, Why don't you go yourself? Xiao Jinbei deftly dodged the projectile and retorted, I am going to report to the court. It neither concerns your Wei family nor affects my Xiao family, and it will also extricate Qingyi from her predicament. It's a threefold gain. What is there to resent? Wei Changfeng remained silent, rising to grasp the long spear that stood at his side. Understanding his cue, Xiao Jinbei pushed himself up from the table. As dawn broke, the young master and the young general of the Wei family engaged in a fierce bout in the courtyard. The servants, hesitant to intervene, watched as the two stirred up a tempest, scattering the meticulously tended flowers and plants across the ground. Neither held back, and their skirmish escalated, alarming the old general Wei. What now? The old general approached with a headache, seizing a slipper from the floor and hurling it at them. Can you two rascals not have a moment of peace? In response, Wei Changfeng unleashed a sharp gust from his spear. Xiao Jinbei, however, maintained his decorum, taking a moment to greet him. Good morning, General. The old general rolled his eyes in response. Since their training began, these two had developed a habit of resolving any disputes through combat. Whoever lost would unconditionally yield. The old general, intrigued by their duel, settled down with some sunflower seeds, watching intently and occasionally offering commentary. Ah, too slow. Changfeng, your movements are overly hasty and ineffective. Caught off guard, Wei Changfeng narrowly avoided a kick aimed at his abdomen, stumbling back with his forehead pulsing in frustration. Old man, could you refrain from speaking? Xiao Jinbei, seizing the opportunity, deftly sidestepped his spear and struck the back of his neck. With a hit to the vital point, Wei Changfeng stiffened, the corner of his mouth twitching. Xiao Jinbei, you're quite adept at seizing the moment. Xiao Jinbei nodded with a sense of entitlement. Of course. Ah, you see? You've lost. I told you not to be so reckless. The old general tossed the unfinished sunflower seeds into the dish and clapped his hands. Now, What do you intend to do this time? Xiao Jinbei and Wei Chongfeng ceased their sparring, exchanging glances before signaling the others to retreat. The Prince of Jin, after hearing their plan, the old general stroked his beard. You have been reckless for quite some time. How confident are you in this endeavor? The emperor does harbor suspicions regarding the Prince of Jin. Xiao Jinbei replied solemnly. However, if Li Ren poses no threat to the imperial power, he would be reluctant to eliminate him entirely. The emperor lacks someone to lay bare the facts, Wei Chongfeng added nonchalantly. The old general cast a glance at him and chuckled. Since you two are well aware, I shall not elaborate further. The future of Dezhou rests upon your shoulders. Do as you see fit. Xiao Jinbei patted Wei Chongfeng on the shoulder and nodded at the old general. A few nights later, Li Ren entered Huai'an Tower, as was his custom. Accustomed to indulgence, he frequented this place every few days in search of pleasure. Having just indulged in copious amounts of drink, he was preparing to embrace a few beauties when he suddenly squinted his eyes. His eyes, clouded by intoxication, beheld a tall figure outside the window, a woman standing atop the opposite rooftop, her colorful ribbons fluttering in the wind. Veiled in moonlight, she appeared ethereal, almost otherworldly. What had the prince glimpsed? The woman in his embrace gently raised her delicate hand to shield his eyes, her voice a soft whisper. It is said that celestial beings often descend in this vicinity. Whoever captures one may beseech her for eternal wealth and glory. My lord, could it be that you have seen her? Chapter 81. Where does such ability come from? Li Ren emitted a belch, abruptly pushing her hand aside and staggering towards the window. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he saw no trace of any figure outside. Celestial being? He turned back, his tongue thick with drink, repeating, "What do you say about a celestial being?" The woman giggled behind her hand. Since the prince has seen her, why not hasten to capture her? If she escapes, the riches will surely fall into another's lap. Li Ren paused, then waved his hand decisively. Yes, yes. Someone, go fetch her. Capture her. Accompanying him was the newly appointed left patrol envoy of Jinghua, who had prepared to stand guard at the door. Suddenly witnessing Prince Jin stumble out, shouting for a capture, he was momentarily perplexed. My lord, please take care. The left patrol envoy quickly steadied him, glancing at the women in the room, utterly bewildered. Who does the prince intend to capture? The girl who had earlier encouraged Li Ren pointed outside. There, she has gone that way. Upon realizing that Prince Jin was merely enamored with a woman, the left patrol envoy felt a wave of relief and signaled to his retinue. Go find her. The guards swiftly set off. Do not be rough. Li Ren pushed him aside, laughing. That woman is a celestial being. Mere numbers are insufficient. Go. Assemble another troop. The left patrol envoy frowned. My lord, the position of patrol envoy only allows for one troop to be dispatched. Any more would be an unauthorized mobilization. Why all this nonsense? Li Ren clapped him heavily on the back. Do you not consider that once I find this woman and am at ease, you will continue as the left patrol envoy? If I command, you shall obey. Will I not reward you? The left patrol envoy, accustomed to spending silver alongside him in indulgence, seized the opportunity and resolutely replied, Yes, I shall certainly find the lady for the prince. Prepare the horses. Li Ren shouted. I shall join as well. The left patrol envoy immediately sought to ready the horses. A throng of people surged into the streets, pursuing the direction indicated by the singer. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinbei entered the palace with ease. He wasted no time, first requesting 2 unsightly fish from the emperor, candidly stating his intent to stew them for soup. The emperor, half laughing and half scolding him for wastage, dispatched someone to fetch the fish. In the interim, Xiao Jinbei suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, he said, his tone unexpectedly grave, his striking features glimmering under the night's soft glow. I have come to the palace today with words to impart. Emperor Longyan turned to him, bidding him to speak freely rather than stuttering like a fool. Xiao Jinbei paused, then declared plainly, Prince Jin has accepted bribes, engaged in the sale of official positions, and his avarice has left the citizens within his domain in dire straits. I beseech your Majesty to discern the truth. Li Ren? The expression on Emperor Longyan's face instantly darkened. Obey. Are you aware of what you are saying? I am perfectly clear, Xiao Jinbei replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Every word I utter is the truth. If your majesty does not believe me, you may send someone to investigate. I know that you have always been at odds with him. Emperor Longan furrowed his brow. However, you claim that he is selling official positions and titles. This dynasty has a rigorous examination system for civil and military officials. How could he possess such power? Indeed, Xiao Jinbei scoffed. I too wish to know where he derives such power. The last vestiges of amusement faded from the emperor's face. At that moment, High Eunuch Gao rushed in from a distance, glanced at Xiao Jinbei, performed a brief salute, and leaned in to whisper into the emperor's ear. Your Majesty, Prince Jin has privately dispatched 2 troops, heading toward the palace. What did you say? The emperor's brows knitted together in an instant. Many years ago, the princes had attempted a coup by first winning over the Jinghua Golden Guards. After ascending the throne, Emperor Longan had specifically altered the regulations, forbidding the imperial troops from acting without a decree unless in times of emergency. Li Run was the first to dare defy this order. Why has he summoned troops? I do not know, Your Majesty, Gao Eunuch replied in a hushed tone. It is said by the guards that the prince seems to be searching for a woman. To seek a woman and dare to openly defy my decree. Does he not regard me, nor the law? Emperor Longan was thoroughly enraged, and with a fierce flick of his sleeve commanded, Bring him to me. Gao Eunuch responded affirmatively and hurried away to relay the message. Xiao Jinbei casually accepted the fish handed to him by the servants, his narrow eyes slightly narrowed, concealing the mocking smile beneath. Wei Changfeng lightly tapped his toes, gliding over the last beam before turning the corner of the street. He had completely outpaced the 2 troops, and the ethereal silk draping over him had gathered dust, hanging in disarray. Removing his veil, Wei Changfeng cursed under his breath. Damn that Xiao Jinbei. It was the first time in his life he had donned women's clothing. Just moments ago, as he soared across the rooftops, he felt utterly transcendent. Now, having stopped, he realized that his broad shoulders and straight collarbone nearly tore through the fabric, and his face was smeared with haphazard white powder. There was not a trace of the ethereal maiden, but rather a ghostly figure haunting the streets. Fortunately, Li Ren had indulged in enough drink and, shrouded by the night, could not discern clearly. Otherwise, to not have fainted on the spot would have been a remarkable display of courage. Wei Changfeng adjusted the satin drapery, stuffing it into his waist. With agile movements, he led Prince Jin's entourage toward the palace gates before concealing himself. From his hidden vantage point, he witnessed Gao Eunuch bringing the imperial guards to encircle Prince Jin and his companions. Your Highness, a sharp voice of the eunuch pierced the stillness, sending shivers down one's spine. In the dead of night, what is the purpose of your unauthorized troop movements? Li Ren's inebriatun fada swiftly. The left patrol officer, pale as a ghost, tumbled off his horse and knelt on the ground. His Majesty has decreed that Prince Jin enter the palace. Gao Eunuch raised a hand, lofty in authority, gesturing toward the palace gates. Your Highness, please. Li Ren shivered, realizing that he had unwittingly arrived at the palace gates with his men. He instinctively wanted to protest. I am not. Gao Eunuch interrupted him with a drawn-out "m." With a vigilant gesture, he raised his hand. Surrounding him were the heavily armored royal guards, ready to apprehend at a mere command. Li Ren surveyed the 2 squads around him, realizing they were far from sufficient. I shall enter to explain to my royal brother. Li Ren gritted his teeth. Lead the way, Chief Eunuch. Only then did the chief eunuch lower his hand. Wei Changfeng's lips curled into a wry smile as he turned to channel his energy, his toes lightly touching the treetops as he retraced his steps. He maintained a safe distance from the prince's men without incident, but perhaps due to a moment of relaxation, the fairy ribbon at his waist slipped unnoticed during his movements. Unintentionally stepping on the ribbon, he faltered for a moment atop the wall and fell forward. With his skills, he could have stabilized himself mid-air, yet unexpectedly, in the dead of night, a small sedan chair suddenly appeared. Wei Changfeng's pupils constricted. There was no time to evade, and he tumbled onto the chair's roof, landing clumsily inside. The sedan chair suddenly collapsed, causing the bearers to stumble around, and the occupant let out a piercing scream. Wei Changfeng, unable to rise in time, instinctively extended his arm to cover her mouth. Silence, he commanded in a low voice, revealing his muscular arm wrapped with a pink silk ribbon. "Do not make a sound. Do you hear me?" The woman, whose mouth he covered, nodded in terror. Wei Changfeng recognized that the situation was indeed his fault, but having just exited the palace, it was all too easy to be exposed if any of the prince's men were still on the streets. He had no choice but to intimidate her. "You're not to say anything," he warned, exerting more pressure with his hand. His dark eyes brimmed with menace. "If you wish to survive this, be wise." The woman nodded slowly. Without the luxury of observing her expression, Wei Changfeng, confirming her silence, lowered his voice further. "Listen to me, and I shall not harm you. If you wish to live, do as I say." She let out a muffled sound in response. "Miss." The bearers outside encircled the chair, hesitant to lift the curtain. Peering in, "Are you all right?" In the darkness, he could not discern their faces or expressions, but Wei Changfeng's demeanor was as cold as water. He released his grip on her mouth, shifting to grasp her neck instead. Find an excuse to send her bearers away. His fingers tightened slightly. Should she utter an inappropriate sound, he could swiftly end her life. Fortunately, the woman displayed intelligence, coughing lightly before raising her voice. "It's nothing. Just a wildcat jumped in. It seems rather docile, so let us keep it for amusement. Continue on your way." Wildcats were common in this area, often loitering around butcher shops for food, each one plump and well-fed. Yet, a cat should not create such a commotion. The bearers exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating. "Hurry along," the woman added, "or we might attract unwanted attention." Upon hearing her words, the bearers ceased their hesitation and resumed lifting the sedan chair. Wei Changfeng waited until the chair moved steadily before releasing his grip. As he listened to the woman's voice, it struck him as somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. At that moment, Wei Changfeng was vehemently unwilling to acknowledge anyone, and he intended to leave by lifting the curtain of the window. The woman in the sedan hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to address him. "Sister?" Wei Changfeng's lips twitched in irritation. "Are you in danger?" she asked cautiously. "Why don't you sit in my sedan for a moment? Once we cross this street, I will find a reason to let them release you. You know me?" Wei Changfeng turned back, deliberately adopting a menacing tone. The woman was evidently startled, shaking her head and adding, "I don't know you." Yet, it was hard to believe her. Throughout the capital, she had never encountered a woman of such towering stature. If not for his attire and the ribbons scattered about, she might have mistaken him for a man, although her voice bore an uncanny resemblance. "Sister? What sister?" "I'm a man," Wei Changfeng insisted, vowing to return and give Xiao Jinbei a sound thrashing for this predicament, before finally lifting the curtain. The opening was small, and the silvery moonlight poured in. Instinctively, Wei Changfeng glanced back, momentarily frozen in place. At the same time, the woman in the sedan recognized his face and gasped in astonishment. "Wei Shi?" Wei Changfeng immediately covered her mouth again. "What are you doing here?" The woman appeared even more astonished, her eyes wide and round. "Miss Meng Ling," Wei Changfeng modified his address, sincerity evident in his tone. "There is a reason for this. I can explain. Could you please refrain from looking at me like that?" Chapter 84. Such peculiarities. Meng Ling's gaze betrayed her thoughts. When they had met previously in the palace, she had merely found him somewhat frivolous in speech, but she never imagined he harbored such peculiarities. Wandering the streets in women's attire at such an hour, disdain flashed in her eyes. Wei Changfeng, aware that his appearance was less than presentable, tossed the silk ribbon over his shoulder and stated earnestly, "I was compelled by Xiao Jinbei. This is not my intention at all." Meng Ling shook her head, signaling him to release her. After a soft cough, she whispered, "What brings General Wei here?" Wei Changfeng could not divulge their plans. After a lengthy pause, he reluctantly managed to utter 2 words, "harming others." Meng Ling shifted aside in silence. The matter was becoming increasingly convoluted and unclear. Wei Changfeng, surrendering to the futility of resistance, whispered, "In any case, the favor you owe me must be repaid today. Whatever occurs tonight, do not speak of it to anyone." Meng Ling, not wishing to wade into murky waters, nodded in agreement. Wei Changfeng pulled back the curtain once more, poised to leap out with a light push of his toes, when a thought struck him. He turned back to ask, "Where are you going?" "It is unsafe for a young lady to be out alone at this hour. Would you like me to escort you?" Meng Ling glanced at him, and quietly replied, "I think you're the one who is not safe." Wei Changfeng lifted his skirt in response, left speechless. "The carriage you damaged will be atoned for on another day." Wei Changfeng smiled faintly, allowing a glimpse of the familiar demeanor that echoed the past semblance of General Wei. "Should you require any assistance, feel free to visit me directly at the general's residence." With that, he waved his hand and strode into the night. Meng Ling pinched her fingers, unable to resist the urge to lift the curtain for a glance. The moonlight, bright and cool as water, revealed that the flamboyantly dressed young general had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Li Ren had changed into a different outfit and followed Yuna Gao into the Wenjia Hall. Xiao Jinbei sat leisurely beside the emperor, savoring his tea, and upon seeing Li Ren, raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" Li Ren, startled like a bird struck by an arrow, forgot to pay his respects to the emperor and instead began to question him. However, this time, there was no need for Xiao Jinbei to respond, as the voice of Emperor Longan descended from above. "This is my Wenjia Hall. If you may enter, why cannot he?" It was then that Li Ren recalled the reason for his presence and hastily knelt down. "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. Today, I indulged in a few too many drinks and, in my haste after misplacing something, I reluctantly sought the assistance of the left patrol envoy, borrowing a troop temporarily." The left patrol envoy, Xiao Jinbei, scoffed. Having just assumed his role, he obediently followed the commands of Prince Jin, being quite compliant. "Be silent," Li Ren raturta angrily, lifting his head to scold. "I am conversing with the emperor. What concern is it of yours to meddle?" "Silence." The emperor seized an inkstone and hurled it down. The heavy stone struck the ground with a resounding thud, splattering ink onto Li Ren's clothing, finally silencing him. "I ask you," the emperor pounded the table. "Your concubines are lavishly spending gold. From where does this wealth originate?" Li Ren stared blankly, lifting his head in confusion. "What? Do not feign ignorance before me. You directed your concubines to send vast sums of silver to the residence of the Deputy Minister of Rights, and without my permission, you unlawfully mobilized troops. What do you intend to achieve?" "Li Ren, conspiring with court officials under my very nose? You are utterly brazen." Chapter 85. Extending a leniency. Li Ren was utterly bewildered, kneeling on the ground with a look of sheer confusion. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by concubines? You still refuse to admit it in my presence." The Emperor Longan hurled a scroll down. "This was presented to me by a bay from Lutong. In less than 2 months. You have sent so much to the Lu residence. From where did you acquire this silver?" Li Ren, utterly perplexed, picked it up and glanced at it, growing paler by the second. He had concealed tributes on more than one occasion. Aside from Coral, he had never disclosed to anyone the whereabouts of these items. Now, several priceless treasures appeared in the records before him, causing his hands to tremble with anxiety. And what was it that his brother had just mentioned? The Lu residence? Why would his belongings be found there? "Brother, this, if you were merely greedy and hoarding tributes, I could extend a measure of leniency and not hold it against you. Emperor Longan chastised, but now you dare to unlawfully mobilize troops. If I were to tolerate such behavior, would you then have the audacity to storm the Golden Lawn Hall with those you have supported and declare yourself emperor? The act of accepting bribes and usurping power are sins of entirely different magnitude." At this moment, Li Ren found himself bereft of time for contemplation, trembling in fear as he knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please discern, I harbor no such intentions. This tribute must have been secretly hidden by a concubine from my household. I shall return and conduct a thorough investigation immediately." "Your Highness, the silver was pilfered by the concubine. How then do you explain that the left patrol officer dared to make unauthorized personnel changes at your behest?" Xiao Jinbei interjected languidly. "Do you not ponder why Minister Liu refrained from accepting offerings from your concubine? Are you aware that the officials you sold positions to in the south have already confessed?" Li Ren was rendered utterly speechless. He was acutely aware of his actions in the south, and those individuals were typically cautious, which had allowed him to feel secure. How could they have been apprehended? How could they confess? "You dare to slander me." Li Ren's eyes quivered in disbelief. "That is impossible. They would never do such a thing. Seize him." Emperor Longan closed his eyes, utterly exhausted, ordering Li Run to be detained for interrogation at the Ministry of Justice, while all related parties were to be apprehended for a thorough investigation on my behalf. The imperial guards waiting outside promptly entered and restrained Li Run. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I am wronged. No, this must be a plot orchestrated by that scoundrel Xiao Jinbei. Emperor Long remained impervious to his cries, exhaling a heavy sigh. As Xiao Jinbei observed Li Run being taken away, his gaze darkened. Ah, Bei, the emperor called. Do you have any further matters to discuss? This was a clear indication to depart. Xiao Jinbei rose to bow and replied coolly, I have nothing further. I shall take my leave. The emperor, weary, waved his hand dismissively. The moon hung high in the sky that night as Xiao Jinbei exited the palace, casting a glance back. The majestic palaces loomed, their enormous shadows resembling lurking beasts, poised to strike. He scoffed softly, mounted his horse, and departed. At the Huai'an Wangfu, Liu Qingyi turned a page of her book, unable to suppress a yawn. Miss, perhaps you should rest for a while, Xiang suggested softly, noting her fatigue. The young master mentioned he might not return tonight. It is unwise to wait so long. No need, Liu Qingyi replied coolly. I shall wait a little longer. She could not accompany Xiao Jinbei into the palace today. The outcome of the events remained uncertain. Even if she were to lie down now, sleep would elude her. What are you waiting for? A deep voice interrupted, and Liu Qingyi looked up to find Xiao Jinbei, who had returned unbeknownst to her. I told you to rest early. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Chapter 86. There's only one way. Liu Qingyi rose, smiling as she called husband. Xiang, perceptive as ever, discreetly withdrew. Xiao Jinbei took her hand, lifted her chin, and placed a gentle kiss upon her soft lips, inquiring in a low voice. Why are you not asleep? Is that book truly so captivating? I have been waiting for you, Liu Qingyi replied, pulling him down beside her with a light laugh. Was your outing successful? Quite well. Xiao Jinbei recounted Li Ren's reactions succinctly. By the end, he realized I was behind it all. I fear he is doomed. Liu Qingyi chuckled softly. Xiao Jinbei had not concealed this matter from her. From the very beginning, he had intended to approach it from two fronts simultaneously. The avarice for wealth and the sale of titles indeed constitute a grave sin, yet they are insufficient to incite the emperor's apprehension. To thoroughly investigate Li Run, it is imperative to awaken the emperor to the fact that Prince Jin's influence has already permeated the capital, to the extent that he can secretly mobilize troops at the palace gates. Only then will the emperor become vigilant. For a prince who accumulates both vast riches and connections poses a substantial threat to the throne. What are you thinking? Xiao Jinbei inquired as he drew her into his embrace, resting his chin upon her shoulder, gently swaying her. I was contemplating Prince Jin, Liu Qingyi replied in a hushed tone. He should still be unaware of the events that have transpired. He remains oblivious to the fact that Coral has gone to the Liu household to win over the Shen mother and daughter. That celestial maiden is merely Wei Changfeng in disguise, aiming to ensnare him. He would never suspect that the only thing that could incite Prince Jin's resentment are those few minor officials who betrayed him for self-preservation, as well as Xiao Jinbei, who brought this matter to the emperor's attention. Even Liu Tong has been forced into a corner, compelled to pledge loyalty to Xiao Jinbei for his own safety. Thus, Xiao Jinbei silently poured a bucket of filthy water over Li Ren's head while deftly avoiding any collateral damage to others. Liu Qingyi's expression softened slightly as she turned to glance at him. Once again, he was met with that gaze, one filled with anticipation and tenderness. Xiao Jinbei felt his heart soften as if brushed by a gentle, feathery touch. He lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. What is it that you truly wish to know? He murmured. Liu Qingyi paused before softly saying, I wish to understand what kind of person my husband truly is. Me? Xiao Jinbei replied, puzzled. I stand right here. What do you perceive me to be? Liu Qingyi clarified, I am not referring to your appearance, and with a smile. She playfully pushed him away. You should rest now. Allow me to attend to you as you lie down. That is unnecessary, Xiao Jinbei replied as he lifted her up, shifting their positions so that he loomed above her, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I would prefer your service in other ways. Liu Qingyi raised a fan to shield his face. As it was growing late, Xiao Jinbei did not press the matter further. The two engaged in playful banter for a while before succumbing to slumber. Bathed in moonlight, their silhouettes were partially obscured by the silk drapes at the bedside, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. Yet on the other side, fate was less kind. A man clad in a black cloak entered the prison, escorted by a guard. He stopped at the innermost cell, handing the guard a couple of silver coins. "Hurry, time is of the essence." The guard weighed the coins and replied, "Just a tea break's worth of time. Be quick." "Thank you," the man in black said, removing his hood once the guard departed. "Is the prince well?" Liren abruptly lifted his head and stumbled over. "Tan brother, what brings you here? Have you devised a way to save me? Think quickly. Treason is a capital offense. Given the prince's predicament, of course, I would come," Tan Qingyi replied, standing tall with a warm and refined smile. "Alas, I possess but one method to save the prince. Might he be willing to give a try?" Chapter 87. It is not so simple at this juncture. What willingness could Liren entertain? In his agitation, he stamped his foot. "Oh, why can you not speak plainly? Must you drive me to despair? This method may only be employed once." Tan Qingyi's voice remained calm and unhurried. Yet it appeared that the prince would suffer a considerable financial loss. Losses are inconsequential. Preserving one's life is paramount. Liren, now preoccupied with more pressing matters, inquired, "What should we do?" Tan Qingyi whispered a few words in his ear. Liren, skeptical, responded, "Is this feasible? So simple?" Tan Qingyi merely smiled without a word. Resigning himself to fate, Liren, like a dying horse being treated as a live one, gritted his teeth and said, "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Brother Tan. Upon a successful completion of this task, I shall reward you handsomely." "Serving the prince is a privilege," Tan Qingyi replied, stepping back to bow. "Take care, your highness. I shall take my leave now." Liren watched him depart, sighing as he returned to his previous position. The news of the Jin prince's imprisonment could not be concealed. The following day, the court was in an uproar. Liu Qingyi assisted Xiao Jinbei in donning his garments, standing on tiptoe to smooth his lapels. "Does your husband truly not need to attend court?" she inquired softly. "You submitted a petition in the dead of night, and now that the matter is under thorough investigation, to neglect it would surely invite criticism." "I shall not go," Xiao Jinbei replied nonchalantly. "Today I am on leave." "You take leave every day?" Liu Qingyi chuckled, shaking her head as she retrieved a bowl of lotus seed porridge to serve him. "While my husband rests, I shall review the account from these past few days." As she set down the cup and prepared to leave, Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow, pulling her back with a firm grip. "Why you scrutinize the accounts daily? I distinctly recall instructing them to report monthly. Why tire yourself so? A daily review is also acceptable, but your household is vast." Liu Qingyi smiled. "If there are minor losses, it is of little concern. However, the matter of a Jin prince will undoubtedly have far-reaching implications. With considerable funds at stake, it becomes rather conspicuous. Most prosperous farms and shops rely on fortune and weather. Some areas see daily revenues of 10,000 taels of silver, while others endure months of deficits. Some of these failing establishments are not incapable, but merely lack sufficient capital to expand their market. In these extraordinary times, it is wiser to move funds discreetly rather than leave them in a conspicuous money house. Perhaps unexpected results may ensue." "Very well," Xiao Jinbei said, playfully flicking her forehead. "The investigation into the Jin prince has only just begun, and you are already taking precautions. Have I married such a prudent daughter-in-law that I can pursue my desires without a care? The heir is already quite free to act as he pleases." Liu Qingyi sighed, covering her forehead in exasperation. "General Wei still refuses to acknowledge you. Perhaps you should temper your ambitions." Xiao Jinbei recalled the day Wei Changfeng was chased through the streets by Li Run while disguised as a woman, bursting into laughter, his mirth unrestrained. "You speak wisely. Feng Bian, go summon Changfeng. I have yet to mock him or offer my apologies." "Yes, invite him here for a drink." Feng Bian silently shed a tear of sympathy for Wei Changfeng, cheerfully responding in the affirmative. The two of them, cut from the same cloth, delighted in the drama. Liu Qingyi sighed, pondering whether to ask Xiao Jinbei if he wished to prepare the kitchen in advance. When Wei Changfeng entered, his expression grave and hurried. "The Dowager Empress has entered the palace," he stated, unsheathing his sword as he cut straight to the point. "Today's court session is only halfway through. Obey. This matter may not be as straightforward as we initially thought." Chapter 88. Assistance from an unknown source during his youth. The Prince of Jin was raised within the palace of the esteemed Dowager Consort Da. The emperor's biological mother had passed away prematurely, and most of the previous emperor's consorts had long since withdrawn from court life. Only the Dowager Consort Da, due to her noble lineage, was granted a separate residence by the emperor and occasionally made appearances on significant occasions. Li Run reacted swiftly this time. After Xiao Jinbei waved away the servants, he let out a cold snort, stating that the Dowager Consort was his final lifeline. He was not concerned about the potential overuse of resources in summoning her for such matters. The Prince of Jin had not experienced hardship. Wei Changfeng remarked that even the mere sight of the torturous instruments in the Ministry of Justice would frighten him half to death. It was entirely reasonable for him to seek the Dowager Consort's protection. However, the speed of this occurrence was unexpected. The prince had just been sent to the Ministry of Justice, and the identity of the judge for his case had yet to be determined. Yet the Dowager Consort received word almost immediately. "Someone is aiding him," Liu Qingyi murmured, unintentionally voicing her thoughts. She had forgotten that the two men beside her possessed keen hearing and turned to look at her simultaneously upon hearing her words. Liu Qingyi momentarily froze as the rules against discussing court affairs flashed in her mind. She pressed her lips together, intending to bow her head in apology. But her gaze met Xiao Jinbei's eyes. He neither offered her support nor spoke. He merely observed her with a rare focus, devoid of his usual sarcasm, awaiting her continuation. The nature of a person is not easily altered. Liu Qingyi lifted her slightly bowed head once more, her voice soft as the cool night breeze outside, instilling a sense of tranquility. The Prince of Jin is merely greedy for wealth and poses a threat to his locality. He does not genuinely wish to rebel. Now that he has been taken to the Ministry of Justice, he is likely not contemplating how to navigate this ordeal, but rather how to preserve his life. That is a valid point, Xiao Jinbei replied with a slight smile. "And then what? The Dowager Consort will arrive?" Liu Qingyi replied, casting a glance at him. In such a short span of time, while the prince is at the ministry, his reaction would not be so immediate. The only possibility is that someone learned of this matter in advance and informed the Dowager Consort beforehand. "We have a general understanding of who is around the prince," Wei Changfeng said, frowning slightly. If he truly had wise counsel by his side, he would not have reached this point. Liu Qingyi's eyelashes fluttered as she hesitated to speak. "Tan Qingqi," Xiao Jinbei interjected, continuing her thought. "Last time in the palace, the prince took him to meet the Dowager Consort." With this revelation, everything began to make sense to Wei Changfeng, who clicked his tongue in acknowledgement. Scholars do respond quickly. It's a pity that while they possess intellect, they often lack foresight. Following Li Run, that scoundrel, is akin to digging one's own grave. "Bei, should we add another layer to our strategy in front of the emperor? What do you think?" Xiao Jinbei turned to Liu Qingyi with this inquiry. Liu Qingyi, taken aback by his direct question, momentarily faltered. Yes, future consort. What is your perspective?" Wei Changfeng echoed. Liu Qingyi blinked. "As for scholars, together we may not comprehend as much as you do." Xiao Jinbei affectionately pinched her ear. "Please share your thoughts. Consider it a gentle reminder for us." However, Qingyi was not particularly well-versed in the affairs of the court. "There is no need to be," Wei Changfeng replied with a nonchalant smile. "Look at the young lord. After more than a decade of leisure, his understanding is hardly profound." Xiao Jinbei, with a stoic expression, delivered a subtle elbow jab to him. Influenced by their indifferent demeanor, Liu Qingyi felt a slight easing of her own tension. After a moment of contemplation, she softly asserted, "I believe we should let things take their natural course. It may not be without its advantages for us." Chapter 89. Inciting suspicion, Xiao Jinbei's gaze flickered with intrigue. "What do you mean by that?" The intentions of her husband and the general were likely to seek an explanation for the people of the south. Liu Qingyi's eyes sparkled in the interplay of light and shadow. If this were indeed the sole purpose, with irrefutable evidence at hand, the emperor would not remain idle. Even if he refrained from punishing the crown prince, he would certainly dispatch others to supervise and deal with the matter, executing a multitude of treacherous officials as a warning to others. The populace yearned for silver, yet even more, they needed to rid themselves of the locust-like corrupt officials. Such actions would inevitably lead to a significant reshuffling of local officials. The newly appointed magistrates might not necessarily be virtuous, but in the wake of such events, they would surely exercise caution for the next 3 to 5 years. Given a period of respite, the South would gradually regain its vitality. Indeed, Xiao Jinbei smiled. Our scheme to imprison Li Ren serves merely to provide the emperor with a justification for action. What else is there? Please continue. With his affirmation, Liu Qingyi's underlying anxiety dissipated somewhat. The Empress Dowager's visit to the palace is likely to furnish the Crown Prince with a grandiose rationale. Were it Liu Qingyi in her place, she would have directly assumed responsibility for those matters, citing her heartfelt longing, and dispatched numerous gifts of silver and other items. Quite so, Wei Changfeng interjected, clapping his hands together. That is precisely what she would say. Both individuals within the palace possessed their own means of acquiring information. Liu Qingyi smiled, refraining from further inquiries, and continued with her thoughts. However, this could also invite the emperor's suspicion. At that moment, Xiao Jinbei and Wei Changfeng paused in unison. A tempest brewed in their eyes. Liu Qingyi's words struck like lightning, illuminating the shadows they had long concealed. The Empress Dowager is merely the Crown Prince's foster mother, Xiao Jinbei murmured. In the emperor's mind, before she speaks, he views him as a prince without support. The Empress Dowager's words would effectively inform the emperor that not only did they maintain relations, but they also did so with great intimacy. Wei Changfeng chuckled, observing that a prince, who often mingled with the powerful family of his foster mother, would need to tread carefully, even if he held no fear of the Crown Prince. These were precisely the thoughts Liu Qingyi wished to convey. She nodded, and after speaking, stood to the side, adopting a modest and compliant demeanor. Understand. Wei Changfeng snapped his fingers. In that case, I shall stoke the flames further when I attend court. At the very least, we must compel Li Ren to disclose the embezzled funds he has hoarded over the years. Perhaps the Empress Dowager might genuinely need to supplement him. Xiao Jinbei remarked lazily, a smirk playing on his lips. What should I do? Since I initiated the complaint against the Crown Prince, he cannot be so easily absolved. Shouldn't I also make a show of my intentions? The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken intentions lurking in the other's eyes. As the two individuals prepared to quarrel, Jinghua anticipated a significant uproar. Liu Qingyi, however, did not intervene, merely offering a gentle smile from the sidelines. Incidentally, upon my arrival, I encountered Feng Bian. Wei Changfeng gestured outside, stating he was on his way to find me. Is there something amiss? I invite you to join me for a drink, Xiao Jinbei remarked, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow. Let us also celebrate Wei Xiaojuan's first foray into women's attire, which has undoubtedly summoned forth 2 squads of the Imperial Guard from Jinghua. Surely, she must possess an enchanting beauty that captivates all. Chapter 90. Is this possible? Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Changfeng charged forward, fists raised. Xiao Jinbei laughed heartily, gracefully lifting Liu Qingyi and leaping several paces away. Wait for me here, he instructed, placing Liu Qingyi in a safe spot and winking at her. I have some time to spare. Let us watch as your husband gets a taste of his own medicine. Liu Qingyi sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. She began to understand why these two were perpetually drawn to the military camp. With such vigor, it seemed a disservice to confine their energies to the mundane life of Jinghua, as they were truly talents of exceptional promise. He Xiang entered upon hearing the commotion, witnessing the young master and the junior general in a scuffle, and gasped, "Miss this? Nothing to worry about," Liu Qingyi replied with a calm smile. While she did not possess the same accustomed demeanor as General Wei, she remained unfazed by the spectacle, instructing the kitchen to prepare a delightful feast and 2 jars of fine wine for the young master, a junior general. He Xiang, her heart racing, managed a nod before hastily retreating to the kitchen. Having grown up sparring, Xiao Jinbei and Wei Changfeng exhibited a remarkable synergy. When the servants set the table and served the dishes, The two simultaneously ceased their playful brawl and settled into their meal, as though they had not just engaged in a vigorous altercation. Xiang watched in awe, unable to contain her thoughts. Miss, is this truly acceptable? She had never witnessed such a delicate yet resilient bond before. Indeed, Liu Qingyi chuckled softly. Take a look at Aunt Wu from Fangzhou Lane. Her two children exemplify just that. Xiang nodded earnestly. Liu Qingyi fanned herself lightly before moving to Xiao Jinbei's side. Observing her retreating figure, Xiang suddenly felt a sense of disquiet. Aunt Wu's children were not yet 10 years old. The miss is subtly teasing the young master and junior general. Xiang realized in panic, glancing around nervously as though afraid of being discovered, before making a hasty exit. In the ensuing days, Wei Changfeng unleashed his voice within the court. He vehemently denounced the actions of Prince Jin and expressed his righteous indignation to rid the realm of its ills. Despite the emperor's repeated admonitions, none proved effective, and ultimately, the emperor had to issue an edict commanding the Ministry of Justice to release prisoners, which barely silenced Wei Changfeng's outcry. Meanwhile, the young master also became aware of the situation. This gentleman demonstrated far more prudence than the junior general. He was exceptionally obedient to the emperor's wishes. Upon receiving the order for Prince Jin to rectify his shortcomings, he offered not a single word of dissent, and, upon exiting the palace, promptly led a group to the streets, decisively demolishing several establishments under Prince Jin's name. The meaning of the young lord's intentions is quite evident. The emperor has commanded you to return the silver, and thus he has shattered your domain, leaving you to ponder how you shall repay. The capital was thrown into chaos by these two figures, causing even the emperor to gray further in Heir. In his helplessness, he summoned the Prince of Huai'an to mediate, assuring him that he would find a way to seek retribution for Xiao Jinbei in the future, generously bestowing numerous treasures from his private treasury to placate him, which eventually brought a reluctant tranquility. With his calm, autumn swiftly approached. The oppressive heat of summer gradually dissipated, and the skies over the capital became increasingly clear. Liu Qingyi changed out of her sheer summer garments, setting up a tea stove in the courtyard. The charm of brewing tea by the hearth in autumn holds a unique allure. The young lord's wife, Xiang, entered, clutching a stack of invitations received from the ladies of the court. With a light exclamation, she placed them on the table, stating, "These are from the ladies who sent their servants. Please see which gatherings you wish to attend, and I shall respond on your behalf." As Chapter 91 unfolds, Liu Qingyi casually perused the invitations. Following a quarrel between Xiao Jinbei and the Prince of Jin, the situation shifted from a stalemate to the emperor's reprimand of the prince, effectively soothing tensions. Astute observers recognized that the Prince of Huai'an had not lost his influence. He remained one of the most sought-after figures in court. With the sweltering summer behind them, these individuals began to take action. "They have all been declined," Liu Qingyi replied nonchalantly. "I merely stated that my health is poor and that I must rest at home." Xiang acknowledged this and gathered the pile of invitations, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Young mistress, won't this lack of social engagements lead to gossip?" "What gossip?" Liu Qingyi arched an eyebrow, smiling gently. "That I have climbed to lofty heights by marrying the young lord and no longer recognize myself?" Xiang had not contemplated the matter so deeply, offering a dry chuckle. "The ladies of the grand estates are known for their sharp tongues. Do not let them trouble you." "It matters not," Liu Qingyi replied with a light smile. "Do you recall what they said about me before my marriage?" At the 100 Flowers banquet, she had garnered attention, though it was under unfortunate circumstances. Among the women of the capital, she had never received a word of praise. Their skills in poetry, music, chess, and painting were commendable. Yet such prowess often incited envy and slander when someone outshone them in their own domains. Regardless of whether I attend or not, they will incessantly gossip behind my back. Furthermore, the young lord does not require me to maintain these connections, allowing us both to remain unburdened. Liu Qingyi leisurely poured herself a cup of tea, skimming off the foam and taking a small sip. "However, do take note, if the Ganbai family extends an invitation this year, we must make an appearance. The autumn crabs are most delectable at this time, and the Ganbai family hosts an annual banquet to invite the esteemed individuals of the capital to savor the crabs." In the past, Liu Qingyi, as the legitimate daughter of the Liu family, could justify her attendance or absence, but now that she has become a young lord's wife, for the sake of the empress's esteem, she must attend the feast. The young lady of the heir apparent now considers everything for the prince. He Xiong nudged her playfully, suggesting that in addition to her actions, she should also express her thoughts verbally, so that the prince may know she is thinking of him constantly, which would surely bring him joy. Silence. Liu Qingyi replied with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at her. I see you are quite talkative. Go fetch the book I was reading halfway in the study. The sun is pleasant today. It is perfect for basking in the courtyard. He Xiong giggled, covering her mouth, and hurried off to retrieve the book. Liu Qingyi reclined on the soft couch, leisurely soaking up the sun. When Xiao Jinbei returned, he beheld her in such a relaxed state. It has grown chilly in autumn. Why not wear a coat? He approached her, gently pressing on her shoulder, signaling her to remain at ease while he settled beside her. Xiao Haidang, I shall be leaving in a couple of days. Would you care to accompany me? Where are you going, my lord? Liu Qingyi inquired, setting aside her book. Just wandering about, Xiao Jinbei replied vaguely. It will likely take around half a month. Half a month could lead to many places. Liu Qingyi paused, contemplating for a moment. Qingyi will wait for you at home. Xiao Jinbei seemed dissatisfied with this answer, his brow furrowing slightly. You won't come with me? Liu Qingyi tilted her head, countering, would my presence hinder you? Xiao Jinbei fell silent. He truly wished to have her by his side, yet the thought of their destination, fraught with perilous terrains, made him worry for her safety. But if that is the case, you will not see me for 10 days or half a month. He leaned closer to the soft couch. Are you not afraid I might be out seeking flowers and flirting with willows? Chapter 92. Knowing when to retreat, Liu Qingyi chuckled lightly. If he sought flowers and flirtations, whether in the capital or elsewhere, she could not stop him. Moreover, after spending so much time together, she understood the kind of person he was all too well. However, if she were to say she was unconcerned, it would likely provoke the prince. Worrying was indeed worrying. Liu Qingyi nodded earnestly. She entered the room briefly and emerged with an embroidered pouch in hand. Alas, Qingyi cannot always hang around my lord. So it would be better for you to carry this, to deter those women who covet your handsome visage. Xiao Jinbei raised an eyebrow and took it from her. Liu Qingyi had long desired to create something for him. Given the prince's noble status, his attire and needs were of the highest quality. After much deliberation, she concluded that crafting a personal item would be most fitting, ensuring it did not seem out of place. You made this? Xiao Jinbei examined it closely, a smile creeping upon his lips. Did you embroider the patterns as well? He appeared quite taken with the small trinket. Liu Qingyi met his gaze, her ears warming slightly, for the first time in her life doubting her embroidery skills. Do you still like it? Indeed, Xiao Jinbei replied with a grin, rising to stand before Liu Qingyi. He handed the pouch back to her. Put it on me. Liu Qingyi fluttered her eyelashes, obediently adjusting his waist sash to secure the pouch. The prince often wore sturdy garments, so she had purposely crafted a dark black pouch, adorned with a hint of golden thread, exuding an air of elegance without being ostentatious. It complemented his character perfectly. Liu Qingyi stepped back, surveying him with a satisfied gaze before retracting her attention. You must have noticed. You have a penchant for adorning yourself with various corded items, Xiao Jinbei remarked, teasingly tugging at the red string around his neck. His expression a blend of jest and seriousness. Little Haidang, take a look for yourself. The only adornment I have left is this crown of hair atop my head. Liu Qingyi followed his words, her eyes lifting, and her face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you speaking? The gifts she had presented were indeed intimate items, all tied with strings, yet hearing such words from his lips inexplicably made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. What was it you just said? Xiao Jinbei chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, I wish to drape you upon me, so that those who covet my attention might retreat. Wouldn't you agree? That is not what I meant. Liu Qingyi shot him a glare, her face still flushed. Do not misrepresent my words. Xiao Jinbei laughed heartily, enveloping her in his embrace. After a few days apart, do you truly believe you can manage on your own? His tone carried an undercurrent of unspoken concern. The crown prince is still in the capital. In my absence, you must exercise caution. Rest assured, Liu Qingyi replied, patting his back reassuringly. I could take care of myself. Or you could accompany me, Xiao Jinbei suggested, his brow furrowing. Though the journey may be fraught with challenges, I can protect you. Liu Qingyi smiled gently. There is no need for you to worry, my dear husband. I am no mere child. A little vigilance will suffice. Xiao Jinbei said nothing, tightening his hold around her. He was uncertain why, but after their brief union, he felt an unusual anxiety at the thought of leaving her to fend for herself. I shall return soon, he murmured. Upon my return, I wish to discuss something of importance with you. Chapter 93. He assumed it was your concern. Liu Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that Xiao Jinbei intended to speak of matters that had long occupied her thoughts. Although she could not fathom why he was suddenly willing to confide in her, she could not deny her anticipation for the conversation. Liu Qingyi had never felt such curiosity towards another. She was almost desperate to uncover the layers behind Xiao Jinbei's seemingly carefree exterior, yearning to understand the true essence of the man beneath. Very well, she replied, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. I shall await your return. Xiao Jinbei stepped back, his gaze falling upon her bright, glimmering eyes. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. Early the following morning, Xiao Jinbei departed from the royal residence. After a night filled with restless activity, Liu Qingyi was too weary to keep her eyes open. Only vaguely aware of the kiss he placed upon her forehead before leaving. When she awoke, she found the bed beside her cold and empty. He Xiang waited outside the door, and upon hearing her call, she cautiously entered. When did the young master leave? Liu Qingyi inquired, her voice hoarse from sleep. At the hour of the rabbit, He Xiang replied softly, having prepared her washing water with familiarity. The young master specifically instructed me not to awaken you. He assured me that he is accompanying General Wei and will not engage in any frivolous pursuits. Young mistress, He Xiang's cheeks reddened. The young master believes the cord you tied around him signifies your concern. If you wish for him, simply tug on the string, and he will surely return at once. Liu Qingyi suddenly choked on a mouthful of water, coughing vehemently. He Xiang was startled and hurried over to pat her back. Do not heed his nonsense, Liu Qingyi exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. What does he mean by tying a rope around him? That's simply absurd. He Xiang stifled her laughter and reassured her, Your Grace. Do not be anxious. Surely you are aware of the young master's temperament. He jested merely to provoke you. Yet, Liu Qingyi continued to cough. He Xiang dared not speak further and gently helped her regain her breath. Once Liu Qingyi's breathing steadied, she broached the matter at hand. Your Grace had previously instructed me to keep an eye on the invitation sent by Lady Gone By. I have indeed observed that it was delivered this morning. Liu Qingyi's gaze sharpened. Bring it to me. He Xiang retrieved the invitation from her bosom. Lady Gone By's gatherings for the noble women were not unprecedented. Each time, she enlisted the same scribe. Upon seeing the handwriting, Liu Qingyi recognized it immediately, and after perusing the contents, she instructed He Xiang to put it away. Do you truly intend to attend? He Xiang inquired as she assisted Liu Qingyi in donning her attire. Lady Gone By is the queen's sister. Should you attend, it is likely you will encounter the Dowager Empress or Prince Jean. In that case, I must go, Liu Qingyi interjected, cleansing her hands and responding calmly. The young master is currently in high favor. While others may disregard the royal family, neglecting them further could provide adversaries with leverage. He Xiang struggled to comprehend, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The crab-tasting event was set for 3 days hence. Liu Qingyi donned a long skirt with a cross-front design and stepped out with He Xiang. In the golden autumn season, the streets were adorned with seasonal fruits, their fragrance wafting through the air. Liu Qingyi arrived at Qingfeng Pavilion, and before she could enter, she spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. The young master's wife had indeed arrived. Princess Linglong, resplendent in her opulent palace attire, haughtily raised her chin. I have heard that you have become quite renowned in the capital. Why is it that your brother, Bei, is not accompanying you today? Chapter 94. What is he up to? As the princess spoke, many ladies turned their attention toward her. At the previous queen's birthday banquet, Princess Linglong had publicly declared her close association with the young master. Liu Qingyi had remained silent, and many believed it would not be long before the young master would marry the princess, thus forsaking her. To their surprise, the news that emerged was of the young master confronting Prince Jean in the streets to procure a hairpin for her. This turn of events made the noble women wary of choosing sides. Despite their lofty status, they dared not rival the royal family. The reckless Xiao Jinbei had even wreaked havoc upon several of Prince Jin's shops, and any misstep could bring calamity upon their own households. "Do not jest, your highness," Liu Qingyi replied, maintaining an air of grace as she smiled politely. With her eyes slightly lowered, she chuckled lightly. "My husband has pressing matters to attend to today and cannot accompany you. I hope your highness understands." Princess Linglong's expression soured. "He is not coming today. What is he occupied with?" Liu Qingyi hesitated before responding, her gaze revealing a hint of surprise. "Does your highness have urgent matters to discuss?" Princess Linglong paused momentarily. What matters could there possibly be? If so, that is all the better, Liu Qingyi replied with a faint smile. "My husband merely mentioned he had business to attend to without indicating when he would return. If it is indeed important, your highness may have to wait a few more days." At first glance, this remark seems innocuous. However, Linglong is, after all, an unmarried young woman, spending her days merely waiting for another's husband. Such gossip would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I merely inquired out of curiosity." Linglong shot her a glance, lowering her voice. "Do not presume that just because he stood up for you once, he has any affection for you." Liu Qingyi chuckled lightly and performed a graceful curtsy, appearing far more dignified than the sullen Linglong. Seeing this, Madame Gan approached. "Why are you all lingering at the door? Come inside quickly. Today's crabs are freshly caught and exceptionally plump." Linglong huffed and entered first. Liu Qingyi smiled and nodded at Madame Gan. "Madame Gan, do not take it to heart. That foolish child Linglong is accustomed to being spoiled," Madame Gan said, affectionately taking Liu Qingyi's hand to lead her inside. "I often hear them say your health is poor. Today, however, you seem much improved." "Madam, you flatter me," Liu Qingyi replied, following her lead. "Perhaps it is the sweltering summer heat that often drains one's energy. Upon hearing of your invitation regarding the crabs, I could not resist. Who would ever disdain you? The young lady is quite the celebrated figure in the capital. I am honored that you chose to visit me." Madame betrothed, her slender eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed Liu Qingyi's composed demeanor while casting a glance in Linglong's departing direction, secretly mocking her. Linglong, oblivious to her own insignificance, mistakenly believed she could compete for attention, wholly unaware that she posed no threat to others. Clinging to the delusion of winning over Xiao Jinbei's favor, she was lost in a fantasy. Madame Gan shook her head inwardly, reflecting on how neither the empress nor her daughter amounted to much. Had she been the one to enter the palace years ago, their family would not be in such dire straits now. "Madame Gan?" Liu Qingyi called. Madame Gan snapped back to attention, quickly adopting a smiling expression. "What is it?" "Nothing of consequence. Merely inquiring if the Empress has arrived today. If she has, I ought to pay my respects first." Chapter 95. Taking the lead, the Empress is indeed coming, though she has not yet set out, Madame Gan replied, guiding Liu Qingyi to sit down. "We can greet her once she arrives." Liu Qingyi nodded in agreement. As more guests began to arrive for the banquet, Madame Gan exchanged a few more words with her before returning to the entrance to welcome them. Liu Qingyi searched the room and eventually spotted the dejected Meng Ling in a corner. "Why are you hiding here alone?" Liu Qingyi smiled gently, concern evident in her voice. "I haven't heard from you in a while. How are things at home?" Meng Ling let out a long sigh. "Grandmother 1T, allow me to speak of it." "Do not worry. Things will surely improve in time," Liu Qingyi reassured her, patting her back. "Every family has its troubles. Your grandmother has her reasons for keeping you silent, and you must keep the secret well." Meng Ling understood, nodding gravely. "Let's not speak of that. I just saw Shanxiao. The crown prince truly dotes on her. Despite such a major incident, he has kept her around and even indulges her reckless behavior. She is here as well?" Liu Qingyi frowned slightly. "Who is she with?" "Alone. Accompanied only by a maid," Meng Ling recalled, appearing quite haggard. "Wasn't she said to be closely associated with Liu Xiang?" "I did not see Liu Xiang." "It is better that you did not," Liu Qingyi remarked indifferently. She, along with Shun, was locked in the ancestral hall by their father. Meng Ling shook her head. "This is typical of Lord Liu. Despite the daily commotion caused by that mother-daughter duo, he still dotes on them. However, this time, as they accepted bribes without permission. Had it not been for Xiao Jinbei's prior warning to Liu Tong, the Liu residents would surely have been implicated in the matter concerning the crown prince. The position he cherishes most in his life is his official rank, and having narrowly escaped this predicament, he later vented his frustrations. No matter how Shanlan pleaded for leniency, it was in vain. For the first time, he was resolute against the two of them. I hope this time they can learn a lesson, Meng Ling concluded. Reflecting on Liu Xiang's usual demeanor, she felt her hopes were unrealistic. Forget it. I doubt Liu Xiang will ever comprehend the meaning of restraint. Liu Qingyi chuckled. At this point, she was indifferent to the fate of Liu Xiang and her mother. As long as their troubles did not affect the Liu family, she would remain silent. As the two conversed, the banquet commenced. Gan Baishe, experienced in organizing such affairs, ensured a splendid harmony between the feast and the performances. Liu Qingyi discreetly surveyed her surroundings, not spotting any sign of Shankora, and withdrew her gaze. The empress had yet to appear. After the performances concluded, a maid approached carrying a box. Merely enjoying the performances could grow tiresome. With a beaming smile, Gan Baishe stepped forward, addressing the gathered company. Since we are among our own today, why not engage in a game of passing the flower while beating the drum? The chosen one shall showcase a talent. Meng Ling detested such segments and reluctantly set down her chopsticks. How delightful! Princess Linglong took over the conversation. Since we have time to spare, let's enliven the atmosphere. With her encouragement, others felt compelled to comply. Gan Baishe signaled to the maid with a box, and she stood to the side. Inside this box are the names of today's guests. I will randomly draw names, and the princess shall randomly select a topic. It is merely for amusement. Should one draw an unfamiliar subject, a drink shall suffice. What does everyone think? The noble ladies of Jinghua were raised amidst ceremonies and music, proficient in various skills, yet everyone inevitably has their shortcomings. Upon hearing Gan Baishe's words, they all felt reassured and readily agreed. Let us draw the first name, Gan Baishe declared, extending her hand into the box. After a prolonged search, she retrieved a slip of paper, and feigning surprise, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Ah, how fortuitous! This must be what everyone anticipated. Congratulations, young lady, you have drawn the top prize." Liu Qingyi subtly curled her lips into a smirk. From the moment Princess Linglong spoke, she suspected this was a setup devised for her. However, she wondered why such a method was chosen, considering her infrequent appearances. Although there have been rumors following the Hundred Flowers banquet. Since that is the case, I shall take the initiative to make a fool of myself. Paving the way for others, Liu Qingyi chuckled softly, hoping the princess would draw a topic that was not too difficult. Linglong snorted and reached into the box. The game of passing the flower among women typically involved a few familiar options, and Linglong pulled out a slip of paper, which boldly bore the word paint. This truly poses a challenge for me. Liu Qingyi received the note, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. To be honest, among the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, this is the one I am least adept at. Today, I fear I may bring amusement to you all. If I cannot paint, I shall drink. Linglong lifted her chin, and immediately, a maid approached with a wine cup in hand. The meal was served with silver chopsticks. Yet only this wine was in a crystal goblet, the translucent liquid shimmering with light. Liu Qingyi cast her gaze downward, chuckling softly, and pushed the wine cup aside. It matters not. To claim it is merely a means to inspire creativity. Starting with drinking would surely dampen the spirit. Gan Baishe smiled and vacated her seat. Liu Qingyi picked up the ink and brush prepared by the servants, contemplating briefly before the brush met the paper. Her father had once invited the finest master to instruct her in the four arts, and it was in painting that she received the most reprimands. The master, a stern figure, would shake his head at her works, and despite her diligent practice, each attempt yielded the same result. He had merely uttered one phrase, stating that her paintings lacked spirit. For many years thereafter, Liu Qingyi struggled to comprehend what this spirit entailed, and once the master departed, she seldom painted again. Those unaware in the Liu household remained oblivious. It seemed the arrival of the coral was solely for this purpose. Even locked away in the ancestral hall, Liu Xiang maintained her connections. Liu Qingyi multitasked, pondering while her hands moved swiftly, the image beginning to take shape. Linglong, seated upright with furrowed brows, noted that Liu Qingyi had hidden the paper upon learning of her lack of painting skills. Yet now, she appeared remarkably self-assured. Could it be that the lowly songstress had deceived her? How dare she? Just as Linglong wavered in her thoughts, Liu Qingyi halted her brush, stepping back to survey the painting, offering a simple bow to those around her. The servants held the paper on both sides, raising the artwork for all to see. Typically, women's paintings feature plum blossoms, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums, but when Liu Qingyi's work was unveiled, even Meng Ling was taken aback. It depicted a magnificent stallion, its coat a deep ebony, robust and powerful, the mane flowing as if caught in a breeze, nearly alive upon the paper. How could the young mistress have painted this? Gan Baisher could hardly conceal her astonishment, her expression bordering on fear. Meng Ling shared this sentiment, as the stallion's proud head was held high, exuding an air of arrogance, seemingly gazing down upon all. It looked strikingly familiar. Was this not the steed of Brother Bei? Linglong ground her teeth in frustration. Liu Qingyi, why must you paint this? The prompt had not specified what to create. Liu Qingyi replied with a gentle smile, I simply painted what came to mind. What, dear princess? Do you find interest in this horse? Chapter 97. How familiar it is. Linglong nearly ground her teeth to dust. She was well acquainted. How could she not be? When Xiao Jinbei first acquired this horse, he cherished it as though it were a treasure, constantly hovering around it, nearly taking residence in the stable. Overcome with jealousy, she had sneaked over to see what was so special about the horse, only to be unceremoniously thrown to the ground. She is, after all, a lady of noble birth. Unaccustomed to such hardship, overwhelmed, she burst into tears, her cries attracting a throng of guards and the attention of Xiao Jinbei. She had anticipated that her elder brother would defend her and recount the events of the incident. To her astonishment, however, Xiao Jinbei erupted into laughter, publicly extolling the virtues of his horse. The guards, led astray by his demeanor, failed to notice the princess still seated on the ground. Linglong, having never endured such humiliation, insisted on having the horse put down, only to encounter for the first time the coldness of the young Xiao Jinbei's demeanor. You took it upon yourself to meddle with my belongings, and now that you have fallen, you have brought this upon yourself. Why should you blame the horse? Linglong was taken aback by his indifference, momentarily frozen in place. My things are only to be touched by me, he said, as he caressed the horse, looking down at her from his elevated position. Princess, it would be wise to refrain from clandestinely entering the palace in the future. Linglong, momentarily forgetting her tears, was returned to the palace in a daze. From that day forth, she never considered the horse again whenever she approached. It would regard her with the same expression Xiao Jinbei had once displayed, sending chills down her spine and prompting memories of that day. Now, this horse had been immortalized on paper by Liu Qingyi, its lifelike depiction far beyond mere imagination. Linglong was nearly certain that Xiao Jinbei, unbeknownst to her, had praised that afflicted horse to Liu Qingyi as if presenting a treasure, the very horse he had forbade her from approaching. So was the heir's steed. Meng Ling suddenly realized she had seen it once in the military camp, hence the familiarity. It was no wonder she felt an inexplicable sense of recognition. The heir possessed such a magnificent horse, and the surrounding ladies were equally intrigued, gathering around. Speaking of which, I remember Princess Linglong. The lady did not finish her sentence, stifling a laugh, and the others, understanding her implication, raised their handkerchiefs to conceal their amusement, exchanging knowing glances. Linglong had intended to embarrass Liu Qingyi, who would have thought that merely by painting a picture, the latter would manage to trap her instead, nearly prompting her to overturn the table in anger. The heir's wife possessed remarkable artistic talent, and Gan Baisher secretly scolded Linglong for her impatience. With a smile, she began to applaud, recognizing the painting's brilliance, which could rival even the esteemed Master Wu of contemporary artistry. Oh, Gan madam, you flatter Qingyi? Liu Qingyi replied, neither servile nor haughty, bowing gracefully, though she felt there was little merit in her work. The image of the horse had simply come to mind, and she had portrayed it as such. It seems the heir's wife is missing the heir. One of the ladies jested. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I hear the heir has been away from the capital these past few days. No doubt this painting was inspired by a recent thought of him. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze, smiling silently. In truth, it was not entirely so. She painted this because it was the only subject she could capture. Though she could not infuse the canvas with spirit, the mere thought of Xiao Jinbei brought the horse to life in her depiction. Chapter 98. Shall we continue? Qingyi, feeling she had embarrassed herself, smiled and asked Gan Baisher, Madam Gan, shall we proceed? Indeed, Gan Baisher said with a slight smile. Then shall I draw next? Liu Qingyi suggested cheerfully. Let us play a game of passing the flower. It will be much more entertaining. With her insistence, Gan Baisher found it difficult to refuse and awkwardly replied, Very well then, I shall trouble the noble lady. Liu Qingyi reached into the box and pulled out a slip. Oh, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy, her elegant face radiating a refreshing smile. How fortuitous! Gan Baisher's heart sank as she took a look. Her expression shifted. Princess Linglong? A nearby lady exclaimed, breaking the silence. What? Why is my name here? Princess Linglong rose, bewildered. The box had been prepared long ago, and her name was never placed inside. How could Liu Qingyi draw it? Perhaps it was merely luck that favored her. Liu Qingyi smiled gently. Princess, please. Liu Qingyi, you princess. Gan Baisher quickly signaled to Linglong, suggesting that since her name had fortuitously been drawn, the princess should draw another slip from the box. Considering it merely a game of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, something she could partake in lightly. Why should I draw? Linglong retorted, her displeasure evident. What is my status? Am I to showcase my talents in such a setting? Gan Baisher sensed the tension rising and glanced around. Indeed, upon Linglong's words, the expressions of the surrounding ladies darkened. They were all noble women of the capital. Although their statuses could not rival that of the royal family, they were still prominent figures. Engaging in a simple game where whoever's name was drawn would have to perform, Linglong's words clearly implied her disdain for the others. What makes the princess so exalted? Someone from the crowd could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. The noble lady has graciously drawn, and if the princess lacks talent, she could simply have a drink. Why speak so ungraciously? Liu Qingyi smiled serenely as she turned her gaze toward Linglong. Linglong, possessing a temperament that was easily provoked, immediately reacted to this remark, her expression shifting dramatically. Who said that? Step forward. Silence enveloped the area. There's no need for such hostility, princess, Liu Qingyi said, lifting the glass of crystal that a maid had just brought to her. If you are unwilling, you may simply have a drink instead. Consider a toast from me to you. What does that sound? Gan Baisher gusped inwardly. This wine had been prepared specifically to deal with Liu Qingyi. Vastly different from the floral wine at the banquet. It was potent, and even a robust man could not withstand its effects. Though she had always believed Liu Qingyi to be no ordinary girl, she had heard that the Liu family's legitimate daughter had inherited her mother's fragility. She never expected Liu Qingyi to stand her ground, employing such an unassailable tactic. Are you toasting to me, your highness? Spare me your feigned civility. Linglong interrupted Gan Baisher. If it were not for your manipulation, how could I have been drawn? Liu Qingyi, the slips in that box do not even bear my name. Liu Qingyi hesitated for a moment, holding the crystal glass. What do you mean, princess? Her smile faded slightly as she turned to Gan Baisher, who seemed frozen in place. Did not Madame Gan say this was a game for merriment, with all our names written inside? Is Madame Gan deceiving us? Standing beside Gan Baisher, the lady spoke up, initially believing she was being sincerely invited to save her crab, only to discover it was a trap reminiscent of the infamous banquet of Hongmen. What could the lady's true intentions be? It would be far better to state them plainly. Chapter 99. All a misunderstanding. Gan Baisher could hardly fathom that Linglong could be so foolish. With great effort, she forced a smile and explained, this is all a misunderstanding. Princess Linglong is simply outspoken, but she means no harm. I kindly ask that you do not take offense. What misunderstanding? Another lady scoffed. Surely, she is merely trying to conceal her own shortcomings by not mentioning names. In my opinion, if one is inept in the arts, A single cup of wine could still earn respect, yet such behavior diminishes the royal dignity of the princess. Indeed, just look at the noble consort. Her talents are displayed with grace, and she would never stoop to such embarrassing behavior. No wonder the heir cherishes her so dearly. With such beauty and intellect, he likely cannot find anyone else worthy of his attention. These words were laden with insinuation, and Linglong, who harbored feelings for the heir but faced repeated rejections, could scarcely bear it. Her expression darkened, as if she could squeeze ink from her visage. Meng Ling, watching from the side, was left dumbfounded. She regarded Liu Qingyi as if she were a stranger. Her memory of Liu was that of someone who preferred to avoid conflict and had long believed that it was better to say little. How could she now seem like a different person, not only revealing her talents, but also striking back? Was this still her once demure and unassuming confidant? It seemed that being close to the heir had led her astray. Noticing Meng's gaze, Liu Qingyi subtly curved her lips in a faint smile. She had anticipated that Linglong's name would not be among those in the box, so she had taken the liberty of preparing her own name beforehand, placed delicately in her palm. Given Linglong's proud disposition, she would never deign to present herself before the crowd, which would undoubtedly provoke discontent among them. Liu Qingyi lowered her gaze. This was her first time engaging in such an act, and she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet, for reasons unknown, when Ganbaisher called her name, she recalled the words spoken by Xiao Jinbei in the carriage, "Do as I do." At that moment, he had cradled her in his arms, offering that counsel. While she could not emulate the heir's flamboyance, delivering some form of retort was certainly within her grasp. "Who told you that this princess is inept in the arts?" Linglong exclaimed in fury. "I simply disdain performing before you. Who are you to judge my worth?" Ganbaisher could no longer remain silent and quickly intervened. Even a fool knows the danger of making too many enemies. Linglong's reckless approach could endanger them all. "Since the princess holds us in such low regard, we shall take our leave." The first lady to speak flung her sleeve in anger. "While my family may not rival the royal household, we possess our own dignity, and I will not tolerate such humiliation." Indeed, others joined in, asserting, "Ganbaisher Escrab is prickly and unpleasant. There is no need to extend future invitations." Ganbaisher immediately stepped in front of them. "Ladies, please do not be angered. Allow me to offer my sincere apologies. The princess harbors no disdain for others. Rather, her words fell short of their intended meaning, leading to a misunderstanding. In my opinion, we ought to forego the game of passing the drum. I have prepared some invigorating herbal tea, freshly picked, which is best enjoyed at this moment. Please, everyone, have a seat. We have all mingled frequently and should not let this discord mar our camaraderie." These ladies are accustomed to the invitations of Lady Gone By and would extend her some measure of respect. However, this time, Linglong's words struck the assembly like a slap across the face, and Lady Gone By's simple remarks could not quell their indignation. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Liu Qingyi. "Lady of the Heir, what brings us all to stand here?" A woman clad in resplendent attire approached amidst the throng, prompting Lady Gone By to breathe a sigh of relief as she promptly bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress and to the Dowager Empress." Chapter 100. "It all arises from you." The crowd followed suit, bowing in unison. "Please rise," the Empress commanded, raising her hand. "I arrived only to hear this ruckus." "What has transpired?" Lady Gone By chuckled awkwardly. "It is nothing but a mere misunderstanding. Look at the status of those present. Can it really be considered amusing to quarrel over a misunderstanding?" The Dowager Empress interjected, her age evident in the sagging skin of her face, which lent her an even more formidable air. "I doubt it is as simple as that." Lady Gone By fell silent, acutely aware that the Dowager Empress's words were directed at Liu Qingyi, carrying a strong intent. She had no intention of embroiling herself in this turmoil. "Mother Empress, please take a seat. We can discuss matters at leisure." The Empress signaled to Lady Gone By, who promptly understood and hastened to usher both ladies to the main seats. The assembly returned to their original positions. The Dowager Empress's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The financial woes of Prince Jean were a bottomless pit. She had lost a significant portion of her savings, all thanks to Xiao Jinbei. Now, upon seeing Liu Qingyi, she felt as though she were gazing at a thief. unable to swallow her resentment. What exactly transpired? The Empress inquired. Lady Ganbai stepped forward to offer her respects and recounted the events. She glossed over Princess Linglong's remarks, leaving them vague. The Empress discerned the gist, furrowing her brow while casting a sidelong glance at Linglong. So, this is the horse drawn by the heir's wife? The Dowager Empress scoffed. Liu Qingyi rose in response. I am but a humble artist, and I have embarrassed myself before the Dowager Empress. You are the heir's wife, Xiao? The Dowager Empress squinted, surveying her critically. After Prince Jin emerged from the Ministry of Justice, he had paid her a visit, vociferously denouncing Xiao Jinbei. Yet, when the topic of the hairpin dispute arose, he peculiarly attributed fault to the singer, despite the Dowager Empress's repeated protests against bringing that singer into the household. He seemed bewitched, disregarding all counsel and yielding to the singer's whims. Now he spoke in favor of a woman he had met only once, who happened to be Xiao Jinbei's spouse. The Dowager Empress's disfavor for Liu Qingyi grew even stronger. To respond to the Dowager Empress, that is indeed me, Liu Qingyi replied, bowing gracefully. She is indeed quite lovely, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful in the capital. The Grand Empress Dowager let out a mocking snicker, her expression suddenly shifting. So, it seems today as farce is all due to you? This is clearly a case of grasping at straws. And all present are acutely aware of the recent matters between the young master and Prince Jin, remaining silent, eager to witness Liu Qingyi's reaction. As Lady Gan remarked, today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. Liu Qingyi offered a faint smile, expressing her embarrassment at having embarrassed herself before everyone. However, she accepted the wager and the consequences gracefully, acknowledging she must return and practice diligently. You are indeed quite the silver-tongued one. The Grand Empress Dowager squinted her eyes. I ask you, since Linglong did not include her name, how did it appear in the box? Linglong's involvement in this scheme is an act of disgrace. The Empress had not anticipated that the Grand Empress Dowager would raise this issue. Pausing for a moment, she gently interjected, Mother. The Grand Empress Dowager shot her a sidelong glance. Although the late emperor has passed, the Dowager still holds significant sway within the palace, backed by her maternal family. And the Empress dared not offend her lightly, thus falling silent. This matter is likely a misunderstanding, Liu Qingyi stated calmly. Princess Linglong possesses a cheerful disposition, and since she collaborated with Lady Gan in orchestrating this scheme, she would not engage in any form of corruption. It is possible that she merely placed the note in earlier and forgot about it.